Volume 4. Book 10, Chapter 23, The Wedding. Book 10, Baruch, Chapter 23, The Wedding. Ocasey landed in the middle of the lake, while at the same time, removing his enveloping black robe. Inside, he was wearing a tailored suit, like a gentleman at a banquet. Lord Desri, I've heard of your famous name long ago, but only today do we meet. I truly feel honored. Ocasey smiled as he bowed, and then turned to look at the nearby Oseno. Oh, Oseno. Who is this person next to you? Lehman's voice rumbled out, Commander Lehman of the Zealot Division. Mr. Lehman. Ocasey smiled and nodded. Master Linley, 10 years ago, our cult of shadows invited you to come to us, but sadly, at that time, the Radiant Church had sunk its claws into you and wouldn't let you go. Ocasey looked at Linley and began to grumble, as though seeing an old friend of his. Linley could only smile politely. Enough. Desri laughed calmly. Everyone should know what the situation is. It truly is rather inappropriate for saints to participate in mortal battles. The Yulan Empire and the O'Brien Empire both do not use saints in normal battles. Saints are just used as a source of fear. Desri sighed. I've been in the anarchic lands for thousands of years now. I don't want it to be too anarchic. Thus, I suggest that in the battles between your three sides, saints are not to participate. Would you be willing to accept this? Yes. Oseno nodded. Linley smiled and nodded. Desri immediately looked at Ocasey, who grinned. Do you need to ask? Of course I accept. Wonderful. Desri's face grew solemn. With a flip of his hand, he retrieved 4 scrolls of paper and a pen. Then today, let the 4 of us write down a treaty. If any side goes against it, then the other 3 sides will join forces to destroy them. Linley frowned, while Ocasey and Oseno were also startled. Right now, the strongest of the 4 sides was definitely Desri's side. After all, Desri had Higginson, Hayward, and the other saints behind him. Sign here. Desri quickly wrote down the 4 agreements, then handed them to Linley, Oseno, and Ocasey. With a smile, Ocasey was the first to sign his name. Linley didn't hesitate either as he put down his name. Sign. Oseno signed his name as well. Excellent. Desri smiled. Each of us will have a copy of this agreement. But of course, this agreement is founded on our personal honor. If someone is so shameless as to allow saints to do battle, then destroy the evidence. You must know that no secret is airtight. Once it is discovered, then the other 3 sides will immediately destroy the 4th. It was nightfall now. The night fog covered the skies. Linley and Delia were enjoying the peaceful night. From today onwards, our life will become very peaceful. Delia's face had a hint of happiness on it. Smiling, she said, in the future, we'll no longer need to worry about many things. Linley, in the future, will you regret today's decision? Actually, you didn't have to agree today. I think Desri would still have supported you. Linley, too, had the feeling that Desri was still on their side. Even if he had not agreed, Desri wouldn't have allowed the enemy to kill him. No. I will never regret today's decision. Linley held Delia in his arms. Because if I did not agree, given my current power, although I can protect myself, I am not necessarily able to protect you. If you were to die, I think I would regret it for the rest of my life. It was because he had thought of Delia and of his family and friends that Linley had made this decision. Thank you. Delia rested her head against Linley's chest and said in a soft voice. Feeling her soft warmth, Linley felt all the more certain that this decision was the right one. Yulan Calendar, Year 10010. July 21st. The city of Baruch, formerly Black Dirt City, was a hubbub of commotion. The construction of Baruch City was now complete. The inner city was a renovated Black Dirt City. The construction style of Baruch City focused on simplicity and practicality. The palace didn't take up too much area. It was only 2 square kilometers in size. In the past, when the Baruch Duchy had been founded, they had begun the renovations. After 5 months, they had finally finished. Most of the buildings in the palace were a single story tall, while the tallest buildings were only 2 stories high. The main hall of the main palace was very large, capable of holding several hundred people. And today, the main hall was full of guests. Your Majesty, Linley, I come as the representative of the Emperor of the Roalt Empire to bring our sincerest congratulations. A middle-aged man said respectfully to Linley. Linley toasted him with a cup of wine, while Delia held her arm in his. Smiling, the 2 toasted him. The 2 were very tired from all of this, but they were very happy as well. So many people have come today. Wharton walked to Linley's side. Big brother, the envoys from the Roalt Empire, Rhine Empire, and the O'Brien Empire have all arrived. Oh, look! Those ones are from the kingdoms of the Great Plains of the Far East. Mighty King Linley, on behalf of our king of the Muhan Kingdom, we would like to convey our king's most sincere congratulations. An envoy from the Muhan Kingdom of the Great Plains of the Far East also toasted Linley, and Linley naturally had to give him face and respond. Linley and Delia shared a smile. Linley, you seem rather tired. Delia said softly. I'm not too bad. Linley forced out a smile. Linley hated having to welcome guests, but today was his own wedding. He couldn't hide from this responsibility. Delia said softly, how about this? For those people of lower status, let me handle them. In the past, Delia worked as a diplomat. Thus, making conversation was quite easy for her. And she was much better at it than Linley, who would just say a few short, blunt sentences. Lord Cardinal Guillermo of the Radiant Church has arrived. The voice rang out from outside the hall, and the entire hall fell rather silent. Linley and the Radiant Church, and the grudges between them, was known to everyone here. After all, the news of Linley's slaughter of those 6 angels had spread across the continent. But now, the Radiant Church was actually sending someone over? King Linley. Guillermo bowed modestly as he stepped forward. Linley still remembered how, 10 years ago, Guillermo had went to the Ernst Institute to recruit him. Now, after more than 10 years, Guillermo was still a cardinal, while he was now the king of a kingdom whom even the Radiant Church had to compromise with. Mr. Guillermo, please come inside and rest. Linley said with a smile. The disciples of the War Gods College have arrived. The people who came were Castro and 2 other personal disciples. Lord Mackenzie has arrived. Yet another saint. Lord O'Casey of the Cult of Shadows has arrived. Hearing the list of names, the envoys of the various kingdoms and empires all headed off to the various corners to engage in conversation. Good heavens! All of them were saints. 3 disciples of the High Priest of the Yulan Empire have arrived. Linley and Delia immediately went to welcome them. Seeing these people, Delia immediately called out with excitement, Big brother! The person in the center of this 3-person delegation was Dixie. Dixie and his 2 fellow apprentices both walked over, offering Linley their congratulations. Linley, you finally lived up to my little sister's hopes. In front of Linley, Dixie finally showed a smile. When they were at the Ernst Institute, Linley and Dixie had been acknowledged as the 2 major geniuses. Dixie suddenly whispered into Linley's ears, Linley, let me warn you. In the future, you better not make my little sister angry. Otherwise, even if I'm not able to deal with you, I'll ask my master to personally make an appearance. No need for your master to make an appearance. I'll engage in self-punishment. Linley began to laugh. Today, Linley could feel that he and Dixie were on very close terms now. Seeing how friendly Linley and Dixie were being, Delia felt extremely happy. Right at this time, the disciples of the War Saint of the Great Plains of the Far East have arrived. The voice ringing out from outside the hall confused Linley. Who was the War Saint? Desri had arrived very early today, and he went to Linley's side. He whispered, Linley, currently, there are 4 people on par with me in the Yulan continent. The number 1 expert of the Great Plains of the Far East, the War Saint Tulile, is one of them. Linley now understood. There were 5 prime saints. One was Fane. Another was Desri. So a third was this Tulile. Who were the other 2? A middle-aged plainsman with a turban around his head walked in, 2 people behind him. Seeing Linley, the plainsman smiled. King Linley. I, Mauer, would like to bring my master's most sincere greetings and congratulations. My deepest thanks to Mr. Tulile. Linley smiled. The eyes of the plainsman, lit up. So King Linley also knows of my master's name. Ah. Lord Desri. The plainsman immediately bowed upon seeing Desri. Moore had previously seen his master, Tulile, personally spar with this Desri. His master, Tulile, had said that this Desri was on par with his own power. Naturally, Moore was extremely courteous. The Holy Lady of the Frost Goddess Shrine has arrived. Desri and Penslin immediately went to welcome her. Naturally, Linley and Delia went as well. Linley felt quite curious. How powerful exactly was this mysterious Frost Goddess Shrine? This Holy Lady had long, jade hair, and she seemed as cold and as unapproachable as a block of ice. Behind her were 2 beautiful girls. Big sister. Penslin was boundlessly overjoyed. Desri whispered to Linley, this Holy Lady of the Frost Goddess Shrine, Rosari, Luoshali, is the number 1 expert of the Frost Goddess Shrine. Her power is on par with mine. Hearing these words, Linley understood that this Rosari should be yet another of the 5 prime saints. He now knew 4 of the prime saints, Fane, Desri, Tolali, and Rosari. Who is the last one? Linley secretly wondered. Unfortunately, the last expert didn't arrive, even by the time the wedding was concluded. In the main hall of the Baruch kingdom, there was a huge pile of saints. All the envoys of the various empires were engaged in conversation, while the saints were engaged in conversation with the other saints. Desri and Rosari and the others were together as well. Each level was segregated quite clearly. The envoy of the Yulan Empire has arrived. The person who had come was George. Second bro. Linley began to laugh loudly, and George excitedly ran towards him, then intentionally made a deep bow. O most puissant King Linley. I, George, on behalf of His Imperial Majesty, ugh. Linley whacked George on the shoulder, not letting him get the words out. Enough, sheesh. Acting like this in front of me. Linley was overjoyed. Come see fourth bro with me. Fourth bro is here as well? George was extremely excited. Ever since they had separated 7 or 8 years ago, he hadn't seen Reynolds a single time. Fourth bro. Second bro. As soon as Reynolds and George saw each other, they instantly shouted and then threw their arms around each other. And right at this time, the chairman of the Dawson conglomerate has arrived. Before the announcement was even finished, Yale rushed into the main hall. He immediately saw Linley, Reynolds, and George. Second bro, third bro, fourth bro, your boss has arrived. Laughing loudly, Yale charged towards them. The many people in the hall all looked at these 4 friends. If ordinary people had caused such a scene, they probably would have been rebuked already. But this was Linley and his closest friends. No one dared to say a thing. 10 years late, the 4 brothers had finally come together in one spot. Hey, as soon as this kid Linley has become a king, he starts acting differently. His attendants even ask me where my letter of invitation is? And asks me who I am? Geez, what a pain. A lazy-looking middle-aged man in a long, loose robe suddenly appeared in the middle of the hall. He grabbed a nearby cup of wine, then took 2 sips, seeming to enjoy it very much. Not bad. An expression of satisfaction was on his face. Lord Caesar? In the main hall, Barker suddenly saw this middle-aged man. He would never forget this deity who had saved his life. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 10, Chapter 24, That Night. Book 10, Baruch, Chapter 24, That Night. Barker and his brothers immediately rushed forward, but Caesar frowned in impatience. Don't get so close to me. Don't let me become the center of attention. Loki. The 5 brothers could only grin awkwardly as they greeted Caesar from far away. Gurgle. As he sampled the wine, Caesar went hiding into a corner of the room. Whenever he encountered the envoys of the kings and empires, he would toast them, not putting on any airs of being a deity at all. Caesar. Suddenly, a cold voice rang out. Caesar turned. An awkward smile couldn't help but to appear on his face. The person who had spoken was the Holy Lady of the Frost Goddess Shrine, Rosari. Rosari stared at Caesar. She snorted a few times, but she didn't say anything else. Being stared daggers at like this, Caesar couldn't do anything except grin stupidly. You've already become a deity, but you still act like this. A hint of moisture seemed to appear in the eyes of Rosari, the icy beauty. Caesar squeezed out a smile. Rosari, aren't you having a wonderful time being the Holy Lady? Alas, I'm just a wastrel who wanders all over the place. I go wherever I like and do what I like. I can't take good care of you. Caesar felt some misery in his heart. Lord Caesar. Linley saw Caesar as well. Don't go. Desri held Linley back, a nasty little smirk on his face. Why are you going to get between those 2 lovebirds? Lovebirds? Isn't she the Holy Lady? Linley was stunned. Who says a Holy Lady can't have a man? Desri glanced at Linley. Rosari is almost at the deity level herself. For her to continue working on behalf of the Frost Goddess Shrine is already giving it quite a bit of face. Desri grinned as he watched Caesar and Rosari from afar. Linley exchanged amused glances with Delia. Linley, so this is the Lord Caesar you spoke of? Linley nodded. It seems this deity has incurred a romantic debt. Delia pursed her lips as she laughed, and Linley shook his head as well. Lord Caesar, how should I put this, he's quite the dissolute romantic. This night was quite a festive one, especially Desirie's group. George, Yale, and Reynolds as well. By the time he greeted and chatted with everyone, it was already midnight. Only now did Linley head towards Delia's room. One of the benefits of being a saint was that despite having drank an enormous amount of wine, Linley wasn't drunk at all. Linley? He heard someone call his name before he even reached the door. Linley turned and saw Caesar lying on a couch and drinking wine. Linley, how come you ended up getting married? Geez, after I heard you got married, I felt really sorry for you, Really sorry? Linley was stunned. Caesar stood up, then flew over gracefully. Really sorry. Yet another man has stepped into his tomb. As he spoke, Caesar's body flew high into the air. Oh yeah, happy wedding. All right, I'm off. Caesar's voice sounded in Linley's ears. Suddenly. You old lecher. A clear sharp sound. A graceful, white-garbed figure flew into the air as well, chasing after Caesar. Caesar's flying speed instantly increased. Maybe it's better to be in the tomb. Linley had a hint of a smile on his lips as he headed out. Soon, he arrived at the doorway to Delia's room. There were two beautiful maids in front of it, and the two maids respectfully drew open the door. Linley waved his hand at them. You can go now. Yes, Your Majesty. In the dark room, the only person there was Delia, sitting quietly in front of her bed. She just looked at Linley, waiting for Linley to speak. And finally, Linley did speak. Bibi. Get out. Boss. Bibi crawled out from beneath the bed. Bibi? Delia didn't know whether to laugh or to cry. Today, Bibi disappeared very early on. Who would have thought he had been hiding here? Linley looked at Bibi, also not knowing whether to laugh or to cry. Bibi, what are you doing? Preparing a gift for ya, boss. Bibi raised his head high. What gift? Linley was puzzled. Bibi grinned, his little claws handing over a black rock. This is something my good friend gave me. It was that violet gold saint-level rat that I told you about last time. I'm too young and haven't accumulated much wealth, so my bro gave me this. What is this? Linley took the black stone in confusion. Can it be some sort of rare or precious mineral? Can't be. What use would a small piece of rock be anyhow? Linley carefully inspected it, but couldn't tell what it was. I don't know either. Bibi handed it to Delia. Delia, personalize and soul bind it with blood. Bind it with blood? Linley raised an eyebrow. Anything that needed to be bound by blood was definitely a treasure. For example, Linley's blood violet sword, or his coiling dragon ring. Even the adamantine heavy sword wasn't worthy of needing to be blood-bound. Generally speaking, only extremely rare and valuable items would require this process. All right. Delia trusted Bibi very much. A blade of air cut Delia's finger, immediately creating a tiny wound. A single drop of blood fell onto the black stone. The black stone suddenly transformed into a ray of light and suddenly enveloped Delia. Linley was shocked. He watched as the black stone merged into Delia's body and utterly vanished. What is going on? Linley was shocked. He had never seen anything as weird as this before. Bibi stared with a gaping jaw as well. I have no idea. Delia, how do you feel? Linley immediately asked. Delia shook her head, puzzled. I don't feel anything at all. Actually, it seems I can sense the nearby elemental essence much more clearly. Right. That's it. Linley secretly nodded. Generally speaking, even the vilest of items, once bound by blood, wouldn't harm its master. Linley wasn't too worried about that. But, what was that thing? Bibi, this black stone, why did that magical beast give it to you? This seems to be a treasure. Linley asked. Of course, all they knew right now about this treasure was one thing: it could increase elemental essence affinity tremendously. Bibi hurriedly shook his head. Boss, honestly, that good friend of mine gave it to me. He said it is very useful to magi. Very useful to magi? Linley understood. Perhaps this was some sort of special object that could enhance elemental essence affinity. It was useless to saint-level magical beasts, which is why he gave it to Bibi. But Linley had a feeling. There was more than met the eye to this black stone. All right, Bibi. Do you plan to stay here? Linley stared at Bibi. Bibi's beady little eyes rolled, and then he rubbed his nose twice. Boss, once you got a wife, you forgot about Bibi. Sniff. Linley immediately sent a kick in his direction, but by then, BB had already disappeared in a flash as he left the room. The door shut. The room instantly turned quiet. Linley and Delia sat side by side on the bed. What are you looking at? Delia was a bit shy right now. Linley laughed. I'm thinking about how many kids we should have. Delia was startled. Linley suddenly lifted Delia up and carried her over to the bed, and then, one piece of clothing after another came flying out from the bed. Ugh! They hadn't slept all night. Phew! Linley lay there on the bed, with Delia resting on top of him, her head against Linley's chest. Beads of sweat caused Delia's fragrant hair to stick to Linley's body. Linley lowered his head to look at Delia. That faintly red face looked like that of a kitten's. Her pert little nose was sniffling. Linley's hand gently stroked Delia's slick, bare back. In his mind, he continued to savor what had happened just then. How nervous he had felt when he had entered Delia's body, Linley had to admit, things had gotten just a little too wild just then. It had been 3 entire hours. Delia, what is it? I want to cry. Delia hugged Linley's chest. I just want to cry right now. When I think about how you and Alice were together, I want to cry. When I think about how I waited 10 years, I want to cry. Sob. Linley held his head in his hands. Women. It was impossible to understand them. Linley, can I tell you something? Delia said softly. HRM? Linley lowered his head to look at Delia. Delia raised her head to look at Linley. Her face serious, she said in a soft voice, You got hard, down there. For a moment, Linley had no idea what to say. Delia, you know, Wharton and Nina's kid is going to be born in a few months. Don't you think the two of us need to work harder? Linley whispered. Delia was startled. So, I need to keep at it. Linley flipped over and pressed Delia down once again. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 10, Chapter 25, 12 Years in the Blink of an Eye. Book 10, Baruch, Chapter 25, 12 Years in the Blink of an Eye. The Radiant Church. The Holy Island. The 9th floor of the Radiant Temple. Staring outside the window, a hint of worry was on Haydn's face. Previously, Linley had made an agreement with the Radiant Church, allowing the Radiant Church to relax. After all, without the assistance of his supreme warriors and that terrifying rat-type magical beast, Linley, by himself, wasn't too great a threat. But they were only relaxed for 9 years. Because on the 9th year, the Radiant Church discovered a terrifying secret. Linley's human form had reached the saint level. Haydn's. An icy voice rang out. Oseno, his devilish purple hair fluttering behind him, appeared in the middle of the 9th floor. Haydn's didn't turn. Calmly, he said, Oseno, what is it? Oseno had a hint of frustration in his voice. Haydn's, the many experts of the church have been cooped up in the Sacred Isle for 3 full years. During these 3 years, you've ordered that we are not to go outside the Sacred Isle without authorization. Haydn's, can it be that just because of Linley, we have to live like this? And Haydn's, you must understand, the information we got came from an agent who overheard the conversation which Linley's son was having with Wharton's son. That's the only information we have stating that Linley has reached the saint level in human form. The words of children are not necessarily true. Oseno said unhappily. Because of this news, that Linley had reached the saint level in his human form, Haydn's asked Oseno and the others to not leave the Sacred Isle. Haydn's remained with his back turned towards Oseno. Calmly, he said, Oseno, first of all, Wharton's son, Sina, Shieni, is a very reliable and very meticulous youth. His words should be true. And secondly, when Linley was hidden within the O'Brien Empire, he had already reached the 9th rank. It has been over 10 years now. Given the rate of growth for Dragonblood warriors, it is about time that Linley reaches the saint level in human form. Haydn suddenly turned and stared at Oseno. You should be very clear about how powerful Linley is. 12 years ago, he was only slightly weaker to you. Now that his human form has reached the saint level, his power should be more than 10 times greater than before. Even if he didn't gain any additional insights at all, he can defeat you. But do you believe that in 12 years, Linley hasn't increased his level of insights at all? Haydn asked Oseno. Oseno was silent. He knew full well how quickly Linley trained. 12 years without any breakthroughs? Who would believe it? That ancestor of the Baruch clan who had only reached the imposed level when he reached the saint level as a human-formed Dragonblood warrior was nonetheless able to rely on his terrifying post-saint level defense and power to fight head-on against peak-stage saint level magical beasts. And Linley? In strength and battle chi, he was not inferior to his ancestor. However, he had a very deep understanding of the laws. He was even more terrifying to deal with than the ancestors of the Baruch clan. Haydn's, the sacred owl doesn't need me to defend it, does it? Oseno asked. Oseno, if you truly want to leave the sacred owl, I won't try to stop you. Haydn said calmly. But leaving the sacred owl means that you are betting that Linley won't find and kill you. Of course, your fleeing abilities are top-notch. But I'm not certain if you would be able to flee from Linley. Oseno had the doppelganger technique and was very fast. But he probably only had a 50-50 chance of fleeing and surviving if Linley encountered him. Fine. I'll wait until my doppelganger technique reaches the peak before I have another tussle with Linley. Oseno sneered coldly, and then with a flicker, disappeared from the ninth floor. But although his words were tough, clearly he had already submitted. A hint of a bitter smile could be seen on Haydn's face. It was virtually impossible to keep tabs on someone at Linley's level. Right now, Linley's flying speed was far quicker than it had been in the past. It would take him less than half a day to cross the entire Yulan continent. This sort of speed, if he wanted to chase after and kill someone, he could definitely make sure that his opponent didn't have time to call for help. Yulan calendar, year 10022. May. An area outside Baruch City with wildflower and wild grass swaying, their beautiful dance so moving to behold. Right now, there were 2 luxurious carriages and a squad of elite knights who were escorting them down this wild road. Your Majesty, we are at Mt. Blackraven. A knight said respectfully towards the second carriage. Immediately, a husband and wife couple stepped out of the carriage, along with a youth. The couple was Wharton and Nina. Wharton was much more mature now than he had been. He was the king of the Baruch kingdom, and his personal strength had dramatically increased as well. Wharton's body emanated the aura of an expert. As for Nina, she wasn't as unripe as she had been in the past, her body was fuller, now, and she had become even more womanly. As for that 12 or 13-year-old child in front of them, who seemed so friendly and yet graceful? This child was the son of Wharton and Nina, Sina Baruch. Wow, we are at Mt. Blackraven. An excited voice rang out from the carriage in front of them, and a very excited youth clambered out of the carriage. Taylor, Tyloo. Sina laughed as he called out. Big brother. Taylor ran over happily. Taylor was relatively handsome, but he was far more energetic than Sina. At this time, yet another beautiful lady stepped out of the carriage in front, as well as a pretty young girl. It was Delia and her daughter, Sasha, Shasha. Sasha looked quite similar to Taylor. The two of them were actually twins, but Sasha was born just a little while before Taylor was, and thus Taylor was forced to be the little brother. Sina was 12, while Sasha and Taylor were 10. We're about to see father soon. I haven't seen him in half a year. Taylor was extremely excited right now, and Sina's eyes had a hint of excitement in them as well. As the children of the Baruch clan, they all worshipped this person who supported the entire Baruch clan, Linley. The countless members of the Baruch kingdom also worshipped Linley. Linley was the spiritual support for the entire Baruch kingdom. There was no question about this. Although 12 years had passed, Delia's appearance hadn't changed at all. In fact, she actually now had a certain aura about her. Delia's children had blissful smiles on their faces. 12 years of peaceful, happy life. Delia truly was very satisfied. She stared at the distant Baruch city. The royal capital, Baruch City, had been expanded long ago. The normal population was over 1 million. Because Linley had brought the massive fortune he had taken from the kingdom of Finlai, the Baruch kingdom had easily weathered the first few tough years, and now, the entire kingdom was prospering very nicely. Raising her head to look at Mt. Blackraven, Delia's heart was already by Linley's side. Wharton, Nina, let's go up the mountain. Delia laughed. Taylor, Sasha, Sina, follow along. Got it. Taylor said loudly. His sister, Sasha, was very quiet. The squad of knights came to a halt at the foot of Mt. Blackraven, while Wharton, Nina, Delia, and the 3 children went up into Blackraven together. Mt. Blackraven was as beautiful and graceful as ever. Following the little creek, they finally saw the lake in the distance. There were now 3 massive flattened boulders in the center of the lake. The central boulder was the first one which Linley had put down, and the stone house was naturally the one he had built long ago. As for the other 2 boulders, Linley had arranged them after his wedding, for when people came to visit for a while. A faint blue figure was currently fishing in the middle of the lake. Father! Taylor's voice rang out from far away. That blue-robed figure turned around. It was Linley. Linley looked slightly more mature than he had in the past, and looking at him from a distance, one had the sense that he had totally become one with nature. Linley immediately stood up and laughed. Taylor. Linley's standing motion gave the sensation of moving with the wind itself, but it also gave an extremely solid, stable sensation as well. These two opposite sensations, merged into one person, was simply unimaginable for those who didn't personally experience it. Linley waved his hand. Bang! Part of the flowing water instantly came to a halt, forming a bridge of water. The other parts of the lake continued to flow normally. Taylor and Sasha, quite experienced, stepped directly onto the bridge of water and ran over. The water bridge was solid and durable. If one looked at it closely, one would see that on top of the water bridge were minute, tiny flows of air. Taylor. Come. Hug. Linley happily lifted Taylor into his arms, and the nearby Sasha immediately stared at Linley with her big, innocent eyes. Linley immediately reached out and lifted his beloved daughter into his embrace as well. Taylor, Sasha, it's been half a year since you've seen Father. Have you missed Father? Yes. Taylor said immediately. Every day. Linley's face instantly was covered with smiles. He now totally could understand how Grandpa Doring had felt towards him, and how his father's superficial severity masked a deep layer of love. Hey! Taylor, Sasha, Sina, you all came. A happy voice emanated from the skies, and a black shadow suddenly appeared in the middle of the lake. It was the magical beast Bibi, now 2 meters long. Linley looked at Bibi and couldn't help but laugh inwardly. Whenever Bibi was in front of these 3 juniors, Taylor, Sasha, and Sina, he always made his body a little bit bigger. As Bibi put it, if my body is too small, I won't have the aura of an elder. Uncle Bibi. Taylor immediately broke free from Linley's embrace and went to hug Bibi. When Taylor was young, Bibi often played around with Taylor. Wharton chuckled. Big brother, let's sit down first. We can talk while eating. I brought many delicacies with me. As he spoke, the family sat down around a long rectangular table, and within his interspatial ring, Wharton withdrew the freshly prepared dishes. The family began to eat. Big brother, have you heard of the big battle that occurred in the O'Brien Empire? Wharton asked. With an O sound, Linley said, are you talking about half a month ago, how Olivier challenged Hadeson to another duel? Olivier had already returned from the Arctic ice cap, returned with the aura of utmost confidence. Wharton sighed appreciatively. Right. With just a single sword blow, he killed Hadeson, who was famous for his defense. How terrifying. Hadeson. Is it the Hadeson who dueled with Father at Ntetujiao? Taylor raised his head up high and asked. This little fellow deeply venerated Linley, and he knew the details of Linley's famous battles as well as anything. Linley laughed and nodded. The nearby Delia also sighed in approval. This Olivier really is formidable. Just one sword blow. Hadeson's defensive abilities were legendary. To be killed in one blow, Delia also sighed repeatedly. The nearby Sina suddenly looked at Linley and asked, Uncle, if you were to duel with Olivier again, can you win? Linley laughed calmly. Olivier's improvement speed was faster than I had anticipated. In just 12 years, he reached the level of being able to kill Hadeson with one sword blow. Without actually competing with him, it's hard to say who would win and who would lose. Linley laughed. Boss, what are you being modest for? Bibi said unhappily. Hadeson's defense was on par with yours in the past. But now? Just by relying on your post-Saint transformation, the defensive power of your Draconic Scales alone is on a higher level than the combined power of your Draconic Scales and Pulse Guard defense of 12 years ago. And now, your Pulse Guard defense is more than 10 times greater than before. In front of you, that Olivier isn't worth a fart. Even people on the second tier, like Oseno, don't dare to offend you. I think, only the 5 Prime Saints are able to compete with you now. Wharton also said, Big brother, you are the most powerful Dragonblood warrior in the history of our clan. Why be modest? Wharton and the others knew exactly how terrifying Linley had become. After 12 years of painstaking training, Linley's level of achievement in understanding the elemental laws of the earth and the wind was so high as to make Wharton and the others utterly speechless. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 10, Chapter 26, Blueheart Grass, Dragon's Blood. Book 10, Baruch, Chapter 26, Blueheart Grass, Dragon's Blood. Power? Linley knew exactly how powerful he currently was. He had reached the saint level in human form. Once he dragonformed, his draconic scales were 10 times as powerful as they had been in the past. His strength and battle chi had also risen to terrifying levels. Linley could fully understand the reason why his ancestors, despite not having a high level of insight, could rely on dragon form alone to defeat peak stage saint-level magical beasts. As for insight, the throbbing pulse of the world. He had already mastered 256 layers of vibrational waves. The more waves, the more difficult improving became. It had always been like that, but upon reaching the 256th layer of waves, after spending an entire year, he hadn't been able to improve whatsoever. It seemed as though 256 layers was some sort of limit. It can't be a limit. Linley was very certain. According to the war god, if one follows an aspect of the elemental laws to its limits, then one would enter the deity level. I'm far, far away from the deity level. So what exactly comes next, after the 256 layer level, Linley didn't know either. His understandings of the throbbing pulse of the world were unique, and there was no one he could ask for advice. All Linley could do every day was to try and immerse himself in the throbbing pulse of the world and try to make a breakthrough. As for the elemental laws of the wind, Linley continued to slowly but surely improve. He hadn't reached a bottleneck yet. However, spiritual energy really is hard to build up. After 12 years, I'm still only at the peak of the 9th rank. Breaking through to the Grand Magus Saint level really is hard. Linley sighed in his heart. If anyone else heard what Linley was thinking, they would have cursed him to hell and back. As a Magus, going from the 6th to the 7th rank was one bottleneck, while going from the 9th rank to the Saint level was the other major bottleneck. How could this bottleneck be so easily broken through? Linley looked at Delia, and he couldn't help but think back to that black rock which Bibi had given her on their wedding night. In just 12 years, Delia has advanced from the 7th rank as a Magus to the 9th rank as an Archmagus. Although she previously had already been at the 7th rank for quite a few years, this sort of improvement rate really is terrifying. Delia was already an Archmagus of the 9th rank. After the wedding, Delia had discovered that it wasn't just her elemental essence affinity that had been raised to a terrifying level, she even was able to absorb mage force at an astonishing speed, and her spiritual energy rapidly increased as well. Her rate of improvement vastly outstripped Linley's. As Linley saw it, there was only one explanation for this change. That mysterious black rock. After the meal, Sina, Taylor, and Sasha were having fun by the lake, while Linley, Wharton, Delia, and the others all sat down. Big brother. Wharton finally brought up the purpose of their trip. Sina and Taylor were tested when they were young. The density of Dragonblood in their veins hasn't reached the required level. It seems we'll have to use that method you spoke of in the past. Linley frowned. Oh? That's right. It is time to use fresh dragon's blood to activate the dragonblood in their veins, so they can begin training in the secret Dragonblood manual early on. Linley nodded slightly. When Linley had chatted with the planar overseer, Hadan, he had realized. There were far more Dragonblood warriors in the history of the Baruch clan than the book had mentioned. The real number was very high, and they relied on dragon's blood. Would it be very dangerous? Delia was a bit nervous. As long as the dragon's blood is mixed in with blueheart grass, there is no danger at all to activating the dragonblood in their veins. Linley said with absolute certainty, while at the same time, he looked at the 3 children by the lake. Taylor and Sina need to have their blood activated. What about Sasha? Sasha? Wharton and Delia both looked at the distant Sasha. Sasha was just a girl. Although male warriors generally were somewhat superior to female warriors, that didn't mean girls couldn't become experts. Delia smiled calmly. Let her make her own choice. Linley nodded slightly. Become a Dragonblood warrior? Taylor was the first to whoop in joy. Oh, I'll do it, I'll totally do it. I dream about being a Dragonblood warrior like father. Wow. I'm excited just thinking about it. Sina nodded slightly as well. I'll do it. Linley, Wharton, Nina, and Delia weren't surprised. It'd be weird if any of the male children in their lineage passed on this opportunity. Now they all looked at Sasha. Sasha was very quiet. Although she was just 10 years old, the beauty she had inherited from Delia was beginning to show. I'll do it also. Sasha bit her lips, but nodded firmly. Delia stroked Sasha's head and praised, Sasha, in the future, you are going to be a powerful female Dragonblood warrior. A smile appeared on Sasha's face. All right. Linley nodded. If that's the case, then Wharton, Nina, you can just hand Sina to me. I'll take the 3 of them to the mountain range of the setting sun to search for saint-level dragons. It's time to engage in some bloodletting with saint-level dragons. Linley chuckled. Engage in bloodletting with saint-level dragons. These words filled the eyes of Sasha, Taylor, and Sina with shock and joy. I'll go as well. Wharton was somewhat nervous. Hey, little Wharton, you're only at the 9th rank. Even after transforming, you are only an early-stage saint. BB flew over here and said unhappily, do you think your level of insight is comparable to the boss of 12 years ago? Although he was also an early-stage saint after transforming, in terms of insight, Wharton was far inferior to Linley. I'll go with the boss. Shit, if one dragon comes we'll kill one dragon, if two comes, we'll kill one, then capture the other one to use as a mount. BB was extremely boastful, but he had the strength to back it up. After the past 12 years, BB's power was far stronger than it had been 12 years ago as well. Wharton nodded and laughed. Since you are going as well, BB, then I won't be worried at all. The squad was thus decided as being Linley, BB, Delia, and the 3 kids. Delia was responsible for taking care of the kids, and BB's job was to protect them. As for Linley, he would deal with any saint-level dragons. The sky stretched off far into the distance, and a few white clouds were drifting here and there. A 10-meter-long magical beast was soaring through the air at high speed. It was the transformed BB, with Delia, Sina, Taylor, and Sasha on his back. Delia had cast a magic spell to form a protective invisible barrier, preventing the wind from scraping against the children's bodies. Wow, Mother, that city is the biggest one I've ever seen. Taylor pointed below at a fist-sized city. Although the city seemed small from up above, the size of this fist was actually a huge space. A complicated look was in Delia's eyes. Sighing, she said, that is my homeland, the imperial capital of the Yulan Empire. The imperial capital of the Yulan Empire? Taylor, Sasha, and Sina all looked down. Hungry yet? Delia withdrew some food they had brought along from the interspatial ring. BB had transformed to 10 meters in length, and his back was naturally very wide. Given that Delia had then used magic to block the wind, this made Sasha, Sina, and Taylor feel as stable as when they were on the ground. They sat down and began to enjoy the food. BB flew very stably, with no turbulence at all. Delia, don't pamper those kids too much. Linley, flying alongside BB, said with a laugh as he saw this. Delia looked at Linley. Linley, don't reprimand me. You see your children so rarely, and you are going to reprimand me? Linley immediately didn't dare to say a word. He actually did feel very guilty. Sometimes, he would go off and train for months at a time. He did indeed feel as though he owed the kids and Delia a lot. Linley looked down at the boundless earth. They weren't too far from the mountain range of magical beasts now. The 3 major gathering grounds for magical beasts in the Yulan continent were the mountain range of magical beasts, the forest of darkness, and the mountain range of the setting sun. Of course, other places also had magical beasts, but they were much rarer in those places. But in these 3 places, a terrifyingly high number of magical beasts congregated. By now, both the forest of darkness and the mountain range of magical beasts had a deity present. Thus, Linley had chosen to go to the mountain range of the setting sun. A long time later, the peaks of the mountain range of the setting sun appeared in the horizon. The mountain range of the setting sun started from the Dark Alliance, followed the southern boundaries of the Yulan Empire, and then intersected between the Rhine Empire and the Burning Desert. In truth, the mountain range of the setting sun and the Burning Desert were both the southernmost points of the Yulan continent. If one went past the mountain range of the setting sun or the Burning Desert, they would enter the boundless southern seas. Wow, it's so big. It seems to be even longer than the forest of darkness. Taylor said in surprise. Taylor and the others had flown on BB's back before and had seen the forest of darkness from the air. Sina said, Taylor, according to the books, the mountain range of the setting sun and the mountain range of magical beasts are both very long, but only around 1,000 kilometers wide. As for the forest of darkness, it is thousands of kilometers long, but also 2,000 or 3,000 kilometers wide. Taylor nodded in understanding. Get ready to go down. Linley suddenly said. The giant BB next to Linley suddenly dove down along with him. When they were only a few hundred meters away from the mountains, the two halted in mid-air. We're going to fly at this height for now. BB and I are going to go meet some dragon saints. Linley said to Delia and the kids. Don't worry about us, Father. Taylor said confidently. Linley, looking at his son, couldn't help but chuckle, and then split apart from BB. At the same time, he began to scan the below area with his spiritual energy. The mountain range of the setting sun didn't have fewer monsters than the mountain range of magical beasts. Naturally, there were quite a few saints as well. But the mountain range of the setting sun was very large. The saint-level magical beasts were scattered all over. To instantly find a saint-level dragon was not likely. HRM? Linley's spiritual energy suddenly discovered a saint-level magical beast, one which Linley was fairly familiar with. It was a violet-eyed goldfur ape. This terrifying, 3-story-tall saint-level beast suddenly noticed a human was scanning him. Who is it? The violet-eyed goldfur ape's voice rang out like a bolt of thunder, and it raised its head to stare at the human in mid-air. Linley stood there in mid-air, transmitting his voice downwards. Linley of the Anarchic Lands. Excuse me for disturbing you. After finishing speaking, the violet-eyed goldfur ape didn't bother with him any further. Saint-level magical beasts were more intelligent than even your average human. Ones that had lived a long time were very familiar with the experts of the Yulon continent. Some of the most powerful experts, such as Desri of the Anarchic Lands, Hayward, Tolali of the Great Plains, were known to them. Linley of the Anarchic Lands had also become well known amongst magical beast experts. As long as Linley didn't go too far, these saint-level magical beasts didn't want to fight such a peak expert either. After searching for quite a while, "Boss, I found a saint-level dragon. It is a darkness element tyrant WIRM. Bibi's voice rang out in Linley's mind. Not hesitating at all, Linley flew directly towards Bibi at high speed. In the ground atop a mountain, Linley instructed, "Sina, you and the other kids all stay here. Delia will take care of you, Bibi, no matter what, you have to protect them." Linley looked at Bibi, who said confidently, "Don't worry, boss. My shadow-shaped doppelganger technique is able to create 4 now." Given Bibi's terrifying speed and his shadow-shaped doppelganger technique, even 3 ordinary saint-level magical beasts working in concert still wouldn't be able to hurt Delia and the others. "Be careful, father," Sasha said. Linley began to laugh. "Right. Just wait here. I'll go bring that tyrant WIRM over." As he spoke, Linley flew away at high speed. Delia and the kids just stood there, watching. Fortunately, because they were on a hill, they could see far. A short while later, Linley arrived in the air above the tyrant WIRM. The dragon race was divided into 2 types, the extremely strong and tough wingless dragons, and the magically powerful winged dragons. The tyrant WIRM was one of the most powerful wingless dragons. Its enormous body was over 100 meters long, and its pitch-black, marble-like scales were terrifyingly hard. The tyrant WIRM had already noticed Linley. Its massive eyes burned like fire as it stared at Linley. "Who are you?" "Linley of the Anarchic Lands," Linley said. "Linley?" The tyrant WIRM growled, "I am Plakit, Pulikati, of the mountain range of the setting sun. Linley, what do you want?" This saint-level tyrant WIRM, mountain range of the setting sun, was also an apex combatant. Linley smiled. "Plakit, I want to borrow some of your draconic blood." Growl, the eyes of the tyrant WIRM, Plakit, filled with a fiery rage, and the massive trees and boulders around him began to burn. "Linley, are you trying to humiliate me, Plakit? If you don't beat it, then prepare to receive my fiery rage." In mid-air, Linley could only shake his head and sigh helplessly. With a flip of his hand, he withdrew Blood Violet. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 10, Chapter 27, A Heated Battle. Book 10, Baruch, Chapter 27, A Heated Battle. Seeing Linley draw a Blood Violet, the tyrant WIRM knew that Linley was going to go head-on against him. As a saint-level dragon, the tyrant WIRM was naturally extremely arrogant. Bang! It angrily stomped the ground, causing the earth to shake and crack. The nearby trees all snapped apart and fell, and the tyrant WIRM's hill-sized body shot directly into the air, breathing hellfire as its fiery red eyes stared at Linley. It didn't dare to be overconfident. "Plakit, you are so huge. I just want a little bit of draconic blood." Linley shook his head inside. "You are trying to insult me, insult a mighty saint-level dragon." The tyrant WIRM, Plakit, suddenly opened his mouth and blasted out a scorching cloud of black draconic fire, which suddenly enveloped Linley, but Linley immediately dissipated. Plakit suddenly stared upwards. Linley was right above him. "Be careful. I'm going to start attacking you now." Linley seemed to be quite polite. HRMPH, the tyrant WIRM, Plakit, felt even more insulted, and his massive body immediately rose at a terrifying pace. Boom! A sonic boom could be heard as the tyrant WIRM sent its entire massive bulk against Linley. But hadn't he already noticed Linley's astonishing speed? What a sly tyrant WIRM! Linley's body immediately transformed into a wind shadow, appearing somewhere else. A black shadow sliced through the air, striking through Linley. It was the Tyrant WYRM's draconic tail. Boom! The speed of the Tyrant WYRM's tail caused the air itself to form enormous wind blades which flew in the same direction. The nearby trees and boulders were chopped into small pieces like tofu, and the nearby trees all collapsed. The speed of the draconic tail alone was enough to create such terrifyingly powerful wind blades. Then how powerful must the actual tail itself be? Must not take this draconic tail head-on. Linley's face grew serious. Whoosh! Linley's speed suddenly reached its limit, turning into nothing more than a tiny gust of wind. Linley's current level of control over the wind was now far more terrifying than it had been 12 years ago. The Tyrant WYRM's entire body was emitting a scorching, infernal heat, and the air around instantly began to rise to a terrifyingly high temperature. If Linley was going to attack, he would have to enter this realm of infernal heat. Linley's body was covered with that azurish black wave of energy. Using the pulse guard defense, Linley charged straight into the black flames. Swish! Blood violet transformed into a streak of violet lightning. It seemed to have passed through reality itself as it reached a terrifying speed, causing space to grow distorted. The blurred space began to fold and distort, and the violet ray of light landed directly on the Tyrant WYRM's body. Profound truths of the wind, spatial folding. Crunch, dot. Blood violet chopped out a large wound that was 1 meter long and 30 centimeters deep. However, not a single drop of the Tyrant WYRM's blood came out. This was because its scales were more than 30 centimeters thick. What strong defense! It wasn't broken through by my sword. Linley was startled. The power of his spatial folding attack was so great that it was only one step lower than Higginson's illusionary void sword. After all, Linley's understanding of the fast aspect was still lower than Higginson's. Higginson had trained for thousands of years, after all. If you have any balls, come fight me, plake it, head on. The Tyrant WYRM roared angrily. He could clearly sense that Linley's speed was simply too fast, but just as he roared out these words and Linley was about to respond, dozens of black tentacles of infernal fire suddenly appeared out of nowhere from the Tyrant WYRM's body and surrounded Linley. Tentacles, dot. Linley was startled, while at the same time, he felt the tentacles surrounding him were as cold as ice. Linley didn't worry about his current situation at all. Instead, he began to wonder, these things are like octopus tentacles. How is it that a Tyrant WYRM? Boss, these are the icy tentacles of the darkness-style spells. BB's voice rang out in Linley's mind. Linley now understood. The Tyrant WYRM turned and stared at Linley with its flaming eyes. Linley, prepare to die. But before it even had a chance to attack, the deep azure layer of energy around Linley began to roil about and expand, and as it did so, those icy tentacles began to shudder. Bang! They exploded. The pulse guard defense now had 256 layers to it. It was more than 10 times as powerful as it had been in the past. But just as Linley exploded those icy tentacles, swish! That lightning-fast draconic tail slashed over once more. Linley's body instantly retreated at high speed, but it nonetheless grazed the edges of the pulse guard defense. The terrifying power transmitted by that draconic tail caused Linley's body to shake. There is nothing even remotely ordinary about the strength of Tyrant WYRMS. Linley was secretly surprised. Experts on the level of Hadesun probably couldn't do anything against this Tyrant WYRM, given its power. Growl! The Tyrant WYRM roared angrily, and its terrifying voice somehow seemed to be locked into a specific region and blasted against Linley. The terrifying sound caused Linley's ears to ring, and then, the Tyrant WYRM wildly charged against Linley. There was only a distance of 100 meters between Linley and the Tyrant WYRM, but as it charged at Linley, its size rapidly began to shrink. However, its charging attack power seemed to have become even more powerful. Grow owl! In the blink of an eye, it seemed like an earthquake or a mountain was charging at Linley. At the same time, a gray fog appeared out of nowhere, surrounding everything within several hundred meters, including Linley. Can't get hit. Linley didn't pay any attention to the fog at all, and he quickly began to dodge as fast as he could while blood violet began to dance in his hands as well. He just barely dodged the charging attack of the Tyrant WYRM, and then Linley delivered yet another sword onto the Tyrant WYRM's body. His sword was agile and mysterious. It fused both the spatial freezing concept and the spatial folding concept, two major yet opposite concepts, to form the tempos of the wind. The power of this attack was a level higher than even the illusionary void sword. Crunch! That thick scale instantly split apart. Grolul! The tyrant WIRM let out an agonized, furious growl. Instantly, fresh blood began to spurt out from that meter-long wound. Seeing draconic blood spurt out, Sina, Sasha, and Taylor, watching from afar, all let out whoops of joy. A hint of a smile appeared on Delia's face as well. Clearly, Linley had the advantage. And in truth, Linley hadn't even gone into his dragon form. The tyrant WIRM was actually knocked flying towards the ground. Crash! An earthquake occurred as the tyrant WIRM's hill-sized body smashed into the ground. At the same time, it raised its head high and howled. Hull! A terrifying burst of sound exploded forth from the tyrant WIRM, transforming all the nearby trees to splinters. Dee managed to react very quickly, instantly creating a black barrier around Delia and the children. What are you doing? Showing off your loud voice? Linley flew down from mid-air. I've already opened up a wound on your body. Just let me retrieve a little bit of fresh blood. Don't worry, I won't kill you. You are insulting me. The tyrant WIRM, Placate, growled with the utmost anger. But Linley's face suddenly changed as he turned to stare into the horizon. Two enormous magical beasts were flying towards them at high speed. One of them had a perfectly sinuous body and a pair of enormous physical wings. It was one of the legendary saint-level gold dragons. As for the other dragon, its shape was roughly the same as the tyrant WIRM's, except its scales were a deep blue, and lightning crackled on the surface of its body. Saint-level gold dragon. Saint-level thunder lizard. Linley felt a bit numb. The tyrant WIRM was already very formidable. Even Linley, if he didn't dragon form, wouldn't dare to take the tyrant WIRM's draconic tail head on just by using his enhanced pulse guard defense. The weakness of the tyrant WIRM was its speed. But saint-level gold dragons were extremely fast, and thunder lizards were as fast as lightning. Placate, what's wrong? A deep voice came forth from the thunder lizard. Is it this detestable human? The tyrant WIRM growled, it is, big brother. This detestable human is relying on his speed and reaction speed. The tyrant WIRM was furious. If it wasn't for the fact that he was slow, how would he be losing? Tyrant WIRMs were slow, but possessed terrifying defense and attack. They were similar to undying warriors. The thunder lizard stared at Linley with its two golden eyes. Saint-level thunder lizard. Saint-level gold dragon. Saint-level tyrant WIRM. These three dragons made up an extremely powerful force in the mountain range of the setting sun. Whenever they met a powerful foe, they would all help each other. When they combined forces, they were terrifying, especially when they compensated for each other's deficiencies. Father! The distant Taylor grew nervous. Sina and Sasha both watched the three saint-level dragons with concern as well. The tyrant WIRM flew into the air. Each of the enormous dragons were the size of a small mountain. The three saint-level dragons flew in the air side by side, blocking out the sunlight. Their terrifying suppressive aura alone was enough to make one's heart shudder. If he's just fast, he's not worth us using our combination attack. A calm voice came out from the throat of the saint-level gold dragon. A hint of a smile was on Linley's face. This battle was becoming more and more amusing. Suddenly, swish! An enormous flash of lightning split the skies. The thunder lizard's enormous body suddenly appeared in front of Linley, and it reached out with its sharp claws at such speed that Linley couldn't dodge at all. It clawed viciously against Linley's body. Linley's pulse guard defense was actually reduced by more than half in power, and Linley's body was sent flying. Bang! The thunder lizard's eyes simultaneously shot out two bolts of lightning, striking against Linley's body. Linley's body slammed against the wall, then slid down. Bang! The ground shook from the collision and began to crack, while a huge gouge appeared in the ground. This speed is monstrously fast, almost as fast as BB. Linley, in the ground, was secretly startled. However, the thunder lizard's attack power is a good deal lower than the tyrant WIRM's. My pulse guard defense was almost broken through, but in the end, it still managed to take the hit. High speed, but somewhat weaker attack. After all, if a creature moved as fast as lightning but had an attack as powerful as the tyrant WIRM's, then it would be invincible. Is father fine? Sasha was nervous. He's fine. BB could clearly sense Linley's current condition. Laughing, he said, I bet the boss is actually really excited right now. Right now, the three saint-level dragons were circling in the air above, staring at the ground. Bam! Linley suddenly erupted from another spot in the ground, shooting out at high speed. But just as he shot out, a terrifying beam of light suddenly shot out towards Linley's head, carrying a terrifying amount of lightstyle energy. Linley's heart shuddered, and he immediately dodged, but as he did so, just as the light touched Linley's body, Linley felt a terrifying wave of force attack his soul. This was a very familiar sensation. When Linley had tested for magical aptitude, they had used this Overawe spell to test his spiritual energy strength. But the Overawe spell, when used, was like a thin, snake-like ribbon of light. By contrast, the Overawe attack this gold dragon was using was a 10-meter thick beam of light. Lightstyle magic, Overawe? How can there be such a powerful Overawe spell? Ha, my turn. The tyrant WIRM, Placate, charged down, and its terrifying draconic tail slashed through the air like a whip against Linley. This sort of group attack was one which these 3 saint-level dragons had perfected. The gold dragon would use the spiritual intimidation spell to cause the enemy to feel woozy, and then the tyrant WIRM would deliver it a full-strength attack. Whoosh! As the enormous draconic tail swung down, space itself began to tremble, and a terrifying howling soundwave blasted the nearby trees into splinters. Harg! A furious roar emanated from the center of that gradually dissipating beam of light, and then the tyrant WIRM felt a terrifying force binding its draconic tail. The beam of light disappeared, and that saint-level thunder lizard, gold dragon, and the distant Bibi, Delia, Taylor, and the other kids all saw a terrifying sight. A human-shaped aberration, covered in deep azure scales, emerged. On top of its scales was a layer of azurish light that was constantly flowing around it. This was the dragon form of a Dragonblood warrior who had reached the saint level. A peak-stage Dragonblood warrior. His arms were wrapped around the tyrant WIRM's tail. The mountain-sized tyrant WIRM roared madly, trying to struggle to pull free its draconic tail, but it couldn't budge Linley at all. This was the terrifying strength of a saint-level Dragonblood warrior. Hey Arg! With a powerful, explosive roar, Linley actually swung the draconic tail and sent the mountain-sized tyrant WIRM flying in an arced line before slamming heavily against the ground. Bam! The tyrant WIRM's body smashed heavily into the ground, which immediately cracked and shuddered, blasting countless boulders and trees apart as though they were made of tofu. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 10, Chapter 28, Submission. Book 10, Baruch, Chapter 28, Submission. Rumble. The earth broke apart with many cracks appearing, and sand and stones slowly rolled into those crevices. A mountain-sized indentation in the ground. The massive dragon shook its head twice, then stared at the terrifying creature which had stopped in midair. The dragon's fiery red eyes were filled with disbelief. A peak Dragonblood warrior. Those dark golden eyes swept down towards the tyrant WIRM. Silence. The only sound that could be heard was that of the wind blowing, the leaves falling, and dust scattering. The tyrant WIRM, the thunder lizard, and the gold dragon had all been stunned by Linley's terrifying strength. Wow! Father's awesome. The distant Taylor was beginning to cheer, while Sina and Sasha were excited as well. In Delia's heart, she felt all the more proud of Linley. After all, this was her man. Bibi chortled and said, "These 3 saint-level dragons aren't bad. They've forced the boss to use his dragon form." Linley's current dragon form was different from how it had been in the past. In the past, Linley's scales had been black, but now, they were a fusion between black and azure, creating a deep azure color. Although I drank the blood of the armored razorback WIRM in order to activate my dragonblood in my veins, it was still the dragonblood that truly caused my power to increase. Linley secretly mused. How could the energy in the draconic crystal of the armored razorback WIRM compare with the exalted lineage of the Dragonblood warriors? A pure Dragonblood warrior, when transformed, should have azure scales like Wharton did. Despite having drank dragon's blood, upon transforming after having reached the saint level, the scales would still trend towards azure. The massive body of the tyrant WIRM flew into the air, once more joining the thunder lizard and the gold dragon. These 3 dragons exchanged glances, then turned and looked seriously at Linley. They didn't have any of their earlier arrogance and boastfulness. Linley had a better sense for these 3 saint-level dragons as well. The tyrant WIRM's power and strength wasn't any weaker than that of peak Dragonblood warrior. The reason why Linley had been able to so easily grab the opponent's tail wasn't just through his strength, he had also used his pulse guard defense to reduce the opponent's attack power. After transforming, the battle chi in Linley's body was far more powerful than it had been in the past. The pulse guard defense was naturally even more powerful after transforming as well. Using it to reduce the attack power of the tail before grabbing it allowed him to seemingly easily grab the tyrant WIRM's tail, then send it flying far away. As for the thunder lizard, Linley was certain that even after transforming, in terms of speed, he was still a level lower than the Thunder Lizard. But the opponent's attacks weren't very strong and thus weren't able to harm him. Naturally, the not very strong attacks was only in reference to someone with Linley's level of terrifying attack power. Gold Dragons. This was a race of dragons that was extremely good at using magic. Linley was now certain of it. But what they had done just then was a simple exchange. He still wasn't too clear on the extent of it. Done chatting? Linley stood there in midair, his dark golden eyes staring at the 3 Saint-level dragons. In a bright voice, he said, "The 3 of you, do you intend to fight me to the death, or just give me a little bit of draconic blood?" The 3 Saint-level dragons had already come to a decision. Their leader, the Thunder Lizard, rumbled out, "Linley of the Anarchic Lands, your power has earned our respect. As long as you leave immediately, we can agree to not quibble about what just happened." Linley's lips quirked upwards. 12 years of quiet training had improved his temper quite a bit compared to the past. "It seems we will have to let our fists do the talking." Linley clenched his fists, and a wave of deep azure battle chi spread out around Linley, blasting wildly in every direction and causing the entire area to shake. Linley's dark golden eyes stared coldly at those 3 Saint-level dragons. "Come. I haven't had a true, full-force fight in 12 years. Today, I'll have a good bit of fun with you." Linley's draconic tail swished, causing the air to shudder with each movement. The 3 Saint-level dragons all stared at Linley. "That was just one of our simplest teamwork attacks. You had best not really believe you can beat all 3 of us." The Thunder Lizard rumbled. "Linley, I'll tell you clearly. The name of this technique is called lightning flashing, thunder booming. Clearly, the Saint-level Thunder Lizard was totally confident. Linley stood there in midair like a demonic fiend, not concerned about the 3 Saint-level dragons in front of him at all. Rumble. The Thunder Lizard's blue scales began to flash with lightning, and the air itself seemed to have become electrified as lightning snaked everywhere. At the center of it, the Thunder Lizard stared coldly at Linley, and then suddenly, a terrifying, enormous bolt of lightning struck towards Linley. No. It wasn't a bolt of lightning. It was the Thunder Lizard's body itself. Ha ha. Laughing loudly, Linley instantly transformed into countless shadows as he began to move at high speed. The space around Linley seemed to have frozen, while at other times, it seemed to have folded and distorted. The area around him was totally blurred. The Dragonblood warrior, Linley, was constantly shifting about. Relying on his understanding of the elemental laws of the wind, he was actually able to dodge the Thunder Lizard's attack. The dragon passed by Linley, clearly not having hit him at all, but the lightning flashing in the Thunder Lizard's eyes became even more cold and sinister. Rumble, a clap of thunder could be heard. The thunderclap seemed to appear in Linley's area, as the Thunder Lizard's powerful draconic tail struck wildly and nonstop at Linley. The speed of the tail was far faster than the speed of the Thunder Lizard itself, and Linley didn't have time to dodge at all. Because of the back-and-forth motion of the attacking tail, the nearby space began to be distorted, creating multiple terrifying thunderous booms. The draconic tail attack was the real power of the lightning flashing, thunder booming attack. Linley's pulse guard defense retracted to the thickness of just 20 centimeters, but the power of the pulse guard defense didn't lessen at all. It was like an elastic membrane. Each time the draconic tail slashed towards him, the pulse guard defense was able to neutralize over half of the force. 1 or 2 hits, Linley didn't mind. But in the blink of an eye, that draconic tail had whipped him 1,000 times. This speed really is terrifying. Linley was truly speechless. He had never seen such frightening speed. A dragon's tail was also shockingly fast, and naturally, the tail of the speed-focused Thunder Lizard had reached an apex of speed. Is father all right? The distant Sasha was worried. Uncle Bibi, is Uncle Linley? Sina was a bit worried as well. They simply couldn't tell clearly what was going on in the battle in the distance. All they heard was constant, awe-inspiring thunderclaps and countless lightning bolts appearing in the area. Bibi grinned widely, revealing his white fangs. Beat it! Linley let out an angry growl. And then, with a clapping sound, the Thunder Lizard suddenly retreated at high speed, while at the same time, its draconic tail could no longer attack at high speed, because just then, Linley had landed a full-force punch against the Thunder Lizard's tail. The Thunder Lizard possessed powerful defense. An ordinary power punch wouldn't do anything to it, but Linley's punch included the profound truths of the earth. The cartilage and soft, flexible bones inside the draconic tail had been broken by the vibrations. The Thunder Lizard roared angrily, "Quick!" The 3 Saint-level dragons moved in concert in a practiced manner. Grolul! An angry howl erupted from the gold dragon's mouth. The gold dragon had been collecting energy for a powerful attack this entire time. And now, a pure, thick white spear of light shot down towards Linley from up high. This pure white spear carried with it a terrifying amount of force, and even Linley's face changed slightly. Lightstyle, Forbidden Magic, Holy Light Lance? The power of a single target forbidden level spell was shockingly strong. Linley didn't have the chance to dodge at all. All he could do was watch as the light flashed, and as it did, the huge white spear of light slammed against his body, like a sharp spear slamming against a tough shield. But this spear was the Lightstyle forbidden level spell, Holy Light Lance. And the shield was a peaked Dragonblood warrior who had the Pulse Guard defense. Boom! Linley's body was sent flying into the ground. The collision between him and the Holy Light Lance had caused invisible cracks in space in every direction, and wherever those cracks in space passed by, the nearby trees and boulders turned into powder. The cracks were like ripples in water. Even the earth itself rippled once. Careful! BB immediately used a powerful amount of darkness-style energy to easily stop this omnidirectional ripple attack. Even at such a distance, the ripples still possessed tremendous force, and within a radius of several kilometers, everything had been turned into dust. Not even a single leaf could be seen. Because the leaves had been turned to dust as well. Is he injured? The Tyrant WIRM said quietly. That was a forbidden level spell. Even powerful saints shouldn't be able to take it head-on. However, Plakett, since he was able to grab onto your draconic tail, most likely his defense is very powerful. The gold dragon was somewhat uncertain and hesitating as he spoke. But even if it couldn't kill him, it should have badly injured him. Prepare the final attack. The Thunder Lizard said quietly. The gold dragon and the Tyrant WIRM immediately began to prepare. Their ultimate attack was a single combination attack using the power of all three of these saint-level dragons. This combination attack was so strong that as far as they were concerned, there shouldn't be any expert beneath the deity level who was capable of blocking it. The gold dragon's massive mouth was mumbling, as though chanting the words to some sort of malediction. Draconic language spell, ... Bam! Linley shot out from the ground like an arrow with grace and speed. Not a single wound could be seen on him. The defense granted to him after transforming by his Pulse Guard defense and his draconic scales was terrifying indeed. Just then, the forbidden level spell had broken through his Pulse Guard defense, but the remainder of the power of the spell wasn't able to damage his scales at all. Suddenly, the world began to shake. An invisible ripple began to emanate from the gold dragon's body, then charged directly towards Linley. Linley instantly understood. In the past, Desri had used this exact technique to badly wound Lehman, the commander of the Zealot Division, and knock him into the lake. The ultimate attack of the saint-level gold dragon, Soul Shout. The Pulse Guard defense around Linley's body just barely weakened the power of this invisible ripple, which charged directly against Linley's consciousness. Now, in the mysterious depths of his consciousness, a half-translucent, seven-colored crystal floated, surrounded by an endless, ocean-like amount of spiritual energy. This endless amount of spiritual energy slowly flowed about it like water, but with a strange rhythm that seemed to carry the mysteries of the profound truths of the earth within it. If one was able to carefully inspect it, one would find that the spiritual energy surrounding that seven-colored crystal had an extremely faint layer of azure light protecting it as well. Currently, that external burst of ripple-like spiritual energy was charging in wildly, with the target being Linley's soul. Bang! The gold dragon's most powerful attack collided with Linley's soul. When the gold dragon used this technique, the Tyrant WIRM once more began to emit hellfire from its body, while at the same time, with a thundering sound, its muscles and bones began to crackle and pop as it gathered a tremendous amount of force. The Thunder Lizard was very confident. It was certain that right now, Linley had already had his soul badly damaged. Even if he didn't die, he would be dizzy for a while. In this sort of situation, Linley wouldn't be able to control his defense at all. But just as the Tyrant WIRM was preparing its most powerful attack, swish! Linley, who logically shouldn't have been able to move at all, suddenly transformed into a blur and struck against the exhausted gold dragon. With just one mighty fist, he smashed the saint-level gold dragon out of the air and into the ground. The Tyrant WIRM and Thunder Lizard stared at Linley in shock. Linley's dark gold eyes swept them with its icy gaze. His voice was calm. Stop resisting. Plakett, I can tell that the power of the attack you are about to use is definitely ridiculously powerful. However, given your speed, there's no way you will be able to harm me at all. How could the Tyrant WIRM not understand this logic? If he couldn't touch the opponent, what use was even the most powerful of attacks? They had thought that combining this attack with the Soul Shout would be perfect, but Linley wasn't affected by the Soul Shout at all. The three saint-level dragons couldn't believe what they had just seen. Linley was secretly laughing. Spiritual attacks? My ancestors in the Dragonblood warrior clan were able to reach the saint level in just a few decades. They didn't have a high level of understanding, and their spiritual energy wasn't very strong either. There are many people in the world capable of spiritual attacks. So why, then, was our Dragonblood warrior clan so famous? Why would they be proclaimed as the strongest of saints? The Dragonblood warriors were the supreme warriors who had been blessed by the heavens. Even Linley's ancestors, who had ordinary souls, no longer feared spiritual attacks upon reaching the saint level. This was because once they dragonformed at the saint level, their souls would be protected by a unique, strange energy possessed only by the Dragonblood warrior lineage. This was what a Dragonblood warrior was. The invincible Dragonblood warriors. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 10, Chapter 29, Glory. Book 10, Baruch, Chapter 29, Glory. Seeing this godlike, invincible Dragonblood warrior, the saint-level Thunder Lizard, Gold Dragon, and Tyrant Wyrm all began to feel a hint of dread in their hearts. Right. Dread. Dread of Linley killing them. These three saint-level dragons already understood that the Gold Dragon who possessed the most powerful magic amongst them was unable to harm Linley, while the physically most powerful Tyrant Wyrm wasn't able to match him in speed. As for the Thunder Lizard, someone like Linley with such ridiculous defense was his greatest bane. Will we die? The three saint-level dragons didn't know what to do. They didn't think that Linley would spare them, because at the beginning, Linley had been lenient with them, but then the three of them had used their ultimate attacks on him, trying to kill him. Just then, they truly had wanted to kill Linley. Would Linley spare them? The three saint-level dragons didn't think so. But just then, a calm voice rang out, which to the three of them sounded like music from the heavens. Choose death, or choose to serve as my mounts for 100 years. Linley's dark golden eyes stared at the three saint-level dragons. Perhaps because of his 12 years of quiet meditation, Linley was now rarely moved to engage in slaughter. The three saint-level dragons were unable to deal with Linley. But they would be effective against people of Oseno's level. The saint-level Thunder Lizard, Gold Dragon, and Tyrant Wyrm all secretly sighed in relief. Just 100 years. To these creatures with an unending lifespan, that was a fairly short time frame. In addition, as magical beasts, they respected the powerful. Linley had defeated the three of them by himself. Submitting to him wouldn't be considered a stain on their honor. Master. The three saint-level dragons lowered their proud heads towards Linley. From far away, the watching Delia, Taylor, Sina, and Sasha all came over, riding on Bibi's back. The kids were cheering happily. Even the mighty saint-level dragons, in the end, had lowered their heads to Linley, the one who the kids worshipped. Father, you are so powerful. Wow! 3 saint-level dragons! Taylor screamed in excitement. Sasha and Sina were normally calm, but upon seeing the 3 massive saint-level dragons, their eyes shone and they were extremely enthusiastic as well. Bibi sneered, "You 3 stupid worms, why'd you have to fight against my boss? You should have just admitted defeat from the start." HRMPH. The 3 saint-level dragons stared furiously at Bibi. Only now did Linley speak out. "This is my dear brother, Bibi. He is also a saint-level magical beast. However, his power is far higher than you 3's. Bibi's speed is almost on par with yours, Thunder Lizard. He isn't that far off. But his defense and attack are both greater than that of the Tyrant Wyrms." These words utterly stunned the 3 saint-level dragons. Was there such a monster of a magical beast in the world? Speed almost on par with a Thunder Lizard, and power and defense even more terrifying than a Tyrant Wyrm. How could this sort of magical beast exist? "You are a rat-type magical beast?" The saint-level Thunder Lizard said in a low voice, shocked as he stared at Bibi. They didn't doubt Linley's words in the slightest. An expert on Linley's level wouldn't lie to them. Bibi nodded. But, your fur is black. Not violet." The Thunder Lizard didn't dare believe it. In the Yulon continent, there's only one type of rat-type magical beast at the saint level, the legendary Emperor Rat of the Forest of Darkness. But the Emperor Rat's fur is a violet gold color. The place where the most stone-eater rats and shadow mice lived was the Forest of Darkness. Violet gold? Bibi suddenly understood. Oh. You are talking about my friend. He is indeed an Emperor Rat. A black saint-level rat-type magical beast, the 3 saint-level dragons simply couldn't understand it. Bibi looked at Linley. "Boss, isn't it time to be getting back?" Since they had the 3 saint-level dragons as steeds now, they could go back and have Cena, Taylor, and Sasha rouse the Dragonblood in their veins. The tyrant WIRM rumbled, "Master, aren't you going to cast the soul binding technique? Only by using the soul binding technique would one be able to effectively control a magical beast." Since these three dragons had admitted defeat, they were willing to accept the restrictions of the soul binding technique. "No need," Linley said calmly. "Soul binding technique?" Based on what Linley knew, a person was only capable of having three magical beasts. If he wanted to take over another one, he would then have to release one of his other master-servant relationships with another magical beast. Linley already had two magical beasts. He would at most be able to take another one. No need? The three saint-level dragons were shocked. Three saint-level magical beasts were presenting themselves to him, but he didn't want them? "I trust you," Linley said calmly. The sensation of being trusted was quite a good one. "We three brothers have agreed to serve as mounts for 100 years. We definitely will honor our word." The three saint-level dragons felt a hint of admiration for Linley in their hearts. Seeing the three saint-level dragons being so obedient before him, Linley felt a hint of nostalgia. He still remembered when he was young, his father had led him to read the legends of his clan in the ancestral hall. Baruch, the very first Dragonblood warrior of the Yulan continent. In the year 4560 of the Yulan calendar, outside the walls of the city of Linan, Baruch did battle against a black dragon and a titanic frost WIRM. In the end, he slew both the titanic frost WIRM and the black dragon, causing his fame to be spread across the world. In the year 4579 of the Yulan calendar, along the coastline of the northern sea of the continent, Baruch did battle against a nine-headed serpent emperor. On that day, the waves crashed unceasingly and nearby cities crumbled, but after a vicious fight lasting a full day and night, Baruch finally executed the nine-headed serpent emperor. In the end, Baruch founded the Baruch clan, and became the first leader of the Baruch clan. Ryan Baruch, the second Dragonblood warrior of the Yulan continent. In the year 4690 of the Yulan calendar, in the mountain range of magical beasts, he defeated and subdued a saint-level golden dragon, and became known as the Golden Dragon Rider Saint. In the year 4697. Hazard Baruch, the third Dragonblood warrior of the Yulan continent. Born in the year 5360 of the Yulan calendar, in his very first battle, he fought fiercely with a saint-level bloody-eyed maned lion in the mountain range of the setting sun. He defeated the lion, forcing it to scurry away and flee, causing Hazard to become famous throughout the world. Linley still remembered how his father had looked. That look of arrogance and pride. Pride in his ancestors. Pride in being a descendant of the Dragonblood warrior clan. However, his entire life, his father had one regret. He had always dreamed of reclaiming his clan's ancestral heirloom. Dreamed that one day he would witness the rebirth of his clan's glory. "Father, can you see this?" Linley murmured in his heart. "I, Linley Baruch, Yulan calendar year 10022, went by myself to the mountain range of the setting sun and fought against three saint-level dragons and then tamed them." This record alone surpassed the achievements of his ancestors. Linley could name himself the most powerful Dragonblood warrior in his clan's history without any shame. If only father could see this. His father had desired his entire life to restore the clan's glory. When Linley had become an Ernst Institute student, his father had entrusted him with the important tasks of recovering the clan's ancestral heirloom as well as restoring the clan's glory. And today, Linley had done it all. But his father was gone forever. "Let's go. Time to return. The three of you need to shrink a bit." Linley sighed, then issued the orders. Instantly, the three saint-level dragons shrank in size to roughly 10 meters or so, the same size as BB. With the three dragons in tow, Linley's group began to fly at high speed north, towards the Anarchic lands. The Anarchic lands. Outside Baruch City. Atop MT Blackraven. "Big brother, your actions really were amazing." Wharton's face was covered in shock and joy. "You brought three saint-level dragons here directly to have them serve as mounts for 100 years. In the future, our descendants won't need to go find saint-level dragons at all." Linley laughed. Indeed, when he had decided to have these three saint-level dragons serve as mounts for 100 years, aside from increasing the saint-level power on his side, part of it was indeed for the reason Wharton stated. "Big brother." Wharton was extremely excited. "I have the feeling that our Dragonblood warrior clan is about to reclaim our glory of thousands of years ago. Didn't you say to me that Haden said in the past, our clan had dozens of Dragonblood warriors?" Linley nodded. "Right. Thousands of years ago, our Dragonblood warrior clan definitely used the same method to produce many Dragonblood warriors. Dozens of Dragonblood warriors in one place, the stories of the 4 supreme warrior clans being able to dominate the Yulan continent definitely weren't just tall tales. How splendid his clan had been! One could just imagine it. Unfortunately, the reproductive ability of our Dragonblood warrior clan is weak. Wharton sighed. Indeed. Linley's grandfather had only a single son, Hogg. Hogg only had 2 children, Linley and Wharton. It must be understood, in many clans, there would be 7 or 8 children in each household. But the Dragonblood warrior clan clearly was different. Linley and Delia, aside from their twins, hadn't been able to have a single additional child. The heavens have already been kind enough to us. If they also gave us many children, then nobody else would be able to survive in the Yulan continent. Linley laughed, and Wharton laughed as well. Indeed, a person couldn't be too greedy. Linley instructed, Wharton, let Sina and the other 2 kids prepare. Tomorrow, the Dragonblood lineage in their veins will be roused. Rousing the Dragonblood was a major event. The next day, Harrow and Beatty both stayed obediently at Until Blackraven. The 3 saint-level dragons, knowing this was Linley's will, didn't object at all. To these 3 massive saint-level dragons, it was just a little bit of blood. It was nothing at all. The Tyrant Wirm, Thunder Lizard, and Gold Dragon had all shrunk in size, and were looking at the 3 kids. Laughing, Linley looked at the 3 children. You all know that once you drink live dragon's blood and rouse the dragon blood in your veins, the type of blood you drank will have a major impact on your transformation. For example, in the past, I drank the blood of an armored razorback Wirm, which is why my knees, forehead, and elbows all sprouted the razor spikes of the armored razorback Wirm. And my speed was relatively fast as well. This, too, was thanks to the influence of the armored razorback Wirm. Linley explained in detail. Think well on your choice. Taylor, Sasha, and Sina were all considering this question. The 3 of them could choose the same dragon, or they could choose different ones. For these 3 saint-level dragons to give all 3 children blood was very simple. Taylor, which one do you choose? Delia looked at her son. Taylor carefully looked at the 3 saint-level dragons, then focused his gaze on the tyrannical, indomitable Tyrant Wirm. I choose the Tyrant Wirm. He's so powerful. I like him. Taylor's words made the Tyrant Wirm very happy. Indeed, I, Placate, am quite powerful. I choose the Gold Dragon. Sasha's clear voice rang out. The Gold Dragon is so beautiful. Those scales are so slick, they look just like gold. Beautiful? Linley and Delia exchanged glances. Their daughter had actually chosen the Gold Dragon for this reason? The Gold Dragon was relatively happy as well. In the past, he would have considered offering his blood as an insult, but now, his master was Linley. For his master's child to select him meant that they liked him. Dragons were proud creatures. They hated being inferior to others. The Thunder Lizard immediately looked at Sina. Sina's face was as graceful and calm as ever. With a chuckle, he said, then I choose the Thunder Lizard. Actually, no matter who they chose, the draconic blood would only have some impact at the beginning. The most important thing was still the Dragonblood warrior lineage. The 3 of you, put the draconic blood into those 3 small buckets. Linley pointed to the side at 3 buckets which were large enough to complete fill one's belly. To the dragons, however, these 3 buckets were nothing at all. The Gold Dragon very straightforwardly cracked and plucked off one of its scales. The Gold Dragon placed the scale above the wooden bucket, and a single drop of fresh blood, the size of a head, dripped down, instantly filling the bucket. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 10, Chapter 30, Discovery. Book 10, Baruch, Chapter 30, Discovery. The buckets filled with dragon blood were placed in front of the 3 children, and with a flip of his hand, Linley retrieved a large quantity of blue heart grass from his ring. The jade-green leaves of the blue heart grass glimmered with that layer of faint blue light. Linley divided it into 3 parts, with each part having 5 clumps. Listen up, the 3 of you. Linley looked at the 3 kids. Sina, Taylor, and Sasha all stood attentively in front of Linley, listening to their elders' instructions. Linley said, in a while, drink as much dragon's blood as possible, until your stomach is totally full. But before doing so, you must eat this blue heart grass. Logically speaking, 3 clumps per person should be enough, but just to be safe, it's best if you each eat all 5. Eat grass? Sasha wrinkled her nose unhappily. To let a child eat blue heart grass, especially one who had been pampered all her life, would naturally result in some resistance. Sis, when father was in his teens, he had to go all by himself to the mountain range of magical beasts to search for blue heartgrass and drink the blood of the armored razorback WIRM. Father is now placing dragon's blood in front of us. And you're afraid to drink it? Taylor didn't have any concerns. He immediately grabbed the blue heartgrass and began to eat it. With big gulps, he swallowed it all down. Seeing this, Linley couldn't help but reveal a hint of a smile on his face. Linley was quite satisfied with his son, Taylor. Although Taylor was rather playful, he was able to work hard and endure bitterness, and he trained hard as well. Taylor wasn't much weaker than the level Linley had been when Linley was 10. Sina smiled, then grabbed the blue heartgrass and began to eat it as well. Sasha, it's fine. The blue heartgrass juice is actually quite cool and refreshing. Sina said enticingly. Oh. Watched by her father, Sasha picked up the blue heartgrass and began to chew it. As she chewed, her face turned bitter. Big brother Sina, you tricked me. The juice is cool, but the leaves make my mouth go numb. Despite complaining, Sasha still ate it. Linley and Delia were laughing. Glug, glug. Taylor was the first to lift up that small pail of blood and began to pour it in his mouth. Taylor knew that the more dragon's blood he drank, the easier it would be to activate the dragonblood lineage in his veins, and so he drank it all with big gulps and no hesitation. Sina and Sasha raised up their pails and began to drink as well. Glug, glug. The three children drank dragon's blood at the same time. This sight caused Linley to sigh endlessly with emotion. The predecessors cut the firewood, and the successors will not fear the cold. Linley's hard work had made it possible for these descendants to not have to experience those life and death dangers. Ah! The first one to begin shouting in pain was Taylor. The pail in his hand toppled to the ground, and Taylor was in such pain that he collapsed to the ground as well, rolling around. His face instantly turned white, and beads of sweat began to pour down his face. Delia's face immediately changed. It's fine. Linley reassured Delia. Delia knew that the first time a Dragonblood warrior activated their Dragonblood, they would involuntarily transform. This first transformation would be an extremely painful one. Linley had experienced this pain in the past as well. When the pain reached a certain level, one would pass out. And indeed, as black scales sprouted out of his body, Taylor fainted. Immediately afterwards, Sina and Sasha began to scream in agony as well, both of them rolling around on the ground. Blue scales began to slowly emerge from Sina's body. The sensation of scales growing out of nowhere into his body was even more painful than being killed. If they can't even withstand such a little bit of pain, what can they possibly accomplish? Linley quietly watched. Shortly afterwards, Taylor and Sina had both fully transformed. As for Sasha, who had been the last to drink the dragon's blood, she finally began to transform as well. Taylor's draconic scales were black, as he had inherited the coloration of the tyrant WIRM. Sina's scales were blue, as the thunder lizard was blue. As for Sasha. Linley, look. Delia seemed startled and frightened. Linley had noticed Sasha's transformation as well. With a rumbling noise, two golden, butterfly-thin wings began to sprout from Sasha's back. This was what she had inherited from the gold dragon, its two massive physical wings. But these faint gold wings made Sasha look like a celestial spirit. However, those golden scales which covered her entire face made Sasha look very mysterious, especially given that she had that draconic horn on her forehead and that draconic tail, which gave Sasha's Dragonblood warrior form a domineering aura as well. After a long time, the three children woke up. After waking up, the three kids excitedly stared at themselves and their transformations. Whoa, sis, you have wings? Taylor stared at Sasha jealously. Sasha liked her wings as well. They were part of her, like her hands. The two wings fluttered slightly, and Sasha gracefully flew into the air, excitedly shouting, I can fly, I can fly. I feel so powerful. Taylor excitedly punched at a nearby piece of rock, and that rock instantly split apart into tiny pieces. A 10-year-old child who was able to smash rocks into pieces? No ordinary person would be able to accomplish this. Sina was extremely excited as well. Whoosh! Moving like a flash, Sina's body left behind afterimages when he moved. He was extremely fast. Linley, Delia, Wharton, and Nina all laughed as they watched this. How marvelous! The Saint-level gold dragon sighed in praise. Dragonblood warriors truly are incredible. The three Saint-level dragons all sighed in amazement at this scene. The legendary supreme warriors really were amazing. They could already foresee, in a few decades, these three children would be three Dragonblood warrior saints. After the three children got tired from playing around. Mother! Where's my clothes? Sasha said to Delia. The transformation had badly damaged her clothes. Fortunately, Sasha's pants weren't damaged, they were just a little dirty. But her upper body clothes had been shattered by those two wings of hers. It was no big deal right now, in dragon form, but if she returned to her human form, wouldn't she be totally exposed? Delia began to laugh. Linley laughed as he said, "The three of you, listen up. In the future, focus on training in accordance with the secret Dragonblood manual. There is one thing, however, generally speaking, you are not to transform into your dragon forms. In addition, right now, you are weak enough that even in dragon form, your power won't amount to much." "Yes, father, uncle." The three children assented. "Warden, I'll hand these three children to you to manage." Linley looked at his little brother. The three children should live in Baruch City. They were still young, after all. If they were to be made to live in a place like Imni Blackraven, where almost no others were around, the children wouldn't be used to it, and their temperaments would be affected as well. "All right." Wharton nodded. Taylor and the others went down the mountain. Two of the three dragons, out of curiosity, decided to go to the Baruch City Palace as well. But of course, they shrank in size first. Linley and Delia remained on Imni Blackraven, living a life of quiet training. Most of Delia's time was spent with Linley. Naturally, she would also go to Baruch City to spend time with the kids. As for Linley, he might go for months or even half a year at a time without seeing the kids. Normally, he stayed on Imni Blackraven and trained. The sky was dark. Imni Blackraven. The stone room in the center of the lake. The inside of the room was carefully laid out, and Linley and Delia were holding each other on the bed. "Linley, have you ever asked Bibi to go inquire what that black stone was that he gave us on our wedding day?" "I had Bibi go ask, but the Emperor Rat only said that it was something that was very good for training," Linley said. Delia began to laugh as well. "Alas. I never thought my training as a magus would reach such a speed. My big brother is such a genius, and is being personally taught by the High Priest, and is now an Archmagus of the 9th rank. As for me, I wasn't as good as him, but I reached the rank of Archmagus of the 9th rank before he did. Every day, I feel like my spiritual energy is rising. Even when I'm not training, my spiritual energy is slowly increasing. Even I'm scared by how fast I'm improving." "Enough, don't overthink things. Whatever it was that Emperor Rat gave us, we'll find out soon enough. Alright, it's late. Let's go to sleep." While Linley was quietly training in Imti Blackraven and constantly analyzing the elemental laws of the wind and the earth, in a short mountain 300 kilometers east of the Baruch Kingdom, two men were carefully inspecting the quality of the soil. All kingdoms and empires needed their own mineral resources to be self-sufficient. Before the Baruch Kingdom was unified, this region suffered from constant war and was under rapidly changing administrative controls. Today, you'd be in charge of this city, tomorrow, someone else might. Nobody had time or effort to find mineral deposits for mining. Even if they found them, they would probably be attacked by the neighboring groups and end up dying. Thus, no one ever went mining. But after the Baruch Kingdom was founded, they focused on scouting and searching for mineral resources. Those surveyors carefully inspected every inch of the territory within the Baruch Kingdom. In the past 20 years, they had indeed found quite a few metal mines, such as iron mines, copper mines, gold mines, silver mines, and whatnot. Only, the mines were all of different sizes. They even found some rather valuable mines, but the output of these mines was relatively low, such as the black iron mines and the mithril mines. Having their own mines meant the kingdom wouldn't need to acquire materials for forging weapons from other nations. "Chief, the soil here seems rather unique." A golden-haired man as skinny as a monkey said in a low voice. The middle-aged man near him carefully inspected the soil as well, then immediately ordered, Kaya, let's go down and do some digging. Let's dig a bit deeper and see what is there." "Yes, Chief." The young man immediately brought out the tools and began to dig alongside the chief. Although they weren't very strong, the young man was a warrior of the 3rd rank, while the chief was a warrior of the 5th. Digging, to them, was very simple. Their digging skills were quite practiced, and the deep hole quickly deepened without widening. Clank. A piercing sound. It seemed they had ground onto some sort of metal. "Chief, come take a look, quick," that young man hurriedly said. The middle-aged man immediately lowered his head to stare. Right now, it was the afternoon, and there was still quite a bit of sunlight. The middle-aged man could clearly see that something was reflecting the light of the setting sun, and he immediately used his hand to push away the nearby dirt and mud. A half-translucent gem appeared before his eyes. This is, the middle-aged man was speechless for a moment, then said in shock, "This is a magicite gem." "A magicite gem?" Kaya, it's a magicite gem. What? Captain, we're rich. We're rich. The young man's eyes immediately shone with happiness. Magicite gems were extremely valuable. In truth, magicite cores of magical beasts were very similar to magicite gems. Although they were cores, they were a type of gem as well. For example, the cores of dragons were also often called draconic gems. But of course, natural magicite gems couldn't have the terrifyingly high amount of energy that draconic gems had. According to the normal market value, a low-quality magicite gem, 10 gold coins, equivalent to the magicite core of a magical beast of the 3rd rank. A middle-quality magicite gem, 100 gold coins, equivalent to a magicite core of the 4th or 5th ranks. A high-quality magicite gem, 1,000 gold coins, equivalent to a magical beast core of the 6th rank. A top-quality magicite gem, 10,000 gold coins. Naturally, it couldn't match up to the magicite core of a magical beast of the 7th rank, which was worth around 50,000 gold coins. To find magicite gems or cores more valuable than top-quality magicite gems, one would have to go out and kill magical beasts of the 7th or 8th ranks, or even higher. It could be said that a magicite gemstone mine was more than 10 million times more valuable than ordinary gold mines. This was because when engaging in gold mining, one had to pan for gold, and it was extremely time-consuming. But magicite gemstone mines were different. They had large numbers of magicite gems clustered together. It was as though a large number of magicite cores had clustered together. In the Yulan continent, the only thing comparable in value to a magicite gemstone mine was a mithril mine. We're going to be rich, Chief. We can fill up a bag of gemstones, and they'd easily be worth over 100,000 gold coins. We're going to be rich. The young man was wildly overjoyed. The chief frowned. Don't be hasty. This should be a magicite gemstone mine. Let's take a look and see how large this mine is. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 10, Chapter 31, Magicite Gemstone Mine. Book 10, Baruch, Chapter 31, Magicite Gemstone Mine. Yes, Chief. The young man suppressed his excitement, forcing himself to continue surveying the area with the chief. Here as well. The chief's eyes lit up. Chief, there's magicite gems here as well. 100 meters away, the young man, Kaya, was extremely excited. The older man surveyed his surroundings, and then immediately ran next to Kaya, so excited he was panting for breath. Kaya, this clearly is a magicite gem mine. We've discovered that it is at least a few hundred meters wide. Such an enormous magicite mine is rarely seen in the entire Yulan continent. Kaya nodded repeatedly as well. Magicite gems. A single sack of them was more than 1,000 times the value of a sack of gold. This definitely was an enormous sum. Kaya looked at his chief, then scanned the surrounding area. Seeing no one else was here, he immediately lowered his voice and whispered, "Chief, we're both rich. We were able to find so many gems in the area around us. The price of the gems in this area alone has to be worth several 100 million gold coins, or maybe even more." The chief surveyor was also a surveying expert. Naturally, he could tell how much this location was worth. Kaya, what are you trying to say? The chief could already see the greedy look appear in Kaya's eyes. Kaya suppressed his excitement and hurriedly said, "Chief, think about it, what's our yearly surveying salary? Now, as long as we keep quiet about it and don't tell anyone, we can secretly excavate a bag full of gems, then sell them. Then we'd be rich. It would be possible for us to become two of the richest people in the entire Yulan continent because of this mine." The more he thought about it, the more excited Kaya became. There was nothing that could be done. Magicite gems were a hot commodity, and there were many channels for it to be sold through. In addition, even the lowest of magicite gems were worth 10 gold coins. One could imagine how valuable this mine was. Kaya, calm down. Even if you have money, you have to be alive to spend it. Just as Kaya was getting so heated up that it seemed to be summer, his chief poured a bucket of verbal ice water over him. Kaya shivered, then looked at his chief. "Chief, what do you mean?" The chief said seriously, "You should know how tightly we surveyors are managed and overseen. Those senior people are always worried that we will find some valuable mines, then secretly steal from them. The kingdom is extremely strict in its oversight of us. Kaya sneered and laughed. "Chief, what are you afraid of? Yes, there is oversight, but all we need to do is to make one trip then leave and never return. You are still too young." The chief berated him. "You should know that every day, there are records in the headquarters of the areas we have excavated. If we disappear, they would definitely come investigate this area. By then, they would definitely discover the magicite gem mine. And secondly, the chief looked at Kaya solemnly. The kingdom has quite a few experts. Once the kingdom discovers what we have done, they would definitely pursue us. Our families would most likely get caught in the mix as well. Kaya suddenly remembered that back in Baruch City, his chief had a very good family. But he, Kaya, was different. His parents had passed away a long time ago in the chaotic wars. He was all by himself, and hadn't yet married. He had nothing tying him down. Kaya was very confident that he could take away an enormous fortune and live a life of luxury. Kaya. The chief looked at him. If we report this to the headquarters will reward us for discovering the mine. How much would the reward be? Kaya scoffed. 10,000 gold coins would be the most we could expect from them. Actually, 10,000 gold coins was an enormous sum already. An ordinary family only used a few dozen gold coins a year. 10,000 gold coins was enough to allow an ordinary family to live off of for 100 years. But to enjoy the life of a magnate, 10,000 gold coins truly was nothing. Hard to say. It depends on the size of this mine. If the magicite gem mine is fairly large, they might give us several tens of thousands of gold coins, or even 100,000 gold coins. The chief tried to persuade him. Kaya, the gold that the kingdom gives us, we can spend without fear, and we don't have to be forced to leave our home, but... Kaya looked at the magicite gems in the hole beneath them, then looked at his chief. After struggling a long time mentally, he slowly nodded. A hint of a smile appeared on the chief's face. The chief thought of his wife and his 3 kids. He truly didn't want to make the kids go fleeing with him. But just at this moment, a sharp dagger suddenly thrust out at the chief. Kaya's eyes were filled with a hint of madness. Die! But as his dagger stabbed at the chief, Kaya suddenly found that he could no longer push the dagger forward. Because the chief had seized him by the hand. Kaya's face instantly changed. The chief stared at him coldly. And then, he exerted some pressure with his hand. Crack! Kaya's hand and wrist was shattered. Kaya howled wildly, while at the same time attacking the chief with his left hand. Sadly, he was a warrior of the 3rd rank, while the chief was of the 5th. The difference was too great. Bang, dot. The chief, with a simple punch, hit Kaya in the chest. A bone-splintering sound was heard while Kaya went flying backwards, slamming against the floor. Kaya's chest was caved in and blood was flowing from his mouth. You? Kaya's life was fading from his body. He truly couldn't accept it, he had ambushed the chief at such a close range. Clearly, the chief had been ready for him. The chief sighed as he looked at Kaya. Kaya, if I was 20 years younger and didn't have anything holding me back, perhaps I would have made the same choice as you, to abscond with a large amount of treasure and leave and become a magnate. Thus, I understand how you are feeling. The chief had guessed that Kaya would ambush him, and thus had been on high guard, and the battle chi in his body had been activated as well. Kaya listened to these words, and then his eyes turned dim. He had no life left in him. The chief sighed and shook his head as he looked at Kaya's body. But he didn't mind too much. When he was young, the Baruch kingdom hadn't yet been founded. He had killed quite a few people, and he was rather used to it. For the sake of letting oneself live a good life, far too many people had lost their lives. The chief immediately covered up the hole with dirt, then turned and left at high speed to the nearby Nifing city. The news that the Baruch kingdom's small city of Nifing had discovered a magicite gem mine quickly spread throughout the kingdom. The area around the mine had been immediately sealed off by thousands of soldiers, forbidding anyone from going near it. They quietly awaited orders from the capital. Nt Blackraven. Wharton was running at high speed through the mountain. He passed through the thick woods, then followed the creek to the place where Linley was training. Big brother. Wharton called out from afar. Linley, who was meditating in the center of the lake, couldn't help but open his eyes. Seeing Wharton, a hint of a smile appeared on his face. Wharton, what has you here in such a rush? Big brother, make a trip with me. Wharton hurriedly said. Little Wharton, what's going on? BB popped out of a nearby wooded area. Wharton explained, Big brother, in the eastern borders, our people have discovered a large magicite gemstone mine. Right now, the scope of the deposit is at least 1,000 meters wide. And that's just the surface layer. Exactly how large it is, hard to say. But even if it's just 1,000 meters wide, the value of it is definitely several billion gold coins. Oh? Linley was shocked. There's such a large magicite gem deposit? Magicite gemstones weren't like iron or copper deposits. Magicite gemstones usually formed only after countless years of accumulating elemental energy. They would constantly compress it, and then finally take form. Some magicite gemstone deposits were only a few dozen meters in diameter. "Let's go, big brother," Wharton said repeatedly. "All right, let's go together." As soon as Linley spoke, Phoebe chimed in. "I'm going too." Wharton immediately laughed. "Phoebe, if you go, I won't have to dragon form." Wharton, being at the 9th rank, still couldn't fly unless dragon formed. But dragon forming would ruin his clothes. "Fine." Phoebe agreed easily. Phoebe's body immediately grew larger. Wharton mounted on his back, and then the three of them flew at high speed towards the east. The current flying speed of Linley and Phoebe was so great that in the amount of time it took to drink a cup of tea, they traversed the 300+ kilometers. Below, Wharton pointed at the large area protected by a heavy guard. Linley nodded slightly, and the three of them immediately descended. Seeing people fly over, the soldiers didn't dare to be too rash. Their leader ran over. Sadly, this senior captain had never seen Wharton before. "Are you, Lord Linley?" Seeing Phoebe shrink then hop onto Linley's shoulders, many soldiers let out surprised shouts. This black saint-level mouse had virtually become Linley's insignia. He was a legendary figure in the Baruch kingdom, its spiritual support. Linley's influence was tremendous. "Right. I am Linley. This is Wharton, your king." Linley laughed calmly. Wharton resignedly stretched out his arms, which immediately became covered with azure scales. This was more convincing than any verbal proof. Dragonblood warrior transformation, only the descendants of the Baruch clan could do this. "Your Royal Majesty." "Lord Linley." Loud voices rang out. Wharton said calmly, "Enough. Keep guarding. My brother and I are going to scan this area." "Yes." The surrounding soldiers raised their heads and their chests, keeping their backs straight. All of them wanted to make a good impression in front of their king and in front of this legendary saint, Linley. Linley, meanwhile, had already begun to spiritually scan this area. The nearby Wharton just looked at Linley. How huge! Linley was stunned as he delved deep into the ground with his spiritual sense. Spiritual energy could easily pierce through material barriers, but material barriers would still lessen the range of the spiritual energy much more than air did. After all, in the air, spiritual energy could scan at a range of 10 kilometers. But scanning solid, material barriers lowered that range to 1 kilometer. "Big brother, what is it?" Wharton said softly. Linley cracked a smile. "It seems, I need to take this a bit more seriously." Wharton was astonished. He instantly understood Linley's meaning. This magicite gemstone mine was so vast that Linley's casual spiritual energy scan wasn't able to totally investigate the size and scope of this deposit. Big Brother's spiritual energy is capable of covering a very wide area, even through the ground. How large is this deposit exactly? Wharton's heart began to shake. Linley was now using his spiritual energy to scan at full strength. A full-strength scan was very taxing on spiritual energy. Thus, unless there was some special reason, experts rarely would use spiritual energy on such a scale. Finally, Linley finished the investigation of this terrifying magicite gemstone deposit. How frightening! What a terrifyingly large magicite gem deposit! Linley had clearly discovered this magicite gem deposit was an oval, round shape. But of course, in the area around the oval, there were still some scattered, random deposits. One of the nearby deposits was fairly close to the ground, perhaps just 3 or 4 meters away from the ground. This massive deposit was over 20 kilometers wide. Even someone who had trained to Linley's level of understanding couldn't help but feel his heart rate quicken. Linley secretly let out a breath, then looked at Wharton. Wharton asked softly, "Big brother, how is it?" Linley immediately walked to the side. "Talk about it over here." Wharton and Linley came to a quiet, secluded place. "Big brother, how big is it?" Wharton was somewhat frantic. Linley said seriously, "Very big, larger than any magicite gem deposit previously discovered in the Yulon continent. At least 10 times bigger." Wharton was shocked. After all, in the past there had been deposits that were 1 or 2 kilometers in size. To be 10 times larger than those deposits. This magicite gem deposit is at least 20 kilometers in length. In addition, it's very deep as well. Based on my calculations, this magicite gem deposit should definitely be worth at least several 100 billion gold coins. Linley felt his heart tremble as he just thought about this number. Several 100 billion gold coins? Good heavens! Wharton found it hard to breathe as well. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 10, Chapter 32, Joining Forces. Book 10, Baruch, Chapter 32, Joining Forces. The largest magicite mine in the history of the Yulan continent was actually discovered by the Baruch kingdom, which had only been erected for 12 years. The anarchic lands have been an area of constant warfare and battle. In thousands of years, not a single power has had the chance to do some excavating and mining. I didn't expect that in this area that I unified, we would immediately find such a large mine. Linley couldn't help but sigh with amazement. But at the same time, Linley felt rather curious. Magicite deposits were formed from a large amount of elemental essence that was slowly compressed to the point of taking solid gemstone form. To create such a huge magicite mine would require an enormous amount of natural elemental essence. Why was it that there would be so much natural elemental essence here? But when Linley had scanned the area with his spiritual energy, he hadn't found anything unique about the ground below. Not good. Wharton's face changed. What is it? Linley looked at Wharton in surprise, and Beebe did the same as well. Little Wharton, we just found such a huge magicite mine. Why do you say, not good? Wharton shook his head. In a serious voice, he said, Big brother, you say this magicite mine is worth hundreds of billions of gold coins. Aside from the financial aspect, the most important aspect of magicite mines is, they can be used in warfare. You should know this, right? Linley nodded. You are talking about magicite cannons? Linley asked. Magicite cannons were created from a sort of alchemy and metalsmithing. They allowed the usage of magic on a wide scale without requiring top-tier archmagi. In the past, the holy capital of Funlai City had magicite cannons, but alas, on Apocalypse Day, even saint-level magical beasts had descended, as well as a large number of flying beasts. This made it so that there was no time for the magicite cannons to begin firing. In truth, magicite cannons were a type of extremely effective attack in warfare. For example, some top-quality magicite cannons could consume a large amount of magicite gems and, with each blast, unleash power equivalent to a spell of the 7th or 8th rank, easily killing hundreds of people. On the battlefield, if one could emplace 10 large magicite cannons and release a few blasts, the enemy forces could instantly be reduced by 10,000 soldiers. This would have a huge impact on the outcome of the battle. But magicite cannons were a bottomless, money-sucking pit. The amount of magicite gems they consumed was simply terrifying. In the past, when the Baruch kingdom had unified this area, the enemies didn't use any magicite cannons, because an impoverished area like this simply couldn't afford to use them. With each blast from the magicite cannons, magicite gems would be consumed. And these things were more valuable than gold. A small amount of magicite gems can be purchased by gold. Wharton's face was solemn. But a large amount would be restricted and monitored by the empires. They wouldn't permit any outsiders to purchase them. Although some people engage in smuggling, how much can that amount to? Linley nodded. How could a nation allow an enemy nation to purchase military supplies from them in large scale? Wharton said seriously, it is easy to buy magicite cannons, and are in truth, given our kingdom's strength, if we spend some money, we can make our own. With such a magicite mine combined with magicite cannons, our military power would become truly astonishing. There were still very few magi, after all. The testing procedure Linley had gone through in the past was testament to that. After becoming a magus, to reach the 7th rank or even higher? That was even less likely. In the continent, only the great empires, the Holy Union, and the Dark Alliance were capable of forming entire magi corps. Linley's Baruch kingdom didn't have the ability to set up this sort of corps either. But magicite cannons, 10 large magicite cannons, if one had enough magicite gems, wouldn't be one whit inferior to a magi corps. Big brother. Wharton looked at Linley. You should know that in the continent, the 4 empires and the other kingdoms, in their struggles, will not use saints unless it becomes a life or death war. If saints do not get involved, then magicite cannons will have the ability to change the course of a battle. If the Radiant Church and the Cult of Shadows discovers that we now have the largest magicite mine in the entire Yulan continent, then... Linley's expression turned grave as well. His long time spent training had caused him to forget about worldly battles. You are right. Once the Radiant Church and the Cult of Shadows finds out, they might even join forces to attack our kingdom. Linley sensed the threat as well now. In the past, they had agreed that in normal battles, saints were not permitted to get involved. Then, how could the Baruch kingdom, with a population of just 100 million, possibly outfight the combined forces of the Radiant Church and the Cult of Shadows, which controlled a far greater population? The two sides dominated a larger territory than Linley as well, and those were richer areas with higher populations. The total population which the Radiant Church and the Cult of Shadows controlled was definitely in the 400 to 500 million range. Big brother, what should we do? Wharton looked at Linley. Linley's eyes shone with a cold light. No need to overthink it. Right now, we need to come up with ways to buy magicite cannons. I'll have the Dawson conglomerate help out. And then, we need to, in strict confidence, begin mining. If the Radiant Church and the Cult of Shadows truly comes, then we'll rely on magicite cannons to support our smaller army. All right, big brother. Wharton's eyes lit up as well. Linley had already made the decision that no matter what, they could not hide or cower. Soon, a large number of people were dispatched to this area to begin mining magicite. At the same time, a large number of soldiers remained on guard here. When mining, the miners were not permitted to engage in any outside activities. Naturally, their salaries were extremely high as well. To outsiders, all they announced was that they had discovered a fairly valuable mineral deposit. The Baruch Kingdom's code of silence was quite effective. A full month went past without this information being leaked. However, the Radiant Church and the Cult of Shadows had quite a few spies planted in the Baruch Kingdom. Occasionally, some news would leak out. In the end, the Radiant Church found out the truth of the news from the family members of the miners. Within a graceful, noble manner. The largest magicite mine in the Yulan continent? At least 10 kilometers in size? A silver-haired youth was reading the letter in his hands. His expression immediately changed, and the more he read, the more serious his face became. This silver-haired youth seemed to be quite young, but in reality, not even Haydn's and Oseno were older than him. This was because he was a saint-level angel of the Radiant Church. 3,000 years ago, he had descended to the Yulan continent. Although his power as an angel had not increased, and his potential couldn't compare to humans, the long time he had spent here resulted in his intelligence and wisdom being as high as any humans. Arfan, Afong, a four-winged angel, the current leader of the Radiant Church's forces in the anarchic lands. Good news. Arfan's face revealed a hint of a smile, then he immediately instructed the person who had delivered the message, immediately go and leak this news to the Cult of Shadows. See what their response is. Yes, my lord. The middle-aged man said respectfully. Arfan nodded slightly. If the Cult of Shadows was interested in attacking the Baruch Kingdom, that would naturally be a wonderful affair. Even if they didn't attack, informing them wouldn't be of detriment to the Radiant Church. Deliver this news to the Sacred Isle immediately. Let the Sacred Isle give us orders as to what we should do next. Arfan ordered. He knew, the decision on such an important matter in the anarchic lands had to come from the Sacred Isle. Soon. The order from the Sacred Isle arrived. Arfan read the missive. It was exactly as he had anticipated. Join forces with the Cult of Shadows and attack the Baruch Kingdom. We have to get at least a third of the magicite mine's output. That's our bottom line. The order was very simple. After all, many things didn't have to be said openly. As the manager for this area, Arfan naturally was no fool. For example, he would do his best to let the Cult of Shadows expend more energy and power. Arfan smiled. He thought to himself, it seems that it is time to reply to the Cult of Shadows. A while ago, when he had sent someone to leak this news to the Cult of Shadows had responded quite quickly. They had immediately invited Arfan to go and discuss this matter. Arfan hadn't immediately answered them, instead asking them to wait. And now, he had the Sacred Isle's orders. Everything could begin now. An ordinary, unremarkable little city. An ordinary little courtyard. The saint-level four-winged angel, Arfan, and the senior judge of the Cult of Shadows, Okasi. The two were seated opposite from each other, drinking wine. Not bad. The taste and the texture are exquisite. It should be from the Yulan Empire's Blueflow winery, right? Okasi laughed. Mr. Okasi truly knows his wine. Arfan laughed calmly. Let's not beat around the bush. Today, you have invited me here, Mr. Okasi, to discuss the issue of the Baruch Kingdom's magicite mine. What do you wish to say, Mr. Okasi? Okasi winked at Arfan, then took a sip of wine in satisfaction. Mr. Arfan, would you mind if I took some of this wine with me when I leave? I think I have fallen for it. Arfan frowned. He felt a hint of frustration. But since this was a negotiation, he had to endure it. Mr. Okasi, could it be that you wish to discuss wine with me until nightfall? Arfan said seriously. Okasi looked at Arfan and began to laugh loudly. Mr. Arfan, I was just jesting with you. Right. The Cult of Shadows does indeed have some thoughts regarding the Baruch Kingdom's magicite mine. However, we don't wish to engage in warfare against the Baruch Kingdom. You don't? Arfan looked carefully at Okasi. What was this Okasi planning? He didn't want to engage in battle with the Baruch kingdom? Then what was the point of this meeting? Mr. O'Casey, what do you mean? Arfan's face sank. O'Casey smiled. Actually, Arfan, you should understand. All we have to do is send some people to the Baruch kingdom and say, the Radiant Church is preparing to attack the Baruch kingdom, and has invited the Cult of Shadows to come along with them. As long as the Baruch kingdom is willing to give up some of the gems, then the Cult of Shadows is prepared to stay out of the game and help neither side. If you are willing to give up a bit more, we can even help you deal with the Radiant Church. O'Casey looked at Arfan, who now had an ugly expression on his face. Arfan, tell me. What would Linley and Wharton choose? Arfan was silent. The enmity which Linley has with the Radiant Church isn't a small one. O'Casey said freely. Indeed. O'Casey's words were correct. Linley's side probably truly would be willing to give some magicite gems to the Cult of Shadows, or perhaps even a large amount to have the Cult of Shadows help them deal with the Radiant Church together. The Radiant Church and the Cult of Shadows were opposed to each other, after all. Arfan knew that right now, the situation was very unfavorable for them. Mr. O'Casey. Arfan looked seriously at O'Casey. Do you know how much that magicite mine truly contains? I don't know, but it should be several times larger than the former top magicite mine. O'Casey said. Very few people knew the exact size of the mine. After all, it hadn't been fully excavated yet. Only someone like Linley who could scan the area with his spiritual energy could clearly understand the size of it. But how would the Radiant Church and the Cult of Shadows dare to send a saint-level expert and risk irritating Linley? Perhaps Linley would immediately kill that saint. After all, in their previous agreement, they only said that saints could not participate in battles. But Linley was still permitted to kill other saints. Arfan nodded. Since you don't know the size of the magicite mines, then even if Linley gives your Cult of Shadows a seemingly large quantity of magicite gems, you won't actually know what percentage of the total mine it is. True. O'Casey admitted to it. Linley might only declare the size of the mine as being a fraction and worth only a few 100 billion gold coins, with the actual mine being 10 times larger. After all, no one knew exactly how large it was. It would be easy for Linley to lie to them. As long as we join forces against the Baruch kingdom, later on, we'll split the magicite mine 50-50, no matter how large it is. Arfan said. Half? O'Casey shook his head. 70-30. Us 70, you 30. Arfan said coldly. O'Casey, don't go too far. If we split it in half, we'll be able to work and coordinate better in the future. O'Casey winked at him, then laughed. Since that's the case, then I'll go help Linley's side. We won't have to risk a thing, and we'll get a large amount of magicite gems. Arfan frowned. 60 for you. 40 for us. One word, yes or no. Arfan's face was very grave. O'Casey looked at Arfan, then raised his wineglass. Smiling, he said, Mr. Arfan, come. Let us toast our joining forces. Arfan's face revealed a smile. Cheers. He raised his wineglass as well. The Radiant Church and the Cult of Shadows, for the sake of the enormous riches within that magicite mine, had joined forces. This was proof that there was no such thing as eternal allies or perpetual enemies, only eternal and perpetual interests. And these interests could sometimes be money, sometimes be power, and sometimes be affection. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 10, Chapter 33, Calling the Troops, Summoning the Generals. Book 10, Baruch, Chapter 33, Calling the Troops, Summoning the Generals. The Anarchic Lands. The Radiant Church's territory. On a public road, an endless army procession was moving forwards, with military officers riding on magical beasts or powerful stallions barking at the soldiers in that massive, endless line. Move faster. Brandishing their whips in the air, the military officers had very strict expressions on their faces. A forced march. They remembered the order they had been given. They had to hurry towards the prefectural city of Sherry as quickly as possible. Outside the boundaries of the prefectural city of Sherry was the location where the Baruch Kingdom and the Radiant Church were going to do battle. This was also the place closest to the magicite mines that the Radiant Church had access to. The mobilization of this grand army couldn't be hidden from the Baruch Kingdom. Naturally, they had to move quickly. Right now, at the boundaries of Sherry, 20,000 soldiers had already assembled. These hastily assembled soldiers were permitted a day or two of rest after hurrying over here, and then they would also be sent to do battle. We're going to fight a full-on war against the Baruch Kingdom. Within a quiet, secluded manner, Cardinal Guillermo was staring at the northern skies. The person responsible for this battle wasn't Arfin. It was Guillermo. After all, in terms of influence amongst the masses, Cardinal Guillermo had more. And saints were not permitted to get involved in this battle. Arfin would be useless, but Guillermo, as an archmagus of the 9th rank, would be able to make a major impact. What a true pity. The young man who could have become of great use to the Radiant Church has become our greatest foe. Guillermo sighed in his heart. He had personally watched Linley grow up, and grow from being a genius magus of the 7th rank to an expert who could kill Clade, a warrior of the 9th rank. After being dormant for many years, he killed 6 angels of the 9th rank, and then became an earth-shaking figure in the O'Brien Empire. And then, he founded the Baruch Kingdom in the Anarchic lands. 20 years have passed. This Linley is now so powerful that even the Praetor and the others are remaining in hiding in the Sacred Isle, afraid to come out. Guillermo mused to himself. "Milord?" A knight saluted him respectfully, calling out his name in a reminding manner. Guillermo awoke from his musings. Glancing at the knight, he said, "Let's go. Come with me to the border with the prefectural city of Sherry. Let's go see the Dark Cardinal of the Cult of Shadows, and see if Dark Cardinal Weisporter, Wayesiboti, has improved over the past few decades." The royal capital, Baruch City. The royal palace. Wharton, Linley, Barker and the others were standing in a line in the main hall. There was a giant army map in the middle of the hall, and a middle-aged man was currently aiming a pointer on top of it. "Milords, the Magicite mine is here. If it is just the Radiant Church that attacks us, the place we should choose to fight at is the prefectural city of Sherry." Linley and the others all nodded. However, the middle-aged man shook his head. "Unless the Radiant Church's commander has gone stupid, they won't choose to attack here." "Oh?" Barker raised an eyebrow. The middle-aged man continued, "The Magicite mine is over 300 kilometers away from the capital, while the prefectural city of Sherry is 400 or 500 kilometers away from the capital. This is a straight line. If they had to fight their way from the prefectural city of Sherry to the Magicite mine, they would have to travel nearly 1,000 kilometers if they followed the road. On the road to the mines, there are over 10 cities, large and small. The Radiant Church would battle us for 1,000 kilometers deep within our territory? Nearly half their forces have to remain in their garrisons with their borders with the O'Brien Empire and the Roalt Empire. Only half are available to attack us. Therefore, our military strength is roughly on par." The middle-aged man pointed at Sherry. "At the same level of power, if we are to guard inside our city walls while they attack, and they are forced to fight through our territory for 1,000 kilometers, they would be asking for death. Therefore, if the Radiant Church wishes to attack us, they only have one option. Join forces with the Cult of Shadows. They have no other options." The middle-aged man took a deep breath, the pointer in his hand slashing to the side. "The Cult of Shadows shares a border of over 1,000 kilometers with us. The closest place to our Magicite mine, without question, is right here, the prefectural city of Kuda." The middle-aged man pointed at a spot. "The Magicite mine is outside the small city of Nifung. Nifung City is one of the small cities under the control of the prefectural city of Kod. From Kod to the mines is a distance of only 100 kilometers." The middle-aged man had a serious look on his face. "If they break through our defenses here, it would be smooth sailing for them to charge to the Magicite mines." Linley nodded slightly. This general explained things very clearly. "Wasi?" Wharton suddenly said. "If I were to give you full authority to direct the battle as you please, would you be confident in your ability to win?" Barker also said, "In addition, I can also provide you with over 30 Magicite cannons. I'll be responsible for handling the problem of bringing you the necessary Magicite gems." Barker had a very high status in the Baruch Kingdom. He was the one and only Grand Marshal of the kingdom, and his personal power was also quite terrifying. Soon after Linley had reached the saint level in his human form, Barker had as well. Once he transformed, he was a peak undying warrior saint. Barker, who already had mastered the imposed level, wasn't any bit weaker than Oseno. Hearing that they had over 30 Magicite cannons, Wat's eyes lit up. Watts jutted his chest out and said firmly, "Your Highness, as long as you give me the authority to command our 500,000 soldiers, I have full confidence in my ability to hold our ground at the prefectural city of Kod and repulse the enemies." "Very good." Wharton revealed a hint of a smile on his face. The Baruch Kingdom actually had over 1 million warriors, not even counting the ordinary city guards. "Your Highness," Watts said solemnly, "I'm worried that the enemy will come with a force more terrifying and more powerful than we expected. If something like this happens and an irresistible force comes, standing our ground would be dangerous." "A terrifying force?" Wharton was puzzled. Right. For example, if a saint was to appear, or if one of the legendary, powerful Magus Corps of the Radiant Church was to be sent here, we would be in great danger. Watts said solemnly. Both the Radiant Church and the Cult of Shadows had spent tremendous time and effort in cultivating their Magus Corps. These two sides all had powerful Magus Corps, and the weakest member of these corps was of the 7th ranks, while the highest were Archmagi of the 9th rank. A corps of over 1,000 powerful Magi, with several Archmagi of the 9th rank commanding them, could cast terrifyingly powerful magic spells. The power of such a corps wasn't one whit inferior to a forbidden-level spell of a Grand Magus Saint. This was also why, with the empires normally not permitting saints to get involved in battles, Magus Corps had become a terrifyingly powerful force. The enemy saints will not appear. Linley spoke out. Watts immediately looked at Linley. Seeing that it was Linley who had spoken, he immediately became very respectful. Linley laughed calmly. Don't worry. Neither the Radiant Church nor the Cult of Shadows will send saints out, at least. Also, as for those terrifying Magus Corps you spoke of, if they want to produce forbidden-level magic attacks, don't worry, they won't be able to. Linley said calmly. Although they had previously agreed that saints were not to be permitted to get involved in battle, Linley knew exactly how powerful forbidden spells were. A single spell could perhaps destroy the entire prefectural city of Cod, and a terrifyingly high number of people would die. Linley wouldn't be so obstinate and stubborn as to allow an entire city's worth of people, over 1 million lives, to die because of an agreement. Were the lives of 1 million people of less value than an agreement? What's more, these so-called agreements between countries were only binding and effective when nations were on equal levels of strength. If one side was overwhelmingly powerful, even if they ripped the agreement to shreds and immediately attacked, so what? This was something that was quite commonly seen in the Yulan continent. But of course, Linley would only do such a thing if the enemy Magus Corps jointly cast spells to create an effect on par with a forbidden spell. As the commanding general, information constantly flowed to Watts, and he issued one order after another to his subordinates. The news that the Radiant Church's forces had arrived outside the prefectural city of Sherry quickly spread to him. Could it be that the Radiant Church really was going to attack the prefectural city of Sherry? The prefectural city of Sherry already had an army there. Send another army over. The 2 legions will have a total of 200,000 soldiers. Stand your ground inside the city, and destroy the trees around the prefectural city of Sherry. Don't give the enemy a place to hide and launch ambushes against us. The prefectural city of Sherry definitely isn't the place where the enemy will launch their real attack. They are just trying to tie down our forces. All we need to do is stand our ground. The Cult of Shadows acted exactly as Watts had predicted. Indeed, they soon joined the fray. The bridge ahead of the prefectural city of Cod must be destroyed. Also, the roads around the prefectural city of Cod must also be destroyed. Don't give any avenue for the enemy forces to easily travel towards us. Force them to attack Cod directly. This order did indeed cause quite a bit of frustration to the Radiant Church and the Cult of Shadows. Within the city of Cod itself, all the civilians must be relocated. The prefectural city of Cod must become a military fort and must be internally reconfigured for war. One order after another came from the military headquarters, and they were carefully carried out by each of the supervisors in each location. An order came to the Magicite mines as well. Increase the level of production. Mine at the maximum possible speed. No need to continue to try and disguise your activities. In the prior 12 years, the 3 powers in the anarchic lands had only engaged in small-scale battles. They had never engaged in something like today's struggle. Even before the battle started, the mobilized forces had already reached a terrifyingly high number. Clearly, this battle was not for training purposes. It was the real deal. In the endless skies, a blue-robed Linley could be seen flying through the air at high speed in the direction of the Cult of Shadows. Linley knew where O'Casey lived, the headquarters of the Cult of Shadows in the anarchic lands, a seemingly ordinary shadow temple. Linley's gaze was cold. O'Casey actually agreed to the Radiant Church's offer. HRMPH. Linley didn't understand this, but the Cult of Shadows actually had no choice either. If they helped Linley, then the Radiant Church's power would essentially be destroyed here in the anarchic lands. They feared that at that time, Linley would suddenly turn on them. It must be understood. Linley's side now consisted of Linley, Beebe, the Barker brothers, and Barker, who had reached the saint level in his human form. This saint team was simply too powerful. The Cult of Shadows wouldn't be able to outfight them. If Linley really did turn on them and ignored their earlier agreement, what would the Cult of Shadows be able to do? They knew that Desri was actually biased towards Linley. Linley's saints were simply too powerful. Only if both the Radiant Church and the Cult of Shadows were present would Linley be cautious. Once one of the two sides were destroyed, then most likely both would be finished. Saint-level experts cannot participate in battles or kill ordinary people, but I can still kill saints myself. Linley stared at the distant Shadow Temple. I'll use death to threaten O'Casey. Perhaps that'll help him to wake up. Linley used his spiritual energy to scan the entire Shadow Temple. No one there? Linley frowned. The energy around his body began to roil about, and like a flash of lightning, Linley caused the window to shatter soundlessly to dust which then drifted downwards. Linley entered the room. Where's O'Casey? Linley looked calmly at the golden-haired old man in front of him. The golden-haired old man was one of the most powerful members of the Shadow Temple, a saint. But he was only a mid-stage saint, far weaker than O'Casey. Linley? The old man smiled. Lord O'Casey ordered me to wait for you here, Lord Linley. Let me introduce myself. I am a four-winged fallen angel of the Cult of Shadows. Linley looked calmly at the old man. The old man's attitude was very humble. Lord O'Casey ordered me to inform you that this battle is unavoidable. As for Lord O'Casey himself, he has already returned to the headquarters of the Cult of Shadows. I am the only saint remaining here belonging to the Cult of Shadows. Linley frowned. O'Casey actually fled back home. You aren't afraid that I'll kill you? Linley stared at the old man. A four-winged fallen angel. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 10, Chapter 34, A Beast of Burden? Book 10, Baruch, Chapter 34, A Beast of Burden. Under Linley's gaze, the four-winged fallen angel only smiled. Lord Linley is currently a ranking member of the most powerful experts in the entire Yulan continent. I think you most likely wouldn't lower yourself to attack me. The four-winged fallen angel was nothing more than a mid-stage saint, after all. Even 12 years ago, Linley and BB could have effortlessly killed this four-winged fallen angel. Help me send a message to O'Casey. Linley glanced at the old man. Lord Linley, please tell me what you need. The old man said humbly. Linley said calmly, he has chosen to join forces with the Radiant Church. This is an extremely foolish act. In the future, he will definitely regret it. The old man nodded. I will definitely convey your words to Lord O'Casey. However, I also want to tell you something, Lord Linley. In reality, in the anarchic lands, the threat you pose to us is even greater than the Radiant Church. Oh? Linley laughed. He understood their meaning. Right now, the only people who posed a threat to him in the Yulan continent were the 5 Prime Saints. Linley's understanding of the laws wasn't a match for those 5 Prime Saints. After all, whether it was the profound truths of the earth or the profound truths of the wind, he had only reached the level of Higginson and Hayward. However, the natural abilities of the Dragonblood warriors were simply too great. Dragonblood warriors were 10 times stronger than ordinary people to begin with. Thus, even though the 5 Prime Saints had a much greater understanding of the laws, if they were to truly fight against each other, it would be hard to say who was stronger and who was weaker. Neither the Cult of Shadows nor the Radiant Church had an expert capable of fighting Linley one-on-one. Linley being in such a strong position naturally filled the Radiant Church and the Cult of Shadows with fear. Naturally, these two organizations would secretly have the desire to work together. After all, no matter how much territory they held, it was the experts of the organizations that determined their fate. I understand what you mean. Linley suddenly felt that the four-winged fallen angel was rather amusing. However, I don't have much interest in territory. Your Cult of Shadows doesn't need to fear too much if you ally with the Baruch Kingdom. The old man shook his head. Lord Linley, an expert such as yourself isn't interested in worldly power, but what about your little brother, King Wharton? Even if your little brother isn't interested, what about the successors to the Baruch Kingdom? They will continuously expand their territory and have the desire to unify the entire anarchic lands. Linley was briefly startled, and then he laughed. You are an interesting fellow. Linley chuckled as he glanced at the old man, then turned and disappeared from the room. After Linley left, the old man secretly let out a sigh of relief. Although from start to finish, Linley hadn't acted against him at all, even just standing there, he had given the fallen angel a sense of dread. He understood that the difference in power between the two was simply too great. Within the prefectural city of Cod. Right now, a large number of civilians were being evacuated. The prestige of the royal clan of the Baruch Kingdom was very high. Once the order came down, given how imminently threatening the chance of war was, these civilians all obediently evacuated. Of course, their future homes would all be arranged for. What was previously a 3-story hotel had become the military command center for the prefectural city of Cod. Watts was standing in front of the third-floor window, staring down at the evacuation. In his heart, he secretly let out a sigh. He understood that the homes of these civilians would definitely be destroyed. To make the prefectural city of Cod a military fort, many residential homes had to be destroyed, and tunnels and pits were dug everywhere. Although the king had spent an enormous amount of money for the sake of relocating these civilians, for them to give up the homes they had spent 12 years establishing still deeply hurt these civilians. Under the unifying force of the kingdom, their lives are much better than 12 years ago. Watts looked like he was a middle-aged man, but in reality he was in his 90s. He knew exactly how chaotic the anarchic lands had been in the past. The orphans alone were countless in number. From this, one could see how brutal the wars had been. Suddenly, the sound of knocking could be heard. "Enter," Watts said calmly. "Milord, the Grand Marshal has come." The soldier reported immediately upon entering. "His Lordship, the Grand Marshal?" Watts immediately said. "Then quick, bring me to him." The citizens of the Baruch kingdom all naturally worshipped those talented, powerful experts who supported the kingdom. The number one person was of course Linley. After him was His Majesty, King Warden, and then, the leader of the 5 war gods, the undying warrior saint, Barker. Within a courtyard behind the hotel, Barker was seated, enjoying some wine by himself, when Watts ran in and delivered a military salute. "Lord Grand Marshal." Barker raised his head and glanced at him, then chuckled. "Oh, it is Watts. Come on over. Be at ease." Over the past 12 years, the kingdom had discovered many talented people. Barker and his brothers normally spent their time training. They rarely got involved in other matters. Watts, however, was a very promising prospect whom Barker had discovered. "Come, drink." Barker poured Watts a cup of wine. Watts asked, "Lord Grand Marshal, the purpose of your journey this time is?" Barker laughed. "Didn't I tell you last time? I told you I'd bring you over 30 magicite cannons." Watts' eyes immediately lit up. Barker continued, "I brought a total of 36. These 36 magicite cannons have already been prepared." "Already prepared?" Watts was worried. "But how would you bring them over?" "Lord Grand Marshal, those magicite cannons must be in a distant location. Bringing them over will take a huge amount of time." "Will we have enough time?" Barker shook his head and laughed. "For the sake of these magicite cannons, I spent all day traveling." Watts was confused. What did the Grand Marshal mean? Barker waved his hand in the direction of some empty space in the courtyard. Instantly, one magicite cannon after another appeared out of thin air. They were divided into 4 rows, with 9 magicite cannons in each row. Each of them were 2 or 3 meters long, and the width of the cannon mouths were roughly half a meter. The cannons were covered with complicated magical runes. Beneath the sunlight, the magicite cannons gleamed with a mesmerizing light. 36 magicite cannons. This, Watts was excited. "Watts, haven't you heard of interspatial rings?" Barker snickered. "Fortunately, mine is pretty big. It was just able to squeeze these 36 magicite cannons. However, for the sake of these 36 magicite cannons, I ran around half the Yulon continent and flew for a whole day. Only then did I manage to collect them all and bring them here. These 36 magicite cannons were all large-caliber cannons. The size of the cannon mouths and the complicated runes on them were proof of the level of these cannons. Cannons on this level generally couldn't be bought from the various empires, but through the connections of the Dawson conglomerate, they were able to get quite a few. Through storing them in his interspatial ring, Barker was able to easily bring them all over. These 36 magicite cannons are equivalent to 36 magi of the 8th rank, and they have virtually limitless mage force." Barker laughed. Most magi of the 8th rank could only use spells of the 8th rank 3 times before running out of mage force. Even if they had powerful magistaffs, they would perhaps only be able to cast them 4 or 5 times. But these magicite cannons could continue to attack ceaselessly so long as they had magicite gems to fuel them. "Lord Grand Marshal, with these 36 magicite cannons, if we used them correctly, they would definitely be able to match the effect of hundreds of thousands of soldiers." Watts' face was filled with irrepressible excitement, and then he laughed. "But of course, I would need enough magicite gems. Magicite cannons burned through money. With each blast, it was as though gold coins were being shot out of the cannon. Without enough wealth, who would be willing to use them? Don't worry. Soon, the magicite gems will be brought over as well," Barker said with certainty. "Our enemies are over 1 million in number. When the battle starts, these 36 magicite cannons will definitely use up an astonishing amount of magicite gems. What's looked at Barker? Lord Grand Marshal, to bring over such a high amount of magicite gems will most likely need many people. Barker nodded. He could store the magicite cannons in his interspatial ring, but the size of the ring was limited. If he wanted to move a large amount of magicite gems, his interspatial ring would be too small. He'd have to make over 10 trips. At the magicite mines, they no longer worked under any disguises or pretenses, since the Radiant Church and the Cult of Shadows had already mobilized their armies. They were excavating at full speed. These magicite mines weren't like copper or iron mines. Those materials needed to be smelted. It was a great deal of work. But magicite gems only needed to be washed, and then they would be divided into grades. They were one of the easier types of minerals to mine for. The only thing difficult about them was that magicite gems were very tough. The higher the level of magicite gem, the tougher they were, far more so than ordinary stones. Ordinary tools wouldn't be able to dig them out at all. These miners were all specially selected. They had at least the strength of a warrior of the 3rd rank. Their strength, combined with some special excavating tools, just barely allowed them to dig the gems out. Clang! Clang! Bang! Digging sounds rang out non-stop. Many people were here digging. Although they weren't individually fast, all added together, the result was that bags stuffed with magicite gems were constantly being brought out, then divided by level into piles. It had been 2 months since they had started mining. Despite that, they had only finished digging out part of the mine. What's going on? They told us to bring such a huge iron chest and store magicite gems in it. Such a huge iron chest, if used to hold magicite gems, would weigh several million pounds. How would we possibly deliver them? The garrison troops stared at those enormous metal boxes which were 50 meters long, 30 meters wide, and 30 meters tall. They were all puzzled. These boxes were very sturdy. Why use such huge iron boxes to store magicite gems? Although a single magicite gem wasn't too heavy, a full box of them would definitely be several million pounds in weight. Several million pounds worth of magicite gems, how would ordinary troops possibly move them? It wouldn't be so bad if they were divided into smaller shipments, but all together. Not even an interspatial ring would be able to hold such a large amount. After having mined for 2 months, the amount of magicite gems they had mined had finally filled this massive chest. They used a large amount of steel chains to bind the entire chest securely. Every single chain was a meter thick, and there were dozens around the chest. Later, giant dragons will come to move the chest. All of you be quiet. Don't cause too much of a ruckus. The military officer's order came out. Giant dragon? All of the soldiers stared in the sky as they waited. It was late at night. The full moon hung high in the sky. Indeed, a massive tyrant WYRM over 100 meters long appeared in the sky. The soldiers below felt the world grow dark, and the natural awesome presence of the tyrant WYRM made the pulses of these soldiers speed up. The 100-meter-long tyrant WYRM landed on the ground. Master Hadney, a noble saint-level dragon, to carry things for him. Geez, the tyrant WYRM, Placate, secretly sighed. His fiery, cart-sized eyes swept the nearby soldiers with a glance. His massive nostrils snorted, then his 2 draconic claws grabbed those sturdy chains. The massive tyrant WYRM easily lifted that iron chest which weighed millions of pounds into the air. Beneath the glow of the moonlight, it flew off with the massive chest towards the south, in the direction of the prefectural city of Cod. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 10, Chapter 35, The Call to Assemble. Book 10, Baruch, Chapter 35, The Call to Assemble. The prefectural city of Cod was a city with several hundreds of thousands of citizens and which took up a huge amount of space. Given the local geography as well as the intentional destruction caused by the Baruch Kingdom's forces, the Radiant Church's side was forced to attack the city from the south and the east gates. The north gate was actually open, as they had no fear of the enemy attacking from that side. The day slowly grew bright, and many soldiers who had been on guard duty at night switched shifts. Logically speaking, there should have been fewer soldiers outside in the morning, but the new shift discovered to their surprise that there were many people outside, and it seemed as though the soldiers that had been on duty weren't tired at all. Instead, they were excited. "Buddy, time to change shifts." "What are you guys talking about?" Many soldiers ran to their shift-changing positions. A titanic dragon, a titanic dragon. It had no wings, but it was able to fly. It was a saint-level titanic dragon. Wow! It was so huge. It was like a mountain. The night shift garrison soldiers were talking excitedly amongst themselves. What dragon? The new arrival was shocked. The night shift garrison soldier explained excitedly, tonight, an enormous dragon flew over. There were a lot of soldiers waiting to move things. Look, they're still moving things. That enormous metal case was delivered by the flying dragon. The new arrival looked over. He saw a massive box at least 50 meters long. He sucked a cold breath. How could people possibly move such an enormous box? Perhaps it truly was a massive dragon that had carried it here. A large number of soldiers were currently right in the middle of the metal box, carrying out bulging sacks. The news about the giant dragon quickly spread throughout the army camp, causing the morale of the soldiers of COD to rise. Their side had the help of a massive dragon, and a Saint level one who could fly, at that. They would definitely be successful. But the enemy forces, by contrast. The Luyan River was a fairly large river. Although it wasn't one of the top 3 rivers of the anarchic lands, it was still 50 or 60 meters wide, and caused endless headaches for the forces of the Radiant Church and the Cult of Shadows. The bridge that had been erected at enormous expense had been destroyed by the Baruch kingdom itself. Building it was hard, but destroying it was simple. The Cardinal of the Radiant Church, Guillermo, and the Dark Cardinal of the Cult of Shadows, Weiss Porter, stared at the river, frowning. To build a floating bridge was simple, but how could a million-man army possibly cross on such a floating bridge? In addition, some of their war machines were extremely large. How would they ship them across? We have to immediately build a large number of floating bridges to let the soldiers cross. Guillermo frowned, urging. Then what about the war machines? Someone below asked. To attack a city, one had to use war machines such as the Escalades, which were dozens of meters wide. How could something so large and so heavy be shipped across? But building a large bridge would take an enormous amount of time. Even the time it would take to let the cement settle down and harden would be time-consuming. There wasn't enough time. When the time comes, magic will have to be used to freeze the water into ice. Guillermo frowned. It was currently August, the hottest time of the year. In addition, this was a very large river. To freeze the river solid enough to allow the Escalades and the other large war machines to cross would require at least an Archmagus of the 9th rank. The prefectural city of Cod was constantly being renovated as well, preparing all sorts of war machines of its own. The Radiant Church and the Cult of Shadows continued to plan ways to bring across their million-man army. In the anarchic lands, warfare was about to break out at any moment. At this time, the O'Brien Empire. War God Mountain. Whoosh. The war god, O'Brien, suddenly appeared at the door to his cave. The war god, O'Brien, stood there, as straight as a spear, emanating a fierce air. His scarlet red hair fluttered freely, and a hint of a smile was on his face. It had been a long time since he had left the cave. A flash of light suddenly appeared in front of him. It was Fane. Master. Fane stood respectfully in front of the war god, O'Brien. The war god, as soon as he had stepped outside, had summoned Fane. The war god glanced at his disciple. Fane, spend the next period of time in training and in preparation. The war god's voice trailed off, but Fane's eyes lit up. He looked at his master. Master, are you saying? Right. It should be starting again soon, because that person in the Forest of Darkness has instructed me to go to him. The words of the war god O'Brien made Fane's heart begin to tremble. Fane knew that the deity in the Forest of Darkness rarely got involved in any matters. For him to now have the war god go over most likely meant, it was time to once again open the necropolis of the gods. The war god O'Brien immediately transformed into a fiery streak of light, flashing across the sky and quickly disappearing into the eastern horizon. His speed was simply astonishing, far beyond the likes of Linley and the others. On a mountain peak in the mountain range of magical beasts, a devilish youth with dark golden eyes and a long robe stood on the peak, staring at the east. There was a knife scar in the middle of his forehead. Only people who knew him were aware that this wasn't actually a knife scar. It was the powerful weapon of the king of the mountain range of magical beasts. The king of the mountain range of magical beasts, Dylan. HRMPH, that old bastard. Dylan stared towards the east. He had received the summons from that person in the Forest of Darkness as well. Although Dylan disliked him, he didn't dare to disobey either. He was like this 5,000 years ago, and now, he's still like this. The Yulon continent, that old bastard is the most comfortable person here. Swish. Dylan's body flashed, and a dark golden light streaked toward the eastern horizon, then disappeared. The speed seemed to be even more astonishing than that of the war god O'Brien. On a cloud-shrouded peak near the imperial capital of the Yulon Empire. Long silver hair flowing freely. A shining jade mask. Moon-white robes. The person looked like an angel who didn't belong in this world, or perhaps a spirit. But from the figure, this person seemed very willowy. The person looked somewhat like a woman. This was the oldest human deity in the Yulan continent, the pillar of support for the Yulan Empire, the High Priest. Is it beginning? The High Priest stared towards the northeast. The glowing jade mask caused his face to be hidden. Who knows how many people will die this time? The High Priest let out a sigh, and then a wind arose nearby. When the wind died down, the High Priest had disappeared as well. Within a graceful entertainment area in the Roalt Empire. Come on, give me a kiss. Still dressed in a loose robe, and that lazy smile still on his face, Caesar was currently cuddling a beautiful woman, teasing her while drinking wine. But just as they were having fun, his face suddenly froze. Leave for now. Caesar waved his hand. The beautiful woman clearly was confused. I told you to leave. Caesar frowned. The slight aura he was now emanating made the woman's heart quail, and she immediately left, not daring to protest. Frowning, Caesar let out an unhappy grumble. The Forest of Darkness, oh, your lordship, your mightiness, someone like you has no need for a minor figure like me. I just reached the deity level not too long ago. Why do I have to go with you? Although he was annoyed, Caesar didn't dare to disobey. His 5,000 years of life had let Caesar know quite a bit about the background history of the Yulan continent. A black shadow flashed, and Caesar disappeared as though he had teleported. If Bibi and Oseno had seen this, they would have been shocked. For someone to be able to reach such a level in the shadow shape technique was simply too terrifying. In the air above the Forest of Darkness, the four great deities flew together, side by side. Sonic booms could be heard continuously. The war god O'Brien, his gaze firm. The quiet, natural high priest. The cold, devilish Dylan. And the rather lazy, unhappy-looking Caesar who flew a bit farther away from the others. Caesar, why the unhappy face? You are a deity now. You should be happy. The gentle voice of the high priest rang out. Caesar forced out a smile. Lord Catherine, Kayasilin, I just reached the deity level not long ago. When we meet with any danger, I hope you will help me, Lord Catherine. Otherwise, my little life might be over. Your little life will be over? The war god's firm, powerful voice rang out, and he swept Caesar with a lightning gaze. You have entered the deity level, and you train in the assassination and escaping aspects of the darkness element. Amongst the four of us, your escaping ability should be the greatest. Caesar could only let out a few resigned chuckles. As for the king of the mountain range of magical beasts, Dylan, he flew silently. Dylan. The high priest looked at him, speaking with a voice that was warm and friendly. Congratulations on escaping from the Gubieta prison. I must say, your luck is quite good. Dylan glanced at the high priest. Catherine, my luck isn't as good as yours. Just as these people were chatting. Enough. There will plenty of time to chat later. Hurry up. A hoarse, ancient voice suddenly rang out in the ears of the four deities. The four deities immediately increased their speed, transforming into rays of light as they entered the depths of the Forest of Darkness. Across the Yulan continent, the vast majority of saints, such as Linley and Desri, didn't know that the five deities were coming together in the Forest of Darkness. Linley was actually in the prefectural city of Cod. The upcoming battle was simply too important. But soon after Linley arrived at the prefectural city of Cod. Lord Linley. Barker suddenly ran over. What is it, Barker? Linley smiled at Barker, who hurriedly said, Lord Linley, come take a look with me. Someone told me that there was a change in the magicite mines. I took a look and I discovered something incredible. Oh? Linley was curious now. Come, let's take a look. Linley immediately followed Barker as they flew to the magicite mine at high speed. Currently, parts of the magicite mines had been sealed off, preventing anyone from going in deeper to investigate. When Barker and Linley arrived, those soldiers immediately withdrew. Right here. Barker led Linley inside. They went deeper into the mines, which was lit by torches. Barker explained, someone told me that when we excavated our way deep into the heart of the mine, we discovered that the quality of the magicite gems increased by a terrifying level. They are better than what the historical standard for top-class magicite gems are at, but they are still terrifyingly tough. That's why I came. Linley instantly spread out his spiritual energy. Linley suddenly discovered that at the end of the excavation, there was a spherical nuclear area. This was the center of the mine. You say that the quality of the magicite gems reached a terrifyingly good level? Right. From what I could tell, the quality of the magicite gems here are comparable to the cores of magical beasts of the 7th rank, and some deeper insight can even compare to magicite cores of beasts of the 8th rank. A very small number can even compare to the magicite cores of magical beasts of the 9th rank. Barker sighed in amazement. Linley's heart trembled in shock. Linley, do you know what this core of the mine is? Barker asked. Linley shook his head. He had just discovered many magicite gems clustered around this area when he had used his spiritual energy, but he couldn't find out anything else at all. We're here. Barker pointed to the front. The sides of the excavation area were filled with half-translucent gems which carried a terrifying amount of force. Any of them could compare to the magicite cores of magical beasts of the 7th rank. Linley, look ahead. Barker was pointing in the direction of a door. This door had a strange spatial ripple in front of it. But just earlier, when Linley had used his spiritual energy to search, he hadn't discovered this door at all. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 10, Chapter 36, The Door. Book 10, Baruch, Chapter 36, The Door. Hunting magical beasts of the 8th and 9th ranks was an extremely difficult task. One could imagine how valuable their magicite cores were. However, the gems in these magicite mines had actually reached the equivalence of the 7th and 8th ranked magicite cores, with some even comparable to magicite cores of the 9th rank. Under the light of the torch, the semi-translucent magicite gems produced a bewildering pattern of lights. And yet, at the end of the mining tunnel was a door. A door that should not have existed. I cannot find this door with my spiritual energy. It is as though it does not exist. What is this door? Linley was surprised and puzzled. His spiritual energy couldn't penetrate past this door at all. How could he dare to rashly barge in? Linley turned to look at Barker. Barker, did you go in yet? Barker nodded. I did. It was precisely because I went in that I felt shocked. But Lord, it's best if you go in after transforming. When you step past the door, you will be attacked by a powerful surge of energy. If your defense is insufficient, the door alone will kill intruders. Barker said solemnly. Linley was secretly shocked. Barker was an undying warrior saint, the type of supreme warrior with the highest defense. For him to say this, one could imagine how powerful the attack was. After removing his shirt and baring his upper body, Linley immediately dragon-formed. Instantly, his body was covered by deep azure draconic scales, and he stared at this mysterious door with his now dark golden eyes before walking in. Slayowawash. A knife-like surge of energy wildly chopped at Linley as soon as he walked in the door, slashing at him millions of times, creating sparks atop of Linley's deep azure draconic scales. As soon as Linley entered, he felt shocked. The scene within the door was totally contrary to Linley's expectations. Behind the door was a translucent bubble of a pocket dimension. This pocket dimension was a spherical dimension, only 10 meters long. A spherical dimension, 10 meters long. And this spherical dimension was organized like a training room. It only had a simple desk, bed, and chair. It was protected by that outer barrier, preventing outsiders from easily coming inside. Raising his head and staring at the air above, then at his surroundings, he saw that outside the membrane was chaotic space. Multicolored chaotic space, with rips in reality occasionally appearing and disappearing. Linley felt awed just looking at that terrifying power. Lord Linley. Barker entered as well. When I came here, I also felt it was hard to believe. Tell me, what do you think this is? Linley took a deep breath. From what I know, the countless planes of existence are all held within chaotic space. For example, in the Yulon continent, if you continue to head a direction to the very end, you will be able to see chaotic space. Once your strength reaches a certain level, you might be able to open your own pocket dimension within the chaotic space. Linley carefully inspected this spherical dimension. And the spherical dimension that seems like a training room is most likely something which an extremely powerful expert created for training. This expert is most likely of the Yulon continent. Or perhaps it would be better to say, he used to be. Linley was filled with nothing but the utmost of admiration for the expert who had created this pocket dimension. Create a pocket dimension? Barker sighed in amazement as well. Didn't the 4 overgods create the 4 higher planes? Didn't the 7 principal sovereigns create the 7 divine planes? Linley laughed. There are experts capable of opening their own pocket dimension, but Linley understood that even demigods only had the most rudimentary godrealm technique. Someone who could create a stable pocket dimension in the middle of chaotic space was definitely an extraordinary person. Barker's eyes lit up. Lord Linley, now I know why there is a massive magicite gem mine here. Look. The elemental essence density here is terrifyingly high. Even someone like me, who has poor elemental essence affinity, can clearly sense all sorts of elements here. And aside from elemental essence, there is a unique energy here as well. Linley, too, could sense the thick density of natural elemental essence here. Earth, fire, water, wind, thunder, light, darkness. The density of all the elements here was unbelievably high. Aside from these 7, Linley could sense other sorts of energy as well. There was a sort of energy that was rather similar to Zassler's, a terrifying destructive energy, and also an energy filled with life. This should be the energy belonging to the 4 overgods. Linley knew that aside from the 7 elemental types of energy, there were also 4 types of unique, profound energy. Linley looked at Barker. That door should be a connection between the Yulan continent and this dimension. Most likely, this secret room attracted a great deal of elemental energy, which created a huge magicite mine surrounding the door. However, the mysterious expert who trained here should have left a long, long time ago. Linley was very certain of this. Oh? Barker looked at Linley questioningly. Without this mysterious expert training here, there is no way such a large amount of elemental essence would have been drawn here. We've been in the anarchic lands for a while now. If we didn't come mining here, who would have discovered all of these magicite gems? Linley laughed. Logically speaking, to form such a massive magicite deposit, there should have been a huge amount of elemental essence here, a terrifying amount. Most likely, the experts of the entire Yulan continent would have sensed it. But no one in our history has ever mentioned such a thing. Thus, the large amount of elemental energy being drawn here should have been something that happened an extremely long time ago. As he spoke, Linley suddenly shut his eyes and sat down. Lord Linley? Barker called out softly. But Linley seemed to have not noticed him at all, as he sat there in the meditative position quietly. The pulse of the world, and its massiveness. The ferociousness of the wind, and its gentle agility. The scorching heat of the fire, and its explosiveness. The softness of the water, like an endless field of cotton. Within this pocket dimension, Linley could sense nature with greater clarity than he ever had before. Right now, he could also sense with 100 times his previous clarity the throbbing pulse of the world, and the unique tempos possessed by the wind. He could also clearly sense the path he should take next. Even the average elemental affinity he had for fire elemental essence was magnified. Linley could clearly sense the fire elemental essence to such a high level that it was as strong as his normal affinity was for earth elemental essence outside of this pocket dimension. Although the water elemental essence was still quite indistinct, Linley could still sense its unique rhythm and flows. And he could also sense the unique energy coming from the 4 overgods. So this is how the throbbing pulse of the world works. Linley felt a surge of joy in his heart. He felt as though his previous training was akin to listening to the sound of a clock from thousands of kilometers away. The sound of the clock was indistinct. But now, he was next to a grandfather clock, listening to the sound. He could clearly sense and hear the unique rhythms of that clock now. The mysteries of the throbbing pulse of the world suddenly became clear to him. 256 layers of vibrations? So that's how it works. Here in the Yulan continent, it feels as though there are countless layers to the throbbing pulse of the world. But now it seems that although the throbbing pulse of the world has layer after layer, that is just the countless mysteries contained with a single layer which carries infinite mysteries, encapsulating all of the mysteries of my 256 layers. Linley instantly understood what his path of training should be. In the past, Linley's training was similar to reading a book and making the book thicker. But now, what he had to do was make the book thin again. And the book was, The Throbbing Pulse of the World, one of the profound truths of the elemental laws of Earth. Upon having reached the 256 layers, I am halfway through my mastery of the throbbing pulse of the world. Now, what I must do is, reduce the profound truths of the Earth to a single layered wave. Originally, he went from 1 to 256, and now, he needed to go back to 1. Whenever Linley was able to contain all of the profound truths of that law within a single vibration, and was able to utilize the full force of the throbbing pulse of the world in that vibration, only then would he be at the level of mastery. Most likely by then, with a simple blow from his sword, he would be able to shake his opponent into a pile of mud. A precious training ground. Linley opened his eyes, now filled with shocked delight. Lord Linley? Barker saw that Linley had woken up. He finally relaxed. Lord, you sat there for 3 days. 3 days? Linley knew that when immersed in sensing the laws, the flow of time would become imperceptible. However, it was worth it. He had been stuck at the bottleneck with the 256 layers for over a year. without the mysterious training room. Perhaps he would have been like many other experts and would be stuck at this bottleneck for dozens or hundreds of years, waiting for that moment of sudden insight. Only then would he know how to proceed. No wonder that mysterious expert created his own pocket dimension training room. Indeed, training within a pocket dimension in chaotic space allows one to sense the various laws with a much greater clarity. Linley had already become aware of the benefits of this place. Although there weren't any treasures or divine artifacts in this room, to an expert training in the various laws, this room itself was a priceless treasure. Thank you for your gift, Elder. Linley bowed formally towards the training room. Turning his head to look at the puzzled Barker, he said, Barker, let's go out for now. Most likely in a few days, the battle at the prefectural city of Cod will occur. As he spoke, Linley walked out of the pocket dimension. Barker was somewhat puzzled. Why had Linley bowed towards that expert who was currently who knows where? He didn't understand how grateful Linley felt. He had been meditating and pondering for over a year, but hadn't improved at all. That sort of stifling feeling was quite uncomfortable. No one knew how long Linley would have been stuck at that bottleneck. But thanks to the secret room, his path of training in the laws would be a bit easier to walk. Nobody is permitted to enter this excavation tunnel. In the future, no one is allowed to mine here as well. As he walked out of the tunnel, he gave the order to the military officers nearby. This pocket dimension was something which one could only dream. It was far more precious than any sort of divine artifact. Perhaps even the war god or the high priest would feel envious and desirous if they found out about it. Demigods shouldn't have the ability to create a pocket dimension. Linley secretly thought to himself. Linley had the feeling that the ability to create a stable pocket dimension within chaotic space, even a small one, was something only a terrifyingly powerful expert could do. Linley and Barker flew side by side towards the prefectural city of Cod. The two headed directly to the military headquarters. Within the third floor of that hotel, Watts and his assistants were in a loud argument, but upon seeing Linley and Barker come in, all of them saluted respectfully. Watts, what is the current situation? Linley asked. Watts hurriedly reported, Lord Linley, according to our investigation, the Radiant Church and the Cult of Shadows are constantly sending people over the river. However, their numbers are too great, and they have all sorts of siege weapons. Most likely, they won't be finished with the river crossing until nightfall. Linley nodded slightly. I heard arguing just then. What are you arguing about? Barker asked questioningly. What's said? It's like this. Over 60 to 70,000 troops have already crossed the river. Their forces are somewhat in disarray, which is only natural following a river crossing. My assistants are recommending that we seize the opportunity to go out and attack them. However, I vetoed that idea. Watts said. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 10, Chapter 37, The Power of Magicite Cannons. Book 10, Baruch, Chapter 37, The Power of Magicite Cannons. Oh? You vetoed it? Linley looked questioningly at Watts. He felt that the suggestion was a rather reasonable one. When the enemy forces were in disarray, a sudden attack could definitely give the forces of the Radiant Church and the Cult of Shadows a bloody nose. Watts said respectfully, Lord Linley, the reason I vetoed this subjection has 3 parts to it. 3 parts? Linley had to admit that he didn't know much about warfare, and so he carefully listened to Watts' explanation. First of all, the chances of success are not high, because there is a distance of several dozen kilometers from the prefectural city of Cod to the river. If we were to send our troops over, by the time they arrived, the enemy forces would number over 1 million, and the disposition of the troops would have been reformed again. Barker shook his head. For 1 million soldiers to set up their formations and be battle-ready is not something done so easily. Watts nodded. That is indeed true. I'm just saying that the enemy forces would be prepared for battle. We only have 500,000 soldiers. How many can we send out on a sneak attack? And this is just the first consideration. The second is, I believe that the commanders of the Radiant Church and the Cult of Shadows would not have made such an elementary mistake. If I was the commander of the enemy forces. Watts smiled. I would first have my most elite soldiers cross the river, then put on a facade of being in a state of disorder on the other side to lure the enemy to attack. When the enemy truly came to attack, the elite troops would immediately deliver a headache-causing blow to them. It must be understood that our biggest support is the city walls. Watts said seriously. With the city walls, we can kill 3 of them for every one of us they kill. Thus, they want to seduce us into fighting with them on a level playing field. Linley nodded in approval. Watts continued, as for the third reason, it is because in warfare, tactics are of less importance than strategy. Our goal is to keep the enemy outside and not let them break into the city. This is the most important thing. As long as we succeed, then this battle will be our victory. Therefore, there is no need for us to pay any attention to the flaws of the enemy. Who knows if those flaws are even real or not? Watts laughed calmly. All we need to do is stay inside the prefectural city of Cod and rely on the advantage of the walls to stand guard. Unless something happens beyond our expectations, victory will be ours. The night passed. The day slowly brightened. The Dark Cardinal, Porter, was riding a darkness element demonic tiger as he stared in the direction of the prefectural city of Cod. Guillermo, I have the feeling that this is going to be a very laborsome battle. Porter said with a frown. We already slowed down the speed of our troops crossing the river, and also had our troops be in a state of disorder. But the prefectural city of Cod acted as though they didn't notice. They didn't send anyone over to attack. Guillermo nodded. They had prepared a welcoming feast for the enemies, but unfortunately, the plan had failed. Right now, the entire army had crossed the river and rested an entire night. They were now steadily advancing in the direction of the prefectural city of Cod. Their total forces numbered 1.6 million soldiers. Such a terrifyingly large army covered the entire area like an endless tide. I'm not afraid that Linley's commanding general is intelligent or sly. What I'm afraid of is that he'll just hide in the city like a turtle in its shell. Porter said. Guillermo nodded as well. If the opponent relied on the advantage of the city walls, breaking through the prefectural city of Cod would most likely cause heavy losses to their side. Although they had 1.6 million soldiers, they weren't willing to waste too many lives. Porter. Guillermo said. Then what should we do? The commanding generals of this battle was naturally Guillermo and Porter. In terms of stratagems, Guillermo was inferior to Porter. Weiss laughed calmly. There's nothing for us. Right now, let's go test the enemy's strength. Only when one knew the opponent and knew oneself was one capable of being ever victorious. The entire prefectural city of Cod had been transformed into an enormous military fort. The civilians had been moved out long ago, and most of the houses had been renovated and demolished. Tunnels and pits had been dug. Large numbers of soldiers were clustered on the walls of the East City and the South City. On the west and north sides, however, there were fewer soldiers. All sorts of weapons had been dragged onto the city walls. Linley and Barker were dressed in armor, pretending to be military officers doing an inspection on the southern walls. The city walls were a hotbed of activity, and the multi-kilometer-long walls were packed with people. There were over 100,000 people on the walls of the south side of the city alone. So many people. Linley and Barker stared from afar. They looked like densely clustered locusts. The 1.6 million man army of the Radiant Church and the Cult of Shadows covered the land, streaming towards the prefectural city of Cod. 1.6 million people. A number that was easy to say, but when so many soldiers came charging over, it was terrifying. Even Linley felt a tremendous sense of pressure. Who knows how many people will die as a result of this battle? Barker sighed. Staring at the dense mass of soldiers, Linley also felt that this battle would definitely be a vicious, cruel one. But ever since human society began, wars had existed as well. Although Linley and his men could see the forces of the Radiant Church and the Cult of Shadows, in reality, those soldiers were still quite a distance off. Only, because the enemy forces were simply too massive in number, the soldiers on the wall could see them from far, far away. Let's go to Watts. He is our commanding general. We can't let anything happen to him. Linley led Barker to the city walls of the South City. Watts was currently in an unremarkable little building in the South City. Seeing Linley and Barker, Watts immediately bowed. Watts, Lord Linley and I have come to protect you. Barker laughed. No matter how steady Watts was normally, he grew excited now. Linley laughed. Enough. Focus on preparing to deal with the enemy. What is your strategy for dealing with a million-man army? Linley personally felt lost. Watts laughed. No rush. Whatever methods they use, I'll use the appropriate countermeasures. What do you think they will do for their attack? Barker asked. After they crossed the river, they weren't in a rush to attack. Instead, they let their soldiers rest and waited for dawn. I expect, in about an hour, they will reach the city. At noon, they will begin their first wave of attacks. Watts laughed calmly. The first wave shouldn't be too strong. They will only be testing our strength. How do you plan to respond? Barker asked. Magicite cannons. Watts replied. You'll use magicite cannons immediately? Barker frowned. The magicite cannons were their secret weapons. It should be better to use them at a critical moment. Watts said with certainty, Lord Grand Marshal, don't worry. Just watch and enjoy. When the time comes, you will understand. You put on mysterious airs in front of me? Barker shook his head and laughed. Linley just sat there to one side quietly. All he had to do was hand the affairs of running this battle to these men. A long time later, Linley suddenly opened his eyes and said to Watts, begin to prepare. The Radiant Church and the Cult of Shadows have sent their vanguard to prepare their attack. Watts looked at Linley in surprise. Linley didn't explain too much. Although he hadn't used his spiritual energy, given Linley's insights into the elemental laws of the wind, even from kilometers away, Linley could clearly sense everything going on if he so chose. Milord, 2 legions of the enemy have begun to attack towards our gates. A military officer suddenly ran inside. Although the city walls were tens of kilometers long, the attacks would generally be centered around the city gates. Watts glanced at Linley, then immediately began to issue orders. Carry out our original plans. Prepare 10 magicite cannons. Give our guests a welcoming present. Watts chuckled, and the military officer's eyes had a hint of excitement in them as well. Yes, milord. Come, let's go watch. Linley stood up. On the city wall, Linley and Barker were staring down. They saw 2 legions with a large number of people charge forward. Compared to an army of 1.6 million, 40,000 soldiers wasn't much, but when they charged over, they still felt like a human wave of attackers. Kill! The tens of thousands of soldiers below raised their shields, charging the city gates with their weapons in hand. Their angry roars sounded like the thunder. A number of soldiers were charging forward while carrying massive escalades, while in their hearts, they were nervous about being shot by the arrows of the soldiers on the wall. But what shocked them was, no arrows were fired. Fire! An angry roar. The runes on those 10 magicite cannons instantly lit up, and a terrifying amount of elemental essence began to surround them. Suddenly, those magicite cannons emitted a terrifying, ferocious roar as 10 explosions of light suddenly struck against the enemy legions. Magicite cannons. Terrified sounds could be heard. One of the balls of fire landed right in the middle of a legion, and the people nearby the ball of fire were instantly turned to charcoal. When the ball of fire hit the ground, it instantly turned into a blazing ring of fire which began to expand like a ripple of water in every direction. All soldiers touched by the ring of fire began to scream in agony as they were burned alive. Fire-style magic, blazing rings of fire. With that one blast, 100 people died. One of the other balls of light, a bluish-white one, fell down into the legion as well, and the soldiers in the area around it instantly were frozen solid, then shattered into tiny pieces. This bluish-white ball of light shattered explosively, transforming into millions of terrifying projectile attacks that shot in every direction. Swish! Many soldiers were struck by these flying shards, and countless people began to scream in misery as a result of the blast. Water-style magic, angry sea of arrow rain. Different types of magicite cannons would use different types of magicite gems and produce different types of attacks. But without question, the single barrage from the 10 magicite cannons caused over 1,000 deaths and even more injuries. But then, the magicite cannons lit up again. Bang! 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 Almost at the same time, the magicite cannons struck again. The enemies were either burned to death, shot to death by freezing shards, devoured by locusts, or electrocuted to death by lightning. The 10 magicite cannons fired at the 2 legions, and to those 2 legions, they represented the apocalypse. Weissporter and Guillermo were together. Milords. A military officer saluted as he made the report. The 2 legions who launched the first wave of attacks against the south gate have retreated, and the legion at the east gate has retreated as well. We discovered that at the south gate, 10 magicite cannons have been emplaced, while 5 have been emplaced at the east gate. These magicite cannons are all large-caliber cannons at the level of magi of the 8th rank. Guillermo let out a cold snort. This is what I was afraid of, that they would have magicite cannons. So they really do have them, and large-caliber ones. Who sold it to them? Weissporter laughed calmly. That's not the issue right now. Their possession of magicite cannons is within our predictions. However, since they only have 5 at the east gate, then, tomorrow, let's do a real full-on attack. A full-on attack? Guillermo looked at Weissporter. Weissporter nodded. Right. We'll pretend to be focusing on the south gate while sending a small part of our forces to attack the east gate, but the small portion attacking the east gate will be composed of our elite squads. Weissporter said firmly. Weissporter, what do you intend? Guillermo looked at him. To focus our attacks on the east gate? The ratio of forces didn't determine how powerful each force would be. If the soldiers were elite, 100,000 of them might be able to defeat a force of 400,000 ordinary soldiers. True is false, false is true. We're just tricking our enemies. If 100,000 elite soldiers suddenly attack at once, if the east gate isn't fully prepared, we might be able to break through at one stroke. Weiss Porter said confidently. Guillermo laughed. If I was the enemy commander, when I saw your million soldiers outside the south gate while only 100,000 were at the east gate, I would probably focus my attention on the south gate as well. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 10, Chapter 38, Explosive Fury. Book 10, Baruch, Chapter 38, Explosive Fury. The forces of the Radiant Church and the Cult of Shadows were outside the south gate of the prefectural city of Cod, a seemingly endless sea of forces. The soldiers of the prefectural city of Cod were all on high alert. They knew that this endless sea of soldiers in front of them could suddenly transform into tidal waves that would wash over them. A small part of the below army had separated from the main forces. This small part took a side route, heading towards the east gate of Cod. Factoring in the local geography, the Radiant Church was only able to attack the south gate and the east gate. As for the north gate and the west gate, there was no way for the armies to make it there. The army that came to the east gate was comprised of 2 legions. These 2 legions were of the Radiant Church and the Cult of Shadows. The elite legions of both sides. The commander of the legion belonging to the Cult of Shadows was a man with short blue hair and a severe face who was staring at the city walls. Next to him was a gold-haired man, the commander of the elite legion of the Radiant Church. If they were able to take down the east gate, they would both have rendered huge military merits in this battle. Just 5 magicite cannons. The blue-haired man said calmly. Rogers, Luo, how about this? Our soldiers will first charge forward, and when we get close to the walls, the vanguard will suddenly form tight ranks and use the escalades to create an opening in the city walls. The other soldiers will follow from behind. As long as we can get onto the city walls, the prefectural city of Cod will be finished. Rogers glanced at him. Brian, Pulayan, then let's see who will be the first to break through. Fine. Brian's eyes were filled with arrogance. Time passed. The 2 elite legions were in a state of quiet readiness, waiting, and then suddenly, they heard the terrifying sound of slaughter. Magicite cannons began to boom, warriors shouted with rage, arrows howled through the air, and an ocean-like series of roars split the world apart. They've started on the other side. A hint of a smile was on Brian's lips. Rogers nodded slightly as well. When we break through the east gate, our victory will be assured. Per their original plans, they would wait for the battle at the south gate to reach a crescendo of madness. After 5 minutes, Brian suddenly let out a furious roar, kill. Their generals, who knew the plan all along, immediately led their soldiers to charge out and attack. Those 40-meter-long escalades began to move at frighteningly fast speed towards the east gate. A large number of soldiers advanced at high speed, shields held above their heads. The 5 magicite cannons at the east walls began to light up. Boom! Boom! The magicite cannons howled ferociously, and 5 balls of light began to shoot out at high speed, exploding into balls of terrifying light once they hit the floor. Instantly, soldiers began to die in those areas, but the remaining soldiers didn't hesitate at all. Hesitating meant death. So fast. The commander at the east gate had already discovered how fast the enemies were running towards them. The magicite cannons had only rang out 3 times, but the enemies were already within 100 meters. Wait a second. He suddenly discovered that the fastest-running soldiers of the enemies suddenly formed a unit with perfect coordination. Clearly, these were elite warriors. They had most likely come to join forces and force a breach. HRMPH. It looks like they really did. The commander's face revealed a cold smile. All magicite cannons, prepare. The commander howled loudly, and instantly, 15 more magicite cannon emplacements appeared on the city walls. Combined with the previous 5, there was an awe-inspiring grand total of 20 magicite cannons. The 20 magicite cannons all lit up at the same time. Seeing another 15 magicite cannons appear, the faces of Brian and Rogers, the 2 legion commanders, instantly changed. No! Brian's face was savage, and he roared in uncomprehending fury. Boom! 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 20 magicite cannons simultaneously unleashed their terrifying fury, and their targets were clearly those special, elite soldiers who were leading at the front of the attacking line. An earth-shaking series of explosions could be heard. No! Many warriors, seeing the light of the magicite cannon blasts fly towards them at high speed, screamed in fury and terror. But the cannon blasts were simply too fast. With a flash of light, the blasts hit the ground, giving the warriors no chance to dodge at all. The warriors in the area were blasted to smithereens, with some being frozen solid, others burned alive to charcoal, and still others clutching their severed limbs and screaming miserably. In the blink of an eye, over 3,000 people had died, and several thousand were badly injured as well. It was too terrifying. Many warriors were stunned and awe-stricken. In addition, many of the dead were the elite of the elite. The remaining soldiers began to feel dread in their heart. Charge! Kill the bastards and avenge our comrades. Some warriors howled with fury as they continued the charge. If we make our way up there, we win. But before their escalades even had a chance to be boarded, on the walls of the east wall, a large number of warriors began throwing casks of oil downwards, pouring those boiling casks of oil directly onto the bodies of the attacking warriors. Ah! Many warriors clutched their faces as their bodies spasmed, and they fell off the escalades. Fire, dot. A cold sound rang out, and not only did those 20 magicite cannons once more unleash the god of death, other warriors also began to shoot fire arrows at the enemies as well. Many people below had been covered with hot oil, and now, with fire arrows shooting down. Some of those people who had only been scalded by oil but not killed were suddenly turned into human torches. The ground below the walls had turned into a sea of flame. Many warriors had become human fireballs, all of them emitting tortured screams before collapsing. The soldiers behind them no longer dared to advance, because in front of them was a sea of flame. However, at this moment, those 20 magicite cannons once more attacked, killing thousands more. Explosions rocked the enemy camp. Rogers and Brian were about to go insane. They howled with fierce rage, "Retreat, retreat, quickly, retreat!" In the blink of an eye, over 10,000 of their warriors had died, and several thousand more were injured. The worst thing was, those 20 magicite cannons were continuing to attack. The 20 magicite cannons had stripped the attackers of all their courage and morale. 5 magicite cannons might only be able to kill 1,000 soldiers in one blast, but as long as they made it through 3 blasts, they will be able to close in. But 20 magicite cannons were different. The combined attacks of these cannons were totally capable of killing all the elite vanguard soldiers of the attackers. The power of 20 magicite cannons was simply too great. Even though they were retreating like mad, the 20 magicite cannons still were able to attack 2 more times, and thousands more collapsed. Those beautiful, firework-like balls of light were actually heart-shaking, powerful attacks. It must be said that the magic attacks were indeed very powerful. For example, the blazing rings of fire were like a fiery red ripple. Unfortunately, although they were as beautiful as a dream, they were as terrifying as a butcher's blade. 100,000 soldiers, 20,000 dead. Another 10,000 wounded. Roger's voice was very low. In a short period of time, our morale has been completely destroyed. The warriors don't have the courage to charge those 20 magicite cannons again. By relying on their shields, they could block enemy arrows. But those shields weren't able to block magicite cannon blasts, especially large caliber ones. 20. Why are there 20 magicite cannons? Brian said furiously. When the Lord Cardinal sent us here, didn't they say there were only 5 magicite cannons? If we knew there were 20, we wouldn't have sent them to their deaths like that. Magicite cannons were simply too terrifying. As long as the enemy were in firing range, their lives would be lost. In addition, the reloading time between each blast was very short. As long as they were charged with sufficient magicite gems, they would be able to constantly attack. They were far more terrifying than even 20 magi of the 8th rank. Go back. Rogers looked at his surrounding soldiers and immediately issued the order. Brian clenched his fists, unwilling to admit what just happened. Mother ****. We were tricked. The people of the prefectural city of Cod really are mother **** king bastards. Let's go back. They had lost 30% of their attack power. If they were to attack again, they probably wouldn't be able to muster even half of their earlier attack power. But the enemy hadn't lost a single warrior. Of course, the enemy had spent a huge amount of money. Each time the magicite cannons fired, an enormous amount of gold coins was being spent. How many kingdoms would be willing to afford the cost of 20 magicite cannons constantly blasting non-stop like this? What was real was false. What was false was real. The Radiant Church and the Cult of Shadows had played some tricks, but unfortunately, the prefectural city of Cod had been hiding the true number of magicite cannons. They had a total of 36 magicite cannons, but had only taken out 15 at first. According to their plans, the East Gate would have 20 magicite cannons, while the South Gate would have 16. The battle at the east gate concluded quickly, but the battle at the south gate was extremely brutal. Prepare. A large number of soldiers on the walls of the south side fell to the ground, great bows at the ready, their arms tensed. Those enormous bows were terrifying to behold. Any of the soldiers here could easily lift several hundred pounds. And now, for them to need to use both hands and both feet to draw and fire these bows, one could imagine how powerful they were. Fire. When the order came, countless massive arrows fell down like rain from the city walls, creating a terrifying howl as they descended downwards. Ordinary shields were of no use. These massive arrows punched straight through them, piercing through the shield-bearing soldiers. Instantly, a large number of people fell down. But although a large number had died, others immediately charged forward to take their place. A large number of escalades had already latched onto the city walls, and many soldiers were even preparing to charge onto them. The 6 previously hidden magicite cannons were pulled out as well, and 16 magicite cannons roared wildly, spitting brilliant balls of fire onto the ground below, killing men in large swathes. However, the forces of the Radiant Church and the Cult of Shadows were simply too numerous. They were like an endless wave. Let's retreat for now. If we continue to fight like this, all we are doing is fighting a battle of attrition. Too many will die. Guillermo was frowning. In such a short period of time, they had already lost over 100,000 people. But of course, the prefectural city of Cod had lost people as well, at least over 10,000. The main problem was that those 16 magicite cannons killed too many people. And also, there were those giant arrows and the falling boulders. Those atop the walls always had a great advantage. I have a bad feeling. Weisporter was frowning as he watched those 16 magicite cannons roar. There should only have been 10 magicite cannons, but when the battle began, 6 more appeared. I'm worried about the east gate. Guillermo's heart trembled. Are you saying that more magicite cannons appeared on that side as well? Guillermo shook his head. Not necessarily. Perhaps they simply moved the magicite cannons of the east gate to the south gate. I hope that's the case. Weisporter didn't care about the dead soldiers. What he wanted was victory. Lord Cardinal. A disheveled Brian and Rogers came running at high speed towards Guillermo and Weisporter. What is it? As soon as the Cardinals saw these two, they knew things had not gone well. Brian cursed with fury Lord Cardinal, who provided the intelligence estimates. They are nothing more than Mother Fasturist king bastards. It wasn't 5 magicite cannons, it was 20. 20 damn magicite cannons. My comrades, with just a few blasts, 20,000 of them died, and many were injured as well. Our legions only had a total of 100,000 men. We've instantly lost 30% of our fighting capability. What's more, the elites of our legion, those who had the courage to charge at the front, died even faster. Our soldiers don't have any fighting spirit left at all. They are all terrified. Weisporter's face changed. He totally understood now. Staring at the distant prefectural city of Cod, Weisporter ground his teeth. So you played us. You enticed us to attack the East City, then changed 5 magicite cannons into 20? Weisporter's eyes were red from rage. Guillermo, forget the plans and schemes. Have all the experts of the 9th rank charge, now. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 10, Chapter 39, Battle to the Death. Book 10, Baruch, Chapter 39, Battle to the Death. Guillermo was silent for a moment, then said, "Fine. Let them go." Soon, 6 seemingly ordinary warriors appeared in the headquarters. Weisporter and Guillermo glanced at each other, and then Weisporter said to those 6 men, "The 6 of you, mingle into the center of the army and charge with them towards the city walls. When you reach the city walls, increase your speed and break open the city gates, then lead the army into the city. You must catch them off guard and make them unable to react in time." "Yes, my lord." 3 of the men immediately acknowledged, while the other 3 looked at Guillermo. Guillermo nodded slightly. "Act as Weisporter said." "Yes, my lord." On the massive, wide ground, locust-like hordes of men were charging wildly against the city. 16 magicite cannons were constantly flashing with brilliant light, taking lives away with each flash. On the walls above the prefectural city of Cod, Linley, Barker, Gates, Hazer, Ank, and Boone, and the others were watching the battle. They are fighting wildly enough. Gates licked his lips, grinning as he spoke. Hazer looked at Linley, his eyes shining. "Lord Linley, let us go and teach them a lesson." Of the 5 Barker brothers, only Barker had reached the saint level in his human form. The other 4 were at the peak of the 9th rank, about to break through at any moment. Linley looked at the battle going down below. Laughing calmly, he said, "No rush. You will have your chance soon. But remember, no matter what, you cannot allow them to seize the magicite mine." Compared to the large amount of magicite gems, Linley actually valued the pocket dimension more. That was a precious training place that had to be preserved. Unfortunately, Zassler has reached the saint level as well. Otherwise, once he acted, he would probably be able to counter 1,000,000 soldiers at once, all by himself. Linley sighed as he spoke. Zassler and Linley had reached the saint level almost at the same time. Zassler was now a saint-level Grand Magus Necromancer. After becoming a Grand Magus Necromancer, Zassler's power had reached a terrifying new height. What Zassler currently spent his time doing was collecting saint-level undead. A single Grand Magus Necromancer could collect and tame a group of saint-level undead. One could imagine how terrifyingly powerful they were. That old bastard. He spends all his time hiding inside the mountain in training. He never shows himself these days. Gates grumbled. Last time, I went to look for him, and he actually sent a saint-level undead to battle me for a while. I have to admit, that zombie was really pretty damn powerful. Gates sighed. Linley secretly snickered. Zassler was only joking around with Gates. Linley himself knew, if Zassler was really acting in earnest, Gates would probably have been defeated in an instant. This was because necromancers were highly skilled in matters pertaining the soul, and were extremely talented at spiritual attacks. Upon reaching the saint level, once Zassler used a spiritual attack, even a powerful saint probably wouldn't be able to take it. Bang! Suddenly, Linley and the others felt the city walls suddenly shake violently. Barker's face changed. Not good. Linley's spiritual energy had also discovered that below, 6 warriors of the 9th rank had joined forces to smash through the city gates. Charge! The attacking soldiers found, to their delight, that the city gates were down. Immediately, a large number of soldiers began to pour towards the city gates. The leaders of the soldiers were those 6 warriors of the 9th rank. The garrison guards of the prefectural city of Cod wanted to block them, but they were easily slaughtered by those 6 warriors of the 9th rank. The commander of the South Gate, however, simply watched coldly as this all happened. "Boulder, drop!" The commander's voice rang out without a hint of panic. Instantly, dozens of warriors pulled at hidden levers. With clanking sounds, a massive boulder that was over dozens of meters thick began to fall down. The soldiers below wanted to dodge, but most weren't able to do so and were smashed into meat patties. Bam! The city gates had been sealed. The soldiers outside weren't able to make it in, and the soldiers inside weren't able to go out either. 6 warriors of the 9th rank. They really are going all out. Gates roared angrily, and then with a flip of his hand, he retrieved his massive great axe as he charged down from the top of the walls into the inner courtyard. All 6 of those warriors of the 9th rank had been inside the city already. Gates jumped down, and he was immediately followed by Ankh, Boone, and Hazer as well. Within the city, the 6 warriors of the 9th rank were engaged in a wild slaughter, with none of the soldiers around them able to fend them off. "Quick, flee!" One of the warriors of the 9th rank shouted loudly as he sent his warblade chopping down towards an officer, who was instantly split into 2 halves. Wherever these warriors of the 9th rank went, corpses followed in their wake. The other warriors of the 9th rank knew that they couldn't stay here for too long either. They didn't pay any mind to the soldiers who had followed them in either. A golden-haired, one-eyed warrior suddenly launched himself off the ground, easily sending himself over 30 meters into the air, flipping past the wall and arriving outside the city. The other 5 warriors of the 9th rank immediately also launched off the ground. "You want to run?" A furious howl, and then a terrifying great axe flashed towards them. Gates was the first one to land, and in midair, he stopped one of the leaping warriors of the 9th rank. The warrior of the 9th rank actually wanted to use the heavy sword in his hands to block the axe, but as soon as he did, bam! The warrior's heavy sword shattered into pieces, and he was smashed back down into the ground shaking from the collision. Gates howled angrily, "You motherfastrous curs actually dare to break into the city? Die!" The terrifying great axe chopped down yet again, and it was as though the surrounding area had suddenly frozen. Gates had already reached the imposed level of understanding. There was no place for the warrior of the 9th rank to flee. Ah! A miserable, agonized cry could be heard, and then he was eviscerated by the massive great axe. Blood and splintered organs splashed everywhere, and his body fell heavily to the ground, never to rise again. Although they were both warriors of the 9th rank, Gates was at the peak of the 9th rank and an undying warrior. The difference was too great. The other 4 warriors also encountered Boone, Ankh, and Hazer. Ankh, all by himself, forced 2 of them back down. The eyes of Hazer, Boone, and Ankh were filled with savage, murderous delight. The battle concluded very quickly. Milord, aside from myself, the other 5 were unable to escape. The golden-haired, one-eyed man clearly seemed unwilling to accept this outcome. Weissporter and Guillermo's faces turned ugly to behold. How is that possible? You are warriors of the 9th rank. Weissporter's face couldn't help but turn pale as he spoke. I saw Linley and those undying warriors on the city walls. Guillermo suddenly said. At Guillermo's level of power, despite being kilometers away, he was still able to see Linley and the others on the city walls. Weissporter's voice turned low. Guillermo, could it be that Linley is ignoring our previous agreement and is acting against warriors of the 9th rank? It shouldn't be Linley. Guillermo shook his head. If it was him, most likely not even a single warrior would have escaped. I expect that it was those undying warriors who haven't reached the saint level yet in their human forms. Given their power, it shouldn't be hard for them to deal with an ordinary warrior of the 9th rank, but... Weissporter was beginning to frown. You can go now. The lucky survivor left. Weissporter sent out the order. Let the attacking soldiers retreat for now. Today, we'll pause for now. Yes, milord. The messenger immediately ran out. Guillermo looked at Weissporter, puzzled. Weissporter closed his eyes. After a while, he opened them, then said calmly, Guillermo, at nightfall, let's prepare to order our men to attack again, late at night. We have to take down the city before daybreak tomorrow. We'll pay whatever cost in lives is necessary. Late night? Guillermo frowned as he looked at Weissporter. Even if we don't care about the lives of our warriors, it'll be hard to break through. Neither Guillermo nor Weissporter cared at all about the lives of their ordinary soldiers. They commanded a tremendously high number of soldiers, and it was in fact useful to reduce the population a bit through warfare. Ordinary warriors only required a year or 2 of training, after all. They didn't care about them. What they cared about were elite soldiers. For example, 100,000 soldiers that had been sent to attack the east gates. Tonight, we will attack the city, no matter the cost. If by 5 in the morning, we still haven't broken through, then we will use your final trump card. Weissporter looked at Guillermo. What say you, Guillermo? Our final trump card? Guillermo was silent for a moment. He knew what Weissporter was talking about. Guillermo nodded slightly. Fine. Actually, if they were to begin attacking at midnight and fight like wild all the way until 5 in the morning, even if they weren't able to break through, they would exhaust the forces of the prefectural city of Cod. At that point, the Radiant Church and the Cult of Shadows would use their trump cards, making their victory utterly assured. The countless warriors beneath the walls retreated like the retreating tides. Watts stood atop the walls, his face expressionless. Linley looked at Watts from nearby, his eyes filled with praise. Just then, he had watched the entire procession of battle. The enemy had attacked multiple times, at the east gate and the west gate, but Watts' orders as well as his disposition of forces had been quite perfect. Watts. Linley, Barker, Boone, Ankh, and the others walked towards him. Watts bowed as soon as he saw the group of people. Linley smiled. Today's battle has already concluded. Watts, get a good night's rest. No need, milord. Watts had a very serious look on his face. Today, the enemy attacked us several times with their armies. They used their elite soldiers to try and break through the east gate, then sent warriors of the 9th rank to break through the south gate. And they had their soldiers attack wildly. I can sense that the opposing commander isn't a very patient person. I expect that his next strategy will be exposed later today or tomorrow. Tonight, they will probably attempt a sneak attack. Watts looked towards the enemy camp. When 2 armies engaged in battle, if one could understand the personality of the opposing commander, one would be able to better predict the enemy's actions. Oh? A hint of a smile was on Linley's face. Gates laughed loudly. Lord Linley, don't have any doubts. Watts' predictions are at least 90% likely to occur. That night, Linley, Barker, and the others were drinking wine in a courtyard. Because Watts had predicted that the enemy would attempt a sneak attack tonight, all of them were waiting. A secret pocket dimension room? Boone seemed shocked by Linley's words. Barker nodded as well. Right. Even I, someone who doesn't have much of an affinity for the elements, would clearly sense all the elements in that mysterious room. That sort of feeling was very unique. I felt closer to nature than ever before. Ankh, Boone, Gates, Hazer. You need to train hard. In the future, when you are at the saint level, you will be able to train inside the pocket dimension room. Linley smiled. The room was 10 meters wide. It could indeed permit multiple people to train inside at once. Suddenly, fierce battle cries erupted from the south gate, immediately followed by the furious roars of magicite cannons. Miserable screams, arrows ripping through the air. Linley, Barker, and the others exchanged glances, then began to laugh. That Watts. He guessed correctly. Come. Linley began to feel some admiration for Watts. Their group hurried towards the south city gates. The closer they drew, the louder, the more terrifying the sounds of battle became. Illuminated by torches, the ground below the city was filled with corpses, while large numbers of soldiers were falling off the walls as well, as the soldiers below wildly shot arrows upwards. Siege escalades. Linley suddenly saw a huge construct slowly make its way towards the city. Each siege escalade was over 40 meters wide, and was made entirely out of steel and cement. The massive mobile forts were slowly making their way towards the city walls. The part of the mobile forts facing the city walls were made entirely out of a thick layer of steel. Boom! The magicite cannons belched forth their fury. The blazing balls of fire only caused a layer of metal to melt, but the steel was several meters thick. The massive things weren't budged at all. There were 10 of these siege escalades, and they formed a line, slowly advancing towards the city walls. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 10, Chapter 40, Meat Grinder. Book 10, Baruch, Chapter 40, Meat Grinder. The 10 siege escalades were like 10 giant steel behemoths, slowly advancing despite the withering rain of fire from the magicite cannons. Once the siege escalades reach the walls, then, a large number of enemy soldiers will be able to attack through the escalades to the walls. Barker's face was hazily illuminated by the light of the firing magicite cannons. Boone, Ank, Hazer, and Gates all turned solemn as well. Linley stood atop the walls, staring down at the locust-like horde of soldiers, and those 10 massive siege escalades. Even he felt it was rather problematic. The next part of the battle will definitely be a ferocious one. Even someone like Linley, who barely knew anything about military strategy, could predict how wild the battle was about to get. Charge! The soldiers screamed furiously, their faces ferocious. Tens of thousands of escalade ladders were placed against the city walls, and a large number of soldiers began to climb onto them, attempting to charge the enemy forces on the walls and engage them in close combat. However, escalade ladders could be knocked off, and could also be lit on fire by burning oil. In addition, each escalade ladder could only fit 2 people at once. Faced with a large number of garrison troops who attacked them at once, they weren't able to do anything. A soldier on top of an escalade ladder jumped off, wanting to charge into the garrison. Slash! Multiple swords and sabers swung out, and that poor soldier in front was only able to make one strike before being chopped into a beehive of holes. Bang! An escalade ladder was knocked off, and a large number of soldiers fell down. For a fall of 20 or 30 meters, it wasn't a big deal for the strong, but for the weak, they would die or be crippled from the fall. The worst part of it was, many of the weapons of the already killed soldiers were lying on the ground. And so when the new soldiers fell off, they fell onto the weapons. Snick! Their bodies were pierced through by the weapons. A large number of soldiers also wildly shot arrows at the garrison, the hail of arrows falling onto the walls and even into the city. Many city guards fell down, shot to death by the arrows. Every moment, warriors were dying. Although many garrison troops were being killed, even more attackers were dying. Quick, quick! From behind the troops, the Dark Cardinal, Weisporter, was shouting. Quick, have the siege escalades pushed more quickly to the city walls. Weisporter simply couldn't keep his calm any longer. He hoped for a sudden change in fortunes. The enormous siege escalades were exactly that, powerful tools which could change the fortunes of war. They were terrifyingly large, and were made almost completely of steel and metal. These siege escalades were just like giant mobile fortresses. The soldiers in the walls above, when dealing with the soldiers from the siege escalades, wouldn't be at any advantage. After all, the siege escalades would allow hundreds of attacking soldiers to attack at once as well. Concentrate your fire against those siege escalades. The commander of the South Gate issued his order, and instantly, multiple magicite cannons attacked the siege escalades simultaneously. However, the steel canopies protecting the siege escalades were several meters thick. Even powerful magicite cannons weren't able to burn through such a thick layer of steel and break the siege escalades. At most, the attacks caused the siege escalades to tremble, or perhaps kill a few of the soldiers atop the siege escalades. But when the soldiers died, more soldiers replaced them from below. After all, one of the primary purposes of the siege escalade was to act as a delivery mechanism for soldiers. Come, have the 1st Battalion assemble here and prepare to defend against the first siege escalade. A commanding officer shouted loudly. To defend against the siege escalades, they had to use their elite soldiers. The prefectural city of Cod wanted to try their best to block the assault of these siege escalades. However, these siege behemoths were simply unstoppable. With a sudden bam sound, a siege escalade rammed into the city walls. And then multiple bang 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 sounds could be heard in succession, as one siege escalade after another collided with the city walls. Pull, pull, pull. Atop one of the siege escalades, a military officer was shouting in anger. Many soldiers around him instantly began to activate the hidden mechanisms of the siege escalade, and with clanking sounds, the thick steel canopy protecting the siege escalade swung down. Bang! The 100-meter-wide steel canopy smashed hard against the city walls. This immediately became the equivalent of a 100-meter-wide corridor from the siege escalade into the prefectural city of Cod. The siege escalade was taller than the city walls to begin with. With the canopy down, the soldiers of the Radiant Church and the Cult of Shadows were able to charge down from the higher ground in a wild attack. Brothers, kill them! Avenge the captain! Kill! Countless ferocious howls came from the soldiers, as they wildly charged down the corridors to the walls of the prefectural city of Cod. They had been beaten senseless, and while they were charging, many had been shot to death by arrows or blasted apart by magicite cannons. They hadn't even had the chance to fight a fair battle with their enemies. This sort of frustration and resentment had been building in their hearts. And now, they finally had the chance to explode. The 10 siege escalades represented 10 corridors. Large numbers of soldiers swarmed towards the walls, attacking the defenders. The garrison troops of the prefectural city of Cod didn't budge either. They used boulders to attack, or burning oil. The 100-meter-wide corridors were utterly filled with people. One soldier decapitated his opponent, but then someone else rammed a spear through his chest. The battle at the walls and the siege escalades was a meat grinder. The attackers and defenders fought in pitched, close-quarter battles. Large numbers of corpses clotted the area, forming piles so high that they were even higher than the walls themselves as bodies fell downwards. Blood splashed everywhere, causing rivers of blood to form atop the walls and the corridors. Countless soldiers continued to raise their weapons, charging towards their foes. For the sake of survival. For the sake of avenging their comrades. Everyone fought wildly, their eyes red with bloodlust. Bang! Bang! The magicite cannons were aiming their fire against the siege escalades now, because the people atop the siege escalades were very tightly clustered. The density was 10 times greater than the ground below. Countless soldiers wanted to use the siege escalades to charge onto the enemy's walls. Indeed, the soldiers moved quickly. Soon, they managed to charge from the siege escalades into the city walls. It was only a distance of 100 meters from the siege escalade to the city walls. Given the power of these soldiers, it wouldn't even take them 10 seconds to close that sort of distance. They all possessed the hope that during those 10 seconds while they were exposed and in the open, the magicite cannons definitely wouldn't be able to strike them. However, the magicite cannons continued to fire against the siege escalades, each blast claiming the lives of hundreds of soldiers. Unfortunately, the speed at which the magicite cannons killed people was far slower than the speed at which the soldiers of two sides killed each other in close-quarters combat. The soldiers of the prefectural city of Cod began to die in large numbers as well now. In close combat, the death ratio was going to be close to 1-to-1. Barker looked at Linley. Lord Linley, if this continues, we won't be able to hold on. Indeed. The enemy had a total of 1.6 million soldiers. Although they had lost some earlier, 1.6 million was an enormous figure, and those losses meant little. The prefectural city of Cod only had 500,000 soldiers. If they were to fight a war of attrition at a 1-to-1 rate, a loss of 300,000 or 400,000 to the enemy would result in them still having nearly 1 million soldiers, but to Cod, they would only have less than 100,000 remaining. This couldn't be permitted to continue. Of course, this was just the death ratio for the soldiers in close-quarters combat. If they factored in the damage caused by the magicite cannons, as well as those who were being shot to death by arrows, the prefectural city of Cod still held a major advantage. Gates, go destroy that corridor for me. Linley pointed at the thick steel canopy bridge of one of the siege escalades. Once that 100-meter-wide, multiple-meter-thick steel bridge was destroyed, then, there would be a distance of nearly 10 meters from the siege escalades to the city walls. Only warriors of a certain rank would be able to leap that distance, and in addition, as they leapt, the city garrison would be able to use their spears to welcome them as they landed. Yes, Lord. Gates acknowledged in his loud voice. Boone, Ank, and Hazer didn't hesitate at all as they headed out as well. But Barker, since he was now a saint, couldn't get involved. Gates' body was blazing with battle chi, and in his hands, he was wielding that 5,300-pound great axe. With a mighty leap, he flew directly onto the corridor where the fighting was going on. The bridge was filled with people, as many soldiers wanted to charge onto the enemy walls. Bang! A terrifying axe-shaped blast of battle-chi energy chopped out, splitting several dozen warriors apart at the waist instantly. Body parts flew everywhere, spraying the surrounding area with blood. Instantly, a large gap appeared on the corridor bridge. Bam! Like a demonic god, Gates wielded his terrifying 5,300-pound great axe as he landed in that empty area. Almost instantly, a large number of enemy soldiers immediately filled up that gap, all of them attacking Gates wildly. HRMPH. Great axe in hand, Gates delivered a mighty blow to the bridge beneath him. The great axe fell down, as gently as a falling leaf, striking against the steel bridge. Only a gentle clink was heard, but then, a massive hole appeared in the steel bridge, and a huge amount of steel dust was suddenly picked up and carried away by the wind. Wielding something heavy as though it were light. Bang! Gates' battle-chi blasted out in all directions like countless arrows, killing all of the surrounding and attacking soldiers. It really is thick. Gates murmured confidently. This sturdy steel bridge was something which even a peak-stage undying warrior of the 9th rank was unable to chop through at a blow. However, the blow from Gates' great axe had chopped halfway through it, with only a meter of thickness remaining. No! Many people from the Radiant Church and the Cult of Shadows, upon seeing this, stared with wide eyes. Break apart! Gates brought his great axe gently down a second time. Bang! That thick steel bridge split into two parts, and the part that was lying against the wall fell down. A large number of soldiers fell down as well. The effectiveness of the siege escalade had instantly been halved. If they wanted to cross to the walls, the only choice was to jump over. But the enemy guards had their weapons pointed towards them, with spear tips and sword tips all aimed in their direction. You want to jump? Then jump. You'll know what happens if you do. Bang! Bang! One steel bridge after another was broken through as Gates, Boone, Ankh, and Hazer, these 4 terrifying undying warriors of the peak of the 9th rank, moved through all 10 of the siege escalades. The forces of the Radiant Church and the Cult of Shadows, who had seen victory within reach, all began to feel bitterness and despair. We almost succeeded. Bastards! Weissporter let out an angry growl. If the earlier situation had persisted, even though the enemy continued to attack with magicite cannons and arrows, Weissporter was confident that after sustaining casualties of approximately 700 to 800,000, they would have destroyed the enemies. Weissporter, now what? Guillermo looked at him. Weissporter looked at him as well. It's still early. Wait for 5 in the morning. Guillermo and Weissporter both tacitly understood. Although the steel bridges were destroyed, the siege escalades still have some effect. Weissporter stared from afar. Indeed, many soldiers continued to charge onto the siege escalades, and then, relying on being on the higher ground, shot arrows or slung rocks at the enemies on the walls. A large number of soldiers even jumped down onto the city walls. Perhaps the initial casualty rate would be horrendous, but once a small safe area was established, they were still able to fight on fairly even footing. They've gone mad. Gates had experienced countless battles, but even he felt a sense of pressure. Simply too many had died. Time passed, 1 minute and 1 second at a time. 3 in the morning. 4 in the morning. As time dragged on, the casualties for the defenders reached nearly 200,000 as well. For their casualties to be at such a terrifyingly high number, one could totally imagine how many had died on the side of the Radiant Church and the Cult of Shadows. When 5 in the morning came, Guillermo and Weissporter looked at each other. Weissporter, as you said. It is time to use our trump card. Guillermo spoke. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 10, Chapter 41, Trump Card. Book 10, Baruch, Chapter 41, Trump Card. Bang! 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 Those magicite cannons continued to attack, as though money truly was no obstacle at all. Beneath the prefectural city of Cod, there was a veritable sea of flame, and the night sky was split up by countless beautiful flashes of light. From far away, the commanders of the joint forces, Weissporter and Guillermo, had shadows cast across their faces. Trump card? Weissporter looked at Guillermo. Snickering, he said, Lord Cardinal Guillermo, I think that these exhausted soldiers of the prefectural city of Cod would be easily defeated once the Sacred Legion of the Radiant Church attacks. There's no need for my side to join in. The trump card of the Radiant Church, the Sacred Legion. The Sacred Legion. In this area of the anarchic lands, the Radiant Church had spent a tremendous amount of effort and materials to cultivate this mighty legion. The Sacred Legion only had a total of 30,000 people. 5,000 of the soldiers in this legion were warriors of the 7th rank, while the other 25,000 were at least of the 5th rank in power. In the other legions, a warrior of the 5th rank might be considered an elite soldier, but in this legion, they would only be the weakest of soldiers. It must be understood that the jumping abilities of warriors of the 7th rank alone would allow them to flip past those 30-meter-tall city walls. Such a trump card of a legion, upon entering battle, would definitely be an unbalancing force. However, cultivating such a legion was simply too difficult. The cost of training them was far larger than that of training even the million-man army. If Linley's saints break our agreement and eradicated our sacred legion, that would be terrible. Guillermo secretly mused. Weiss Porter and him were thinking the same thing. They were both afraid that the saints would betray the agreement and take part in the battle. For example, those saint-level dragons. For example, Linley and the other supreme warriors. If a few 100,000 ordinary soldiers were killed, the Radiant Church and the Cult of Shadows could easily recruit a few 100,000 more. All they needed was a year or two of training. But the Sacred Legion, every single soldier represented years' worth of training and expenditures. Each lost soldier wouldn't easily be replenished by money alone. Weiss Porter, are you joking? Guillermo's face sank. Weiss Porter immediately laughed. Guillermo, don't be angry. The Shadow Legion of the Cult of Shadows will attack at the same time. The Shadow Legion was built up by the Cult of Shadows for the express purpose of countering the Sacred Legion. Their power was on par. These were two terrifyingly strong legions. Although each had only 30,000 soldiers, and combined they only numbered 60,000 to the two sides, the worth of these trump card legions wasn't any less than that of a million-man army. Atop the city walls, Linley and Barker were watching the battle as though it had nothing to do with them. The city guards in the area had been dismissed. There's nobody there. The enemy soldiers clearly saw an area where only 2 people were standing. Quick, attack over there. The battle was so frantic that none of the soldiers were thinking clearly. Seeing an opening in the walls, they immediately charged over. But just as they ran up the escalade ladders and charged at Linley and Barker with their weapons raised. Slash! Instantly, countless knives of wind formed a wall. The 3 warriors who had been the first to charge over were instantly turned into meat paste, and even some of the warriors close to the top of the escalade ladders were chopped into ground meat. This scene replayed itself over and over throughout the battle. Nobody was able to draw near these 2. I'm feeling really mother *, King stifled. Barker cursed softly. Barker looked at Linley. Linley didn't seem to feel anything at all. Barker couldn't help but say, Lord Linley, how can you just keep watching? Why can't I? Linley stared below. Oh? Barker looked at Linley questioningly. Linley laughed calmly. I now somewhat understand how the war god feels. Let worldly matters develop naturally. People will always die in wars. If I hadn't founded the Baruch kingdom, perhaps even more people would have died in those endless, chaotic wars. Linley looked down below. The mortal world has its rules. And we have our rules as well. I will hold to our agreement. Even if they break through to the Magicite mines and seize them, I won't interfere. Linley said calmly. Barker grew frantic. But what about that pocket dimension room we discovered? What are you afraid of? Linley laughed calmly. It is impossible for non-saints to enter that secret room. But which saints would dare trespass on my territory? Linley was already viewing this battle with a transcendent gaze in mind. It didn't really matter if they won or they lost. And in addition, the pocket dimension was immovable. You speak truth, Lord. Barker began to understand. Upon reaching the saint level, they possessed an eternal lifespan. They had transcended past ordinary humans. In truth, worldly battles and affairs no longer belonged to them, and saints no longer belonged in them either. But although they understood this in their heart, both Barker and Linley had a hint of anticipation. The anticipation that their side would prove victorious. Not good. Barker's face suddenly changed. Beneath the city, a large number of elite warriors charged towards the walls at high speed. They were thickly clustered and definitely numbered in the tens of thousands. This large group of elite warriors ran at an astonishing pace, and with each flicker of their bodies, they moved 20 or 30 meters. In less than a minute, they would arrive at the city walls. Fire! The Magicite cannons from the east gate had been shifted over as well. More than 20 Magicite cannons fired simultaneously, blasting down balls of light at the soldiers below. Swish! Swish! Many elite soldiers immediately dodged at high speed, but the Magicite cannon attacks were simply too fast. Despite many of the elite soldiers being able to dodge the center of the blasts, a few unlucky soldiers would still die, while the others or the boundaries of the blasts would be injured as well. But there was only time for one blast. The magicite cannons only had enough time to fire once before the elite soldiers reached the city walls. There's so many people. Tens of thousands. Where did all these powerful warriors come from? There's so many warriors of the 7th rank. Barker felt a hint of amazement. Linley noticed the large number of elite soldiers that had appeared out of nowhere as well. Given Linley and Barker's current levels of power, they were instantly able to judge the power of these soldiers. So many are of the 7th rank? They are just like the ace regiments of the Knights of the Radiant Church that I saw back in the Holy Union. This must be an elite force built up by the Radiant Church and the Cult of Shadows, akin to the 8 ace regiments. This is their true elite force, here in the anarchic lands. Linley guessed. And that was indeed the case. Whoosh! 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 A large number of warriors reached the city walls, and with a sudden leap, they easily cleared the 30-foot walls. The thickly clustered warriors all arrived atop the walls, and all of them possessed the power of the 7th rank. Bang! Swords and sabers flashed everywhere, and battle chi exploded throughout the area. Immediately, almost 10 or 20,000 garrison guards died. The garrison troops were only of the 2nd or 3rd ranks in power. The warriors of the 5th rank would be considered elites amongst them. But these warriors who had jumped onto the walls were all of the 7th rank, and there were nearly 10,000 of them. A slaughter. They couldn't fight back at all. And at the same time, a huge number of warriors of only the 5th and 6th ranks began to climb up the escalade ladders at high speed. Although there were hundreds of thousands soldiers on the south walls, only 20 or 30,000 troops could fight against the warriors of the 7th rank at any given time. And when the 50,000 warriors of the 5th and 6th ranks charged up, we lose. Barker sighed. After the 60,000 elite troops of the Sacred Legion and the Shadow Legion swept upwards, hundreds of thousands of normal troops followed behind them in escalade ladders. The entire length of the South City walls were occupied with countless enemies, who swarmed forward like an endless stream of ants, attacking the inner city of Cod. But where Linley and Barker stood, no matter how many warriors charged over, they were all transformed into mincemeat by those countless wind blades. Let's leave. Linley immediately flew out of the walls. Can't let them have those magicite cannons, Barker said. Barker's body flashed by the city walls, and one magicite cannon after another was stored into his interspatial ring. How could those enemy soldiers possibly block the Saint-level expert, Barker? Geez, Barker, Linley shook his head and chuckled. All done. Barker flew back to Linley's side. Barker and Linley flew into the air above the prefectural city of Cod. They could clearly see what was happening throughout the prefectural city. What's clearly had been prepared for this breach, as a large number of troops were currently retreating through the west gate and the north gates. At the same time, many soldiers remained within the prefectural city of Cod, preparing to do battle and prevent the enemy forces from chasing. A large number of troops were fleeing towards the north of the prefectural city of Cod. What stared at the distant prefectural city of Cod and let out a low sigh. In the end, he had still lost. When those two terrifying enemy legions had appeared, Watts knew that there was no way they could block them. The Radiant Church and the Cult of the Shadows, combined, had 60,000 elite soldiers, 10,000 of whom were of the 7th rank. To warriors of the 7th rank, walls might as well not exist. How could one possibly defend against such a monstrously powerful legion? What are you sad about? Gates was next to him. If we lose, we lose. When I was in the 18 northern duchies, losing battles was a commonplace event. But of course, I still felt pretty pissed. Gates was resigned as well. When those 60,000 elite soldiers attacked, how many of them could he, Gates, kill by himself? After all, they wouldn't just run up to him and wait for him to kill them. If I was a Grand Magus Saint, that would be wonderful. I'd just cast a forbidden spell and wipe them all out. Gates secretly mumbled to himself. Right at this time, Linley and Barker flew over. They had seen Gates, Boone, Ank, and Hazer, and thus they flew down. As they did, Linley asked Watts, how many people have you assigned to fight the rearguard action to hold off the enemy? 100,000. Watts replied. We have a total of 150,000 soldiers in full retreat, none of them wounded. As for the remaining 100,000, half of them are injured, while the other half are at full strength. By relying on the traps and secret tunnels we dug early on, they should be able to stop the enemy forces for an hour. An hour? Linley asked. Right. An hour. After an hour, my men will send a signal arrow, and all the soldiers will immediately surrender. What side? There's nothing for it. If they fight to the end, they will all die. Linley nodded with understanding. In the anarchic lands, for the defeated soldiers to surrender was quite normal. 1 hour will be more than enough for us to pull away from them. Watts said. There were 200,000 soldiers stationed at the magicite mines, and the defenses had been prepared long ago. Watts and his men had fled in the early morning, while in the afternoon, 150,000 survivors arrived at the magicite mines. As soon as they arrived, they were immediately sent to the administrative areas to rest and eat. Nightfall. Within a tent. Linley, Barker, and the others were seated together, eating dinner. At this time, someone arrived. The person who had arrived was Delia, and her arrival instantly caused everyone to stop eating. Even Barker, Gates, and Boone all immediately came over to greet her. Linley, how can you keep eating? Delia was somewhat frantic. What is it? Linley looked at Delia. Delia said, the forces of the Radiant Church and the Cult of Shadows have almost arrived. What are we going to do? What are we going to do? What can we do? Linley shook his head helplessly. Delia, right now, a large number of people are mining as fast as they can. We've already finished mining over a quarter of the total number of gems here. This was one method as well. Mine as much as possible. But suddenly, Boss Beebe suddenly appeared atop the dinner table. He stared at Linley with his beady little eyes. The enemies have sent so many people over. Boss, I've already brought Zassler over. Let Zassler cast a single forbidden level spell, Undead Calamity, and summon an army of millions of undead in a single spell. Exterminate them. At this moment, the tent flap opened. An old man wearing a black robe walked in. He was as thin as a skeleton. It was the Grand Magus Necromancer, Zassler. Lord Linley, I am ready to obey your commands at any moment. If you give the order, none of those million soldiers outside will survive. Zassler's eyes flashed with a cold green light. Zassler's army of undead didn't just include ordinary undead. They even included undead of the 9th rank, and even quite a few of the saint rank. To exterminate that million-man army was as easy as raising his hand. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 10, Chapter 42, An Utter Catastrophe. Book 10, Baruch, Chapter 42, An Utter Catastrophe. Everyone in the tent couldn't help but look towards Linley. Without question, Linley was the leader of these saints. Boss! Beebe called out frantically. Linley shook his head slightly. Once we break the agreement, then according to the original text, Desri, the Radiant Church, and the Cult of Shadows will join forces in dealing with us. Why are you afraid of them? Beebe wrinkled his little nose, and said viciously, if those saints come, I'll eat them alive. What's more, boss, Desri probably won't act against you. He clearly was on our side. Desri was indeed on Linley's side. Zassler's usage of a forbidden spell to summon an army of millions of undead would, without question, result in victory. Desri might not come attack us as a result of us violating the agreement. However, if we act in such a way, we would essentially be destroying Desri's reputation. Desri had given him face. He couldn't make Desri look bad like that. God damn it. What a pain in the ass. Beebe was somewhat frantic. Boss, Zassler can just summon undead that aren't saints. As long as non-saint undead do the attacking, then that wouldn't be considered a violation, right? Beebe's words made Delia immediately begin to laugh. Linley swatted Beebe on the head. Beebe, you are equivocating. How is the ultimate summoning spell, Undead Calamity, different from other forbidden spells? In fact, in terms of power, the Undead Calamity spell is even stronger. It even can summon saint-level undead. But then we're going to lose. Beebe said hurriedly. Linley sighed. If we lose, we lose. At worst, that just means the enemy will take away the majority of the gems in the magicite mines. Fortunately, we've already mined away all of those gems that were on par with magicite cores of beasts of the 7th, 8th, and 9th ranks. Beebe, you finished with those, right? After discovering the secret door, Linley immediately mentally reached out to Beebe and had Beebe bring Harrow and the 3 saint-level dragons to go to the core area and begin mining. Although those magicite gems probably were only numerous enough to fill up a house, in terms of price, they were roughly on par with 2/3 of the entire rest of the mine. After all, these gems held enough energy that they were on par with the magicite cores of magical beasts of the 7th, 8th, and 9th ranks. We've mined them all. Beebe said hurriedly. But, we've only mined out 20 or 30% of those ordinary magicite gems. The 20 to 30% of ordinary magicite gems, combined with the core gems that they had mined, were worth perhaps only 50% of the total value of the magicite mines. Rumble. The thickly clustered soldiers quickly formed up into two lines. The enormous, million-man army seemed like a behemoth as it swept towards the defenses of the magicite mines. Within the army, Weissporter and Guillermo both had smiles on their faces. We win. Guillermo laughed as he looked at the distant magicite mines. Weissporter chuckled. Don't celebrate just yet. Nothing is certain until the last moment. I don't care about Linley's soldiers. What I'm afraid of is Linley personally interfering. Or, those saint-level magic beasts attacking. Our army would probably totally collapse. True. Guillermo sighed as well. How effective was their previous agreement in binding Linley? First, let our army rest. They fought all night, then marched for an entire day. The soldiers haven't had a chance to rest at all. Weissporter said. It's already night. Wait for dawn. Let them rest one night, and then attack again at dawn. Right now, the advantage was all on their side. Although their common soldiers were exhausted, those 60,000 elite soldiers weren't tired at all. The weakest soldier of those two legions was of the 5th rank. During the battle at the prefectural city of Cod, they had only attacked at the very end, and then traveled for a day. Given their power, even staying up for 3 days and 3 nights was fine. Within the Forest of Darkness. Rustle, in this primeval forest, a soft sound rustled throughout the area. One stone-eater rat and shadow mouse after another could be seen, moving in dense ranks. As far as the eye could see, there were shadow mice and stone-eater rats. Countless rat-type magical beasts were traveling towards the south side of the Forest of Darkness at high speed. Gray stone-eater rats, black shadow mice, silver stone-eater rats, blue shadow mice, golden stone-eater rats, violet shadow mice. Rat-type magical beasts of all colors were coming out in a constant stream from within the depths of the Forest of Darkness like a tide, surging towards the south. Amongst them, 3 violet-gold rat-type magical beasts were flying in the air above. Big brother, are we being a bit too nasty? One of the violet-gold rats spoke out. What do you mean, too nasty? The leader of the violet-gold rats sneered. We are the kings of the rat-type magical beasts. Since all 3 of us brothers are making our grand entrance, we have to show off a bit. Also, we only brought a portion of the rat-type magical beasts of the Forest of Darkness. It isn't as though we brought them all. The Forest of Darkness was the home of rat-type magical beasts. In the Forest of Darkness, rat-type magical beast hordes were terrifying in power. No other magical beasts dared to offend these rat-type magical beast hordes. Even saint-level magical beasts didn't want to offend the Rat Kings. Each of these violet gold rats possessed terrifying amounts of power. That Linley hasn't met us a single time yet, has he? The violet gold rat in the middle laughed. Right. He can be considered as having rendered great merits, for him having taken care of Bibi for so long. The leading violet gold rat said. Big brother, don't be so self-satisfied. From what I've learned from my conversations with Bibi, that Linley's power is quite astonishing. In his full dragon form, combined with his extremely high understanding of the laws, you probably aren't a match for him. The third violet gold rat said. The leading violet gold rat let out a few snorts. At his current level of power, I suppose he finally, just barely, qualifies to be Bibi's boss, now. 12 years ago, when Bibi and the violet gold rat had exchanged blows, Bibi had been at a disadvantage. But 12 years later, Bibi's level of power had already reached parity with the violet gold rat. They are moving so slowly. The leading violet gold rat said with impatience. Suddenly, it let out a shrill screech. Scree-ee. The piercing sound rang out, and instantly, the masses of stone-eater rats and shadow mice below them began to move more quickly. Wherever the endless tide of rat-type magical beasts went, the other magical beasts immediately scrambled to flee. Nobody dared to stop them. Linley's forces were all hidden behind their defenses. All they could do was rely on the local geography and environment to stop the enemy. Although they knew the enemy forces were exhausted last night, Linley's 150,000 soldiers were exhausted as well. The day slowly brightened. This morning was a foggy one. The fog wasn't very thick, but it prevented a person from seeing beyond a few hundred meters. The enemy is moving. Behind the defenses, the soldiers could clearly hear a multitude of footsteps. Clearly, the enemy forces were charging in this direction. In the mist, one could vaguely begin to see countless soldiers appear like a wave crashing towards them. Linley, Delia, Bibi, Zassler, Barker, and the others all quietly watched. Geez, this pisses me off. Bibi grumbled on Linley's shoulders. Bibi secretly glanced at Linley, but Linley maintained his silence. Who here was happy? Who wouldn't be upset at having to give away half the magicite mine to the enemies? But Linley had signed the agreement, and he didn't want to make Desri look bad. And so, he held to the agreement. Soon, the hundreds of millions of gold coins worth of magicite gems would belong to the enemy. Suddenly, the footsteps came to a halt. At the same time, a loud, world-shaking voice could be heard, "Surrender. There is no way you can resist our army. If you surrender, we definitely won't mistreat you." The words were said quite suavely. "He's rather polite." Gates snickered. "Of course." Zassler let out a sinister sneer. "They are afraid that we saints will interfere, but if you put down your weapons within 1 minute's time and surrender, we definitely won't harm any of you. The countdown begins now." After the voice finished speaking, not a single one of the 350,000 soldiers surrendered. They all quietly awaited the battle to start. 1 minute and 1 second passed. A minute was a very short period of time. The entire battlefield was put under terrifying pressure. Baruch Kingdom's side saw many soldiers sweating. Their knuckles were white from how tightly they held their weapons. "Prepare!" A voice rang out. The battle at the prefectural city of Kod had resulted in almost no losses to the Sacred Legion or the Shadow Legion. Those 60,000 elite soldiers hefted their shields and raised their spears and warblades. "We're going to lose," Gates said in a low voice. Delia and Bibi looked at Linley, but Linley remained silent. But just at this time, 3 violet gold flashes of light suddenly streaked through the air, while at the same time, their excited voices rang out. "Bibi, I'm here. This time, I brought my big brother and my second brother with me." Saint-level magical beasts? Linley turned and saw 3 violet gold rats. This was Linley's first time meeting Saint-level rat-type magical beasts aside from Bibi, and what's more, there were 3 of them. What is that sound? Linley, extremely sensitive to the elemental essences, suddenly sensed a sound from far away. That sound was moving towards them at a very fast speed. Linley spread out his spiritual sense, and suddenly he sensed so many. Countless rat-type magical beasts. Black ones. Blue ones. Violet ones. Gray ones. Silver ones. Gold ones. All sorts of rat-type magical beasts covered the land, like an enormous, endless sea. Countless rat-type magical beasts raised their head and began to let out excited screeches. Scree-ee. Scree-ee. Terrifying, countless screeches filled the air, the world reverberating with the sound. What is that sound? The Sacred Legion and the Shadow Legion, which had just been able to engage in battle, suddenly felt their hearts quiver. The sound was coming from behind the magicite mines, but there were far too many voices, like trillions of magical beasts screeching at the same time. Weiss Porter and Guillermo's faces instantly changed. What is going on? Weiss Porter and the others all felt nervous, but they didn't know what was happening. Not just them. Even the forces of the Baruch Kingdom felt their hearts shake. Magical beasts are coming. All soldiers, remain behind the earthworks. None of you are permitted to go out, nor are you permitted to attack the magical beasts. Linley's voice could be heard across their entire camp, and his words immediately caused all the soldiers of the Baruch Kingdom to shout in joy. But the reaction in the camp of the Radiant Church and the Cult of Shadows was the opposite. A magical beast swarm? Weiss Porter and Guillermo's faces changed dramatically. Controlling a swarm of magical beasts to attack wasn't a violation. After all, the saint-level magical beasts weren't personally attacking. For example, the O'Brien Empire had its vampiric Iron Bull Legion, which was a terrifying legion that had hundreds of thousands of vampiric Iron Bulls along with their caretakers. A swarm of magical beasts? Where did they come from? Weiss Porter hurriedly said. Guillermo's face was ashen pale. Linley's rat-type magical beast. Right. It must be that saint-level rat-type magical beast. The Forest of Darkness is the home of rat-type magical beasts. Shouldn't be. The rat-type magical beasts of the Forest of Darkness have their own rulers. Weiss Porter knew very well that the rat kings of the Forest of Darkness were violet gold rats. There was no way they would be under BB's control. But just at this time, the squeaks from an endless tide of rat-type magical beasts rang out, and instantly, the horde of rat-type magical beasts covered an area of tens of square kilometers. Tens of kilometers. In other words, as far as the eye could see, the world had become covered with nothing but rat-type magical beasts. Wow. Whoa. Cries of surprise rang out constantly from Linley's side. Those rat-type magical beasts all quite orderly avoided Linley's soldiers, heading towards the forces of the Radiant Church and the Cult of Shadows in a stream. These rat-type magical beasts were generally able to eat even rocks. One could imagine how sharp their fangs and claws were. Shadow mice were fast. Stone-eater rats were durable. The entire swarm of rat-type magical beasts charged over. A swarm like this would even be able to devour an entire mountain. Wow, buddy, as badass as that? DB's eyes were bulging and round as he stared at the other 3 violet gold rats next to him. How many rat-type magical beasts did you bring over? My spiritual energy can't even encompass them all. The leading violet gold rat said with a delighted laugh, not many, this is just a small portion of our forces in the Forest of Darkness. Just a couple 100 million, that's all. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 10, Chapter 43, The Ratmageddon Wave. Book 10, Baruch, Chapter 43, The Ratmageddon Wave. Within the endless mist, an endless swarm of rats came. All of the warriors, including the Sacred Legion, the Shadow Legion, and the others felt terror in their hearts. But despite their terror, they still had to wield their weapons and attack those magical beasts. If the magical beasts didn't die, they would die. Kill. Arrows rained down like the rain upon the wave of rats, but the defense of the Stone-Eater rats was simply too tough, while the Shadow Mice were too fast. Only a few Shadow Mice were killed. And then, the wave of rats slammed into the Radiant Church and the Cult of Shadows forces. Crunch, crunch. A terrifying series of crunching sounds. A seemingly infinite number of rats charged forward, biting to death all of the human soldiers who sought to block them. Not only was their flesh stripped, even their bones were devoured. The Sacred Legion and Shadow Legion, all combined, had 10,000 warriors of the 7th rank. But 10,000 warriors of the 7th rank, in the face of that rat wave, was absolutely nothing. This was because the rat wave had a terrifying number of rats of the 7th rank, while ordinary Stone-Eater rats and Shadow Mice of the 5th rank, when charging in mass, could still bite a warrior of the 7th rank to death. 10,000 warriors of the 7th rank, in front of a tidal wave of hundreds of millions of rats, utterly disappeared. Flee! Some soldiers cried out in terror as they began to run. Once the first began to flee, many of the other terrified soldiers began to flee as well. They couldn't resist the rat wave at all. However, they couldn't flee. The Shadow Mice and Stone-Eater rats were extremely fast, far faster than humans. The fleeing warriors were quickly surrounded, then devoured. Even Guillermo and Weissporter were so terrified that their faces turned white, and they quickly began to flee. Quick, quick! Weissporter and Guillermo didn't try to resist at all. The attack of the rat wave caused nearly half of the enemy force of 1,000,000 soldiers to disappear, with not even the bones remaining. Linley, it's enough to make them surrender. Don't let this slaughter continue. Delia couldn't bear to watch anymore. Linley glanced at the 3 violet gold rat kings, and one of them grinned towards Delia. Sure. Hey, Linley, just make the announcement. As long as the humans kneel down and raise their hands up in a token of submission, the rats won't attack them. Linley nodded slightly. Everyone, listen up. Kneel down and raise your hands in surrender. The magical beasts won't attack you if you do so. Linley's voice rang out like thunder from the skies. Hearing this sound, the hopeless soldiers immediately began to kneel down and raise their hands up. At the same time, the violet gold rat king opened its mouth. Scree-e, dot. The high-pitched screech rang out in the mist, and all the rats, as though having heard an order, bizarrely moved past all of the kneeling soldiers, attacking the other soldiers. What to do? Guillermo was in a state of total panic. Both Weissporter and Guillermo were using protective spells to defend themselves. How should I know? Weissporter was terrified as well. Right now, there were over 10 rats nearly a meter long staring at them. The 10 rats were either violet-colored or gold-colored, and the violet-furred rats had hints of gold in their fur, while the gold-furred rats had tints of violet in their fur. Under a normal situation, high-level Shadow Mice were violet at the 7th rank, and were known as violet Shadow Mice. High-level Stone-Eater rats were gold at the 7th rank, and were known as gold Stone-Eater rats. But from the 7th rank to the Saint level, the fur of violet Shadow Mice would slowly turn a violet-gold color, while the gold Stone-Eater rats would see their fur also turn to a gold-violet color. These 10 rats were clearly of the 8th or 9th ranks. Squeak squeak. One of the Stone-Eater rats of the 9th rank suddenly pounced at them, biting through Guillermo's Lightguard spell at one chomp. At the same time, Weissporter's magical defense also came under assault and was broken through, But the 10 rats didn't immediately continue their assaults. They were very intelligent, not one bit lower than humans in intelligence. Guillermo and Weissporter exchanged glances. Their foreheads were covered with sweat, and their backs were also slick with sweat. They understood, if these 10 rats charged toward them, they would instantly be bitten to death. Not even their bones would be left. But just at this time, Linley's voice rang out. After exchanging glances, the two didn't hesitate at all. Thud. Their knees hit the ground, and their hands raised up. Instantly, 8 of the 10 rats left, while the other 2 stayed there, staring at them. The rats were very smart. The 10 rats had instantly discovered that these 2 experts of the 9th rank, Guillermo and Weissporter, were the enemy leaders. Enemy leaders had to be taken alive, of course. After the morning fog slowly dissipated, Linley's side could clearly see that large number of kneeling enemy soldiers, all of whom were surrounded by 100 times their number of rats and mice. The visual effect of these massive numbers alone were awesome and terrifying to behold. Swish! A sudden flash of light, as a gold-colored rat with a tint of purple in its fur scurried over, letting out 2 squeaks. What? Only 300,000 enemy soldiers are still alive. Bibi said in surprise. Bibi naturally could understand the language of rat-type magical beasts. The 3 violet gold rat kings narrowed their eyes in delight. One of them looked at Bibi. Bibi, what do you think? Bibi looked at the endless sea of rats and sighed, they really are powerful. It'd be so awesome if these rats obeyed my command. Who could possibly resist an army of hundreds of millions of rat-type magical beasts? Oh, that's easy. The leader of the violet gold rats let out a few high-pitched screeches, and Bibi instantly grew excited. Linley looked at Bibi in confusion. Boss, from today onwards, these hundreds of millions of rats will obey my command. Ha ha. Bibi was extremely excited. At the same time, he also let out a few high-pitched squeaks which also encompassed the entire battlefield. The countless rat-type magical beasts all lowered their heads and bowed towards Bibi. Linley was secretly shocked. Stone-eater rat swarms and shadow mice swarms were frighteningly strong. Linley had known of this since he was young. But Linley had felt that a rat wave of several million rat-type monsters was already very frightening. But several hundred million, this was simply terrifying. Which army can possibly resist these hundreds of millions of rats? Linley secretly shook his head. This was like when the magical beasts of the mountain range of magical beasts came charging out. Even Funlai City itself was broken through in moments, and both the Holy Union as well as the Dark Alliance lost a third of their territory. One could imagine how terrifying magical beast swarms were. And the Forest of Darkness was the home of rat-type magical beasts. This small portion of the rat-type beasts within it was enough to lay waste to an empire. But of course, that was assuming saints did not get involved. The leading violet gold rat king laughed towards Linley. Let me introduce myself. My name is Harry, Hali. My name's Hart, Hati. I'm number 2. A second violet gold rat king said immediately. The final violet gold rat king nodded and was about to speak, but Linley interjected, you must be Harvey, Hawe, right? Bibi often speaks to me of you. The only violet gold rat king which Bibi had made friends with in the Forest of Darkness was Harvey. The others, he didn't have much of a relationship with. Are the 3 of you truly giving control of this rat swarm to Bibi? Linley asked. This rat swarm was simply too enormous. How could these rat kings give them to Bibi to control? The violet gold rat king, Harry, said disdainfully, you don't understand. In the Forest of Darkness, every so often, there will be a massive internal slaughter amongst the rat swarms. More than half will die, and the weak will be destroyed. More than half? Linley felt shocked. The third-ranked rat king, Harvey, explained, it's simple. The lower ranked the rat, the faster they breed. A single litter can contain a dozen or several dozen. How can that be allowed to continue? If that continues, the Forest of Darkness wouldn't be large enough for them to survive in. That's why they engage in internal warfare, weeding out the weak and lowering the numbers. Linley understood now. If the rat-type magical beasts were allowed to develop as they pleased, most likely the entire Forest of Darkness would be devoured by them. Their numbers had to be controlled. Thus, Bibi. The rat king named Harvey patted Bibi's shoulder with his little paw and said in a friendly manner, this rat swarm is yours to control. It doesn't matter how many you get killed. The Forest of Darkness needs to keep the number of rats under control anyhow. Sooner or later, the weaker ones will die. Linley couldn't help but sigh inwardly. No wonder there were so many rats of the 5th through 7th ranks, and even several that were higher. So the weak ones had been weeded out long ago. Those gray stone-eater rats and black shadow mice were probably still in the growing phase. Don't worry. I'll definitely complete your mission and let more than half of them die. BB chortled, then looked at Linley. Boss, how about, let's use these rats to take over the entire anarchic lands. Unify the anarchic lands? Linley's body shook slightly, but then he laughed. Boss, the two enemy leaders are being escorted over. Weissporter and Guillermo were being brought over. Guillermo? Linley looked at Guillermo. This was a familiar face. Seeing Linley, Guillermo forced out a smile. Linley laughed calmly. This time, the Radiant Church and Cult of Shadows have really tested my limits. Because of our agreement, I had to just watch the battle happen and not interfere. Guillermo and Weissporter's hearts were trembling. It's fine. I'll let your Radiant Church and Cult of Shadows also learn what that feels like. Linley looked at BB and laughed. BB, from today onwards, join forces with Barker. Let the rat swarm and the human army attack together. Divide into 10 units and begin to attack the territory of the Radiant Church and the Cult of Shadows in the anarchic lands. Yes. I, BB, will definitely succeed. BB intentionally puffed out his chest, then issued a very proper military salute. Barker's eyes were shining as well. Lord Linley, don't worry. With these hundreds of millions of rats, uniting the anarchic lands will be simplicity itself. By now, even the elite legions of the Radiant Church and the Cult of Shadows had been destroyed. Who could possibly block these rats? Guillermo and Weissporter's faces instantly turned even paler. They exchanged glances, terror in their eyes. They could imagine what was going to happen. Yulan calendar, year 10022. September. What would later be described as the War of the Ratmageddon Wave began. Hundreds of millions of rats, divided into 10 units, each containing the terrifying number of tens of millions of rats, began to move in unison with Baruch Kingdom legions of 20,000 human warriors. The hundreds of millions of rats and the 200,000 human warriors had been divided into 10 groups. These 10 groups began to attack the Cult of Shadows and the Radiant Church in the anarchic lands. Rat-type magical beasts of the 8th and 9th ranks could understand human speech, and in addition, some of the 8th and 9th ranked experts of the Baruch Kingdom set up soul-binding contracts with some of the powerful rat-type magical beasts. This made it even easier to control the rat swarm. The rat wave was unstoppable. The attacking rat waves, even when faced with giant falling boulders by city guards, were able to chew holes straight through the walls. After all, the shadow mice and stone-eater rats often ate rocks for food. They bore straight through the walls, then swept through like a flood into the cities. The city guards simply weren't able to stop them at all. Wherever the rat wave passed, cities crumbled and surrendered. Even the Sacred Legion and the Shadow Legion had been annihilated. Who could resist such a terrifying rat swarm? The Ratmageddon wave was only comparable to the Apocalypse Day on year 10,000 of the Yulan calendar. In addition, the difference between this and the Apocalypse Day was that this time, the boundless rat wave totally listened to the commands of Linley's side. This news quickly spread to the O'Brien Empire, the Yulan Empire, and the various other major forces. At the same time, this information quickly spread towards the headquarters of the Cult of Shadows and the Radiant Church. But what could they do? After all, Linley hadn't deployed any of his saints to join the battle. He only deployed an army of magical beasts. However, the number of magical beasts in his army was simply too astonishing. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 10, Chapter 44, Meeting Invitation. Book 10, Baruch, Chapter 44, Meeting Invitation. The Sacred Isle. The 9th floor of the Radiant Temple. At this moment, the atmosphere was an extremely depressing one. The air was so thick and stifling, it seemed to have turned solid. The Holy Emperor Haydn's, Praetor Roseno, Zealot Commander Lehman, and Lord Fallen Leaf, the spiritual leader of the ascetics. These 4 high-level individuals were all present. They were staring at the news they had received. Their faces had all become exceedingly ugly to behold. Silence. After receiving this news, nobody spoke. Everyone understood the grave importance this news represented. Perhaps to Linley, worldly power, land, and kingdoms meant nothing. Even if the Baruch Kingdom were to disappear, it wouldn't mean much to him. But it was different for the Radiant Church. Rat wave. A rat wave. Lord Fallen Leaf was frowning mightily. His skinny, emaciated face had a bitter look on it. The terrifying rat wave of the Forest of Darkness. Why do they obey Linley? This is something which had never happened before. Haydn spoke in a low voice. Most likely it is Linley's magical beast. It is that saint-level black shadow mouse that is controlling them. Saint-level rat-type magical beasts should be violet gold rat kings. Oseno shook his head. Although Linley's rat-type magical beast is a saint, but the rat kings of the Forest of Darkness are violet gold rat kings. All shadow mice and stone-eater rats there listen to the orders of the violet gold rat king race. This was a truth. All the experts of the continent knew this truth. The highest echelon of the Yulan continent was the 5 deities, with the mysterious king of the Forest of Darkness being one of them. In all the records of the church, even the earliest ones before the high priest had appeared, there were notes regarding this king of the Forest of Darkness. The most ancient of the 5 deities. The most mysterious one. Never showing himself. Never struggling for power. But nobody dared to offend him. No matter how powerful, no one dared to offend him. All the major powers knew that this mysterious king of the Forest of Darkness had one hobby: he loved rat-type magical beasts. With his help, the rat-type magical beasts became an enormous, powerful race in the Forest of Darkness, and the violet gold rat kings became amongst the highest tier of saint-level magical beasts. Even saint-level magical beasts such as 9-headed serpent emperors, world bears, and bloody-eyed maned lions weren't much stronger than these violet gold rat kings. Enough. Haydns frowned. Enough discussion about why the rat swarm listens to Linley. What matters right now is how to resolve this situation. The situation is extremely grave. I imagine all of you understand this quite well. Oseno, Lehman, and Lord Fallen Leaf all maintained their silence. Haydns glanced at each of them. The Apocalypse Day already caused us to lose over 100 million believers. The Radiant Sovereign is already unhappy with the loss of so much faith energy. Once Linley takes over the anarchic lands, then the church will definitely be destroyed by him. In less than 100 years, there will perhaps be few to no believers in the Radiant Church in the anarchic lands. Faith. This was one of the most important reasons why the Radiant Church existed. They had lost a tremendous amount of faith energy last time. They had been very fortunate, for the Radiant Sovereign had not punished them for this. But if they were to lose even more, the repercussions would be unimaginable. No matter what, we cannot allow our Radiant Church's foundations in the anarchic lands to be destroyed. This colossal amount of faith energy cannot be allowed to be lost. Lord Fallen Leaf said in a low voice. Right. It cannot be lost. Zealot Commander Lehman said as well. Oseno's lips quirked up. Faith energy is important to us, but not necessarily to Linley. Linley most likely doesn't have much interest in land either. We can negotiate with him. Right. The eyes of the other 3 lit up. This wasn't unresolvable. Haydns paused for a moment, then immediately ordered, since that's the case, then how about this? Lehman, you stay at the Sacred Isle for now. All matters at the Sacred Isle will be under your control. Don't allow Linley to ambush us and destroy our headquarters. As for Fallen Leaf and Oseno, you two come with me, along with 6 angel saints. The emaciated Lord Fallen Leaf nodded slightly. Oseno approved as well. The Radiant Church had human saints as well, but the potential of human saints was far greater than that of the angels. The church would rather use the angels as cannon fodder than allow their human saints to die. With the Holy Emperor Haydns as their leader, the 3 pillars of the Radiant Church, Haydns, Oseno, and Lord Fallen Leaf, alongside 6 angel saints, quickly flew away from the Sacred Isle and away from the ocean, heading towards the anarchic lands. As for the Cult of Shadows, the importance they placed on faith power was no less than that of the Radiant Churches. The various saint-level pillars of the Cult of Shadows, such as the Dark Patriarch, also headed towards the anarchic lands. In the southern part of the anarchic lands, on a desolate official road, the massive tide of rats accompanied the human warriors in a quite orderly fashion, continuing their attacks. The hundreds of millions of rats and the 200,000 human warriors had been divided into 10 armies. Each army had tens of millions of rats and 20,000 human warriors. The main use of the human warriors was to placate the citizens of the cities. Within the 20,000 human soldiers, there was a carriage. This was the only carriage in the entire army. And within the carriage, there was only Bibi. Within the spacious carriage, Bibi stretched his 2 rear claws out as he lazily lay down while chatting spiritually with Linley. Boss, 5 armies under my control have already taken down 6 prefectural cities and dozens of small cities. How about you? How's training in the pocket dimension going? Oh, fine, I won't bother you anymore. I'm so bored. Bibi let out a resigned sigh. Although Bibi was roughly 2,000 kilometers away from the Magicite mines, Linley and Bibi both possessed so much spiritual energy that, when combined with their bond of equals type of soul binding, they could still chat at such a distance. Their range was double that of Linley and Harrow's. 12 years ago, Linley and Harrow could mentally talk at a distance of 1,000 kilometers. By now, Linley and Harrow could talk at a distance of 2,000 kilometers. Linley and BB naturally could talk at an even greater distance. Hey, where are we? How much farther from the next prefectural city? BB said loudly to the outside guard. Immediately, the soldier pulled open the carriage window and said respectfully, "My lord, according to the maps, we have another 50 kilometers to the next prefectural city." As far as that? BB muttered, then closed his little eyes. I guess I'd better take another nap first. The rat swarm is coming, the rat swarm is coming. Sounds of terror from the city walls. Atop the walls of this prefectural city, the faces of the thousands of soldiers were utterly pale. Seeing the endless wave of magical beasts in the desolate wilderness, they were all terror-stricken. Even the city governor had giant beads of sweat appear on his forehead. What to do? The city governor was totally baffled. A nearby city manager said with terror, "Lord City Governor, this rat wave is simply too terrifying. We can't stop them. It's better if we surrender." As he spoke, his voice lowered to a whisper. The soldiers of the prefectural city on the wall had all seen the enormous number of rats coming, with a thin line of human soldiers mixed in. Surrender won't kill. Surrender won't kill. Surrender won't kill. The human soldiers immediately let out an enormous unified chant. This earth-shaking chant, mixed with the terrifying, endless rat wave, caused many guards to throw down their weapons. After all, even before the rat swarm had arrived, these people had heard of how terrifying the rat swarm was. Lord BB. The carriage suddenly halted, and BB opened his little eyes blearily. Just as BB's eyes were beginning to focus, his little eyes suddenly turned absolutely round, and with a swish, he disappeared from inside the carriage. The city had already surrendered, and the countless rats had been preparing to enter the city. But suddenly, not a single rat was moving. This was because a group of people were standing there in midair, the leader of them a skinny, bald man. Haydn's. A terrifying aura spread out from Haydn's, terrifying the below rats so badly that they all knelt down, not daring to move. A saint-level expert. The human warriors below felt a hint of terror in their hearts. Seeing this, a hint of a calm smile appeared on Haydn's face. The air quivered, and BB, who had previously been inside the carriage, appeared in midair. BB's eyes stared fixedly at Haydn's. His voice was extremely shrill. "You damn baldy, even Oseno is standing behind you. So you are that so-called Holy Emperor of the Radiant Church? Damn baldy?" Oseno, Lord Fallen Leaf, and the two angel saints standing behind Haydn's felt amused. A hint of a faint smile remained on Haydn's face. Like a benevolent father, he looked gently at BB. "So you are Linley's magical beast." "I am indeed the Holy Emperor, Haydn's. Today, I have come because I hope to have a good negotiation with Linley." "Oh?" BB's beady little eyes rolled. "All right. You wait." BB said loudly. "My boss is still back in the kingdom. I can't notify him. You'll need to wait half a day." Haydn smiled and nodded. "Fine. Linley can choose the meeting location as well." Haydn's attitude was quite modest. BB's beady little eyes rolled again, and then he said loudly, "Fine. Just stay here at this prefectural city. I'll come looking for you in a bit." BB let out a sharp screech, and instantly, the rats below all obediently retreated out of the city, no longer attacking it. Seeing this, Haydn's, Oseno, and Lord Fallen Leaf all felt shock in their heart. As for BB, he transformed into a black streak of light, flying towards the north. As he flew, BB began to reach out to Linley. "Boss, quick. Stop training. Something big is going down." In the depths of the magicite mine, a gentle wind blew past. Linley's body appeared in midair, while Zassler immediately flew out as well. "Lord Linley, the value of this pocket dimension room is definitely on par with any divine artifact." Zassler sighed in amazement. This was Zassler's first trip into the pocket dimension room. Just then, Linley and him had been training inside. Zassler, having been initiated into the secrets of necromancy, knew many occult mysteries, far more than Linley did. Zassler knew very well that a demigod definitely would not be able to create such a stable pocket dimension. Enough of that for now. Just then, Barker's magical beast notified me that the experts of the Cult of Darkness have arrived. And then, BB contacted me as well. A hint of a smile was on Linley's lips. The Cult of Shadows and Radiant Church are both frantic now. Naturally. Zassler laughed. "Lord Linley, you don't care about territory, but religious organizations greatly value the power of faith. If they lose a huge amount of territory, they might even have a punishment fall down upon them from the divine plane of light. When their soldiers attacked my territory, I endured the entire time. But now, these people have popped out. I want to see what they have to say. Linley's eyes had a hint of coldness flash past them. Zassler, let's go. Linley's body transformed into a flash of light, streaking gracefully towards the south. Zassler laughed, then followed him. Only, Zassler's laugh, when paired with his deathly, netherworldly eyes, was simply terrifying to behold. While flying over, Linley's eyes turned cold as he issued a mental order. Haru, you and those 3 saint-level dragons come as well. Immediately, the saint-level magical beasts, the Black Cloud Panther, the Tyrant Wyrm, the Golden Dragon, and the Thunder Lizard all flew out of him to Blackraven. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 10, Chapter 45, Shameless. Book 10, Baruch, Chapter 45, Shameless. Above the mighty Luyen River, a large ship was gliding its way through the waters, but not a single person was on the deck. In the uppermost inner deck of the ship, however, experts were as numerous as the clouds. Every single person within this massive inner deck was a saint-level expert. Within the hall, there were 9 chairs, divided into 3 sides. Linley, Barker, and Zassler were seated on one side. The Holy Emperor Haydns, Praetor Roseno, and Lord Fallen Leaf were seated on another side, while on the other side were the forces of the Cult of Shadows, Dark Patriarch Affleck, Afuleku, Senior Judge Okasi, Fallen Angel Leader Kramer's son, Kaleamosin. Behind each of the 2 sides were a number of angel saints or fallen angel saints. Haydns and Affleck shared a glance, a strange feeling in their heart. The 2 of them were the leaders of 2 major religions, and they were enemies to each other. But today, they were allies. The reason for this bizarre transformation was Linley, an astonishing genius who had grown at rapid speed. Despite his youth, he had reached one of the utmost peaks of power amongst the experts of the continent. Even figures as exalted as the Holy Emperor and the Dark Patriarch had to lower their noble heads in front of Linley and speak soft words to negotiate with him. Haydns. Affleck. Linley had a hint of a smile around his lips. I don't know why you have invited me to come here. What is this about? BB rested on Linley's thighs, his beady little eyes staring at the Holy Emperor and the Dark Patriarch. The Dark Patriarch Affleck's skin was as white and tender as that of a young girl's. His voice was also very soft and gentle. The reason why so many of us from the Cult of Shadows have come is primarily to ask you, Linley, to make a concession and have your Ratwave army halt its attacks. I imagine Haydns has come for similar reasons. Haydns, am I right? Haydns nodded slightly, then looked at Linley, his gentle gaze giving off the impression of the spring wind. Linley, would you be willing to make this concession? Are you all dreaming? Linley didn't know whether to laugh or to cry. Haydns laughed calmly. Linley, as long as you are willing to make this concession, our Radiant Church is also willing to pay a high price. We will definitely make you satisfied. The same with us. What we pay would definitely be enough to make you feel satisfied, Linley. Affleck said. Both of the leaders of the 2 religions were acting submissively towards Linley. They didn't want to fight against Linley head-on. First of all, they had no excuse to do so. If they fought against Linley head-on, they would be giving Desri's side an excuse to intervene. And secondly, the Radiant Church, at least, had agreed that within these 20 years, they were not to attack Linley. The time limit wasn't over. Linley, what do you think? Haydns looked at Linley. Linley felt deep hatred for the Radiant Church. Linley only harbored a dislike for cruel, savage people, but towards those who feigned benevolence, such as Haydns, and for those who pretended to be as kind as a father, but who in reality were merciless, cruel, and utterly pragmatic, Linley felt the utmost of revulsion. The leaders of the Radiant Church and the Cult of Shadows looked at Linley. Linley revealed a hint of a smile, but from his mouth, he spoke 2 words, no way. The faces of both Haydns and Affleck instantly froze, while at the same time, the leader of the fallen angels, Kramer's son, let out a cold sneer. Linley, can it be that you rashly imagine that you can set yourself against both the Radiant Church and the Cult of Shadows? Kramer's son. The Dark Patriarch, Affleck, immediately barked at him. Linley looked at the leader of the fallen angels, Kramer's son, and let out a light laugh. Based on what I know, for an angel to descend, they require a powerful body. Mr. Kramer's son, you are so powerful that this body must at least be of the 7th or 8th rank in power. Where did your Cult of Shadows procure such a powerful body? In the past, the 5 Barker brothers had reached the 8th rank just by physical training alone. Linley knew very well that most people would only be able to reach the 6th rank through physical training. No matter how talented they were, the 7th rank was virtually impossible, with perhaps one appearing every millennia. Only the lineage of the 4 supreme warriors was able to constantly produce such a miracle just based on physical training. Thus, this body of Cramersons most likely belonged to one of the 4 supreme warriors. Right. Where did that body come from? Barker stared coldly at the Cult of Shadows' side. Back then, him and his 4 brothers had nearly died and had their bodies transformed into vessels for angels. Thus, this was a very sensitive topic for him. That's a secret of our Cult of Shadows. Kramerson smiled. Enough, Linley. Let's return to the previous topic. Are you truly unwilling to make any concession at all? If you are willing to make this concession, you will win the eternal gratitude of our Cult of Shadows. Gratitude? Linley, Zassler, Barker, and even Beebe immediately began to laugh loudly, holding their stomachs. Linley, you'd best consider it. Haydns looked at Linley as well. Linley's laughter faded, and his face grew solemn. He swept the people in front of him with his gaze and said seriously, Haydns. Affleck. Listen well. I, Linley, will say this to you plainly. No matter what, I will not withdraw my armies. The unification of the anarchic lands is going to happen, and there is nothing that can stop it. Linley, don't go too far. Oseno sneered coldly. In terms of his ability to endure, Oseno clearly was inferior to Haydns and Lord Fallenleaf. Too far? Linley frowned, his gaze shooting towards Oseno like cold knives. Oseno, don't put on airs in front of me. I've already spoken very plainly today. If you want me to withdraw my armies, that's not going to happen. The aura in the cabin of the boat immediately became extremely tense. Is there anything else? Speak. Linley was quite casual. Beebe added, right, if there's anything you want, hurry up and talk. I'm about to go lead my Ratwave army to go take over a huge swathe of land. Zassler's cold, gloomy gaze swept towards the people in the room. He let out a few insidious chuckles, but didn't speak. The cabin was silent for a while. Fine then. Haydn sighed. Our Radiant Church can make one final concession. We can offer the land which we control to your Baruch kingdom and let you administer it. Oh? Linley was a bit surprised. What was Haydn's intending? Why was he allowing Linley to take over the entire anarchic lands? We are willing to do this as well. Affleck said. Linley glanced at Haydn's, then at Affleck. He mused to himself, what are these 2 church leaders planning? Haydn's looked at Linley. Our request is very simple. As long as you are willing to agree to allow our Radiant Church to preach openly throughout your empire and won't suppress our religion at all, we'll be satisfied. Preach? Not suppress them at all? Linley frowned. Affleck nodded as well. Our request is the same. Allow our Cult of Shadows to openly preach, and do not suppress it at all. Linley laughed. He now understood their intentions. The Cult of Shadows and the Radiant Church greatly valued the power of faith. Compared to that, they didn't care too much about who ruled over a particular territory. What was truly the most important was that the faith power had to be maintained. Linley, the spread of our religions in your empire in the anarchic lands won't affect your governance much. You should be able to accept this, right? Affleck said persuasively. Haydns just quietly watched Linley, waiting for Linley's answer. You'll allow me to unify it, and you'll just proselytize? Linley looked at the 2. Right. Haydns immediately nodded. This is the greatest concession we can make. Linley, if you are willing to agree, then our 2 sides can become friends, and we can forget about everything which has happened in the past. If Linley were to agree, then the Radiant Church and the Cult of Shadows would definitely have to give Linley face in the future. In the future, Linley would be as free and unrestrained in the Yulon continent as a fish in water. But they had forgotten that Linley didn't care about dominance. In his heart, the only thing he had was the self-confidence and desire to reach the pinnacle of training, his love towards his family and friends, and an oath he had etched into his heart. The oath he had sworn when Grandpa Doring had died, and he had left the city of Hesse. The oath that he would destroy the Radiant Church entirely, and pull it up by its roots. His father had died. His mother had died. Grandpa Doring had died. Become friends? Become friends with the Radiant Church? Linley laughed coldly in his heart. The anarchic lands? If I could have my father, mother, and Grandpa Doring come back to life, I'd be willing to give up the entire anarchic lands, and even all of my own power. Linley's emotions began to swell. Become friends? Let you continue to preach? The rage in Linley's heart was rising, but his face remained as calm as ever. Within the quiet cabin, everyone stared at Linley, waiting for Linley's reply. Allowing Linley to unify the anarchic lands while the two churches continued to preach was the bottom line for these two churches. If Linley was to refuse, then he really would have infuriated these two churches. The saints of the Radiant Church and the Cult of Shadows all looked expectantly. Linley's lips curved upwards slightly. In my domains, all religions shall be forbidden. If I find one, I'll destroy one. The faces of Haydn's, Affleck, Fallen Leaf, O'Casey, and the others instantly changed. Did you hear me clearly enough? Linley looked at them. That is my response. Humph. Praetor Oseno and the leader of the fallen angels, Kramerson, suddenly rose to their feet, staring coldly at Linley. This time, Haydn's and Affleck didn't stop them. Linley, this is the bottom line of our church, and is the bottom line of the Lord. Do you know what the result will be if you challenge our Lord's bottom line? Haydn's face was calm. Affleck also looked coldly at Linley. Instantly, the temperature in the cabin dropped by dozens of degrees. The tension was so thick, it had congealed. Most likely, if anyone not at the saint level were to come over, they wouldn't be able to even breathe. Bang! Linley slapped the armrest on his chair, his eyes cold as he swept the people present. What, you want to threaten me? The saints of the Radiant Church and the Cult of Shadows were silent, but their intentions were clear. They were indeed threatening him. Haydn's, have you forgotten the agreement we made 12 years ago? Linley stared coldly at the two sides. According to their agreement, saints were not permitted to engage in worldly battles. But if saints did not get involved, there was no way they would be able to stop the rat swarms. Thus, once they shed all pretense of cordiality, the Radiant Church and the Cult of Shadows would definitely send saints to stop the rat swarms. Another part of the agreement was that within 20 years, the Radiant Church was not permitted to actively attack Linley. Linley, you go too far. Haydn said in a low voice. Affleck also said, Linley, a man should know when to take a step back. Shameless. Shameless. Linley stood up, laughing while shaking his head. I've never seen people as shameless as you lot. When your armies attacked my territory, you charged all the way to the Magicite mines, but I didn't interfere, because I held to our agreement. But you? Linley's mocking gaze swept the Holy Emperor and the Dark Patriarch. You people are the leaders of two major religions. As soon as the battle starts and you know you are about to lose, you are immediately going to interfere. And you say that I go too far? As far as I can see, you people are utterly shameless, shameless. Linley's words made the expressions on the faces of both the saints of the Radiant Church and the Cult of Shadows turn exceedingly ugly. They were all people of high status. Naturally, they wouldn't be able to take Linley's satirizing mockery well. Watch your mouth. Oseno sneered. Linley's eyes flashed with cold light. The entire hall was suddenly filled with violet light, and Oseno was so terrified that he instantly transformed into 4 doppelgangers and retreated at high speed. Ah! Ah! 2 successive, agonized screams. The bodies of the 2 four-winged angels who were standing behind Oseno suddenly were simultaneously sliced into 2 pieces. Their bodies collapsed, staining the floor with their blood. The second level of the tempos of the wind attack, the combination of the spatial freezing and the spatial folding concepts. Oseno clutched his chest, staring at Linley in astonishment. Oseno, with the little bit of power that you have, don't yammer and shout in front of me. Linley locked onto Oseno with his cold gaze. I don't even need to transform to kill someone like you. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 10, Chapter 46, Falling Out. Book 10, Baruch, Chapter 46, A Falling Out. Oseno felt extremely astonished in his heart. So fast. Just then, all 4 of his doppelgangers had been struck at virtually the same time. If he hadn't hurriedly used 2 of the angel saints as shields, he probably would have been killed by Linley in one blow. Actually, in human form, Linley wasn't much stronger than Oseno. The main thing was that Linley had just hit him with a sneak attack. Given blood violet speed, Oseno barely had any time to react before Linley's sword arrived in front of him. If Oseno had been prepared, he wouldn't have cut such a sorry shape. Linley, what do you mean by this? Haydn's cold voice snapped out. At the same time, Haydn's and Fallen Leaf both stood up as well. On the Cult of Shadows side, Affleck, O'Casey, and Kramerson stood up as well, all staring coldly at Linley. The leaders of the Radiant Church and the Cult of Shadows, the 2 major religions of the Yulan continent, had a common enemy. Linley. Seeing the look in the eyes of Haydn's, Affleck, Fallen Leaf, and the others, Linley actually felt a hint of joy in his heart. Grandpa Doring, can you see this? 20 years. When he had left the city of Hesse and entered the mountain range of magical beasts, it had been year 10,000 of the Yulon calendar. At that time, Linley was 20 years old. At that time, Linley had sworn that he would definitely destroy the Radiant Church and break its roots. But he knew, he had to take it a step at a time. The Radiant Church valued the power of faith. It had now lost a third of the Holy Union, and only had a population of 400 or 500 million. 200 million of them came from the Radiant Church's lands in the Anarchic lands. If Linley unified that area and forbade proselytizing, this would be an unimaginable blow to the Radiant Church. In the past, in my eyes, the Radiant Church was such a huge entity. But now, Linley glanced at Oseno, who was still clutching his bloody chest. Even the praetor, Oseno, is far from being a match for me. Linley murmured to himself, Grandpa Doring, just watch. Soon, the day will arrive when I destroy the entire Radiant Church and uproot it entirely. I only need one more step. In Linley's heart, Doring Coward held a very high status. Ever since he was young, he had been taught by Doring Coward. Doring Coward had been entirely selfless. Whether it be in magic training or in the straight chisel school, Doring Coward had taught Linley everything. And when they had encountered a crisis, Grandpa Doring had consumed his own spiritual energy to rescue Linley. Linley had been waiting a long time to deliver this vicious blow to the Radiant Church. And now, the Radiant Church had thrown itself on his spear? How could Linley show any mercy? What? Linley glanced at the group of people in the cabin. You want to take action? Just as Haydn's and Affleck were about to speak, Linley's body suddenly became covered with deep azure draconic scales, and the robe he wore exploded outward, the scraps of cloth blasting out like arrows. The experts of the Radiant Church and the Cult of Shadows easily blocked these scraps of cloth which had blasted everywhere. Linley's icy draconic tail swung about behind him, humming as it ripped through the air. Linley's dark golden eyes swept the people in front of him. If you want action, I'm ready to oblige. I'm waiting as well. Barker's deep voice rang out, and at the same time, his body immediately began to transform as well, suddenly swelling in size as he expanded to 3 meters in height. His skin had turned green, and those green veins popping out on top of his muscles, the size of a snake, were terrifying to behold. Those white, marble-like slabs of armor quickly appeared from his skin, covering Barker's entire body. Supreme Warrior Saint, Undying Warrior. Ha. An insidious laugh rang out, and Zassler's hooded gaze swept the people present. I, Zassler, ever since reaching the saint level, haven't had a good fight. Radiant Church, the kindness you showed me in the past, I am going to repay you for, right now. Har. Fighting? Can't leave me, BB, out of it. BB floated next to Linley. The situation in the cabin had immediately gone from bad to worse. The Holy Emperor Haydn's and the Dark Patriarch Affleck glanced at each other. They had known early on that although Linley's side had 4 powerful experts, in terms of strength, Zassler had just reached the saint level and probably wouldn't be able to threaten the likes of Haydn's and Affleck yet. But Barker was an undying warrior saint. He would be a bit harder to handle. That BB was no less of a threat than Barker. But the greatest threat was Linley. Not only was he a Dragonblood warrior saint, he also had a terrifying high level of understanding of the laws. Almost all of the previous Supreme Warriors had a very low grasp of the laws, and not a single one had reached Linley's level of understanding. He was the most powerful Dragonblood warrior in history. I'll use oracular magic. I should be able to tie down Linley. With Fallen Leaf joining forces with me, it should be possible for us to defeat him. Haydn secretly calculated. The power of oracular magic wasn't something which Oseno's doppelganger technique could match. Haydn's and Affleck understood what the other was thinking from that glance alone. Ha. Haydn's let out 3 laughs. By prearranged signal, Fallen Leaf and Oseno immediately made their moves. Bang! The ceiling to the ship cabin exploded, and 10 shadows burst out towards the sky like arrows. The ship instantly shuddered, and the sailors below immediately jumped into the river and started swimming for the shore. As they swam, they raised their heads up to stare at the sky. They were the warriors of the Baruch Kingdom. They had been invited here, and they knew that one of the persons discussing matters in the cabin was the spiritual pillar of support for the entire Baruch Kingdom. Linley. Ah, is that the legendary phoenix? A sailor's mouth flapped open in astonishment. High in the mid-air, an enormous flying creature with a wingspan of over 100 meters had appeared, its entire body covered with fire. Black feathers covered its entire body, and its noble, crested head was covered with black feathers as well. This black flying creature appeared very noble. This was a saint-level magical beast, the legendary Hellfire Phoenix. Hellfire Phoenix, darkness and fire dual-element saint-level magical beast. In mid-air, this Hellfire Phoenix covered the boundless skies like an enormous black cloud. The leader of the fallen angels, Kramer's son, was standing on the back of the Hellfire Phoenix, staring coldly at Linley, who was standing in mid-air. Roar. A terrifying howl. A massive black dragon with physical wings which was more than 100 meters long flew over. The black-colored dragon's eyes burned like coals, and it emanated a suffocating aura of power. The Dark Patriarch, Affleck, was standing on the head of this saint-level black dragon. The Cult of Shadows had hidden two saint-level magical beasts not too far away. Both of them had now shown themselves. As for the Radiant Church, they had a saint-level magical beast as well. A beautiful silver light shone off its draconic scales which covered its entire body. Under the sun, this silver dragon seemed so beautiful and graceful. Amongst dragons, silver dragons were often praised as the most graceful and noble of dragons, and rightfully so. But this massive, 100-meter-long silver dragon actually had two heads. Mutant saint-level magical beast, saint-level two-headed silver dragon. Lord Fallen Leaf's skinny body was standing atop the body of this saint-level two-headed silver dragon. Wow! The sailors on the shore felt their hearts constrict tightly. Good heavens! 3 massive saint-level magical beasts had appeared out of nowhere, and more importantly, there were so many people standing in mid-air as well. These were all saint-level combatants. So many saints, and saint-level magical beasts as well. Even if I die today, it will have been worth seeing this. A sailor stared in awe at the scene and mumbled to himself. At this moment, the feeling these sailors had when they stared at these saint-level experts and saint-level magical beasts was the same feeling when Linley had when he had watched those two saints fight when he was a child. In their eyes, these massive dragons and mighty saints were far and high above them and above all mortals. Look! That's the Dragonblood warrior, our Lord Linley. Many sailors saw the dragon-formed Linley. Their eyes were filled with worship as they stared at him, as well as a hint of pride. They were proud to be citizens of the Baruch kingdom. Lord Linley seems to be about to engage in battle with those saints. They have so many people. The sailors slowly began to come to their senses. Lord Linley will definitely win. A sailor said firmly, his eyes filled with veneration towards Linley. In the air above Luyen River, Linley, Barker, Zassler, and Beebe were floating there. Zassler was currently mumbling the words to a spell, and soon, 3 illusionary flashes of light appeared behind Zassler, as 3 great saint-level undead descended. 2 of them were skeletons, but their bones gleamed like diamonds while flashing with dazzling light. These were saint-level skeleton kings. As for the other one, it was a powerful-looking monstrosity dressed in a tattered long robe. It was a powerful ancient wight who had reached the saint level. The Radiant Church and the Cult of Shadows weren't worried at all. Against these saint-level undead, the ordinary angel saints and fallen angel saints would be enough. Linley, all we want to do is preach. You can still rule over the anarchic lands. I hope that at this moment of no return, you'll reconsider. Although he said this, Haydns had already brought a precious treasure of the Radiant Sovereign to his hands, the original scripture which the Lord had given them. A soft, holy light appeared in front of Haydns. Reconsider my ass. Beebe knew exactly how Linley was feeling. Unifying the anarchic lands was a small matter. Destroying the Radiant Church, that was what mattered. Stop dreaming. The anarchic lands belongs to me. Nobody is permitted to influence it. As for you, Linley's empty hands curled into fists. How about you roll back to your own domains? Otherwise, we'll talk with our fists. Haydns and Affleck couldn't help but be enraged. An enraged bird cry came forth from the massive Hellfire Phoenix as well, and then it spoke in the human tongue. You detestable human. And then, a bolt of pure black flame shot out towards Linley. Crackle crackle. The black flames surrounded Linley. His body faintly covered with a layer of battle chi, Linley wasn't damaged at all. Linley's dark golden eyes stared coldly and remorselessly at these people. You attacked me first. As he spoke, Linley suddenly moved at high speed. After having dragon formed, and with the assistance of his insights into the wind, Linley's speed was now far greater than Oseno's. There wasn't even any wind sound to be heard. Space itself seemed to twist and distort, and Linley suddenly appeared next to the Hellfire Phoenix. The Hellfire Phoenix's cart-sized eyes immediately radiated thin threads of black light at Linley. The leader of the fallen angels, Kramer's son, suddenly moved his 6 black wings and charged straight for Linley. Ha! Linley let out a loud laugh. Putting the terrifying power of the Dragonblood warriors on full display, while combining them with his understanding of the laws, Linley's power reached a transformative crescendo. A soft wind seemed to gently waft past those black threads. And then, Linley thrust his hands out like knives, using the incomparably massive strength of the Dragonblood warriors to chop down at the Hellfire Phoenix. Although this blow carried enormous force, when Linley's hand swung down, the entire nearby space seemed to be locked while at the same time folding and distorting. Linley was nothing more than a blur. Knowing things weren't going well, the Hellfire Phoenix let out a few bird cries of terror, while at the same time shrinking its body, vainly hoping to flee. Simultaneously, the six-winged fallen angel, Kramer's son, let out an explosive shout as he pierced the black longsword in his hands towards Linley. Swish! Linley's speed was simply too fast, especially after transforming. The Hellfire Phoenix didn't have any chance to dodge, even after it shrank in size. With a swish sound, the Hellfire Phoenix, already down to a size of only 10 meters, had its head directly split into two halves. A saint-level magical beast died, just like that, after a single blow from the dragon-formed Linley. This attack was the second level of the tempos of the wind technique, relying on the slow aspects spatial freezing concept and the fast aspects spatial folding concept, combined into one. It was the most penetrative physical attack Linley currently was capable of. Swish! Linley's bladed palm swung right through the skull of the Hellfire Phoenix, and then, like steel claws, grabbed one side of the skull with each claw. The terrifying strength of the Dragonblood warriors was put on full display as he suddenly, forcefully, ripped. Splatter! Blood blasted everywhere like rain, as the Hellfire Phoenix's entire body was ripped into two halves, starting from that wound in its head. Swish! The sword of the six-winged fallen angel, Kramer's son, seemed to pierce through the void as it stabbed at Linley, but just as it was about to land on his body, the barely visible pulse guard defense around Linley's body easily blocked the attack. This strike didn't even touch Linley's scales. At this moment, Linley's draconic claws were still holding onto half of the Hellfire Phoenix's corpse, its blood still dripping down into the Luyan River. What? Kramer's son was shocked. His attack hadn't even been able to break through the pulse guard defense. Linley's dark golden eyes swung towards Kramer's son, his lips curving upwards. The next one is you. As he spoke, Linley let the two halves of the saint-level Hellfire Phoenix drop from his hands. Splash! The corpse landed in the turbid waters of the Luyan River. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 10, Chapter 47, Downfall of Many Saints. Book 10, Baruch, Chapter 47, Downfall of Many Saints. The waters of Luyan River roared. That massive corpse of the Hellfire Phoenix sank down into its waters, and the sailors above shuddered. Raising their head up, their eyes were filled with a certain feeling as they looked at the demonic, godlike Linley, invincible, mighty. Lord Linley is so powerful. The sailors were filled with awe. Right at this moment, because Linley had killed the Hellfire Phoenix, a vicious battle exploded. The Radiant Church and the Cult of Shadows had begun to do battle with Linley. Rumble! The frantic battle of so many saints caused the flow of space itself to be disrupted. Wild, howling winds screamed everywhere, sand and rocks flew everywhere, and even the waters of Luyan River rose in giant waves, as though stirred by a giant. What a terrifying supreme warrior! Kramerson's heart was terror-stricken. But then, a bestial roar. Hool! The leader of the fallen angels, Kramer's son, raised his head up and roared furiously, and as he did, magic runes appeared from his forehead. His entire body began to emit insidious cold flames, and the temperature around him seemed to have dropped dramatically. In particular, his body also became covered with dark golden shining scales. This was the legendary Dark Saint armor, very similar to the Earth-style spell's Earthguard armor. No matter how loud you shout, you'll still die. Linley's calm voice drifted out. Linley's scale-covered right hand was balled into a tight fist, and it seemed to pass through space itself as it attacked. Whenever that fist passed, space itself rippled and folded over itself. Kramerson's black longsword, covered in cold flames, once more struck out, as fast as lightning. The scale-covered fist and the cold, flaming black longsword intersected. Clang! A metallic ringing sound. Fallen angels exist for battle. Do you think I'll fear you? Kramerson was full of confidence, but in an instant, Kramerson's eyes, nose, lips, and ears all had blood pouring out, and his entire body collapsed from the heavens, powerless. His body sank into the depths of the Luyan River, and the river water carried it away. Profound truths of the earth, 256 layered waves. With one head-on clash, Kramerson's internal organs had been shaken into mud. A six-winged fallen angel wants to fight with me in close quarters combat? Linley's dark golden eyes flashed with a hint of cold light. Linley was now a peak Dragonblood warrior saint. In physical strength and battle chi alone, he was 10 times stronger than ordinary saints. He had such a high foundation to begin with, and Linley's Profound Truths of the Earth and Profound Truths of the Wind were both extremely powerful close combat attacks as well. When one's base level of power and one's mastery of the laws both reached a very high level, the synthesis of the two would result in not even a person like Desri, someone who was very nearly at the deity level, to willingly engage in close combat with a dragon-formed Linley. Fighting in close quarters combat with a supreme warrior who had such a high mastery of the laws was asking for death. Don't fight with him in close quarters. Haydn shouted out loudly. Linley's attacks are very strange. Everyone, be careful. Oseno called out as well. He was currently fighting with the transformed Undying Warrior Saint, Barker. As for the Dark Patriarch Affleck and Senior Judge O'Casey, their faces had both changed. The third pillar of their cult, the leader of the fallen angels, Kramer's son, had fallen, just like that. Standing atop the head of the saint-level black dragon, Affleck's hand suddenly became filled with a black crystal ball. Affleck's face was solemn, and his lips were moving slightly. HRM? Linley's face changed. What is that? Linley could clearly sense an invisible, insidious cold energy penetrate his body. His pulse guard defense didn't do anything against it at all, and that insidious force rapidly began to attack Linley's brain. Darkness style, forbidden level spell, the power of evil. This was a spell which the Dark Patriarch was only capable of utilizing with the assistance of their cult's treasure, the crystal ball which had come from the divine plane of darkness. Once the enemy was struck by this power of evil, for a short period of time, their body would be totally under the control of the spell user. The duration of the control was linked with the strength of the spiritual energy of the spell user. If it was used against a Grand Magus Saint, it might not be able to control him, but it would be enough to make the Grand Magus Saint feel dizzy and be unable to react for a moment. Within the depths of his mind, that boundless ocean of spiritual energy swirled. The mysterious, seven-colored gem was hovering in the midst of it. When that surge of evil power swept into the consciousness and attacked that boundless ocean of spiritual energy, that faint layer of azure light in the spiritual energy immediately counteracted. Dark Patriarch Affleck's eyes were cold, filled with a bizarre allure as he stared at Linley. Go. Kill that rat-type magical beast. Affleck said softly. Wait. O'Casey, go kill him, quick. Affleck's face suddenly changed. Affleck could clearly sense that Linley's spiritual energy was counterattacking. Although Linley was still affected by the spell, the power of evil was not able to brainwash Linley's soul at all. O'Casey was wielding his 2-meter-long Judge's Blade. The Judge's Blade, covered with dark, cold light, moved in a strange rhythm as it chopped down towards Linley. The Judge's Blade collided directly onto Linley's pulse guard defense. In that moment, bang! Like a bubble being broken, the pulse guard defense, no longer being actively controlled by Linley due to the effects of the power of evil spell, was actually split open. Only when the pulse guard defense was being actively controlled by Linley was it capable of utilizing the throbbing pulse of the earth and be defensively powerful. If the pulse guard defense was not being controlled, it only had the simplest of vibrations and wasn't extremely powerful. However, Linley's draconic scales were different. No matter if Linley was conscious or not, the draconic scales were still draconic scales. A peak stage Dragonblood warrior saint's scales were ridiculously defensive. In the past, the ancestors of the Baruch clan had relied on them to dominate the entire continent. Slash. Like an ordinary knife chopping against marble, sparks flashed, but only a white scar appeared atop the draconic scales. One more chop will break through. O'Casey secretly said to himself. Just then, the pulse guard defense had cancelled out part of his attack. O'Casey's right hand turned into a blur, and the Judge's Blade once more came chopping down, aimed directly at the same location his earlier attack had landed. Crackle. As though he had been set on fire, Linley's body suddenly once more became covered in deep azure battle chi, and the battle chi once more began to circulate in accordance with that mysterious, profound way. With a clang sound, Linley's scale-covered hand suddenly grabbed the Judge's Blade. Of course, there was still a thin layer of battle chi between his hand and the Judge's Blade. You lost your chance. Linley's dark golden eyes stared at O'Casey. O'Casey's face changed dramatically. Not good. He didn't even have a chance to pull out his Judge's Blade, and he immediately retreated backwards at high speed. As he flew back, a strange violet light flashed through the place where O'Casey had just been. This was the blood-violet sword. O'Casey's back was covered with cold sweat. He had nearly been chopped in half. Linley glanced at the disposition of the battle. Right now, BB was currently battling that mysterious Lord Fallen Leaf. BB wasn't able to kill Lord Fallen Leaf at all. In terms of understanding of the laws of light, the leader of the ascetics, Lord Fallen Leaf, had the deepest understanding in the church. In particular, he knew how to transform his body into a line of light, then fly about at light speed. He was far faster than Olivier had been in the past. Even Bibi, the fastest person on Linley's side, was only able to be on par with Lord Fallen Leaf. Bibi, stop wasting time with that old bastard. Go kill the angels first. Linley immediately ordered Bibi. Got it, boss. Bibi, too, had begun to feel that this old man was hard to deal with. Fallen Leaf simply didn't engage Bibi in close-quarters combat as well. He relied on his terrifying speed to move about, and then, like a spider, emit line after line of silken white light which contained a terrifying amount of flaming light power, constantly using it to entangle Bibi. Although Bibi was fast, he wasn't able to use his speed to his advantage. Fighting with this old bastard is like falling into a pit of mud. Bibi secretly cursed. Fighting with this big bastard is nothing more than wasting time. Oseno felt resigned as well. Barker, one of the Undying Warrior Saints famed for defense, totally ignored Oseno as he chased after those weaker angels. Only occasionally would he launch a sudden surprise attack against Oseno. Oseno's doppelganger technique was simply too weird, after all. It was hard for Barker to harm Oseno as well. But Oseno simply couldn't deal any damage to the Undying Warrior, Barker. HRMPH. It looks like I've turned into the weak link. Zassler laughed coldly as he watched a large number of fallen angels and radiant angels charge towards him. Those 3 saint-level undead weren't bad, but they weren't at the level of Hadesun. They were only good for dealing with these fallen angels and radiant angels. However, how could a Grand Magus Necromancer be so easy to deal with? The Wraith Call ability was only part of the arsenal of a Necromancer, after all. Die. The fallen angels and radiant angels' eyes were filled with cold light. They attacked at the same time. Zassler stood in midair calmly, his lips mumbling. And then, an invisible ripple burst forth from Zassler, spreading out in all directions. This invisible ripple was quite similar to the one which Desri had used to attack Lehman, or which the Saint-level Gold Dragon had used to attack Linley. The difference was, the area was clearly much larger. The 2 closest fallen angels and radiant angel felt this invisible spiritual energy suddenly charge towards them. Their bodies immediately trembled. Pierce! 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 At that instant, those 3 saint-level undead attacked, and pierced straight through the hearts of the 2 fallen angels and the radiant angel, shattering the heart to pieces. 3 of the angels died, just like that. When adding this number to the 2 Linley had killed at the start and the 3 which Bibi had killed earlier, only a single radiant angel was left, while 3 fallen angels remained. Only a single person was not engaged in battle. The Holy Emperor, Haydns. Haydns was holding the radiant scriptures in his hands while chanting something. He had been chanting for a very long time. Linley felt a hint of worry in his heart. Desri and the others really are slow. Linley muttered, while at the same time he used Blood Violet to easily chop through a thick icy tentacle. Actually, Linley had been waiting during this entire battle, because he had immediately instructed Harry to ask Desri and the others to come. As for those 3 saint-level dragons, they were hidden in the distance. Only at the most critical moment would those 3 saint-level dragons join the battle. But now. Roar air. The furious roar seemed to split the heavens, and a flash of lightning pierced through the skies. With a whap sound, a fallen angel which hadn't managed to dodge in time was smashed into meat paste. Not even a dragon-formed Linley could match the saint-level Thunder Lizard for speed, much less a fallen angel. The attack of the Thunder Lizard wasn't enough to do anything to Linley. But to kill a fallen angel in one blow? More than enough. Big brother, leave one for me. A deep sound rang out, and the massive draconic tail of the tyrant Wyrm flashed, slapping the fleeing radiant angel into a meat paste. At this moment, the rest of the fallen angels died as well. It was the Thunder Lizard who had killed them. It was simply too terrifyingly fast. Whoosh! An invisible ripple suddenly attacked out of nowhere. Careful! Lord Fallen Leaf called out an alarm, but it was too late. This invisible ripple quickly struck all 4 of Oseno's, and Oseno's doppelgangers immediately dissipated, leaving only one behind. This attack was the ultimate attack of the saint-level Gold Dragon, Soul Shout. Ha ha! A loud laugh as the Undying Warrior Barker, his massive great axe in hand, chopped straight down at Oseno. His soul dazed, Oseno was in the midst of a nightmare and was totally unable to react. Slash. Contrary to no one's expectations, with a single chop of the great axe, Oseno was split in half from the top of his skull. At this time, Haydns finally finished chanting the words to his ultimate attack. His eyes became filled with a hint of coldness, and he pointed a finger at Linley as he gently said two words, "Life, Ripper." An invisible surge of energy suddenly surrounded Linley. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 10, Chapter 48, Beirut. Book 10, Baruch, Chapter 48, Beirut. Necromantic magic. Life magic. Oracular magic. All of them possessed their own mysteries. The experts of the four higher planes, however, knew very well that amongst the three, oracular magic was the most terrifying and most unpredictable of the three. The reason for this was that its attacks were simply too bizarre. Oracular magic, after all, came from the overgod of fate, one of the four overgods. The laws of fate were derived from the overgod, and the oracular magic which he passed down was unimaginably profound and mysterious. Not good. Desri, Hayward, and Higginson's group had finally arrived, but they heard the words which Haydn's had just spoken, "Life, Ripper." An invisible energy suddenly enveloped Linley, and Linley suddenly froze, totally unable to move any further. This invisible, bizarre force ignored all barriers, directly striking against Linley's consciousness and his soul. The most important thing was one's soul. If a person died, their soul could enter the netherworld and be reborn. But if one's soul was destroyed, then even a sovereign wouldn't be able to save them. The vast sea of consciousness, where that rainbow-colored semi-translucent gem swirled while surrounded by that faint azure light possessed by the Dragonblood warriors. This invisible force struck here, and the azure light immediately caved in. The invisible force was depleting, but the azure light was depleting as well. The power of oracular magic still depended on the practitioner. If a deity-level practitioner had cast it, Linley wouldn't have been able to resist at all. Bang! The azure light could no longer endure, and it shattered. The invisible force, despite being reduced in strength by more than half, still struck against Linley's soul. The sea of spiritual energy surrounding the rainbow-colored, semi-translucent gem simply couldn't resist the profound, obscure force of the oracular magic. Finally, the attack made its way to that semi-translucent gem. Rumble! A tremor from his very soul. Even Linley's body shuddered. Boss! BB turned frantic. That rainbow-colored half-translucent gem also had a faint layer of azure light covering it. When the invisible force attacked the rainbow gem, nobody noticed the coiling dragon ring on Linley's finger. A dim, virtually unnoticeable stream of light flowed out of the coiling dragon ring, then vanished. At the same moment, it seemed as though the azure blue light covering the half-translucent gem suddenly received sufficient energy. Shudder! The azure light around the gem suddenly flashed. It was as though it had transformed into an azure sun in the midst of that sea of spiritual energy, and the azure light illuminated the entire sea. Beneath the glow of that azure sun, the force of the oracular magic, although still resisting for a while, slowly began to melt away like evaporating ice. The azure light remained for a long time, but then it slowly faded away. How is that possible? Haydn's face instantly turned an ashen pale. He stared at Linley with shock. He had used all of his force on this ultimate attack, but he still hadn't been able to kill Linley. Linley hadn't reached the level of Grand Magus Saint yet. And it would be hard to say if even an ordinary Grand Magus Saint could take this blow. And then, Haydn spied Desri's group coming from afar. He knew that things had just gotten worse. They came as well. Fallen Leaf, let's go, quick. Not hesitating at all, Haydn's transformed into a ray of white light, immediately flying at high speed towards the west. The nearby ascetic, Lord Fallen Leaf, also transformed into a beam of white light, flying westwards at high speed. Both Desri and BB had their attention focused on Linley. They didn't have time to pay attention to Haydn's or Fallen Leaf. Phew! Linley let out a breath, then opened his eyes. Although it took a long time to describe, in truth, the power of that oracular magic and its attack on Linley's soul had only lasted for 1 or 2 seconds, but in those 1 or 2 seconds, Haydn's and Fallen Leaf had disappeared into the western horizon. As for Affleck and O'Casey, they had fled with their magical beasts even before Haydn's had fled. Boss, are you okay? BB flew over, worried, his beady little eyes filled with fear. BB was spiritually linked with Linley. Just then, he had sensed Linley's soul shudder. It truly had been dangerous. Not bad. Not bad. Linley was still filled with fear. In his heart, Linley was puzzled as well. Just then, I felt that the defensive energy which belonged to us Dragonblood warriors was broken through by the oracular magic's bizarre attack. But why was it that the defensive energy suddenly increased dramatically, easily breaking the oracular magic? Linley didn't understand the reason. But Linley knew very well that his soul had been shaken just then. He knew that just then, if he hadn't been able to block the attack somehow, his soul probably would have shattered. Where'd they go? Linley swept his gaze in the four directions, but Affleck, O'Casey, Heightens, and Fallen Leaf had fled far away. There was no way they could catch up now. Desri flew over and said apologetically, "Linley, I came late. If you had been killed by Haydn's oracular magic, I really would have." Desri felt extremely guilty. He knew exactly how terrifying oracular magic was. "I was overconfident." Linley smiled mockingly at himself. Linley believed that his soul's defense was very strong. With the protection of his draconic scales and his pulseguard defense, he had believed the enemy wouldn't be able to do anything to him. But just then, he had nearly lost his life. Fortunately, at the last moment, within his soul, the protective energy belonging to the Dragonblood warrior's lineage had suddenly skyrocketed by over 100-fold, dissolving even the fierce power of the oracular magic. "Those four bastards ran quickly enough," Bibi said furiously. Barker nodded, then said in his loud voice, "Lord Linley, it seems to me that the Radiant Church and the Cult of Shadows isn't all that remarkable. Oseno just died as well, and that Kramerson also died. Quite a few angels died as well. Their force has dropped tremendously. As I see it, given our current strength, it shouldn't be hard for us to slaughter our way to the Radiant Church now." "Right." Zassler laughed insidiously. "Lord Linley, they've already broken our original agreement. There's no need for you to hold to it any longer either." Linley was moved. In the past, he had been bound by the agreement that he could only go seek revenge by himself. But now, since the other side had already broken the agreement, then he could go lead his group to slaughter a path to the Sacred Isle. It wouldn't be too hard to destroy the Radiant Church. "Linley," Desri hurriedly said. "To be fair, their two sides have indeed gone too far, and you don't need to follow the agreement any longer either. But I must try and warn you not to go attack the Sacred Isle of the Radiant Church." Linley frowned. "Mr. Desri, do you believe that in the future, if I led my little brother, Barker and his brothers, Bibi, Zassler, and the others, we wouldn't be able to destroy the Sacred Isle? Right now, on the Sacred Isle, only Haydn's, Fallen Leaf, and Lehman pose a threat." "That isn't it." Desri shook his head. "You must understand, in the past, I belonged to the Radiant Church." Linley listened. Desri sighed. "The Radiant Church has endured for countless years. No matter what has happened or how great the waves or storms, the Radiant Church has never been destroyed." "Do you know why?" Linley looked at Desri, puzzled. "Indeed. There had to be a reason why they had existed for such a long time. First of all, the Sacred Isle is definitely protected by the magical formation, Glory of the Radiant Sovereign. Only someone with the power of a deity can damage and destroy this formation," Desri said. Linley suddenly remembered that in the past, when he had been in the city of Finlay, he had been imprisoned in the Radiant Temple due to his attempt to kill the King of Finlay. That Radiant Temple was protected by a magical formation called the Glory of the Radiant Sovereign. Supposedly, even saints wouldn't be able to break through the walls of the Radiant Temple as a result. This was the effect of this magic formation. Even a deity like Dylan had to strike it twice to break through it. One could imagine how powerful this defense was. This Glory of the Radiant Sovereign isn't just a magical formation. If the people inside it actively control and operate it, it can transform into an attack upon its enemies. Desri sighed. "Linley, if you slaughter a path to the Sacred Isle, perhaps you will be able to kill many people on the Sacred Isle, but you definitely won't be able to kill the people hiding within the Radiant Temple." Linley frowned. This was true. When the Radiant Temple in Finlay had been destroyed, he had been in the middle of the temple himself. Fine. They can hide on their little island, then. Linley could only come to this decision. In his heart, Linley secretly thought to himself, when in the future, my profound truths of the wind and profound truths of the earth reach their limits, perhaps I can pay a visit to the Sacred Isle and test out the power of that Glory of the Radiant Sovereign magic formation. Currently, Linley no longer feared the Radiant Church at all. "Barker, make the arrangements to have the corpse of the Hellfire Phoenix processed. That Saint-level Magicite core can't go to waste." Linley laughed. "Yes, Lord." Barker laughed as well. No matter what, they had won this battle. Linley's side had fought two sides, the Radiant Church and the Cult of Shadows, but in the end, they had won an absolute, dominating victory. Even Desri's side hadn't had to assist them. This battle determined the final state of affairs in the anarchic lands. The warriors of the Baruch Kingdom and the Rat Swarms, in their combined armies, appeared everywhere, and wherever they went, cities surrendered. Even some of the most die-hearted herents of the churches, under pressure from the Rat Swarms, collapsed and disappeared, and the anarchic lands became unified at an astonishing speed. At the same time, the news of Linley's battle with the Radiant Church and the Cult of Shadows quickly spread across the world. This news was also intentionally spread by the Baruch Kingdom. Linley's side had defeated two other sides at once. This caused Linley's status in the Yulan continent to skyrocket yet again, totally eclipsing that of the Holy Emperor and the Dark Patriarch. His status was so high now that it was only lower than the War God and the High Priest. The legend of Linley was sung throughout the Yulan continent. As for the anarchic lands, countless people were filled with awe towards Linley. Many youths used Linley as their role model and began to train hard. The anarchic lands. Baruch Kingdom. The Royal Palace. Plumes of snow drifted from the skies. It was December now, and only a few days away from the Yulan festival. Linley, Delia, Sassler, Sasha, the other kids, the Barker brothers, Rebecca, Lena, Jen, and Wharton were all here. Rebecca and Lena. Rebecca was the more playful one, and 10 years ago, she had gotten married to the loud, rambunctious Gates. As for the quieter Lena, she had eventually married Barker. Of the 5 Barker brothers, the other 3 had eventually gotten married as well. Only Jen continued to live with some of her close friends in the royal capital, but she herself remained single. That was too fast. How long has it been? The entire anarchic lands has been unified. Wharton laughed. Naturally. Taylor was very proud. My father's really awesome. Seeing how Taylor was acting, Linley began to laugh. Rubbing Taylor's head, Linley looked at Wharton. Wharton, remember. All religious proselytizing is to be forbidden. If you allow them to preach, in the future, your grandchildren won't be able to manage the kingdom effectively. I know. In recent days, quite a few religious believers have been causing trouble. Wharton sighed. Churches were a major threat to any kingdom. Now that Linley's side had unified the entire anarchic lands, the Baruch Kingdom would most likely have to change its name to the Baruch Empire. Although Linley himself didn't care about imperial power, he had to make considerations for the descendants of his clan. Linley, BB. The 3 violet gold rat kings suddenly appeared in the main hall in a flash. The people present all looked at the 3 violet gold rat kings, and the eldest amongst them, Harry, opened his mouth and said in human tongues, Linley, we've come to invite BB to make a trip with us to the Forest of Darkness. Invite me? BB was standing on the dinner table. Whose invitation? Linley asked, puzzled. Our father. The third of the violet gold rat kings, Harvey, said proudly, the king of the Forest of Darkness. The king of the entire Yulan continent, in fact. The most invincible, powerful person there is. The 3 violet gold rat kings were very proud. The king of the Forest of Darkness? The king of the entire Yulan continent, Linley felt secretly shocked, and wondered internally, the king of the Forest of Darkness is the king of the entire Yulan continent? Can it be that he is even more powerful than the War God and the High Priest? Linley suddenly was moved and asked, might I ask, what is the name of your father? The second of the 3 violet gold rat kings spoke this time, Linley, you can refer to our father as Lord Beirut. Beirut. Linley felt thunderclaps go off in his brain. And BB, as well, stared at them, his eyes round as the moon. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 11, Chapter 1, Founding of an Empire. Book 11, Necropolis of the Gods, Chapter 1, Founding of an Empire. Beirut. Linley and BB exchanged a glance. Linley still remembered how BB had told him that not long after he was born, when he still hadn't been able to open his eyes, a very warm, intimate voice had told to him, he was of the Beirut clan. Lord Beirut? BB spoke. Fine. I'll go with you. Linley looked at BB. BB's normally adorable eyes were now very solemn, and held within them a hint of excitement. BB had never known anything about his parentage, and when he had been able to open his eyes, he hadn't found any rat-type magical beasts nearby. BB had always wondered if that warm, intimate voice had been his mother's. Unfortunately, BB had never seen her. The only clue he had was those 3 syllables, Beilute, Beirut. The violet gold rat king, Harry, laughed. Don't be like this. My lord father has invited BB to go over to meet him. It definitely isn't for any bad reasons. As he spoke, he looked at BB. BB, let's go. The other 2 violet gold rat kings also looked at BB. BB immediately flew into the air. This trip of BB's to the Forest of Darkness will take a bit of time, most likely. Don't be in too much of a rush. The third of the violet gold rat kings, Harvey, said. Linley nodded, then said to Bibi, "Bibi, if anything major happens, immediately let me know." Linley and Bibi could speak at a very long distance through their spiritual connection. Generally speaking, while Bibi was in the Forest of Darkness, he could still spiritually communicate with Linley. "Got it, boss." Bibi cracked a smile. Linley smiled encouragingly back at him. The mystery of his parentage was something that had weighed on Bibi's mind his entire life. Now that he had a chance of solving it, Bibi wouldn't hesitate at all. Plumes of snow circled down onto the earth. The discussion in the royal palace was extremely animated. So the mysterious king of the Forest of Darkness is named Lord Beirut. Rebecca held her hands over her heart, breathing excitedly. The 5 ultimate powers of the Yulan continent, the 5 deities, were indeed figures of awe. The power of deities was far greater than that of the saints. For example, Staley hadn't been able to resist even a finger flick from Caesar. "Father." Taylor's pure eyes were filled with energy as he looked at Linley. "Is that Beirut really powerful? Even more powerful than you, father?" Linley and Wharton both laughed. In the eyes of his children, Linley was invincible. Lord Beirut, Linley looked towards the north, as though seeing that expert who stood atop the entire Yulan continent from within his lair in the Forest of Darkness. According to what those 3 Violet Gold Rat Kings said, Lord Beirut is most likely the most terrifyingly powerful deity in the Yulan continent. Linley patted Taylor's head and said lovingly, "Taylor, your father doesn't have the strength to challenge him yet. Then father will definitely surpass him in the future." Taylor spoke with absolute certainty. "My father is the greatest genius in the Yulan continent, and the most powerful Dragonblood warrior in history." Haha, Linley didn't respond. He only laughed. Linley looked at Wharton, then instructed, "Wharton, tomorrow, I plan to go to the private underground room and begin training. The founding of the Baruch Empire, I won't get involved in." The so-called private underground room was the pocket dimensional room in the core of the Magicite mines. "Big brother, you won't participate?" Wharton was very shocked. The founding of an empire was a major event. "Forget it." Linley looked at Delia. Delia's mage force and spiritual energy had been increasing at an unbelievable rate. After reaching the 9th rank as an Archmagus, her rate of improvement had only been increasing. This sort of improvement rate was simply astonishing to Linley. It seemed as though to Delia, there was no such thing as a bottleneck. "Delia, I expect when the empire is founded, the Yulan Empire will definitely send envoys over. Your parents or other people might come over as well. You should stay at the palace and wait for them." "Fine." Delia couldn't help but think of how her parents looked. She had left her clan only 12 years ago. The clan and Delia had reconciled long ago. Only, because the distance between the two was so vast, they rarely had a chance to meet. This time, with the Baruch Empire being founded, her parents would most likely come. Linley continued with his instructions. "Delia, the private underground room is over 10 meters wide. I've already divided it into 2 layers. After you are finished, you can come find me. At that time, I'll help you enter the private underground room. You and I can train together. I expect that in a few years, you'll be able to reach the level of Grand Magus Saint, even before I do." Linley sighed as he spoke. Delia's eyes held a hint of excitement in them. Each time Linley went into seclusion for training, he would disappear for who knows how long. Delia naturally wanted to be with Linley during that time. "Right. I'll definitely come looking for you at that time," Delia hurriedly said. The next day, Linley flew directly to the Magicite mine. After the battle, the Magicite miners had begun to quite orderly but quite frantically resume the excavations. In a short month, 60 or 70% of the gems in the Magicite mine had been excavated, and only a small number of deposits were left. But of course, various major buildings were constructed around the door. Linley walked into the tunnels, opened a stone door, and then arrived at the mysterious dimensional door. Linley's body immediately became covered with a layer of deep azure battle chi, which spun about him rhythmically. Linley immediately stepped inside. Crackle crackle, dot. Terrifying knife-like blasts of energy tore at Linley, but Linley's pulse-guard defense was fully able to defend against them. Stepping into the pocket dimension, Linley felt his heart become at ease. Earth, fire, water, wind. All the elemental essences seemed so close. Even the throbbing pulse of the earth became so clear to him. Raising his head, he saw that translucent membrane and saw the multicolored chaotic space outside of it. "I've already reached the level of 256 layers for a long time. I hope this time, I can make a true breakthrough." Linley immediately sat down cross-legged, beginning to meditate and to attune. Last time, Linley had an insight, but he had only learned that from the 256 layers, he now needed to consolidate them all into a single vibrational wave. Only then would the profound truths of the earth be perfected. But as to how that would be accomplished, Linley was still very uncertain. Within that pocket dimension, the flow of time couldn't be noticed at all. Linley began to train in seclusion. Yulan calendar, year 10022, December 28th. In 2 more days, it would be the Yulan festival. This would be a very historically special Yulan festival, because, on this Yulan festival, the Baruch Empire would be formally founded. Baruch City was a hubbub of activity. Outsiders had filled Baruch City to the brim. 10 guards were escorting a simple, unadorned carriage on the streets of Baruch City. Just by looking at those warriors of the 5th rank and higher, one would know that the people inside the carriage were no ordinary people indeed. A long time later, the carriage arrived at a hotel. The guards immediately halted the horse. "Madam, we are at the hotel." The carriage driver said respectfully into the carriage. "Understood." A calm voice from within the carriage. A jade-white hand pulled open the carriage curtains, then stepped out. This noble lady wore violet clothes, covered by a black cloak. If Linley had been here, he would definitely recognize her. Alice. It had been almost 23 years since the apocalypse day. Back then, Alice had been very young. After 23 years, she had now acquired the natural grace and elegance of a noble lady. 23 years. Alice looked at the city, her heart filled with emotion. She knew the name of this city, Baruch City. This city had been founded based on the name of Linley's clan. The 5th great empire of the Yulan continent would be formally founded in 2 days. The name was also the Baruch Empire. Linley Baruch. Alice murmured Linley's name. That year when she and Kaelin had met with danger in the mountain range of magical beasts, Linley had suddenly descended from the skies and saved her. That year, Linley was nothing more than a youth with potential, while she was a beautiful, carefree young girl. Kaelin was the successor to a major noble clan. 23 years later, Linley had already reached a height which she couldn't hope to approach. Alice felt gratitude from the depths of her heart towards Linley. On the apocalypse day, it was Linley who had entrusted her to Director Maya, who for Linley's sake had taken care of her and rolling the entire time they were fleeing. Director Maya had been very kind to the 2 girls. Afterwards, Alice and Rowling had become the adopted daughters Director Maya. And then, Alice had begun helping him take care of the matters of the Prue Gallery. Rowling wasn't good at management, but by contrast, Alice was very talented at managing the various galleries, and so Director Maya slowly gave more and more authority to her. This time, it was Director Maya who had sent her to come to Baruch City. The reason was, she was going to start up a new Prue Gallery, here in Baruch City. Generally speaking, all of the enormous cities had a Prue Gallery present. In the future, Baruch City would become the center of the Baruch Empire, the anarchic lands. Naturally, they had to have a Prue Gallery here. "Madam?" A nearby guard reminded gently. "It is snowing outside." Oh. Only now did Alice return to the present. With a calm laugh, she said, "Let's go." Alice, escorted by her guards, entered the hotel. The guards behind Alice were very respectful to her. They knew that Alice's husband had died years ago, on the apocalypse day. They actually were all puzzled. Why was it that Alice had never remarried? Yulan calendar, year 10023. January 1st. The Baruch Empire was founded. On this day, the envoys of each nation came, and Baruch City was full of festivities. However, at the same time, some of the experts hidden in seclusion throughout the Yulan continent were beginning to stir. They had begun to receive orders from the various deity-level experts. O'Brien Empire. Outside the imperial capital. War God Mountain. "Welcome back, Master." Over 20 saints were standing there respectfully, while the war god, O'Brien, landed atop the mountain, his scarlet red hair flowing like knives. The war god O'Brien nodded slightly, then began to issue orders. Castro. Castro immediately took one step forward, awaiting the war god's order. The war god said calmly, "Immediately head to the anarchic lands. Inform Linley that he is to come assemble with us next year on March 3rd at War God Mountain." "Yes, Master." Castro said immediately. Lank. The war god spoke again. His disciple, Lank, immediately took one step forward. The war god ordered, "Head to that little island in the North Sea where Kafanda, lives. Inform Kafanda as well that no matter what, next year on March 3rd, he must come assemble with us at my War God Mountain." "Yes, Master." Lank immediately assented. The war god spoke yet again. Kenyon. Kenyon also took a step forward. The war god continued, "You head to, ... He issued orders to 12 disciples in a row, then immediately ordered 10 other disciples to stay behind. These 10 disciples were the most powerful of the war god's personally taught disciples, and they included his very first disciple, Thane. The 10 of you, make your preparations. I don't want you to end up like your third brother." The war god said calmly. "Yes, master." The 10 of them responded respectfully. They knew what their master was referring to. If you are afraid to die, you can choose to give up instead. There are many saints who would be willing to accept this opportunity. The war god said calmly, then glanced at his 10 disciples. Seeing the look on their faces, the war god nodded with satisfaction, then left. In an underground hall, Castro sat down. He had flown for a long time, first to Baruch's city, then to here under Barker's guidance. Castro had thought that Linley was still living at Ntid Blackraven. "Castro, wait a moment. Let me go notify Linley." Barker smiled as he spoke. "Fine." Castro was very polite. Barker then left the hall, and in 3 steps, headed towards that mysterious door. Castro quite orderly sat there, not daring to investigate with his spiritual energy. After all, Barker was a saint as well. He would easily detect any spiritual energy probing. Barker arrived at the door. With 1 step, Barker entered the pocket dimension. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 11, Chapter 2, Breakthrough. Book 11, Necropolis of the Gods, Chapter 2, Breakthrough. The pocket dimension room was divided into 2 layers, a central layer, and a lower layer. The central layer was the original layer. Linley was currently on this layer. As for the lower layer, this was for Delia to train in. Delia finished her training session and opened her eyes. She stared at the chaotic space outside the membrane. The first time she had seen it, Delia had felt shocked. But now, she was used to it. Raising her head, she looked up through the opening and saw Linley seated cross-legged in a meditative trance. Seeing Linley, Delia instantly felt her heart grow peaceful, and a calm smile appeared on her face as well. She immediately closed her eyes, then continued to muse on the profundities of magic within her sea of consciousness. Thrum. Thrum. The unique rhythms of the earth were sometimes like thunder, while other times like the crashing of waves. It contained boundless mysteries within it. Linley could clearly sense these 256 layers of waves reverberating within his consciousness. The profoundness of the throbbing pulse of the world was hidden within these 256 layered waves. However, the throbbing pulse of the world, born from nature itself, actually contained all of its secrets within a single vibrational pulse as well. Linley had bitterly trained for nearly 20 years. Only then had he managed to train from the first layered wave to the 256th layered wave. 256 layered waves can just barely express the profound mysteries of the earth. To reduce the number of waves, but to increase the profundities of the throbbing pulse of the world, Linley was constantly considering this, one idea after another flashing past his mind. None of them were correct. Wrong. Wrong. All wrong. Countless transformations and training methods appeared in his mind, but Linley rejected them all. Linley's mind was currently in a state of focusing on nothing else besides considering, demonstrating, and then rejecting one training method after another. Perhaps some could let Linley improve in power, but Linley knew that none of them were the correct path. Wrong. Wrong. Linley's forehead was beaded with sweat, but Linley didn't notice at all. He didn't know how much time had passed, or how many possibilities he had rejected. Suddenly, the meditating Linley's eyebrows suddenly twitched, and then Linley suddenly rose to his feet. With a flip of his hand, the adamantine heavy sword appeared. His eyes still closed, Linley began to brandish about the adamantine heavy sword, but he wasn't completely utilizing the profound truths of the earth. Thrum. A vibration which seemed to have shaken Linley's mind to its core. Right. That's how it is. Linley suddenly opened his eyes, which were filled with joy. In that moment, Linley had managed to successfully fuse the profound truths contained within the first layer and the second layer into a single layer. Combining 2 layers into one layer, Linley's eyes were filled with wild joy. Right. One step at a time. I can't possibly combine all 256 layered waves into a single wave all at once. First, I'll combine 2 at a time. I'll combine them all separately. The first wave and the second wave became one. The third wave and the fourth wave would become one. The 255th wave and the 256th wave would become one. The end result would be that he would be able to exert the power of the 256 layered waves of the profound truths of the earth into just 128 layered waves. Analyzing and combining them separately would be far easier. In addition, Linley had already succeeded in merging the first wave with the second wave. Right. This has to be right. Linley was very confident in his chosen path. After all, the end result of this throbbing pulse of the world was combining the 256 layers of waves into a single wave. Thus, any two waves should be fusible as well. Only, it would still be difficult. With the successful test case of fusing the first and the second waves, however, Linley now had confidence in this method. Each and every single wave contained with it a different aspect of the profound mysteries. Every single fusion attempt required Linley to spend an enormous amount of time and effort guessing, testing, and evaluating. Lord Linley. As Linley was pondering his next move, he suddenly heard a familiar voice. Linley opened his eyes. It was Barker. In the room below, Delia awakened as well, and she leapt onto the central level. After all, the distance between the two was only 2 or so meters. Given Delia's current level of power, she could easily leap that distance. Barker, why are you here? Delia grinned at him. Linley allowed his mind to temporarily rest for a while. He had thought for a long time and tested for a long time. By now, Linley had already successfully fused the third and the fourth waves. What Linley now needed to do was to continue, until he fused the 255th and the 256th waves. At that time, the 256 layered waves of the profound truths of the earth would be simplified to the 128 layered waves of the profound truths of the earth. Linley expected that his power would instantly rise multiple times. It is already so hard to fuse two waves into one. To continue down this path and further fuse the 128 waves into 64 waves will most likely be far more difficult. This sort of fusion, to describe it in a rather crude way, was like fitting something into a box. If you had 4 boxes, and you wanted to put the items in 2 of the boxes into one box, although it would be hard, it was doable. One could put the items in those 4 boxes into just 2 of the boxes. But if you then wanted to squeeze the items in those 2 boxes into just one of the boxes, it would be at least 10 times harder than what you had done previously. This sort of difficulty rise was exponential. This wasn't something you could accomplish just by thinking about it. It required an extremely high level of comprehension regarding the throbbing pulse of the world and repeated attempts and repeated tests. Barker, what happened? Linley asked. Lord Linley, Castro of the War Gods College is currently outside. He came at the orders of the War God to find you. Barker immediately said. Hearing the words War God, Linley couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, then immediately stood up. Come, let's go outside and take a look. Resting his hand on Delia's shoulders, Linley immediately covered both his body and Delia's with that layer of deep azure battle chi, circulating it according to that unique rhythm. Crackle crackle. As they walked past the door, Linley took a few turns, and then arrived at the underground meeting hall. Castro was currently there waiting quietly with eyes closed. Hearing Linley's footsteps, Castro immediately opened his eyes and stood up. As soon as he saw Linley, Castro immediately revealed a smile on his face, while he was secretly shocked. Linley is far more reserved and disciplined than he was last time at the Imperial capital. No wonder Senior Apprentice said that Linley was on par with him now. Castro, we haven't met in years. Please, sit. Linley smiled as he sat down. Castro's smile grew wider. It has been years indeed. These past few years, I haven't changed much, but you, Linley. Not only has your personal power improved dramatically, you've even gotten married and had children. I saw your 2 children in Baruch City. That tailor was especially cute. Hearing others praise his children, Linley naturally felt quite happy. Delia laughed as well. Mr. Castro, what is the purpose of this visit? Castro laughed as well. This time, I have come at the order of Master. I have come to deliver some news to Linley. What news? Linley was puzzled. Next year, March 3rd, Linley, you must make haste to War God Mountain. Castro instructed. Linley, Barker, and Delia glanced at each other, their hearts puzzled. Linley spoke. Castro, can you tell me why the War God is asking me to head to War God Mountain next year, on March 3rd? What is this about? Castro hesitated a moment. Is there a secret involved? Linley guessed. Castro nodded. Linley's heart suddenly moved. The War God had previously told Linley that within the Yulan continent, there was something known as the Necropolis of the Gods, and this Necropolis of the Gods had many precious treasures left behind by fallen deities, such as divine sparks. Can you speak more clearly? Linley asked, and then he explained, Barker is also a Saint-level expert, and my wife is an Archmagus of the 9th rank. She'll reach the Grand Magus Saint level soon. There's no need to hide anything. Then, fine. Castro paused, then nodded. This time, Master has instructed you to go to him, most likely in order to prepare to head to the necropolis of the gods together. The reason I say this is because before I came, Master had a special conversation with 10 of my more senior fellow apprentices, most of whom have been training for more than 3,000 years. The necropolis of the gods? Delia and Barker let out surprised cries. Delia had heard Linley speak of the necropolis of the gods before. They were husband and wife, after all. Linley never held anything back from Delia. Are you saying that those 10 personal disciples of the War Gods College will be heading to the necropolis of the gods? Linley asked. You'll know next year, so there's no need for me to hide anything. Our War Gods College is indeed sending 10 personal disciples over. Castro's face grew solemn. But Linley, entering the necropolis of the gods is extremely dangerous. Just because you are strong, doesn't mean you'll necessarily survive. Oh? Linley frowned, a bit puzzled. Castro explained, Master only chose his 10 most powerful disciples. You should have guessed this. The necropolis of the gods is a place which will easily kill most saints who go there. Only upon reaching a certain level would one have hope of surviving. But if you are strong but have terrible luck, then you still might lose your life. Castro laughed bitterly. In the history of the War Gods College, several experts died in there, such as our third brother. In the past, his level of power was equal to that of the senior apprentice, but he still died in the necropolis of the gods. Linley nodded slightly. The people of the War Gods College had undoubtedly entered the necropolis of the gods multiple times. They were fairly experienced. Very dangerous? Delia asked, feeling a bit worried. She knew that Linley would most likely enter the necropolis of the gods. Castro nodded seriously. It is. Master has said that if one rashly charges about in the necropolis of the gods, even someone like Master will fall, much less a saint. Thus, in the necropolis of the gods, one needs strength, one needs caution, and of course, one needs a bit of luck. Castro suddenly laughed. But you don't need to worry. I only heard of these things from my other fellow apprentices. I'm not too clear myself. It probably isn't too dangerous. After all, the senior apprentice has been in the necropolis of the gods 4 times now, but he's still alive, right? Delia was gripping Linley's hands, afraid. Feeling the warmth coming from Delia's hand, Linley felt a warm sensation in his heart as well. He immediately consoled her, Delia, it is fine. I specialize in defense, and I'm also very fast. In addition, the path of training isn't a path for constantly cowering and hiding. Linley's heart was filled with anticipation towards the necropolis of the gods. 5,000 years ago, when the experts from other planes descended here, the 4 supreme warriors had suddenly been born. What was the reason for this? All right. Delia obediently assented. Castro, can I go? Barker's voice suddenly rang out. The first undying warrior, the founder of the Armand clan, also experienced those sudden, transformative upheavals 5,000 years ago. I, too, wish to enter the necropolis of the gods. This will be very difficult. Castro shook his head. Each time, there are a fixed number of slots available for one to enter the necropolis of the gods. Master has a limited number of slots. The 10 fellow apprentices, 12 other experts training in seclusion who are relying on Master, 22 in total. Linley said comfortingly towards Barker, Barker, don't be impatient. I'll ask when the time comes. Castro laughed, then rose to his feet. Linley, since I've delivered the message, I'll go back now. Seeing Linley was about to try and convince him to stay longer, Castro hurriedly said, no need. Master is still waiting for me to go back and report on this mission. Then I won't force you to stay. We'll meet again next year, at War God Mountain. Linley stood up to send the guest away. After Castro left, Linley, Barker, and Delia all began discussing the necropolis of the gods. I absolutely must go to the necropolis of the gods. If I can obtain a divine spark, even if I don't use it, I can give it to Wharton or to Delia. That would be wonderful. Linley laughed calmly. Even if I cannot acquire a divine spark, perhaps I'll be able to acquire some other precious treasures. And I have this strange feeling that the necropolis of the gods is a place I must go to. Linley had the feeling that something there was calling to him. HRM? BB's finally back. Linley's eyes lit up. BB had gone to the Forest of Darkness to understand his heritage. So what was his heritage, exactly, If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 11, Chapter 3, BB's Heritage. Book 11, Necropolis of the Gods, Chapter 3, BB's Heritage. In the air above the boundless forest of darkness, a black shadow was streaking through the skies at high speed, disappearing into the horizon. BB's little eyes were filled with grief and rage. I will make them die. BB ground his fangs, but first, BB flew in the direction to where Linley was training in seclusion. Swish! It was a bright day. Although there were soldiers on guard, a blurred shadow suddenly flashed past them, entering the underground tunnels. Those soldiers didn't even notice that a magical beast had entered the hidden area. Within the main hall of the underground tunnels, Barker had already left. Linley and Delia weren't in a hurry to return to their training, as they quietly waited for BB to arrive first. Boss. Sobs in his voice, BB threw himself into Linley's arms. What is it, BB? Linley and Delia both felt shocked. In Linley's arms, BB raised his little head, staring at Linley with his emotional eyes. Boss, my father and mother are both dead already. Whoa. BB had been wondering about them this entire time, but alas, this was the result. What happened? Speak clearly. Linley said hurriedly. Don't cry. Linley could sense that BB seemed to still have the mental age of a youngster. He was far from being an adult of whatever race he was. BB nodded. I already met Grandpa Beirut. Grandpa Beirut told me that my father was a stone-eater rat, and my mother was a shadow mouse. They were both very powerful, both at the 9th rank. But they were killed by someone. That person killed my parents. Who killed them? Linley was puzzled. The Stellar Sword Saint, Dylan. And the Earth-style Grand Magus Saint, Rudy. BB ground his fangs as he spoke. Linley was stunned. He immediately thought back to the battle between saints which occurred at Wushan Township when he was 8. Linley clearly remembered hearing those two saints angrily shout at each other. The warrior saint was Dylan. And the Grand Magus Saint was Rudy. They killed your parents? Linley pondered for a moment. Because of that battle, Linley had actually been injured in the head as he was protecting his little brother Wharton. Blood had flowed onto the coiling dragon ring, thus allowing Grandpa Doring to come out of the coiling dragon ring. Only then had he embarked on the path of a magus. After training for nearly half a year, he had discovered BB within one of the abandoned courtyards of his residence. Half a year, right. Given BB's growing speed, half a year after being born, he probably would have developed from an infant size to the size he was when I first saw him. In terms of time or location, it all fit. Linley had been puzzled at the time. Why had two saints come to do battle at Wushan Township? Now, it seemed, the truth was it had something to do with BB's parents. Why did they kill your parents? Linley asked. BB didn't answer directly. Boss, the Forest of Darkness is the lair for all rat-type magical beasts. Although the mountain range of magical beasts has many rat-type magical beasts, it can't compare to the number in the Forest of Darkness. Linley nodded inwardly when he heard this. Rat-type magical beasts were highly adept at reproducing in large numbers. Wherever magical beasts congregated, there would be rat swarms as well. Although it doesn't have that many, there's still over 10 million of them. BB said. Even just a part of the total number in the Forest of Darkness reached the hundreds of millions, while the mountain range of magical beasts only had 10 million. The difference was plain to see. BB continued, in the mountain range of magical beasts, there aren't any saint-level rats. The leader of those 10 million rats were my parents, a stone-eater rat and a shadow mouse of the 9th rank. Linley and Delia both understood. It made sense for there to be roughly a single pair of rats of the 9th rank, amongst a swarm of 10 million. The Stellar Sword Saint Dylan and that Grand Magus Saint Rudy both wanted to tame magical beasts for themselves. The Stellar Sword Saint Dylan discovered my parents, and thus wanted to tame them. After all, taming them meant taming a swarm of 10 million rats. BB's eyes were burning with hate. Linley, on the other hand, understood how Dylan had felt. A rat swarm of 10 million rats could match an army of millions of soldiers in power. Although a black dragon of the 9th rank was technically equal in rank to a stone-eater rat or a shadow mouse of the 9th rank, most likely most experts would rather choose the stone-eater rat or the shadow mouse as their tamed companions. Unfortunately, my mother was pregnant at the time. BB ground his fangs. Rat kings are very proud. My father, relying on his tough defense, went to block the Stellar Sword Saint Dylan and allow my mother to flee. The defense of stone-eater rats was quite terrifying. One of the 9th rank would be hard for even an average saint to kill. My father was a rat king. Naturally, the Stellar Sword Saint wanted to tame him, and so my father and him began to fight. But my father refused to submit and kept on fighting with him, but in the end, my father was killed by the Stellar Sword Saint. Bibi sobbed. One could imagine how arrogant and proud a rat king who commanded a rat swarm was. He had delayed as long as he could to allow Bibi's mother time to flee. Shadow mice are famous for their speed. My mother was a shadow mouse of the 9th rank, and she was very fast. Even though she was pregnant, she managed to flee out of the mountain range of magical beasts while my father fought with Dylan and fled to the west, eventually arriving at Wushan Township. Linley now understood. My mother was perhaps afraid that I would be attacked, so she utilized the mage force in her body to give birth to me prematurely. Bibi's eyes were welling with tears. Grandpa Beirut said that when we God-Eater rats were born in the normal course of things, I should have had the power of a magical beast of the 6th or 7th rank upon being born. Linley was puzzled. God-Eater rat? What type of race was this? Was this Bibi's race? But seeing the mental state Bibi was in, Linley didn't interrupt him, saving the question for later. After giving birth to me prematurely, my mother's body was internally wounded. In that sort of situation, my mother instructed me to stay in that ruined courtyard and not to run around. As an infant, nobody knew anything about me, so I was to just eat rocks there and quietly grow up. My mother told me that she was of the Beirut clan, and that I was also a member of the Beirut clan. Bibi was torn between rage and grief. For the sake of not letting me come to harm, she left me there, then continued to flee to the west. But unfortunately, at that time, she ran into the Grand Magus Saint, Rudy. Rudy naturally chased after my mother as well, planning to take her as his own magical beast companion. Linley could completely imagine what that scene had been like. My mother was a shadow mouse of the 9th rank, but having just given birth to me, her power had dropped dramatically. She ran east as fast as she could, but at that time, Dylan arrived as well. Dylan, being a warrior, was able to rely on certain speed techniques to seize my mother. Bibi grew agitated and angry. And then, that Dylan and Rudy, for the sake of fighting over who the shadow mouse of the 9th rank belonged to, began to battle. Linley completely understood now. The Stellar Sword Saint, Dylan, had captured the shadow mouse, but Rudy had wanted to take it from him. The two saints battled in the eastern skies above Wushan Township, which had been a catastrophe to the people of Wushan Township. Even Wharton had nearly been crushed to death, but fortunately, Linley had protected him. And Linley had been fortunate enough to have the coiling dragon ring be bloodbound to him as a result. Right. Linley still recalled how, in his youth, he had heard the Stellar Sword Saint, Dylan, shout angrily, "Rudy, if I can't have it, then you won't either." And then, Dylan's hands had suddenly glowed with light, and the sound of a terrifying explosion had rocked the world. Right. Shadow mice are physically small. In battle, they can enlarge themselves slightly, but normally, they are like Bibi, roughly 20 centimeters or so, the size of a palm. Linley knew the complete truth now. At the time, Bibi's mother had been in Dylan's palm. But at that time, Dylan was over a kilometer away from Linley. Linley couldn't even make out Dylan's figure, much less what Dylan was holding in his hands. Shadow mice were famed for their speed and their attack, but their defense wasn't all that powerful, far weaker than stone-eater rats. When the saint-level Dylan had exploded forth his battle chi, a shadow mouse of the 9th rank who had been weakened dramatically by childbirth had of course been easily killed. So the truth comes out. Linley understood everything now. He knew why those two saints had come to the eastern skies of Wushan Township to do battle. At the time, when Dylan had angrily shouted, "Rudy, if I can't have it, you can't either," he was referring to Bibi's mother. Half a year after that battle, Linley had encountered Bibi. And then, the legendary adventures of Linley and Bibi had begun. No wonder. No wonder. Linley now also understood why Bibi said his enemies were Rudy and Dylan. If it wasn't for Dylan, Bibi's father wouldn't have died. And if it hadn't been for Rudy, perhaps Bibi's mother wouldn't have been forced to her death as well. Linley looked at Bibi. Bibi's eyes were filled with tears. He furiously said, "Those two bastards, I'll definitely kill them." HRM? Linley suddenly was filled with all sorts of questions. Bibi's father was a stone-eater rat of the 9th rank, while his mother was a shadow mouse of the 9th rank. Why was Bibi so powerful? Bibi didn't seem like a stone-eater rat or a shadow mouse. He had easily reached an extremely high level of power, and he was continuing to grow stronger. In addition, only Dylan and Rudy should have known what happened back then, as well as Bibi's dead parents. But how was it that upon returning from the Forest of Darkness, Bibi knew all this? How did that deity in the Forest of Darkness know all of these things? Could it be that the spiritual power of the deity was so great that it could even stretch over 10,000 kilometers from the Forest of Darkness to Wushan Township? Even if it could it be that a deity was able to maintain such a dispersal of spiritual power for so long? If he had discovered this at that time, why hadn't he saved Bibi's parents? Bibi, how did you learn this? Linley immediately asked. Delia was looking at Bibi in puzzlement as well. Grandpa Beirut told me. Bibi replied. Linley asked questioningly, this Lord Beirut, even though he is a deity, he shouldn't have the ability to look into the past. How did he know about this? And it seems he knows all the details. Bibi explained, boss, it's like this. After Grandpa Beirut discovered me, he sent the Violet Gold Rat Kings to the mountain range of magical beasts. First, they questioned the members of the rat swarm, and then Grandpa Beirut personally scanned the memories of Dylan and Rudy. What? Linley and Delia both let out cries of shock. Memory? A Grand Magus Saint like Zassler was able to read memories, true, but after doing so, the affected person's soul would be destroyed and he would die. However, the Stellar Sword Saint, Dylan, was perfectly well and alive. He had even been beaten by Olivier years later. In addition, if Dylan and Rudy had died, that would have been a major event. Linley definitely would have heard about this. Grandpa Beirut is very powerful. Bibi explained. He said that anyone not at the deity level wouldn't be able to hide any of memories in front of him. Even saints would have their memories read without them knowing about it at all. Linley didn't dare believe it. This was too terrifying. Even saints wouldn't be able to notice? Linley absolutely refused to believe a demigod was capable of such a power. Grandpa Beirut is the #1 expert of the entire Yulon continent plane. Bibi explained. The absolute, unquestioned #1 expert. Even the war god and the high priest have to listen to Grandpa. Even that planar overseer, Hadan, doesn't dare to offend Grandpa Beirut. Grandpa Beirut is the true king of the plane of the Yulon continent. Bibi continued. Linley and Delia exchanged a glance. Linley suddenly remembered the words that the 3 Violet Gold Rat Kings had said to Bibi when they had invited him to come with them. They had also said the same thing. Lord Beirut was the king of the Yulon continent. Grandpa Beirut was the very first God-Eater rat in all the planes of the universe. Even the very name, God-Eater Rat, was chosen by Grandpa Beirut himself. Bibi said proudly. And I, in the countless planes of the universe, I am the second God-Eater rat. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 11, Chapter 4, Deity-Level Magical Beast. Book 11, Necropolis of the Gods, Chapter 4, Deity-Level Magical Beast. God-Eater Rat? Linley and Delia glanced at each other. The #1 expert of the Yulon continent, Beirut, was actually a God-Eater rat. Just from the name, Linley knew that this had to be an extremely terrifying type of creature. God-Eater. How would a common magical beast dare to name himself something like this? Linley gazed questioningly at Bibi. Delia asked questioningly as well. Bibi, your father and mother were magical beasts of the 9th rank, right? What is going on? Boss, this is somewhat like your Dragonblood warrior clan, but of course there are differences. Bibi explained in detail. After Grandpa Beirut was born, because he was the only God-Eater rat in existence, him and Grandma Carolina, Kaleluana, had 3 children. Harry, Hart, and Harvey, the 3 Violet Gold Rat Kings. Linley memorized the name, Carolina. Because Grandma Carolina herself wasn't a God-Eater rat, the children she had with Grandpa Beirut naturally weren't pure God-Eater rats either. Thus, their level became lower. Normally, Violet Gold Rat Kings, upon reaching the age of maturity, would be saint-level magical beasts. Bibi explained. Their level became lower? Linley asked. Bibi, so you mean to say? Delia was very smart as well. She also knew what Bibi was implying. His eyes filled with arrogance, he said, right, God-Eater rats are deity-level magical beasts. Even without engaging in any training at all, just through natural growth, upon reaching adulthood, God-Eater rats will naturally reach the deity level. Deity-level magical beast? Linley was stunned. This was too monstrous. Even more monstrous than the 4 Supreme Warriors. The 4 Supreme Warriors could reach the peak of the saint level so long as they trained, true. And saint-level magical beasts, upon reaching adulthood, would reach the saint level as well. But deity-level magical beasts would become deities upon reaching adulthood. This is too unfair to other races. How can other races possibly contend? Linley sighed repeatedly in his heart. They really lived up to the name of God-Eater rats. They reached the deity level at adulthood? They really were blessed by the heavens. Bibi shook his head. Grandpa Beirut said that there is no way deity-level magical beasts can form an entire race. Generally speaking, each deity-level magical beast is the only one of its kind. Because Grandpa Beirut was the only one of his kind, he couldn't possibly find another female God-Eater rat to be his wife. His children's bloodline was impure. They could only become saint-level violet gold rat kings. And all three of the violet gold rat kings were male, so their children's bloodline was even less pure, only able to reach the level of magical beast of the 9th rank. In the Forest of Darkness, however, there are quite a few female rats of the 9th rank. As they mated, many of their children would naturally be able to reach the 9th rank as well. My mother was also a member of the Beirut clan, only she came 10 generations after Harry, Hart, and Harvey. Bibi didn't seem to speak of Harry and the other two as his ancestors. Indeed, in reality, Harry and the others were many generations above Bibi. But Bibi himself was a God-Eater rat. Aside from Beirut, the only God-Eater rat in existence. Linley nodded. As for me being a God-Eater rat, Bibi said innocently, according to what Grandpa Beirut said, my mother carried a bit of the Beirut lineage to begin with, and then mated with a Stone-Eater rat of the 9th rank. Perhaps there was some sort of mutation or throwback. After all, many rats of the 9th rank had mated with each other, but it seems as though aside from myself, none of them have become God-Eater rats. Bibi said innocently. Not just in the Yulan continent, mind. In all of the countless planes which Grandpa Beirut has gone to. Countless planes? Linley and Delia exchanged glances. Lord Beirut was simply too terrifying. Based on his conversation with Hadun, Linley knew that it was extremely hard for one to return upon departing to the higher planes. But from what Bibi was telling him, it sounded as though Beirut had not only left the Yulan continent, he had also gone to many other planes. No wonder he is reputed to be the king of the Yulan continent, and why even the war god and the high priest must obey his orders. Linley secretly thought to himself. What level of expert is he? A full god? Or perhaps even a high god? Advancing from the demigod level to the god level was something which the high priest had been unable to accomplish despite training for 10,000 years. One could imagine how hard it was. As for advancing from being a full god to a high god, the difficulty was even greater. The chances of being born as a deity-level magical beast is far lower than even that of becoming a supreme warrior. Linley sighed. Although supreme warriors only occur rarely in our lineage, they'll still occasionally be born. But God-Eater rats, in all the planes your Grandpa Beirut has visited, he has seen no God-Eater rats aside from you and Lord Beirut himself. Linley and Delia both sighed. Deity-level magical beasts were far rarer than saint-level magical beasts. But it made sense. If deity-level magical beasts reproduced so easily, then no other races would be able to survive. Each deity-level magical beast is generally the only one of its kind, such as that king of the mountain range of magical beasts, Dylan. He's also a deity-level magical beast. Bibi said. Dylan? Linley and Delia couldn't help but grow curious. To this very day, Linley didn't know that it was he himself who had released Dylan. Bibi nodded. Dylan is also a deity-level magical beast. He is known as the Swanee Lion, and is also known as the Heaven-Devouring Beast. One was named God-Eater Rat, the other a Heaven-Devouring Beast. These names were all too terrifying. Grandpa Beirut said that Dylan is very powerful, and can easily swallow an entire mountain or an entire city with a single gulp. Bibi sighed. But just like us God-Eater rats, he isn't able to find another heaven-devouring beast. He has children of his own. He originally had 5 of them, and all of them, like Violet Gold Rat Kings, are peak saint-level magical beasts. Linley and Delia both understood. The children of deity-level magical beasts were impure in blood, and so their strength was lower. But despite their strength being lower, they were still the cream of the crop amongst saint-level magical beasts. Those 5 children are known as the 6-eyed golden lions. Their bodies are very similar to lions, but their bodies are as enormous as titanic dragons, and they have 6 eyes and a pair of massive wings. Bibi sighed. Although those 6-eyed golden lions aren't as terrifying as the deity-level heaven-devouring beast, they still can store an enormous amount of things in their stomachs. Despite being the size of a dragon, they can easily swallow over 100 giant dragons. Linley and Delia were secretly shocked. Although the descendants of deity-level magical beasts couldn't compare to their ancestors, they still couldn't be underestimated. When Linley had drawn forth Blood Violet and released Dylan and his 3 children, he didn't know that those 3 children were the 6-eyed golden lions. Afterwards, those 3 6-eyed golden lions really had swallowed over 100 giant dragons into their stomachs in the blink of an eye, they're in the Foggy Gulch. Clearly, this was something they inherited from their father. Six-eyed golden lions are saint-level magical beasts, but their children are only magical beasts of the 9th rank. Boss, you should know about them. Guardian Eni lions, of the 9th rank. Linley immediately nodded. Guardian Eni lions, 9th-ranked magical beasts with extremely powerful attacks and which looked very similar to normal lions, only their body was the size of a dragon. Guardian Eni lions are extremely rare. They might mate with tiger-type magical beasts or lion-type magical beasts. Thus, their own descendants would be the likes of goldmane mastiffs or blue-eyed tiger mastiffs, two magical beast races of the 8th rank. BB clearly was very familiar with the mutations and changes of these various magical beast races. Linley now understood. At the mountain range of magical beasts, the first time Linley had activated the baleful aura of Blood Violet, he had slaughtered an entire clan of goldmane mastiffs. I didn't expect that the magical beast races have such interesting history. Delia was quite intrigued as she listened. If you follow their ancestry, it would seem as though goldmane mastiffs and blue-eyed tiger mastiffs can trace their heritage back to this deity-level magical beast, the Swanee lion. Are you saying that Dylan, long ago, had come to the Yulan continent before? Linley suddenly realized what the implications were. In the past, the mountain range of magical beasts had no deity-level experts. In other words, at least within the past 1,000 years, Dylan had not been present. But if Dylan had never been in the Yulan continent, how could it be said that Guardian Eni lions, goldmane mastiffs, and blue-eyed tiger mastiffs were his descendants? Right. According to what Grandpa Beirut said, 10,000 years ago, Dylan had come to our Yulan continent. BB explained. These goldmane mastiffs, blue-eyed tiger mastiffs, and Guardian Eni lions can all be considered his descendants. BB laughed as well. Actually, it was the same for him. Didn't the large number of descendants of the God-Eater rat eventually devolve into Stone-Eater rats and shadow mice? But according to what Grandpa Beirut said, in the past, Dylan had 5 children. It seemed as though 2 of them died in the Gabedos prison. Only 3 are left now. BB said. Linley nodded slightly. Linley didn't know much about the history of the Yulan continent, especially from 5,000 years ago. And this was 10,000 years ago. There were very few books containing records regarding what happened 10,000 years ago. What had happened back then? Nobody really knew. After all, most books started from the founding of the Yulan calendar and empire. Most started from Yulan calendar, year 1. BB, doesn't this mean that in the future, you will easily reach the deity level? Linley laughed as he looked at BB, and BB's eyes shone with a rare flash of pride, but then his eyes quickly dimmed. No matter how powerful I am, my parents are still dead. BB looked at Linley, then said seriously, Boss, keep training. I'm going to make a trip. As he spoke, he immediately flew out. BB, where are you going? Linley immediately asked. I'm going to kill those 2 bastards. BB's voice echoed within the hall, but BB himself had disappeared. Linley let out a sigh. Linley wouldn't say anything about BB going to kill Rudy and Dylan. After all, he too would seek revenge on someone who had killed his parents. Now all is made clear. Linley sighed in his heart. In the past, the war god had treated him so kindly, and even helping him out in the matter of his little brother's marriage. When the Baruch kingdom was founded, even Rosari of the Frost Goddess Shrine had come, and even the high priest had sent his disciples over. Linley didn't have a relationship with any of those hidden powers, but they all sent people. They weren't giving me face. They were giving BB face. They were giving face to the king of the Yulan continent. Linley knew very well that no matter how strong he was, and how powerful his ancestors had been, and even if his Dragonblood warrior ancestors had become deities in the infernal realm, so what? What impact would any of those things have on the war god and the high priest, here in the Yulan continent? As the saying goes, heaven is far above you, and the emperor is far away. What happened nearby was what mattered. In the plane of the Yulan continent, even the war god, high priest, Dylan, and the others all had to listen to Beirut. BB had said that even the planar overseer from the infernal realm, Hadun, had to be obedient and orderly in front of Lord Beirut. One could imagine how much authority Lord Beirut had. What's his is his. As for myself, I need to work hard. Linley didn't want to rely on anyone else. Come, Delia. Let's return to the training room. Holding Delia by the hand, Linley smiled as he spoke. Delia smiled as well, and the 2 left the hall, quickly returning to that planar door. They returned to the life of training which belonged to them. But even as he began training again, Linley still felt questions in his mind. Hadun was the planar overseer who had come from the infernal realm, and he definitely had to have a powerful source of support and backing from the higher plane of the infernal realm. Why was it that even Hadun had to be obedient in front of Lord Beirut? What level of expert was this Lord Beirut, exactly? A full god? Or perhaps a high god? Linley didn't even dare to consider the possibility that he was a sovereign. For example, there were only 7 sovereigns of darkness. In all the countless planes of the universe, there were only 7 of them. Only when one died would another be born. In trillions of years, there might not be a single new sovereign throughout the universe. And what's more, in the higher planes, there was another bit of common knowledge. Sovereigns were not able to enter common, materials planes. Their power alone would cause any material planes to rip apart and collapse. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 11, Chapter 5, Bibi's Revenge. Book 11, Necropolis of the Gods, Chapter 5, Bibi's Revenge. Muller Township, despite being just a township, had status that was almost on par with most prefectural cities, because the thousands of residents of Muller Township all belonged to one clan. This clan, centuries ago, was a very ordinary one, but after producing the Earth-style Grand Mega Saint, Rudy, the entire clan's status had skyrocketed. However, right now, the central building in the township had collapsed, and the corpse of an enormous black dragon of the 9th rank lay there, coiled in the middle of the debris. A hole had been drilled through the head of this black dragon. Right now, all the residents of this township were staring with terror at the scene playing out in mid-air. The, to them, incomparably exalted Grand Magus Saint, Rudy, was being absolutely trampled by a black rat-type creature, without any chance of fighting back. Rudy's clothes were tattered, and his sacred Earthguard armor had been ripped apart early on by 18 successive lightning-fast claw attacks from Bibi. Bibi's raw attack power was actually a bit higher than even that of Linley's, and in 12 years, he had gained some insights into the laws as well. Those 18 successive claws was the technique which Bibi was most skilled at. Even something as powerful as a Saint-level Earthguard armor had been broken through. If you want to kill me, then kill me. Why are you doing this? Did Linley order you to come? Rudy roared with fury and grief. He had heard that Linley possessed a Saint-level rat-type magical beast with black fur. He didn't expect that he and Linley actually had enmity between them. But the only reply he got was another claw. Ah! Rudy's entire body spasmed in agony, and yet another large chunk of flesh and blood was ripped from his body. Even his face had Bibi's claw marks on it. Bibi's attacks were very precise. He wasn't trying to kill Rudy at all. You ask me why? Bibi's beady little black eyes were blazing with unquenchable flames of rage. Do you still remember, 30 years ago, you and Dylan fighting over that shadow mouse of the 9th rank? Rudy immediately thought back to that past event. This entire time, he had been quite unhappy about it. Dylan had actually killed that shadow mouse of the 9th rank. Rudy instantly understood that this saint-level magical beast had surely come to avenge that shadow mouse. The one who killed the shadow mouse wasn't me, it was Dylan. Rudy hurriedly said. He suddenly felt that he had a chance at life. In front of Bibi, Rudy didn't have any ability to fight back at all. As soon as Bibi saw Rudy begin to chant a magic spell or the nearby elemental essence begin to move, Bibi would immediately give him a slap with the paw on the mouth. And given Bibi's power, even if he was able to successfully launch a saint-level spell, it might still be unable to harm Bibi. Indeed, you didn't personally kill them, but if it wasn't for you, my mother probably would have been able to flee early on. Ah! Rudy let out a miserable cry. His right arm had suddenly been sliced off by those sharp claws, and the severed arm fell down from the skies. If it wasn't for you, would Dylan have directly killed my mother? Yet another claw and yet another miserable cry. Rudy's left arm fell down from the skies as well. The mighty, dignified Grand Magus Saint, Rudy, had been devastated to such a degree. Rudy was totally bereft. In front of Bibi, he had no ability to resist at all. High Priest, why haven't you come? Rudy was growing more and more worried. In the minds of the saints of the Yulan Empire, the High Priest was their leader, and here, it was much like how the saints of Radiant Church simply didn't dare to cause trouble within the boundaries of the O'Brien Empire. The other saints also didn't dare to cause trouble in the Yulan Empire, much less in a township so near the imperial capital. You, prepare to die. Bibi said calmly. The High Priest will definitely avenge me. Rudy shouted fiercely, and then a final claw welcomed him. This claw ripped him apart from the skull, creating a massive hole in it. Rudy's eyes immediately grew dim, and his armless corpse fell down from the skies. Bang! It smashed into the rubble, kicking up a cloud of dust. In midair, Bibi stared down below. The civilians down below didn't dare to make a sound. The current BB had none of his usual adorableness or playfulness. All he had was the ferocious cruelty inherent to all magical beasts. Swish! A black blur slashed across the skies, and BB disappeared into the air. The corpse of Rudy, lying in the rubble, had its eyes bulging in disbelief. Even as he died, he had hoped the high priest would avenge him, but alas, the high priest wouldn't appear for his sake. Unless, of course, the high priest was tired of living. There wasn't much of a difference. The saint-level expert, Dylan, was like an infant in front of BB, easily trampled. Dylan hadn't been able to take more than 3 attacks from the early-stage Saint Olivier. In front of the current BB, he couldn't even block a single attack. In mid-air. 4 BBs surrounded him in 4 sides, transforming into 4 black blurs. They were playing a game of kickball, literally kicking the body of the saint-level expert, Dylan, all over the place. Bang! Dylan felt his waist receive another vicious kick, and then with a crunch, his bones shattered. Dylan's body was then kicked towards another direction. Dylan immediately activated the battle chi in his body, wanting to fly and flee. But yet another black blur appeared in front of him. Yet another. Ah! A piece of bloody flesh was ripped out of him, and Dylan's body couldn't help but spasm in pain. He ground his teeth, then flew to another direction. However, yet another black blur was there to welcome him. No matter how wildly Dylan tried to flee, given BB's terrifying speed and his shadow-shaped doppelganger technique, Dylan wasn't able to escape. Shadow-shaped doppelganger technique. 4 doppelgangers were trampling him in 4 different directions. Why? I've never offended Linley. Dylan howled with grief and anger. Seeing the black-furred saint-level rat, Dylan knew that the magical beast in front of him was Linley's magical beast. In the past, BB had defeated even Hadesun. After 12 years of growth, how could the current BB be someone Dylan could deal with? My boss? BB's eyes flashed with the fires of rage. Who told you to go to the mountain range of magical beasts to kill my parents? Kill your parents? Dylan was confused. Have I ever killed a powerful rat-type magical beast? But then with another claw, Dylan was kicked flying yet again. He felt his head grow dizzy. At BB's speed, he was able to kick Dylan dozens of times in a single second. By now, Dylan had been kicked over 1,000 times. Fortunately, he was at the saint rank, and thus could preserve his life. Who told you to kill my mother in front of Rudy? With a bang sound, yet another claw struck him. In front of Rudy? Ah! 30 years ago, the mountain range of magical beasts. Dylan understood everything now. He remembered what happened that year at the mountain range of magical beasts. So this mysterious rat was the child of those 2 rats of the 9th rank. Swish! Yet another claw to his face. Right now, Dylan's clothes were splattered with blood and sticking to his body. He didn't have a single place of undamaged flesh. After having been kicked around thousands of times, and with a piece of flesh being taken away with each kick, Dylan currently had half of his bones broken and visible to plain sight, along with his bright red flesh and blood. It was a terrifying sight. Even one of his eyes had been torn out. Kill me! Kill me! Kill me! Dylan was no longer even recognizably human. He could only mumble words out, without being able to resist at all. But BB's eyes didn't have an ounce of pity in them. Suddenly, the 4 BBs became 1. BB appeared in the air directly above Dylan. Whap! A final, vicious claw delivered to Dylan's skull. Dylan's skull immediately shattered apart, and Dylan's no longer recognizable corpse plummeted to the ground, his shattered bones flying everywhere upon impact. After that final claw, BB just stood there in midair, stunned. BB had always been carefree and had followed and played around with Linley since he was young. He liked to eat and drink, but in his heart, he had always wondered about his parentage. Where I am from? Who is my father? Who is my mother? The higher class a magical beast was, the more intelligent it was. And BB was a god-eater rat. His emotional intelligence was even greater than that of humans. 33 years. In the end, he found his parents had both died. Father. Mother. BB misses you both. BB doesn't know what it means to have a father, or what it feels like to have a mother. BB's eyes became covered with a misty layer. Today, BB has avenged you both. 2 teardrops fell down from BB's face. BB's name was chosen by the boss. Although BB doesn't have you, BB still has the boss. The boss's embrace is very comfortable. Maybe, your embrace would have been like being by the boss's side. BB was quiet for a long time, there in midair. The 30-plus years he had spent by Linley's side had resulted in Bibi, without question, considering Linley as his one and only family member. Beirut, although Bibi addressed him as Grandpa Beirut, they had only met not too long ago. Whoosh! A wind arose. Bibi's body disappeared into the eastern horizon. Deep in the Magicite mines. In front of the dimensional door. Swyish. Bibi easily passed through that door. The attacks of the dimensional door chopped on Bibi's body like sabers, but they didn't even break a single strand of Bibi's fur. Linley, who had been seated in quiet meditation, opened his eyes. Before he even said a word, Bibi immediately threw himself into Linley's embrace. Boss. Bibi's eyes were already red. Linley hugged Bibi. Bibi, it's fine. Don't be too heartbroken. Okay. Bibi nodded. Both Linley and Bibi had lost their parents. They had grown up together, and the two were as close as true brothers to each other. Linley was like the big brother, while Bibi was the little brother. Yulan calendar, year 10024, March 2nd. Outside the imperial capital of the O'Brien Empire. War God Mountain. Yet another ray of light streaked across the skies and entered War God Mountain. A normally quiet courtyard within War God Mountain already had an entire group of people assembled. This courtyard was the place where the War God usually stayed when he wasn't behind closed doors engaging in training. In the empty space within the quiet courtyard, there were around 10 people, all of whom were chatting idly amongst each other. All of these people were exceedingly powerful. Not one of them was weaker than Hadesun had been. Baodichi, has come as well. Someone spoke out. A skinny man with long silver hair flew down from the skies. Baodich was yet another person who, in the past, had shaken the Yulan continent with his fame. But that was 3,000 years ago. These days, Baodich lived a quiet life of training in the Arctic ice caps. Baodich, you came as well. One of the 10 people in the empty space, a grim-looking man with white-flecked hair spoke. Olivier, if you can come, why can't I? Baodich's voice was very cold as well. His gaze was focused on Olivier. Currently, Olivier only had a single sword on his back, a translucent sword that emanated extreme cold. During his bitter training in the Arctic ice caps, Olivier had fought several times against Baodich as well. The first time they had fought, Olivier had lost. But 8 years later, when they fought again, the two were on par. Soon, one expert after another arrived. Kafanda, you arrived very late, this time. Seeing the experts continue to arrive, many people immediately laughed and greeted them. These experts, having trained in seclusion for thousands of years, almost all knew each other. They all belonged to the war god side. By nightfall, 20 of them had arrived. According to their plans, there should be a total of 22. 10 from the war god's college. 12 other experts. Our senior apprentice has arrived. Someone suddenly said. A thin man with short jade hair whose back was ramrod straight and who had a sharp aura walked out. His blue robes fluttered in the wind. He was the senior apprentice of the War God's College, Fane. 5 Prime Saints. Fane was one of them. As Fane arrived, a group of people immediately went to welcome him. All of them greeted him very familiarly. The only one Fane hadn't met before was Olivier. HRM? Where's Linley? Fane spoke. He isn't here yet? 21 of them had arrived. The only one missing was Linley. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 11, Chapter 6, Everyone Assembled. Book 11, Necropolis of the Gods, Chapter 6, Everyone Assembled. By the time the other experts had already assembled at War God Mountain, Linley hadn't actually had the chance to head out yet. Linley had been secluded in meditation for over a year now. The Magicite mine had been emptied long ago, and right now, there was a massive, multi-kilometer underground castle built here. The master of the castle was Linley. Every day, many people who worshipped Linley would come to the outside of this castle and stare at it in awe. Beneath the castle, within the pocket dimension room. Outside the pocket dimension room was the terrifying anarchic space. Cracks in reality could be seen everywhere, while Linley still sat there in the meditative position, quietly training. Thrum. Thrum. Each beat of the throbbing pulse of the earth thrummed in Linley's heart, and also echoed like thunder in his mind. Linley's understanding of the profound truths of the throbbing pulse of the earth had deepened, step by step, from within the boundless sea which was the laws. The 256 waves of the throbbing pulse of the world was currently in the process of transforming into the 128 waves. Success. After an unknown period of time, Linley opened his eyes, revealing a hint of joy. After pondering for so long, I finally managed to fuse the 256 waves into 128 waves. The power has multiplied several times over. Although the number of waves had decreased, the power had increased dramatically. The power of the current 128 waves, compared to the original 128 layered waves, was untold times more powerful. After all, the current 128 waves embodied all of the profundities of the throbbing pulse of the world. But if one was able to fuse them all into a single wave which contained all of the profundities, then the power of that attack. That would be the deity level. Continue. Without hesitating at all, Linley once more sank himself into his reverie, constantly mentally testing his ideas again and again. This time, however, the difficulty level was clearly much higher. He had to spend over 10 times the effort to fuse 2 waves into one. Within the main hall of this underground castle, there was a large group of people. Wharton, his wife, Barker and his brothers, Taylor, Sasha, and a group of children. These children also included the children of the Barker brothers. Everyone here was waiting for Linley. "Why hasn't father come out yet?" Taylor said, somewhat frantic. Taylor was 1.7 meters tall now. He had grown very rapidly during this year. Wharton laughed calmly. "Taylor, don't be in a rush. Your Uncle Beebe has already gone to go call him. He should arrive soon." Today was March 2nd. The War God had ordered him to arrive at War God Mountain before March 3rd. Linley had to head there tonight at the very latest. "Barker, you are going to go as well?" Zassler, seated nearby, suddenly spoke out. Barker nodded slightly. Zassler's eyes flashed with a green light. "Honestly speaking, I want to investigate this legendary necropolis of the gods. Unfortunately, I've only just recently reached the saint level. My self-protective ability is far too limited." Zassler was somewhat unwilling to accept this. All of these experts desired to reach the peak of training, after all. Nobody feared a bit of danger. If they didn't all have iron will, how could they have possibly trained to the saint level? "He's coming." Zassler was the first to notice Linley's arrival. Everyone looked towards the side door of the hall, because they knew that Linley would be coming from the hidden training room, which was linked by the side door. Indeed, soon afterwards, Linley, with Beebe on his shoulders, walked out while holding Delia's hand, entering the main hall. Linley was shocked upon seeing the living room. Why were there so many people here? "Boss, have a good meeting with the others. It'll be 10 years before you see them again." Beebe's voice rang out. 10 years? Linley felt incomparably shocked. He wondered to himself, isn't it just a trip into the necropolis of the gods? Entering a necropolis, then coming out, a month would be too long. Why would it need 10 years? Linley looked at Beebe, puzzled. Everyone in the main hall looked at Beebe in confusion as well. Beebe said with absolute certainty, the necropolis of the gods opens once every 1,000 years. Each time, one must remain inside for 10 years, and only after 10 years can one leave, but of course, if you die inside it, there's nothing for it. Beebe must have received this information from that one in the Forest of Darkness. It can't be false. Linley understood this, but he still couldn't help but frown. Suddenly, Linley felt pressure against his hand. Linley turned his head and looked at the nearby Delia, and saw the look of longing in her eyes. "Sorry," Linley said softly. This trip to the necropolis of the gods symbolized that he would be apart from Delia for 10 years. "I'm fine. Don't worry about me." Delia consoled Linley. "We'll have a long time together in the future. But Linley, you have to be careful." Delia didn't try to stop Linley from going to the necropolis of the gods, because Delia knew. In Linley's heart, he had the goal of reaching the peak of training. A place like the necropolis of the gods was a place where countless experts desired to enter but didn't have the chance to. How could Linley give up such a precious opportunity? "Thank you." Linley's heart swelled with gratitude. "Spend some time with the kids," Delia said gently. Linley turned his head and looked at his 2 children, Taylor and Sasha. "You are so big now. By the time I come out of the necropolis of the gods, you'll be in your 20s. Knowing that he would be leaving for a long time, Linley spent a good amount of time with his son and daughter. When dusk arrived, Taylor, Sasha, go back. Linley patted his 2 kids on their heads. Okay. Taylor and Sasha both nodded obediently. The nearby Barker looked at Linley. "Lord Linley, please help me on that matter." Hearing this, Linley nodded. Barker wanted to go to the necropolis of the gods as well, but the number of names was limited. Linley had to go ask before knowing what the answer was. Delia. Linley exchanged gazes with Delia. Be careful, Delia said softly. Linley nodded slightly. The two kissed gently, and then Linley and Beebe flew away, leaving the castle and heading towards War God Mountain in the west. The wild wind howled as Linley and Beebe transformed into two rays of brilliant light, flying past the horizon. Beebe, why must one stay 10 years at the necropolis of the gods? While flying, Linley asked Beebe the question. Beebe shook his head. I don't know either. This is based on what Grandpa Beirut told me. Oh, right, Barker wants to go to the necropolis of the gods? If you aren't able to get it for him, I can go ask Grandpa Beirut. Grandpa Beirut would definitely agree. No rush. Let's ask the war god first. Linley said. Linley suddenly had a suspicion. Beebe was going to the necropolis of the gods along with him, and Lord Beirut had agreed to it? Linley couldn't help but ask, Beebe, isn't your Grandpa Beirut worried about your safety? Why is he letting you go to the necropolis of the gods? Beebe pursed his lips. Grandpa Beirut said that in the past, he himself had experienced countless dangers before reaching his current accomplishments. He wants me to be trained and tempered. As for the necropolis of the gods, as long as my luck isn't absolutely horrendous, staying alive should be fine. Linley nodded. After all, weren't Desiree and Fane doing perfectly fine? Here we are. Linley could already see the distant War God Mountain. The two immediately flew down. So many experts. Linley immediately noticed those 21 experts. If he didn't transform, many of those below were on par with Linley, and even the weakest of them wasn't much weaker than him. But in my dragon-formed state, only Fane can do battle with me. In terms of understanding, he was still inferior to Fane. But Dragonblood warriors simply had too much of an innate advantage. There was nothing that could be done about it. Or for example, Beebe, as a god-eater rat, his innate advantages were even greater than that of the Dragonblood warriors. So noisy. Linley noticed those 21 warriors were currently in the midst of sparring matches. Suddenly, a loud, clear laugh could be heard. Ha, Linley, you finally arrived. You are the last one to arrive. Linley immediately landed. At this time, it was night. The empty area had quite a few chairs and tables. The experts were chatting, drinking, and even sparring, for those who had the interest. It was quite rare for these ultimate experts to have a chance to meet like this. Sorry, I came late. Linley was a bit embarrassed, and he hurriedly greeted everyone. Fane laughed as he walked over. It's fine. Master hasn't come to receive us either. He won't be here to meet us until tomorrow morning. Tonight, we'll just assemble here and have a good time. So he is Linley? Many of the experts who were drinking cast their gazes towards Linley. These people had all been training in seclusion for thousands of years. Generally speaking, they didn't care about newcomers, but Linley had simply become too outstandingly famous. Especially with Linley being a Dragonblood warrior, one of the supreme warriors. None of the people present dared to look down on him. Everyone. Fane smiled as he stood up, and everyone turned to look at Fane. Even the experts sparring in the air landed. Fane laughed calmly. Most people here haven't met Linley yet. Weren't we discussing him just this afternoon? Right, Clay, weren't you shouting nonstop about how you wanted to check out the power of the Dragonblood warriors for yourself? Check out the power of the Dragonblood warriors? Linley couldn't help but reveal a hint of a smile on his lips. Pity that it's a Dragonblood warrior, not an undying warrior. A loud, clear voice rang out, and a bulky, powerful-looking man with short gold hair stood up. He wore a sleeveless shirt, and his terrifying muscles made his shirt look as though it was about to split apart. The golden-haired man looked at Linley and laughed. Linley, let me introduce myself. I'm Clay. Normally, I train on an island in the North Sea. I've heard of the fame of the Dragonblood warriors long ago, and I've been itching to have a go. I would like to have a spar with you, Linley. I wonder. Sure. Linley smiled as he spoke. Wonderful. Clay's eyes lit up, and his muscles immediately began to tremble. With a sudden boom, his shirt exploded into tatters, and his body suddenly seemed to have turned to metal and shone with a metallic light. Fane said to Linley, this Clay also trains in the laws of the earth, but in terms of defense, he is more than 10 times more powerful than Hadesun. Linley smiled. I know. Clay's body looks like it is made from metal. It seems similar to the sacred Earthguard armor, which is made from diamonds at the saint level. Linley mused. For a warrior's defense to reach such a terrifying level, he indeed had to be an exceptional expert. With a flip of his hand, Linley withdrew Blood Violet. "Linley, go ahead and transform," the golden-haired Clay said loudly. Linley shook his head. "No need for now." Clay seemed a bit unhappy. He snorted. "Linley, you really are quite confident." As he spoke, Clay charged into the air. This was War God Mountain. They didn't dare to damage the War God Mountain when they sparred, so naturally they all flew into the air and sparred there. In an instant, Linley appeared in mid-air as well, his speed clearly a level higher than Clay's. "Haha, come." In mid-air, Clay let out an excited roar, and then he transformed into a blur and charged at Linley. He suddenly struck out with his right fist, and it was as though it had pierced through reality, carrying a terrifying howling sound as it attacked Linley. Where this fist passed, space itself rippled. HRM? Linley's face changed. Linley had been preparing to use the rippling wind attack, but seeing the power of this fist, Linley immediately was forced to change his attack. Retreating backwards, Linley slashed out with Blood Violet, and it also seemed to pass through reality. Wherever Blood Violet passed by, space itself seemed to congeal and slow, then fold in on itself. Atop Blood Violet was a frozen spatial edge, and clear ripples appeared around it as well. Profound Truths of the Wind, Tempos of the Wind, Level 2. Bang! Blood Violet collided head-on with the fist of the shiny metallic man. Boom! That terrifying force passed straight through Blood Violet and attacked Linley. The battle chi around Linley's body roiled. Only the pulse guard defense guarding his body managed to protect him from this terrifying force. Clay himself was knocked backwards as well. His fist had a hint of blood on it, but he wasn't harmed at all. What terrifying defense! In terms of defense alone, he should be on par with an undying warrior. Linley was secretly shocked. "Linley, I admit defeat." Clay's voice rang out. "This Linley really is a monster. He's so powerful even without transforming. Once he transforms, I won't have the power to fight back at all." As he muttered to himself, Clay flew straight back down. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 11, Chapter 7, The Metallic Castle. Book 11, Necropolis of the Gods, Chapter 7, The Metallic Castle. This Clay wasn't injured at all, but he admitted defeat. Linley chuckled, then stored Blood Violet back into his interspatial ring, then landed as well. By now, everyone present had a clearer understanding of Linley's power. Clay was one of the more powerful experts present, and there were only a few present who were mightier than him. These experts knew very well that Clay's most powerful attack was his punches. His body's defense was slightly weaker than his fist's power. Linley's sword had actually drawn a hint of blood from Clay's fist. If it had landed on Clay's body, it would have at least resulted in some blood loss. "Linley, I haven't seen you in 13 years, but your power has reached such a level." Fane's eyes also had a hint of battle lust in them. From the battle just then, Fane could tell that Linley now had a fairly high level of understanding of the laws. Paired with his natural gifts as a Dragonblood warrior, Linley should now be able to have a proper duel with him. Fane, as well, wanted to have a sparring match with Linley. "Everyone wants to fight with my boss. Why don't you guys fight with me?" BB sensed Fane's desire to do battle and immediately flew in front of Fane. Fane looked at BB, startled, and then he seemed to have remembered something. He hurriedly said, "Oh, BB, right?" Fane no longer mentioned anything about sparring. Instead, he pulled Linley and BB to join him in laughter, wine, and idle conversation. Midnight. The mountain wind blew gently. The night wind of early spring was very cold, but of course, these experts didn't mind at all. They continued to chat and laugh. Olivier's aura has completely changed from before. Linley glanced sideways at the distant Olivier. Olivier was one of the 22 experts as well. In the past, Olivier would still talk and laugh, but now, he seems to have become much colder, and his eyes have become sharper as well. The current Olivier was like a precious sword that had been unsheathed, extremely sharp and fierce. This caused the experts around him to voluntarily draw away from him. Clearly, these people weren't very close to Olivier. "Linley. This time, you and Olivier are the only new participants in our squad. Although Olivier's power is weaker than yours, he is still a hair more powerful than Clay." Fane sighed in approval. "His attack power is quite astonishing." "Oh?" Linley was surprised. Linley knew very well how powerful Olivier was. In the past, Olivier had even lost to Hadesun. Although I heard that 12 years later, he killed Hadesun with a single sword, it's only been 12 years. How has he improved so astonishingly fast? The main reason Linley's own power had increased was because he had broken through to the saint level, so as a peak Dragonblood warrior his strength had increased by more than tenfold. And, of course, he had gained deeper levels of understanding as well. But Olivier's battle chi had reached the peak of the saint level long ago. His only improvement would have been in his understanding of the laws. How had he risen in power so quickly? Although Olivier's sword isn't very fast, it combines two different types of laws, both light and dark. When he strikes, even clay is unable to take the blow. Fane sighed in approval. For one sword blow to contain two opposing types of laws, I have never seen this in all my life. Even Master repeatedly sighed in praise. What? Linley couldn't believe it. Linley stared disbelievingly at the distant Olivier, his heart filled with shock. A single sword containing both types of laws at the same time? How can two different laws be used at the same time? For example, Linley's profound truths of the earth was just that, and his profound truths of the wind was just that. To fuse the profound truths of the earth and the profound truths of the wind? Impossible. After all, these were two different types of laws. It is true. When Olivier attacks with his sword, darkness and light coexist, and thus, Hadesun was chopped directly in half by this sword. Fane sighed in praise. Linley nodded slightly. Linley had to acknowledge of this attack by Olivier. In terms of laws alone, it had already surpassed Linley's tempos of the wind attack. I wonder how the power of his sword would match up against my throbbing pulse of the earth. Linley was still very confident. He had already transformed the 256 layers of the throbbing pulse of the earth to 128 layers of waves, and the power of the attack had multiplied several times over. More importantly, relying on his inborn gifts as a Dragonblood warrior, Linley's battle chi, physical strength, and defense were all 10 times that of Olivier's. The difference in their base abilities was simply too great. This was the reason why Fane and Desri considered Linley as someone on the same level as them. While making conversation and jesting throughout this night, Linley came to get to know these experts. The only ones that Linley got to know well, however, were Clay, Bowditch, and 3 of the personally trained disciples of the War Gods College. The rest, he only memorized their names and their appearances. Dawn. The red sun peeked out from the eastern mountains, slowly casting its light down upon War God Mountain. The 22 experts hadn't slept at all last night, but none of them felt uncomfortable at all. At their level, they had long since transcended the need to sleep. Creak. The door to the quiet little courtyard finally opened. 22 experts simultaneously rose to their feet, looking respectfully towards the person who walked into the courtyard. The man had a head full of long, scarlet red hair, and his gaze flashed with dagger-like light. His powerful, dominating aura made even these 22 experts feel afraid to breathe. This man was the War God, O'Brien. The War God swept the group with his gaze, pausing for a moment on Bibi, who was on Linley's shoulders, then said calmly, "Since all of you have come, then follow me." After speaking, the War God immediately flew into the air. The War God is blunt enough. Linley couldn't help but chuckle in his heart. But on the surface, Linley was like the others, quite obediently flying into the air and following the War God to fly towards the east. These 22 people flew in a particular order, and in the very forefront of the group were Fane and Linley. Everyone had a sense of how powerful everyone else was. The strongest were in front. The weakest were in the back. Fane, are we going to the Forest of Darkness? Linley looked in front of him, at the heroic figure flying at their forefront. They were heading in the direction of the Forest of Darkness. He couldn't help but query Fane quietly. Right. Fane spoke very quietly as well. Each time we head to the necropolis of the gods, the experts of the Yulan continent will first gather at the Forest of Darkness. After all, only Lord Beirut is capable of opening the passageway to the necropolis of the gods. Oh. Linley secretly nodded in understanding. It seems it is very difficult to open the gateway to the necropolis of the gods. Even the War God isn't able to do it. Bibi, right? A powerful, incisive voice. Linley and Fane were both frightened. The Lord War God had actually appeared next to Linley and spoken. The frightening thing was, the War God actually had a hint of a warm smile on his face. Fane had almost never seen his master smile. That's me. Bibi looked at the War God. The War God looked at Bibi carefully, then nodded. Lord Beirut was actually willing to let you enter the necropolis of the gods. What's there to be afraid of? If the boss goes, how can I not go? Bibi raised his head proudly. The War God let out a calm laugh and didn't say anything else. Lord War God. Linley spoke. The War God looked at Linley, waiting for Linley to continue. Linley instantly said, Lord War God, I have a good friend, Barker. He also wishes to go to the necropolis of the gods. I wonder if Lord Beirut only gave me the authority to bring 22 people. The war god said calmly. If you want to bring someone else into the necropolis of the gods, just have Bibi tell Lord Beirut. After all, Lord Beirut is the final decider of who will be allowed into the necropolis of the gods. After speaking, the war god flew back to the front. Linley let out a secret sigh of relief. Deities. Even when they are chatting and smiling, they have such an enormous, pressuring aura. Just then, Linley had the feeling that it was hard for him to breathe, just like when he was young and had seen the Velocidragon for the first time. He had felt that sort of terror which came from the bottom of his heart. This must be what divine presence is all about, Linley said to himself. The group continued to fly towards the deepest parts of the Forest of Darkness at high speed. Soon, Linley's group, under the direction of the war god, arrived at the heart of the Forest of Darkness. This was the first time Linley had gone so deep into the Forest of Darkness. The legendary Lord Beirut. What will he be like? Linley was extremely curious. Soon, a black, metallic castle appeared before them in the Forest of Darkness. This castle's size was approximately on par with Linley's underground castle, with just an area of several square kilometers. Only, this castle was pitch black, and was made from some sort of strange black metal. Everyone, stay in the area outside this castle for now. Do not go in without authorization. The war god said calmly, but then he himself flew into the castle. There were already quite a few experts milling around the black metal castle. Many of these people are Grand Magus Saints. They should have been brought here by the High Priest. Fane landed from the skies while explaining to Linley, and Linley nodded slightly. The experts of the Yulan continent mostly belonged to a particular deity's side. None of you are to go in without authorization. This metal castle will automatically attack any invaders, Fane said loudly. Actually, aside from Linley and Olivier who were coming here for the first time, everyone else here knew this. Automatically attack invaders? Linley was quite surprised, but Bibi snickered quietly. Boss, this metal castle is actually a metallic lifeform. It has intelligence. Linley was secretly shocked. This king of the Forest of Darkness was truly incredible. Even his castle had life force of its own. This was the first time Linley had encountered such a curious lifeform as well. Boss, wait here for now. Didn't you want to discuss Barker's matter? I'll go ask Grandpa Beirut, Bibi said. Linley nodded slightly. With a flicker of his body, Bibi immediately entered that pitch-black castle. Seeing Bibi go in, many of the experts outside the castle were quite surprised. They all knew any invaders would be attacked. But just then, Bibi hadn't been attacked at all. Linley, you came. He heard the sound of laughter. Linley turned his head and looked. He saw Desiree, Hayward, and Higginson walk over towards him, and Linley immediately went to greet them. Mr. Desiree, where is your wife? She didn't come? She's a bit too weak. Desiree laughed. But I must say, I truly must congratulate you, for you to possess a magical beast such as Bibi. 23 years ago, Lord Beirut personally communicated to several of us mentally, and we were all curious as to what fortunate youngster managed to acquire Bibi as his magical beast companion. Linley understood why. Soon after Bibi had been born, Lord Beirut had probably discovered Bibi's existence by some coincidence. Thus, he had immediately mentally contacted the war god, the high priest, Desiree, Rosari, and the other prime saints, asking them to look after the two of them a bit. Lord Beirut certainly must have been paying close attention to Bibi this entire time. Though several of us included myself, Rosari, Tolali, and Rutherford. Only the four of us answered directly to Lord Beirut's commands. Desiree explained. In the Yulan continent, the saints in training are divided into 3 camps. Lord Beirut's, the war gods, and the high priests. Linley now understood. Although the Yulan continent had 5 deities, Dylan and Caesar had only appeared in recent years, and they didn't have many saints subordinate to them. Lord Caesar has arrived as well, Desiree suddenly said. Linley raised his head and saw Caesar, dressed in a long, loose robe, a lazy smile on his face, fly into the metallic castle. All of you, stay here, don't go in. Otherwise, if you die, don't blame me. A calm, cold voice rang out. Linley and the others couldn't help but turn to look, and they saw a devilish young man who wore a dark golden robe issuing instructions to the magical beasts who had followed him here. And then, he entered the metallic castle as well. It's Dylan. Linley had personally seen Dylan once, when he was in Funlai City. Behind Dylan were 3 kittens and 6 saint-level magical beasts that had transformed to a size roughly equivalent to a normal human's. Linley inspected them carefully. Indeed, these 3 kittens had a pair of wings on their backs, and on their face, above their 2 eyes, there were another 2 pairs of shut eyes. 6 eyes, 2 wings. Saint-level magical beasts, 6-eyed golden lions. The children of Dylan. Linley secretly said to himself. Right at this moment, one of the 6-eyed golden lions looked towards Linley. Suddenly, all 6 of its eyes opened, and he grinned at Linley. Linley, right? Thank you. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 11, Chapter 8, 3 Corridors. Book 11, Necropolis of the Gods, Chapter 8, 3 Corridors. Thank me? Linley was startled. This was the first time he had ever met these 6-eyed golden lions. Why did this lion immediately thank him upon seeing him? What was the reason? Unfortunately, you were born just a little too late. If you had been born 3,000 years earlier, then 4th brother and 5th brother wouldn't have had to die. The 6-eyed golden lion murmured these 2 additional words, and the 2 6-eyed golden lions next to him also glanced at Linley. And then, the 3 6-eyed golden lions flew to the other side, along with the other 6 saint-level magical beasts. Desri laughed towards Linley. Linley, you have a relationship with these 3 brothers? No relationship at all. Linley said. Desri didn't say anything, but from the look on his face, it was clear that Desri didn't believe him. In the past, there were very few magical beasts who would enter the necropolis of the gods. Only a few of the powerful saint-level magical beasts of the Forest of Darkness would enter. Now that Dylan has appeared, even the magical beasts of the mountain range of magical beasts are able to enter the necropolis of the gods. Desri sighed. Linley glanced at the group. Those 6 saint-level magical beasts which had come alongside the 6-eyed golden lions were no ordinary beasts. It seems as though 4 of them were amongst the number of saint-level magical beasts that had attacked Vanlai City. Or perhaps they are of the same race only. Linley could immediately recognize 4 of them, the bloody-eyed Mane Lion, the Tyrant Wyrm, the Savage Worldbear, and the Violet-eyed Goldfur Ape. It was the Violet-eyed Goldfur Ape who had squashed Kaelin to death with 1 foot. Only, he couldn't be sure if the Violet-eyed Goldfur Ape in front of him was the same Violet-eyed Goldfur Ape which had attacked Vanlai City. So many experts had gathered here. Human experts, and magical beasts as well. All of the powerful experts hidden away in the Yulan continent had come out today, and everyone present, humans and beasts alike, were chatting in quiet voices to each other. At this moment, humans and magical beasts were 2 races that were equal to each other. Swish! A black shadow flew out from the metallic castle. It was Bibi. All the humans and magical beasts present turned to stare at Bibi. In the past, aside from those 3 children of Lord Beirut as well as those deities, not a single saint-level expert had been qualified to enter this metallic castle. Boss, it's all taken care of. Bibi's voice rang out in Linley's mind. Let Barker come. Linley laughed. In front of that mysterious Beirut, it seemed Bibi's words were quite effective. Harrow, go inform Barker and bring Barker here. Linley immediately spiritually communicated with his Black-Cloud Panther, Harrow, and Harrow's voice sounded out in Linley's mind as well. Yes, Master. After roughly an hour, Barker, under Harrow's guidance, flew here. So many people. Barker looked at the experts present, and he couldn't help but be shocked. All combined, humans and magical beasts, there were over 80 saints here today. These experts all possessed astonishing strength. If he didn't transform, Barker would be the weakest of them. But of course, after transforming, Barker would be above average. In this group, the highest tier belonged to the Desri, Fane, the other 5 Prime Saints, and Linley. The sun rose to the zenith of the sky. The saints clustered in the empty space around the metallic castle were quite patient, and they all waited quietly. Suddenly, 4 shadows flew out from within the living castle. There was the war god with his absolutely dominating aura, the graceful high priest, the devilish Dylan, and the lazy Caesar. The 4 mighty deities landed in front of the castle. Everyone, humans and magical beasts alike, listened respectfully for their orders. The high priest, face covered by that green mask and long hair flowing gracefully, was the first to speak. In this group, there are those of you who have gone to the necropolis of the gods before, and those who have not. But this trip is not like the previous trips, which is why we must remind you of a few things. The high priest's voice was very gentle, yet very neutral. From the sound of it alone, it was hard to determine whether the voice belonged to a man or a woman. Different from the past? Linley smiled calmly. He had never gone there a single time before, so no matter what the past had been like, it didn't affect him at all. All the humans and magical beasts present listened carefully to the High Priest's reminders. Those who have gone to the necropolis of the gods know that there are, in total, 3 tunnels that lead to the necropolis of the gods. One is here at the Forest of Darkness. One is on an island in the North Seas. And the third is in the watery depths of the South Sea. The voice of the High Priest remained very gentle. The faces of the more experienced people, like Desri and Fane, began to change. 3,000 years ago, the entrance to the necropolis of the gods was from the South Sea's entrance. 2,000 years ago, the entrance was from the Forest of Darkness. 1,000 years ago, it was from the island in the North Sea. Every 3,000 years a cycle. This time, you will be entering the necropolis of the gods from the South Sea. The High Priest's voice entered the ears of every man and magical beast. Linley was surprised. This necropolis of the gods actually has 3 tunnels? Linley began to wonder. But these 3 tunnels are extremely far apart from each other. North Sea, Forest of Darkness, South Sea, they are tens of thousands of kilometers apart. What's going on? Although he was puzzled, Linley knew that this wasn't the time to ask. He could only continue to listen patiently. The High Priest's voice seemed to contain a hint of laughter in it. So you should know which tunnel will be used now. Those 10 of you with previous experience should also know how dangerous this trip will be. All right. Desri, come explain to everyone. Remember, anyone who wants to give up can do so. But tonight, the remainder of us will head out together. The High Priest's voice remained soft. Dylan's cold laughter rang out. If you are afraid, then don't go. There's nothing embarrassing about it. It isn't too late to give up now. If you give up later, after arriving there, and decide to flee at that point, that would be really shameful. The 4 deities walked to one side, waiting for midnight to come. Desri walked to the front of the group. Desri's face looked extremely dark and downcast. Linley had never seen the suave Desri have such an ugly look on his face before. Those of you who experienced the opening of the necropolis of the gods 2,000 years ago or 1,000 years ago, listen carefully. Desri's voice was very cold. There isn't just one necropolis of the gods, nor is there just 2. There are 3. The 3 different tunnels lead to 3 different necropolises. 3? Many people were shocked. Even Linley felt shocked, and he focused his energy on listening to what Desri had to say. Although the necropolises of the gods which are reached through the tunnels in the Forest of Darkness and the North Seas Island are dangerous, the danger isn't that great. Generally speaking, as long as you are cautious and prudent, you won't be in any risk. But the necropolis of the gods which is reached through the South Sea is extremely, extremely dangerous. Desri said in a low voice, in fact, I even believe that of the 80 or so experts present, even if we are extremely careful, we would be lucky to have a third of us survive. A third? Many of the saints let out startled calls. Many of them had gone to the necropolis of the gods before, but on the past 2 visits to the necropolis of the gods, only a quarter of them or so had died. But from what Desri was saying, it seemed 2/3 of them were likely to die on this trip. And that assumes you are being extremely careful. If you get greedy, I expect that perhaps we might be lucky to see 10 survivors out of our 80 people present. Desri looked at the people in front of him. Remember this. If you die, that's no big deal. But don't drag down others with you. After finishing speaking, Desri returned to stand next to Hayward and Higginson. The atmosphere was extremely depressed. What is there to be afraid of? The more dangerous it is, the greater a chance of finding a divine spark or a divine artifact. A voice rang out from the group. Make it out alive first. Fane's cold voice rang out. Fane's face was also exceedingly ugly to behold right now. Desri, Higginson, and Hayward were all silent. Linley walked towards them, then asked softly, Desri, what's wrong? This trip to the necropolis of the gods will be very special? Desri looked at Linley, then sighed and said, Linley, do you remember your first trip to our village? At that time, when Hayward was sparring with you, you asked why he, a Grand Magus Saint, didn't have a magical beast companion. I remember. Linley nodded. When Hayward had been sparring with him, Linley had been under the impression that a Grand Magus Saint who sparred with him without a magical beast companion would definitely be defeated. But then, Hayward had shown him the error of his ways by demonstrating how a Grand Magus Saint fought. At that time, you said that his magical beast had died in order to save him. That was more than 2,000 years ago. In addition, a good friend of yours had died as well. Linley responded. Right. Desri nodded. And the event I spoke of was our journey into the necropolis of the gods 3,000 years ago. Linley nodded. Hayward's magical beast was an electrobolt panther, very useful for staying alive in the necropolis of the gods. I begged Lord Beirut for another slot in order to let that magical beast come as well. However, on that trip, on just the outer perimeter of the 6th floor of the necropolis of the gods, our third brother and that magical beast both died. As for the three of us, we were on the 5th layer and didn't dare to enter the 6th layer. Just like that, we stayed there in the 5th layer for 5 years, waiting until the exit tunnel appeared. Desri's face was very bitter. Linley's mind was stirred. The 5th layer? 6th layer? Although he didn't know anything about the necropolis of the gods, from the sound of it, it was divided into many layers. And this 6th floor was an extremely dangerous one. The night descended. Not a single saint left. If they were afraid of an unknown danger, then they truly would have quite weak-willed. A black shadow suddenly appeared in front of the group, then slowly solidified. This person wore a very simple black robe. His black hair was loose and unbound, and his beard was so long that it reached down to his chest. He looked just like an old man. Lord Beirut. The high priest, Caesar, the war god, and Dylan all immediately rose and said respectfully. All of the saints immediately rose and bowed respectfully, regardless of whether it was their first, second, or third time meeting Beirut. The atmosphere was such that neither the high priest nor the war god, much less the saints, dared to even breathe. Beirut had a pair of little eyes, but they were quite lively, like two brilliant stars. His face seemed to have a perpetual hint of a smile on it. "Bibi, come over here." Beirut looked at Bibi, then beamed at him. Bibi immediately jumped into Beirut's arms. Everyone present looked at Bibi. "Grandpa Beirut, let's go. I've waited here so long." Bibi didn't seem to feel any pressure from Beirut's presence at all, and Beirut nodded indulgently, then flew towards the south with Bibi in his arms. "Let's go." Beirut's slightly gravelly voice rang out. At this moment, the 4 deities and the 80+ human and magical beast saints all flew into the air as well. While flying, many people looked at Linley. Clearly, the close relationship between Bibi and Beirut had caused them to pay attention to Linley as well. But those people only knew that Bibi was Linley's magical beast. Many people had come to a decision. Even if they didn't make friends with Linley, they couldn't offend him. After all, in front of Lord Beirut, even the likes of the war god and the other 3 deities acted as though they were children, afraid to even breathe loudly. One could completely understand how, in Lord Beirut's heart, the status of Bibi was far greater than that of the likes of the war god. This war god truly is formidable. He expressed goodwill towards me so early on, during my little brother's wedding. Linley laughed secretly to himself. Lord Beirut has a relationship with Bibi, Bibi has a relationship with me, and I have a relationship with Wharton. There are 2 layers of separation here. But the war god had even gotten involved in Wharton's affairs, directly ordering that Emperor Johann to allow Wharton to become Nina's husband. One could completely imagine how much respect and dread the war god felt towards Lord Beirut. The oceans took up an enormous amount of territory in the Yulon Plain. The North Sea was already enormous, but the South Sea was simply shocking. Linley had once heard Hadan say that at the end of the South Sea, one would see the wild, chaotic space. Late night. The endless waters of the sea seemed dark and heavy. "Right here," Beirut declared as he stood there in midair above the sea. "In the depths of the ocean here, you'll find the entrance to the tunnel to the necropolis of the gods. That tunnel is roughly 20,000 meters away from the surface of the sea." Beirut laughed calmly. "I trust the water pressure of the deep sea won't have any effect on you. If you can't even withstand a tiny little bit of deep-sea water pressure, then it is best if you give up right away." As he spoke, Beirut himself was the first to dive into the water. Wherever his body passed, the deep ocean water itself naturally split apart around him, creating a corridor. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 11, Chapter 9, The Necropolis Sculptures. Book 11, Necropolis of the Gods, Chapter 9, The Necropolis Sculptures. Rumble, rumble. The sea roiled, and then 4 pathways into the sea appeared, and the high priest, the war god, and the others all dove into the sea as well. The 80+ human and magical beast experts didn't hesitate at all, hurriedly entering the water. This deep sea is quite interesting. Linley's battle chi was swirling around him. With his pulse guard defense, he was able to easily offset the outside water pressure. As for Linley himself, he curiously stared at the various scenes here, deep in the ocean. This was Linley's first trip into the seas. In the deepest part of the ocean, it was silent and pitch black. The only things that could be seen were a few creatures that naturally radiated light. Fane and Linley flew down together. Fane glanced at Linley, then his voice rang out in Linley's mind. Linley, in this vast expanse of land here in the South Seas, there are actually a great many magical beasts, such as aquatic dragons, dragon turtles, nine-headed serpents, titanic octopi. All of these are saint-level magical beasts. Fane naturally had the ability to engage in spirit-projecting communication. Linley secretly nodded. The South Seas were far larger than the Yulon continent in size. It would be unnatural if they didn't contain a large amount of magical beasts in them. But even if the magical beasts of the depth drew near, upon seeing us, they would be so frightened they would immediately flee. Fane smiled calmly as he mentally spoke to Linley. Linley chuckled as well. The group continued to fly deeper into the dark, silent depths of the sea, while at the same time, they enjoyed the sight of these rarely viewed sceneries. Occasionally, an enormous magic beast would appear, but upon discovering that so many experts were descending, it would invariably be so frightened that it wouldn't even dare to move. The farther down they went, the greater the pressure was. At the end, the pressure was so great, it was as though a small mountain was weighing down upon them. Fortunately, all of these people were amongst the most powerful saints in the world, and thus they could take it. They would either cast magic spells, or use protective barriers of battle chi. The rainbow of colors surrounding them was quite resplendent to behold. We're at the sea floor. The experts all came to a halt at the sea floor. There were some life forms such as corals down here, which radiated a bit of light. The bottom of the sea was covered with rows upon rows of coral reefs, while the ground was not level, sometimes convex while other times concave. It could rise up to a height of hundreds of meters, and sink down so deeply that the bottom couldn't be seen. Almost there. Fane said mentally to Linley. Linley nodded slightly. Everyone continued to follow the leaders at the bottom of the sea. After traveling for several kilometers, they arrived at an enormous, pitch-black boulder. This pitch-black boulder stood by itself in the middle of a gorge, and in the water above the boulder, there was a translucent door which was emitting strange ripples. Here we are. The gravelly voice rang out in everyone's ears. Everyone stopped in front of this pitch-black boulder. HRM? This door seems quite similar to the door of my pocket dimension. Only, it's twice the size. Linley was intrigued. Lord Beirut's voice could be heard in each person's ears. This interspatial door is the tunnel which leads to the necropolis of the gods. Normally, this interspatial door is shut and covered by a layer of invisible force. As he spoke, Beirut's body suddenly emitted a ray of black light. This ray of black light struck directly against the interspatial door. Rumble, the quiet sea floor suddenly began to shudder, and the previously translucent door suddenly emanated with a blinding, dazzling light, as though a membrane had suddenly covered and sealed it. But a few seconds later, it burst apart like a popped bubble. Pop! With a very soft sound, the membrane collapsed. Follow me. All in at the same time. Beirut flew to the interspatial door, and with one step, crossed through to the other side. As he did, Beirut completely disappeared from the line of sight from the people present. The high priest, war god, Dylan, and Caesar didn't hesitate at all. They immediately entered the interspatial door as well, disappearing from line of sight. So the necropolis of the gods is actually another plane. Linley now understood. Only, the plane of the necropolis of the gods is connected to the Yulon continent's plane. This was much like his pocket dimension. The hidden location of the necropolis of the gods was also linked up with the Yulon continent. All of the experts present entered the interspatial door together, and Linley and Fane entered as well. What a strange vibration. Linley could clearly sense that the moment he stepped across the interspatial door, he had a strange feeling, as though he were a person swimming in the water who suddenly stepped onto dry land. It was as though the entire environment had changed. The many experts had arrived at a different plane. They were all still at the bottom of the sea. Only, it was the bottom of the sea of a different plane. What a strange feeling. Linley had a sense of being ill at ease upon entering this new dimension. Fane drew near Linley and said to him spiritually, Linley, in this plane, even my spiritual energy can only encompass 10 or so meters. In addition, this plane is filled with countless experts. We can't fall behind the others, as if we do, if we are surrounded by those countless magical beasts, we will die for certain. Linley was secretly shocked. The group of people followed Beirut forward. Beirut wasn't the slightest bit nervous, leading them flying for over 10 kilometers. That mountain-sized building over there is the necropolis of the gods. Fane drew near Linley yet again and spoke to him spiritually. Linley stared at that distant, massive structure. He couldn't help but feel his heart shake. This necropolis of the gods really is astonishingly large. Linley was certain that this necropolis of the gods was over 100 kilometers away from them, but Linley could nonetheless make it out clearly. The necropolis of the gods is nearly 20,000 meters tall, and each of the four sides of its base is over 10,000 meters long. Fane spoke to Linley spiritually. He was very familiar with this necropolis of the gods. How was such an enormous edifice built? Linley couldn't help but sigh nonstop with praise. Given their flying speed, the distance of 100 kilometers was quickly reached. Once they drew near it, Linley began to sigh in amazement yet again. The reason he sighed in amazement was because although the necropolis of the gods was primarily cuboid, the top of it still tapered off into narrow edges. The necropolis of the gods had four sides, and the side facing Linley had a massive carving on it. Dragon? Staring at this 20,000 meter high, 10,000 meter, massive carving, Linley saw that it was of an enormous, winding dragon. This dragon was different from the dragons of the Yulan continent's plane, because this dragon didn't have wings. And yet, the sculpture of the dragon gave off an aura of majesty which made others want to bow towards it. The four sides of the necropolis have four different carvings. Beirut's voice rang out in everyone's ears. This side is of a massive dragon. It truly is the carving of a dragon. The opposite side is the massive carving of a white tiger. On the other two sides are massive sculptures of a phoenix and of a dragon turtle. A massive dragon, a white tiger, a phoenix, and a dragon turtle? Why does this necropolis of the gods have these four sculptures here? Linley was puzzled. Beirut patted Bibi, still in his arms. At this point, Bibi jumped off and scampered onto Linley's shoulders. Beirut then laughed calmly and said, "These four massive sculptures represent four different parts of the necropolis of the gods. As for the side of the massive dragon, beneath it, there are a large number of smaller sculptures." Linley and the others saw it as well. The massive sculpture of the dragon took up roughly 70% to 80% of the entire area, while the other sculptures, all combined, only took up 10%. The rest was just blank. These sculptures, Linley carefully inspected the smaller sculptures below the massive dragon. All of them, amazingly enough, were in the form of a dragon or serpent-type magical beasts. There was a certain rhythm and sequence to them as well. Judging from these small sculptures, Beirut looked at the smaller sculptures as well. This time, it seems that the guardian of the first 11 layers of the necropolis of the gods will be the divine beast, the Ba-Serpent. The divine beast, Ba-Serpent? The 80-plus experts of the Yulan continent's plane were all very confused, but they all knew one thing: since it was termed as a divine beast, this Ba-Serpent clearly had already reached the deity level. How would the saints here possibly break past it? Ba-Serpent? Lord Beirut, but how will they even stand a chance? Dylan spoke. Lord Beirut glanced at him, then laughed calmly. This divine beast, Ba-Serpent, reached adulthood tens of thousands of years ago. From what I understand, it has already reached the level of being a full god. Let's not discuss the saints for now. Even if the four of you went in, once you got into a fight with the Ba-Serpent, you would definitely die. The faces of the 80-plus experts changed. Last time, the leader of the upper 11 floors was only a two-headed vile dragon from the infernal realm. I didn't expect that this time, it would actually be the divine beast, Ba-Serpent. And a god-level one at that. Fane's face was extremely sour. Linley understood this as well. This necropolis of the gods was for the group of saints to enter. Even if the deities entered, they wouldn't enter alongside them. Given the power of saints, upon encountering a full god, they would definitely die. There was no question about this whatsoever. Lord Beirut laughed calmly. Don't worry. The path before you isn't a path of certain death. First, let me explain some basics regarding the necropolis of the gods to you. The necropolis of the gods has a total of 18 layers. The top 10 layers definitely do not have divine sparks. From the 11th layer onwards, there will definitely be corpses of deities as well as divine sparks to be found. Many of the experts who had never been here before immediately had looks of joy on their face. Hearing that there were divine sparks on the 11th floor, many people immediately made the decision that they absolutely had to break through to the 11th floor. Once they found a divine spark, they would become a deity. The prerequisite, of course, was that they find the divine spark of a demigod. The part of the necropolis of the gods which you are about to enter into has the divine beast, Ba-Serpent, as the leader of the top 11 floors. As for the 12th floor and beyond, even deities which enter it have a very high chance of death. Lord Beirut laughed calmly, and the people who had unconsciously contemplating giving the 12th floor a try immediately gave up the notion. Beirut looked at the people present. As for the Ba-Serpent, he might be on the 1st floor, or he might be on the 11th floor. Regardless, he is definitely within one of the 11 floors. Linley couldn't help but feel nervous. If we run into the boss serpent, doesn't that mean we are doomed? Linley worried. Beirut seemed to know what Linley was thinking. He explained, regarding the boss serpent is fond of sleeping, and when asleep, a boss serpent generally will not wake up, unless there is a huge commotion of some sort. If you encounter the sleeping boss serpent on your floor, you'd best not wake him up, as otherwise, you would definitely die. Everyone present was secretly cursing in their heart. Who would be idiotic enough to wake up the boss serpent? But everyone knew as well that if the leader of these first 11 floors was the boss serpent, then there would definitely be other barriers as well. The boss serpent is fond of sleeping, but if the boss serpent just so happens to be awake when your group enters, all you can do is blame your own terrible luck. Lord Beirut explained. The faces of all the experts present changed. If they encountered the divine beast boss serpent while it was awake, most likely not a single one of them would be able to escape. Ha, Lord Beirut laughed loudly. All I can do is wish you good luck. Remember, the first 11 floors has more than just the divine beast, boss serpent. It also has all sorts of other monsters, or undead creatures, or aberrations from other planes. There are quite a few creatures within that are much more powerful than even the most powerful of you. The faces of Fane and Desri were extremely solemn. They knew this very well, because last time, they had suffered as a result of it. Remember. Be careful and be vigilant. Don't be greedy. Lord Beirut said. If you die inside, I won't be able to rescue you from outside either. As he spoke, Beirut's hands flashed with 2 rays of black light which struck the bottom of the wall. Instantly, 2 gateways appeared there at the bottom of the massive wall. Human saints will enter through the left gateway, while magical beast saints will enter through the right gateway. If you survive the first 4 floors, then, you'll meet again on the 5th floor. Linley immediately understood. The insides of the necropolis of the gods were very complex, and these 2 tunnels led to different paths through the first 4 floors. Only on the 5th floor would it all merge together. All of you, go inside now. Beirut laughed calmly. Remember. If you are afraid, you can just hide on the 1st floor, which has the least danger, and wait 10 years. In 10 years' time, every single floor will have portals to the outside world appear, at which point you will be able to leave. 10 years. Nobody hesitated. The human saints and the magical beast saints all separated into their own groups. Bibi, be careful. Linley said mentally. Boss, you be careful too. Bibi couldn't bear to part from Linley either. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 11, Chapter 10, Moving Cautiously. Book 11, Necropolis of the Gods, Chapter 10, Moving Cautiously. After the human experts and the magical beasts experts entered the necropolis of the gods, the high priest finally spoke. Lord Beirut? The high priest looked at Beirut. If that Bibi encounters the divine beast, boss serpent, what then? Perhaps Beirut didn't give a damn about the lives of the others, but he definitely cared about Bibi. And, in the necropolis of the gods, even Beirut wouldn't be able to save them. The high priest was confused. Why did Beirut dare to do such a thing? Beirut laughed. It's fine. Bibi won't encounter the boss serpent. Because, he took the right tunnel. Lord Beirut, what are you saying? Caesar's face changed. Beirut laughed calmly and nodded. Just now, when I opened the tunnels, I did a quick investigation. The boss serpent is in the area of the left tunnel, and it is beneath the 5th floor, thus, I had the magical beast saints enter the right tunnel. The high priest, war god, Dylan, and Caesar all sighed secretly. Then Linley, Caesar said in a quiet voice. Beirut said calmly, I hope his luck is good. I can't always protect them. They made the decision for themselves to enter the necropolis of the gods. Enough. Let's go. We'll come again in 10 years. Beirut immediately turned and flew out from the tunnel they came in from. The high priest, the war god, and the others all hurried after him. The dark, gloomy tunnel was lit by black light. The group of experts entered the tunnel. The waters of the deep sea weren't able to enter this tunnel at all. Fane and Linley walked side by side. Linley, remember. If you encounter anything dangerous, the safest thing you can do is retreat to a lower floor. Fane was giving Linley the benefit of his experience. Every single layer here has a large amount of terrifying creatures or undead, but they remain on their own floor. Linley nodded slightly. Also, no matter what, do not release your spiritual energy in the necropolis of the gods. Fane said solemnly. If your spiritual energy draws the attention of some creatures, they will quickly discover your presence. I know. In a dangerous place like this, actively releasing his spiritual energy was telling all the creatures and undead of this floor his location. That was as good as looking for death. Linley said questioningly, Thane, the necropolis of the gods is built with so many types of creatures on each floor, I have the feeling that someone built it on purpose. It was simply too bizarre. After all, if many deities had died here, it should have been a chaotic place. But instead, it looked indeed like an enormous necropolis. From what Master said, Lord Beirut had told him once before that this necropolis of the gods is actually nothing more than a sovereign's game. Thane laughed bitterly. A sovereign's game? Linley was stunned. But then, Linley immediately understood. That Hadun had said that in the higher planes, there are trillions upon trillions of deities, but there are only 7 of each type of sovereign. Sovereigns sit on high, far above the deities. One must have sent his subordinates to construct a necropolis for the corpses of many dead gods, and then intentionally allow saint-level experts or perhaps deity-level experts to enter here and seek treasure. Linley felt a sense of helplessness. Sovereigns were far and above their level. All of them, including the high priest, the war god, and the other demigods were nothing more than a tiny chess piece in this game to the sovereign. Perhaps the sovereign would actually find some amusement in watching us fight for our lives. Thane sighed. Linley understood. The sovereigns were far above them, looking down and watching as they struggled, much like how when he was young, him and the other children watched the ants on the ground. All of them, including the high priest and the war god, were nothing more than ants in the eyes of the sovereigns. Perhaps even the seemingly powerful Beirut, in the eyes of the high sovereigns, was nothing more than a rather large ant. Regardless, the chance we have here to seize a divine spark is far greater than the chance we would have in the higher planes. Thane sighed deeply. Linley sighed deeply as well. It was time to prepare to fight. If I can get a divine spark, even if I don't use it, I can give it to Delia. Linley deeply treasured Delia. He had left and would be gone for 10 years, but she hadn't said a single word of complaint. He truly felt lucky to have been able to marry such a wife, who always thought about him first and foremost. Everyone, we've reached the end of the tunnel. A callous middle-aged man who wore a turban on his head said loudly. If we continue forward, we will be at the first floor. Remember. Don't be too greedy. You dying isn't a big deal, but don't drag down others with you. After speaking, the turban-wearing man walked out of the tunnel. This person was one of the 5 prime saints, the number 1 expert of the Great Plains of the Far East, the war saint Tulali. Behind him, one saint after another exited the tunnel. Who knows what will be on the first floor? We better not encounter that terrifying deity-level boss serpent magical beast on the very first floor. Linley stared at the pitch-black end of the tunnel, then stepped through it. Instantly, the world spun and the environment changed. Whoosh! A wild wind was blowing desolately, and yellow sand was flying everywhere. This was an extremely desolate desert world, and the wild wind blasted the yellow sand everywhere, causing the entire world to seem blurry. The heat waves here caused the air itself to distort as well. There's magical beasts over there. Linley could clearly tell that off in the distance, there was a ferocious, 3-horned magical beast that was hundreds of meters tall, which was currently roaring with anger. Its entire body was covered with a metallic shine, and its fierce fangs were dripping with some sort of liquid. This magical beast appears to be quite formidable. Linley was secretly surprised, and he immediately transformed into his Dragonblood warrior form. In a place like this, he didn't dare to be incautious. HRM? Linley suddenly realized that a great deal of sand was being blown by the wind through the body of that ferocious magical beast. Soon, the ferocious magical beast disappeared from view. Mirage? Linley began to understand. Many of the saints were inspecting their surroundings carefully upon entering this place, and then quickly were beginning to fly in search of the passageway to the second floor. Where's Barker? Linley hadn't discovered Barker yet. This damn place. There's sand everywhere, the air is distorted, and mirages constantly appear. I can't even see anyone clearly. Linley secretly cursed. Aside from a few of the nearer saints, whom he could make out clearly, he couldn't see any of the other saints at all. Linley didn't waste any more time thinking, and he immediately flew out as well. Linley! Suddenly, someone drew near Linley. Linley looked at him. This was the 5th personal disciple of the war god, Edens, Edeng Si. Edens reminded him, Linley, remember, this damn place is filled with mirages that are hard to tell apart from reality. They are truly irritating. Don't stay in one place. What you need to do is run everywhere and search for that gateway to the second floor. If you stay in this place and waste too much time, it's possible that trouble will find you. After speaking, Edens immediately flew away by himself at high speed. The scorching waves of gas caused the air itself to distort. Soon, Linley could no longer see Edens any longer. I can only do what Edens recommended. Linley immediately began flying everywhere, searching for that gateway to the second floor. The most common life form here in this desert was an enormous cactus. As for creatures, he didn't even see one. Linley flew in the air while carefully inspecting all of his surroundings, searching for that gateway. Swish! A flash of light suddenly shot out from beneath the yellow sands, shooting directly towards Linley. Linley's iron whip-like draconic tail struck at it lightning fast, and with a whap sound, the ray of light was immediately shattered and broken. Immediately afterwards, 6 skeletons whose entire bodies were covered with a diamond aura emerged from the yellow sand at high speed. Draconian, obediently give us your corpse, and we'll give you a clean death. One of the 6 saint-level undead spoke out, his eye sockets filled with 2 lively balls of fire. The 6 saint-level skeletons surrounded Linley, their weapons at the ready. Linley looked at the 6 saint-level undead. Draconian? Linley glanced at them out of the corner of his eyes. You think I am? Halfway through Linley's words, the various weapons in the hands of these saint-level undead, such as a skeletal sickle and a skeletal spear, simultaneously struck out at Linley. The air immediately howled piercingly. The combination attack of these 6 saint-level undead couldn't be looked down upon. But suddenly, countless flashes of violet light appeared, and with a metallic clanging sound, the 6 saint-level undead found themselves being knocked backwards. Oh? They didn't die? Linley noticed that these 6 saint-level skeletons only had some superficial scars on their skeletal bodies, but hadn't collapsed. Although the rippling wind technique's attacks were extremely fast and could produce countless strikes, its raw attack force truly wasn't very high. The devilish purple light flashed yet again. The 6 saint-level skeletons didn't hesitate at all. With a howl, they immediately tunneled back down into the sand. Crunch! 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 3 of the saint-level skeletons were broken in half by a chop, while the other 3 saint-level skeletons managed to hide within the depths of the yellow sands. They fled rather quickly. Linley flew forward at high speed. After Linley left, those 3 bisected skeletons suddenly moved, immediately grabbing their other, severed half. To undead, as long as the fire of their spirits hadn't been extinguished, they themselves wouldn't die either. They absolutely could reconnect any of their broken or severed body parts. Rustle! Suddenly, multiple saint-level skeletons came up from the sand, surrounding and slaughtering those 3 heavily injured saint-level skeletons, and then devouring the spiritual flame of the 3. That draconian was terrifying. One of the saint-level skeletons raised his head, staring into the distance. I wonder how long it will be before we collect enough corpses. And then, those saint-level skeletons immediately burrowed back down into the ground. Much as Linley had expected, as long as the divine beast, Ba Serpent, wasn't on this first floor, then this first floor held the least amount of danger, here in the necropolis of the gods. Linley disposed of a few saint-level skeletons that had rashly tried to kill him before finally finding the stairs to the second floor. He climbed up the stairs. The second floor of the necropolis of the gods was a jungle world. Dense foliage and brambles were everywhere, making it very hard to see any dangers that might be present here. There are no illusions here, but I need to be wary of ambushes. Linley's battle chi had already formed his pulse guard defense, and he held Blood Violet at the ready, heading into this jungle world at high speed. But suddenly, Linley came to a halt and stared into the distance. A human saint had appeared, not too far away. Him? Linley let out a secret sigh of relief. Although Linley didn't know the names of many of the human saints, Linley still memorized what they looked like. Linley began to fly again, but the trees of this jungle world reached all the way to the top of this level, and they were so dense that they completely blocked one's field of vision. Linley didn't notice that a green little snake the size of a finger was coiled on the leaf of a tree. Its coloration was identical to that of the leaf, and Linley, flying through the jungle at such a high speed, didn't notice it at all. But that green little snake's eyes were filled with an icy glare as it stared below at Linley. Swoosh! As fast as lightning, the little green snake the size of a finger shot out towards Linley, biting towards Linley's neck. HRM? Linley's face instantly changed. His pulse guard defense had actually been instantly penetrated 70% of the way through. The power of this attack was truly too terrifying. If a slightly weaker expert had encountered this little green snake, he probably would have died immediately. Swish! The devilish purple light flashed, and spacetime suddenly froze, then began to fold on itself. Even as the little green snake was crying out, Blood Violet chopped down on its body. Profound Truths of the Wind, Tempos of the Wind, Level 2. Whap! The little green snake was chopped in 2. Afterwards, the two have suddenly expanded in size, immediately transforming into an enormous green serpent that was over 100 meters long and as thick as a water barrel. The corpse of the giant serpent fell to the ground. Linley took a deep breath. Saint-level snake-type magical beast, but of a type which doesn't exist in the Yulan continent. Linley glanced down at the corpse on the ground. It's a good thing that I dragon formed, resulting in my battle chi increasing significantly. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to take that hit. Only now did Linley realize why both Beirut and Fane had said that one had to be absolutely cautious here. Someone's there? Linley suddenly turned around to look. He saw a massive, 3-meter-tall monster fly over at high speed, but when he saw it, Linley laughed. This was the transformed Undying Warrior, Barker. Lord Linley. Barker flew over to him. Earlier, I saw you from afar on the first level, but by the time I flew over, I couldn't find you. Barker arrived next to Linley and said resignedly. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 11, Chapter 11, Plant Lifeforms. Book 11, Necropolis of the Gods, Chapter 11, Plant Lifeforms. Not so loud. Linley was extremely cautious. See that massive green snake corpse down below? Barker glanced down, then nodded. Linley said solemnly, this massive green snake had transformed to the size of a finger and had hidden itself on a tree leaf. It suddenly ambushed me. If I had been too arrogant and hadn't been in dragon form already, my pulse guard defense in human form definitely wouldn't have been able to take it, and I probably would have lost my life. That bad? Barker couldn't help but say in shock. Linley's face was extremely grave. Staring at the surroundings, he said in a suppressed voice, according to what Desri said, these 3 tunnels in the Yulan continent all lead to 3 different necropolis of the gods, and this is the most dangerous one. In the past, Desri and the others had hidden on the 5th floor and waited there until the 10 years were up. Barker clearly was rather shocked. And to think I wanted to go to the 11th floor. The 11th floor? Desri didn't even dare to go to the 6th floor, and you want to go to the 11th floor? Linley looked seriously at Barker. Barker, don't think that just because your defense is high that you can be rash. This damnable place has all sorts of creatures from different planes. There might be one that is perfectly suited for countering your abilities. If you aren't careful, your life would be gone. Do you remember what Desri said? If we are just the slightest bit avaricious, we would be lucky to see 10 of us survive, out of the 80 plus total. Linley glanced at Barker. If only 10 were to survive, I expect that 5 of them would be the 5 prime saints, as well as the others who had already come here. As for me, if I'm not careful, I might die here. Hearing Linley's words, Barker immediately grew much more cautious. After all, in terms of who would be able to survive, those who had come before naturally had a higher chance of survival. In addition, amongst the 80-plus experts, there were the likes of the 3 six-eyed golden lions and the terrifying magical beasts of the Forest of Darkness. When factoring in the human experts as well, there were definitely more than 10 people who were as strong or stronger than Barker. Let's go. Linley whispered. Right. Barker immediately followed Linley. The two of them traveled very carefully, Blood Violet and the great axe in their respective hands, prepared to do battle at all times. This actually made many of the powerful creatures in the forest decide not to attack them. Lord Linley, in this place, there are far too many thistles and far too much foliage. We can't even clearly tell which direction we are going in. After flying for a long time, both of them grew impatient. From the outside, the necropolis of the gods had seemed to only be 10,000 meters long, but inside, the space had expanded so dramatically. Linley and the others could only stare in amazement at this. Don't worry. Be calm. Search calmly. Linley whispered. Suddenly, a fierce, agonized scream could be heard from afar, and ravaged pieces of leaves blasted out from afar as well. Linley and Barker glanced at each other, then quietly moved towards the direction of the battle. Soon, the two discovered an astonishing sight. An enormous flower was wrapped itself around and biting a saint, like a massive mouth trying to devour something. The insides of the flower were quivering. Clearly, the saint inside was trying to fight back. But in just a few moments, the insides of the flower regained its normal calm. That saint had died already. Man-eating? Linley couldn't help but frown. In the Forest of Darkness, upon seeing that living, metallic castle, Linley had come to understand that it wasn't just humans and magical beasts which had life force. Even metals or plants could have intelligence, and sometimes were even more terrifying than humans. Lord? Barker said in a hushed voice. Linley gestured at him with his eyes. At this moment, Linley, too, had noticed that some vines and thorns were slowly moving. These rattan vines are alive. Most likely, there's some plant lifeform that wishes to kill us. Linley quirked his lips. Against plant-type creatures, using the adamantine heavy sword probably wouldn't be very effective. After all, even if one demolished half of the plant, the other half would still be alive. But if one used a sharp, quick weapon such as blood violet, the effect would be much better. Rustle, suddenly, from afar, a rattan vine dozens of meters long suddenly shot out directly towards Linley and Barker, while at the same time, the vines wrapped around the various trees also left them, moving to surround Linley. The vines in the grass also shot out. In an instant, hundreds of rattan vines, thin or thick, covered the skies, attacking from above, from below, and from around them. Even the rattan vines in the mud snapped out. Linley and Barker had suddenly found themselves trapped within a prison of countless vines. The countless rattan vines formed a giant, 10-meter-wide green rattan sphere. Linley and Barker were within that giant sphere. This will be troublesome. Linley tried to use his arms to push apart the rattan vines that were wrapped around him, but the rattan vines were extremely soft and pliable. They only bulged outward slightly. Raw strength alone simply wasn't capable of breaking through this rattan vine cage. In addition, Linley had the sense that countless sharp needles were piercing out at his entire body from those rattan vines. Although his pulse-guard defense was able to take it, his battle chi was beginning to deplete at a rapid pace. Lord, I'm unable to break free. Barker was frantic as well. He wanted to wield his great axe, but the large number of rattan vines surrounding his arms made it impossible for him to wield it. The elasticity and endurance of those vines was simply terrifying. Lord, what should we do? Barker was frantic. Although he was powerful, the life force of these enormous rattan vines was even greater. Suddenly. The two of you, accept your death. After killing the two of you, I will kill 3 more, and then I'll have enough corpses. Once I offer the corpses to his lordship, I will also become a deity. Don't resist. You aren't able to resist. The strength of you humans can't possibly match mine. A thin, wild voice echoed from within this rattan cage. Enough corpses? Linley was shocked. He was beginning to understand why all of these creatures in the necropolis of the gods wanted to kill them. Die. That thin, sharp voice rang out again. Linley sensed a terrifying force coming at him through the rattan vines. Every single one of the vines was exceedingly strong, and right now, hundreds or perhaps 1,000 of them were exerting force at the same time. Even Linley and Barker felt themselves to be under tremendous pressure. The large number of vines coiling around Linley had caused his arms, legs, and draconic tail to be bound. Even when using all of his raw strength, he was only able to move slightly. You want to kill the two of us? Linley laughed coldly, and then with a flick of his wrist, a devilish purple light immediately flashed. Under the attack of the tempos of the wind, wherever blood violet passed by, rattan vines immediately split apart. Linley's blood violet sword quickly transformed into a blur, and countless vines split apart. A desolate, miserable cry could be heard. Those remaining, unbroken vines quickly fled at high speed. Soon, those undamaged vines disappeared, while the shattered vines lay there on the floor, but continued to twitch as though they were living tentacles. HRMPH, Linley stared at his surroundings. Linley was searching for the core of that plant lifeform. And soon, Linley discovered some tiny tracks, but as he did, Linley could only shake his head and sigh. This fellow's main body is actually hidden under the ground. Killing him will be troublesome. Barker still felt some fear. Lord Linley, if I were by myself and encountered this rattan lifeform, what could I have done? Blood violet is small and easy to use with but a flick of the wrist, but my great axe is different. If I had to wield it with just my wrist, the attack power would have been weak and I wouldn't be able to break apart those rattan vines. Linley nodded slightly. Barker had huge strength and strong defense, and his great axe was used for powerful chopping blows. But just then, with his entire body wrapped around by vines and his arms unable to move, it would have been very hard for him to break through the vines. Against this sort of plant lifeforms, brute strength is far inferior to sharp weapons. Linley glanced at Barker. The main problem is that your understanding of the laws is not very high. Even empty-handed, I could use the tempos of the wind technique and use the edge of my hand to chop apart those rattan vines. Using the profound truths of the earth would also be sufficient to disintegrate those rattans. Linley reminded Barker, in the Yulon continent, it is fine for you to rely on your great strength and your mighty defense, but if you were to encounter any creatures with strange powers, you would really be in trouble. Right. Barker firmly took this lesson to heart. Let's go. Linley said. But after the two had flown only a few dozen meters away, Linley suddenly turned and charged towards the ground as fast as a thunderbolt. He smashed down with his right hand like a heavy mace and delivered a vicious blow to the ground. The entire world seemed to tremble slightly. Profound truths of the earth, throbbing pulse of the world, 128 layered waves. This was Linley's current limit, and it was far more powerful than his previous 256 layered waves. Ah! A miserable cry could be heard from underground. HRMPH. You are fortunate to not die. Linley quickly flew up again. Barker, let's go. When the rattan vines had fled, Linley had actually been able to more or less calculate the general location of the rattan lifeform beneath the ground. But this was just a general area. As Linley saw it, this rattan lifeform's main body was undoubtedly huge. Linley predicted where it probably was, and then delivered the profound truths of the earth into the center of that area. Although I am not able to attack the heart of the creature, I should still be able to attack the general location it is in. Linley had thought to himself. Indeed, as he had predicted, although he hadn't struck the creature's core and the rattan lifeform had been lucky enough to survive, Linley still had caused it great harm. Soon after their battle against the rattan lifeform, Linley and Barker found where the second gateway was hidden. It was a set of stairs surrounded by a large amount of vegetation. Linley and Barker climbed directly up the stairs, finally arriving at the entrance to the third floor. Be careful. Every single floor potentially has the divine beast, Serpent, within it. You cannot be too rash. Linley reminded Barker. I know. If we discover the Serpent, I won't even say a word. Barker nodded. Linley and Barker then headed directly into the third floor. Upon entering it, Linley and Barker both couldn't help but shiver. It was too cold. This sort of cold, Linley and Barker had never felt before. This was a world of ice. Icebergs dotted the landscape like mountain ranges, and a large amount of white energy was flowing everywhere. When that white energy drew near them, Linley and Barker couldn't help but shiver yet again. How can it be so cold? Linley was secretly shocked. I have both my pulse guard defense and my draconic scales, but I still feel cold. This is monstrous. But although both Linley and Barker thought this, they didn't dare to make a sound. Before fully ascertaining whether or not this floor contained the divine beast, Serpent, the two wouldn't dare to make any noise at all. Linley and Barker flew carefully. Suddenly. It is Eddens. Linley saw the saint from not too far away. Right now, Eddens was currently flying carefully with two other saints. When Linley and Barker drew near them, Eddens seemed to have noticed Linley as well, and he hurriedly gestured at Linley with his eyes. What is it? Linley was secretly surprised. Eddens' glance clearly conveyed that he was worried, while at the same time, he pointed in a certain direction. Linley immediately looked towards the direction which Eddens was pointing at, and he saw what looked like a serpentine creature, covered with green scales. It was over 10 meters thick, and as for length, Linley was only able to see a few dozen meters of its length. The rest of it was blocked off by the various icebergs. Could that be the Serpent? Linley's heart shook. Barker was astonished as well. He shared a glance with Linley, and they both flew cautiously and quietly. It wasn't just them, Eddens and the other two saints didn't dare to make any noise at all either, afraid that they might awaken the terrifying divine beast, the Serpent. After flying for a while, Linley was able to see the main part of the Serpent's body. The body of the Serpent was actually wrapped around a mountain-like iceberg, and one couldn't see the end of its body. But the part wrapped around the iceberg alone had to be thousands of meters long. This was the physically largest magical beast which Linley had ever witnessed in his life. Normal magical beasts were at most 100 meters long or so. But the visible portion of this Serpent was already thousands of meters long. Could it be that it is over 10,000 meters long? Linley, Barker, and the others continued to fly about in search of the next gateway. Linley saw that from behind, more experts had entered the third floor as well. I hope these people won't awaken the Serpent. If we get dragged down by them somehow, that would be disastrous. There were now quite a few experts on the third floor. If a single one of them made noise, all of them would be doomed. The head of the Serpent. Linley saw from afar a massive serpentine head, at least 20 meters high. The Serpent's eyes were closed. Its breathing wasn't very loud, but in the silent atmosphere of the third floor, Linley and the others could make it out very clearly. When the Serpent was asleep, it would constantly emit puffs of black gas from its mouth. The black gas scattered towards the surrounding area like the wind, and whenever the black gas touched the nearby icebergs, the icebergs would immediately crumble into ground ice dust. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 11, Chapter 12, The Boss Serpent Awakens? Book 11, Necropolis of the Gods, Chapter 12, The Boss Serpent Awakens. On the third floor of the Necropolis of the Gods, all the saints were moving with the utmost of caution, not daring to make a single sound for fear of startling awake this slumbering, terrifying creature, the Boss Serpent. In the entire third floor, the only sound was the soft, quiet snores of the slumbering Boss Serpent. Whoosh! Hiss! Whoosh! Hiss! With each breath the Boss Serpent took, scattered pieces of ice nearby were drawn into its mouth. Whenever it exhaled, black gas came flowing out. Fortunately, there are no other creatures on this third floor aside from the Boss Serpent. Lindley cast a glance at the distant Boss Serpent. The 10-kilometer-long scale-covered body of the Boss Serpent, wrapped around that massive iceberg, had a massive head that was the height of a building with 6 or 7 floors. From its closed eyelids came flashes of metallic, steel-like light. The feeling those dim flashes of light gave off alone made many saints feel terror in their hearts. After searching for a long time, where is the passageway to the 4th floor? Lindley was growing somewhat impatient. Not just Lindley. The other experts on the 3rd floor were growing frantic as well. If they were forced to stay on the 1st or 2nd floor for 10 days or a month, they wouldn't be too afraid, but this was the 3rd floor. Even a few hours were difficult to bear. If anyone made any loud sounds, this Boss Serpent would definitely wake up. Even if it didn't wake up from noise, the Boss Serpent might wake up on its own. If they just so happened to be here while the Boss Serpent was awake, then the saints wouldn't even have the chance to cry before dying. There are more and more people arriving on the 3rd floor now. There's over 30, I wager. Lindley turned back and glanced. Those experts that had been on the 1st or 2nd floor were all making their way to the 3rd floor now. Nobody in the 3rd floor had found the 4th floor entrance yet. Naturally, the population in the 3rd floor was continuing to increase. Whoosh! Although the Boss Serpent's breathing wasn't very loud, it still struck at each person's heart like a hammer. Desri, Tolali, and Fane came in first, but I haven't seen them yet. Lindley carefully moved past a flow of black gas, which brushed against a nearby iceberg. The iceberg immediately transformed into powder. The black gas which the Boss Serpent exhaled was not to be touched. Desri and the others are experienced. Most likely, they have already found the entrance and have gone to the 4th floor already. Lindley understood that while he had been searching for the gateway in the 1st floor, Desri and Fane probably had already begun moving up into the higher floors. There was nothing for it. They had the benefit of experience. A person drew near. It was Edens. Lindley looked questioningly at Edens. Edens used a finger to point towards another direction, then a second direction, indicating that several of them would search in the first direction, while Lindley and Barker were to search in the other direction. Lindley nodded. Edens smiled, and then flew in the first direction with the other 2 saints. Lindley and Barker exchanged a glance, knowing what the other was thinking. They flew in the second direction. What mattered right now was finding that gateway. Time passed, 1 minute at a time, 1 second at a time. The experts in the 3rd floor became more and more in number. From what Lindley understood, by now, there were around 40 of them. After all, there were only 60 or so human saints, while the magical beasts numbered nearly 20. Desri and Fane had already entered the 4th floor. But if they continued to waste time like this, then the number of people here would naturally grow larger and larger. Edens. Lindley looked to the distant Edens. Edens and the other 2 shook their heads. Clearly, they hadn't found the gateway. Lindley also shook his head. Him and Barker had yet to find it either. Quite a few of the saints who knew each other were exchanging messages through meaningful looks. Clearly, none of them had found the gateway. As time went on, Lindley, Edens, and the others grew more and more nervous. But this large group of people still couldn't find the gateway. Impossible. Lindley frowned. This 3rd floor is rather large, but with so many experts flying around searching for it, it's impossible that we can't find it. The only possible explanation is. Lindley looked towards the Boss Serpent. The passageway is next to the Boss Serpent's body. Ever since arriving at the 3rd floor, every single saint, upon seeing the Boss Serpent, immediately moved away from it in terror. None of them dared to go near it. First, the Boss Serpent was too terrifying. And second, the Boss Serpent was surrounded by a large amount of black gas. The power of that black gas was simply too great. Even those extremely tough icebergs crumbled into dust upon touching it. Nobody dared to go near the Boss Serpent. But precisely because no one dares to go near it, that's why there's a chance the gateway is there. Lindley nudged the nearby Barker, who looked questioningly at Lindley. Lindley pointed towards the Boss Serpent, then gave Barker a meaningful look before flying directly towards the bus serpent. Barker didn't hesitate either, immediately following behind Linley. Soon, the two arrived close to the bus serpent's body. Many saints saw Linley and Barker do this, and they frantically tried to signal them with their eyes, telling them to stay farther away. It wasn't because these saints felt worried about them. It was because they feared that Linley and Barker would awaken the bus serpent, and cause the deaths of all the saints present. Now that we are fairly close to the bus serpent, let's begin flying alongside its body and try our best to search for the gateway. Linley pulled Barker, not letting him go any closer to the bus serpent, and then the two of them began to fly around the bus serpent's massive body, trying to search for that opening. They started from the safest area, near the tail of the serpent. Saints were very intelligent. Seeing Linley and Barker do this, many saints suddenly understood. They, too, now guessed that perhaps the opening was next to the bus serpent's body. Immediately, many other saints drew near and began to carefully search as well. Rumble! The bus serpent moved. Its enormous body actually moved. The bus serpent woke up. Linley's face instantly turned ugly to behold. Barker's face, as well, immediately turned pale, without a hint of color. The saints that had been in the process of searching close to the bus serpent's massive body, in virtually the same instant, disappeared like locusts, flashing away from the bus serpent's vicinity. Without hesitating at all, Linley and Barker flew back at high speed to the entrance to the second floor. After all, right now, there was only two ways to escape. One was to return to the second floor through the gateway to the second floor. The other method was to immediately go to the fourth floor. But nobody knew where the fourth floor's gateway was. Without any other options, they had to return to the second floor as fast as possible. Quick, quick! Linley was frantic. We're out of time. At this moment, Linley's mind suddenly flashed back to Delia, who was still waiting for him back at the Yulon continent, as well as his two children, Taylor and Sasha. Linley wasn't the only one frightened, the other saints were frightened as well. But wait a second. Linley suddenly halted. He had once more heard that sound of snoring, the sound of the bus serpent's snoring. After Linley halted, Barker flew a short while, realized Linley wasn't flying, and turned back. The bus serpent didn't wake up. Linley was surprised. Linley wasn't the only one to discover this. Many of the other fleeing saints had discovered this as well. All of them began to fly back. If the bus serpent really had woken up, how could it possibly have let them cross that long distance from its body to the opening as easily as that? Seeing that the bus serpent was still slumbering, many saints didn't know whether to laugh or to cry. Linley and Barker exchanged a glance, both grinning. So it just rolled over in its sleep. Linley could tell that the position of the bus serpent's body had moved slightly. Many saints hesitated only a short while before once more drawing near the bus serpent and once more searching carefully around it. In just a short period of time, a saint discovered the location of the gateway. Linley and Barker could both clearly see 7 saints standing there in midair, staring at a location next to the bus serpent's head. Could it be there? Linley and Barker both flew over. Indeed. The bus serpent's head was facing the cliff of that giant iceberg. The black breath of the bus serpent was rapidly crumbling the cliff of the giant iceberg, revealing a passageway within it. The stairs were easy to spot. So it is here. How terrible. Linley and Barker shared a glance. They both had a terrible feeling. Just then, before the bus serpent had turned over, the head of the bus serpent had been resting against the other side. If they had found the tunnel then, they'd have to go close to the bus serpent's head, true, but it would be towards the back of the head. Linley and the others still would have been able to soundlessly sneak past. But now, the bus serpent's head was directly facing that passageway, and with each breath, that black gas blew towards the stairs. In addition, a large amount of black gas was still circulating around in that area. It would be very hard to reach the passageway to the fourth floor. Right now, there's only 2 ways we can enter the fourth floor. Linley frowned. The first is to rely on speed to dodge past the black gas and charge straight through to the stairs and enter the fourth floor quickly. The second method is, Linley raised his head. This iceberg was enormous. Clearly, the stairs were continuing to the top. Linley expected that stairs ended somewhere in the middle of the iceberg mountain. They could drill a hole down through the iceberg mountain and directly reach the insides of the iceberg mountain, then look for the entrance to the fourth floor. But drilling through the mountain would definitely create noise. Linley was rather worried. Just as Linley was hesitating, 2 black shadows suddenly charged towards the black energy-shrouded entrance. Those 2 black shadows were very fast and agile. Despite the density of the black gas, one of the shadows was touched by the black gas, but the other made it onto the stairs. Shadow-shaped doppelganger technique, Linley said to himself. Just then, that person had relied on the shadow-shaped doppelganger technique to risk his life and pass through the black gas blocking the stairs. Can't keep wasting time like this. If we keep wasting time, the boss serpent will have breathed even more times and the black gas surrounding the tunnel will become even denser. Once it totally blocks off the entrance, then there won't be any chance to go in at all. Linley ground his teeth. He glanced at the nearby Barker, who nodded back at Linley. All of the 40-plus experts present understood that they couldn't waste any more time. The more time they wasted, the less of a chance they would have. Whoosh! A flash of light suddenly sped towards the entrance at high speed. With but a flash, the person entered the tunnel. Yet another saint had passed through and entered the 4th floor. Although the black gas was very dense and seemingly dangerous, all of the saints present had their own consummate techniques, and thus still had a high chance of making it past. After 2 had made it past, the 40-plus remaining saints all felt their confidence increase. Yet another saint transformed into a blur and streaked towards the tunnel entrance. Linley recognized this saint. It was the war god's disciple, Edens. Edens was extremely fast, but suddenly, with a puff, Edens was suddenly caught in a pincer by 2 flows of black gas. There was no way for him to dodge at all. Instantly, the terrified Edens opened his mouth, as though he wanted to let out a scream of pain, but he didn't even have the chance to make a sound. The black gas surrounded him, and then he crumbled into tiny pieces. Not even his soul was left. Edens, Linley's heart contracted violently. This black gas was too terrifying. The faces of the 40-plus other saints instantly turned pale. This black gas was too terrifying. Although they had guessed at how strong it was, they hadn't imagined that just by touching it, even someone with Edens' power wouldn't be able to withstand it for half a second. Even his soul had been destroyed. The mood was gloomier than ever before. On the 3rd floor, only the boss serpent's slumbering snores could be heard. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 11, Chapter 13, True Awakening. The Impending Calamity. Book 11, Necropolis of the Gods, Chapter 13, True Awakening. The Impending Calamity. What to do? All of the saints were pondering this question. The situation was clear. That black gas couldn't be touched at all. Touching it meant death. Even Edens wasn't able to withstand it for even a moment. Perhaps even I wouldn't be able to hold on for a second. Linley knew very well that this divine beast, the boss serpent, was a full god-level deity. The gas it breathed out carried just the slightest hint of its power, but the power of a god, even just a hint of it, wasn't something these saints could withstand. Suddenly, 3 people simultaneously charged towards the gateway to the 2nd floor. Clearly, they wanted to return to the 2nd floor. Gave up? Linley glanced at them. These people were returning to the 2nd floor. Clearly, they were giving up this opportunity and preparing to stay on the 2nd floor for the 10 full years. After 10 years, they would leave the necropolis of the gods. Giving up means giving up all of the treasures of the necropolis of the gods as well, but they will at least have their lives. Linley wasn't able to determine if these people made the right choice or the wrong choice, but Linley himself didn't wish to give up. Until the last moment came, he wouldn't give up. Seeing the 3 leave, another 5 of the 40 people present left as well, returning to the 2nd floor. Only 30 or so people were now left on the 3rd floor. Swish! A shadow flashed past, paying no mind to the black gas as it charged in. Clearly, this saint was extremely nimble. He quite agilely dodged past the gas, and in the twinkling of an eye, ascended the stairs. Yet another expert had entered the 4th floor. But the next person, his face grim, who had charged out was suddenly surrounded by that randomly flowing black gas. Whoosh! The boss serpent's breathing continued unabated. The middle-aged man was transformed into crumbled bits, not even his soul remaining. All of the experts remaining had very solemn looks on their faces. They had a look of determination in their eyes. Yet another saint charged down, but this one's luck was very bad. It just so happened that several waves of black gas joined together and blocked off the entire passageway. He could only watch as the black gas surrounded him. Yet another man had died. The longer we wait, the more black gas there will be in the passageway. There's no pattern to the movements of the black gas. If I fly over just when the black gas is sealing off the gateway, then I'll be finished. Linley knew that this was no longer a matter of speed or agility. It was also a matter of luck. Linley glanced at the nearby Barker. The 2 shared a look, then nodded. It was time to prepare to go down. Whoosh! Hisses. The The boss serpent continued to snore, and that sound was a sound which seemed to ring throughout this third floor. The atmosphere surrounding of the 30 remaining saints, by contrast, seemed extremely grim and terrible. If one was unlucky, one's soul would be destroyed and wouldn't even have the chance to become a departed spirit in the netherworld. Swoosh! The next person was that burly man Linley had sparred with, Clay. Clay moved like a bolt of lightning, going in an arced line towards the tunnel entrance. Clay was extremely lucky, he dodged all of the flows of black gas and strode onto the stairway. Clay had a hint of a smile on his face. He glanced back at the other saints, then went up. This is the moment. Linley noticed that the black gas had revealed a fairly large opening, and immediately prepared to charge. But there was someone who was even faster than Linley, and charged down before Linley did, forcing Linley to come to a halt. Indeed, because the opening was fairly large, that saint had managed to seize the opportunity to charge through. Just as that saint was letting out a sigh of relief, he suddenly felt enormous pain. Lowering his head, he saw that an extremely thin current of black gas had wrapped around his right foot, and that his right foot had already transformed into powder. At the same time, stretching up from his right foot, his entire right leg instantly disintegrated. By the time this saint reacted to what was going on, his entire body below his chest had disintegrated. The feeling of his soul suffering extreme anguish caused the saint to let out an uncontrollable scream of pain. Ah! A piercing, agonized howl pierced through the calm of the third floor. The pain he felt was so great that it was worse than being cut by 10 million knives. The saint didn't want to make any noise, but he simply couldn't endure it. He had never suffered pain like this before. The faces of all the saints present instantly changed. No blood could be seen in their faces. They were finished. Flee! Someone let out a sudden, angry roar. By now, it no longer made a difference if they made any noise at all. The 30-plus saints were like a flock of terrified sheep as they wildly began to flee at their maximum speed. But with a terrifying rumbling sound, the 10-kilometer-long body of the boss serpent suddenly began to move, and as it did, the massive, tough iceberg mountain exploded into tiny pieces. The entire iceberg mountain shattered apart, revealing the passageway that had been hidden within it. The exit of that passageway was like a little window hanging in mid-air. The exploding iceberg mountain carried with it an irresistible amount of force, and the shards it sprayed everywhere. Many of the saints were struck by the ice and knocked flying backwards while they vomited blood. Each piece of ice contained within it a terrifying amount of force. Terrible. Linley felt that he was like a soldier who was dodging an endless rain of arrows. Large pieces of crushed ice transformed into countless streaks of light, blasting in each directions. Barker. Linley's face suddenly changed greatly. Barker's dodging abilities weren't comparable to Linley's. He finally was struck by a large piece of ice. The ice itself wasn't frightening. What was frightening was the enormous power with which it had been hurled out. Bang! The piece of ice shattered apart, knocking Barker backwards. Barker spat out a large mouthful of blood. Lord, flee, hurry! A weak voice escaped from Barker's mouth. The apocalypse had descended upon the third floor. The previously slumbering boss serpent's metallic eyelids opened. His dark, enormous eyes, which had a hint of blue in them, swept the surrounding area with a glance. The boss serpent had awoken. Just a casual movement of its body had contained such terrifying force. If the boss serpent had truly been trying to kill these saints just then, would any of them have been able to flee? You want to go in? The boss serpent raised its head, staring at entrance to the fourth floor, which was located above it. At this moment, someone was charging towards the entrance at high speed. Clearly, this person was trying to enter the fourth floor. If Linley raised his head to look, he would have seen that this was the prodigy sword saint, Olivier. But he had been noticed by the boss serpent. Swish! The boss serpent's eyes emitted 2 rays of dark blue light. Given the speed of these 2 rays of dark light, Olivier definitely would die. But suddenly, Olivier's body was surrounded on one side by a cover of black battle chi, and on the other side by a cover of white battle chi. His speed suddenly tripled, and with a hiss sound, his 2 severed legs fell down from the sky. But Olivier himself flew into the fourth floor. Those 2 rays of dark light originally should have pierced into Olivier's chest, but Olivier's sudden increase in speed caused these 2 rays of dark light to only strike his legs. 2 holes had appeared in his legs, which had quickly began to grow at an appalling speed. But Olivier was very decisive. He had cut off his own 2 legs. If that saint who had his foot brushed by black gas had known how powerful the black gas was and had immediately severed his leg, he might have been able to preserve his life. None of you will escape. The boss serpent rose up, staring around itself. Right now, there were 2 saints who had already reached the exit to the second floor, but just as they were about to enter, for no reason whatsoever, their bodies suddenly turned into ice, and then, like cracked ice, suddenly shattered into dozens of pieces. The other experts on the third floor now felt true despair. That bastard dragged our entire group down. Linley felt his heart tremble. Terror. Right, Linley was currently terrified. The boss serpent hadn't even moved, but two saints who had already reached the entrance to the second floor had suddenly died. What technique had the boss serpent used? Linley didn't know. And this not knowing was what was so terrifying. Perhaps in the next instant, I will be suddenly frozen as well. I don't even know where Barker is right now. Linley's heart was filled with bitterness. Linley suddenly gritted his teeth. No time to worry about anything else. Even if he died, he'd die trying. Linley's hands were currently wielding Blood Violet and the adamantine heavy sword. Linley raised his head to stare at the entrance up high. At this moment, Linley was only a few thousand meters away from the entrance to the fourth floor. This sort of distance, Linley could cross in the blink of an eye. Swish! A human form shot towards the entrance to the fourth floor at high speed. But in midair, the boss serpent's eyes once more shot out with those two rays of dark light, piercing through the man's head. Yet another saint died. Everyone, together, a saint didn't even have the chance to finish his words before, just like that, he died. The boss serpent's eyes stared with amusement at the dead person. The boss serpent wasn't in a hurry to kill those people. He had just taken a long nap. Now that he was awakened, it would be somewhat diverting for him to play with these ants in front of him. Swish! Swish! Several human forms charged towards the skies. One of them was the dragon-formed Linley. From the boss serpent's eyes, each eye shot out 4 rays of dark light in succession. A total of 8 rays of dark light suddenly shot out at the 8 people, Linley included. The others were unable to do what Olivier had done and suddenly triple their speed. One human figure after another died in midair. One of the rays of blue light was striking towards Linley's head. Linley felt a sort of dread in his heart. Without question, once he was struck by the blue light, he would definitely die. In the last instant, Linley suddenly brandished Blood Violet. Clang! Linley moved like a flash of lightning, scurrying into the fourth floor's entrance. Of the 8 people present, 7 died, 1 survived. Eh? The boss serpent raised his head in a surprised glance, and then murmured softly, intriguing. I didn't expect to find so many wonderful surprises amongst this group of humans. One of them was capable of simultaneously using the laws of darkness and light, while this one actually has such an incredibly precious divine artifact. This was a world of snow, endless snow. Linley stood in the middle of the blizzard, panting. Even now, his heart was still gripped by fear. Just then, Linley had seen the cold, remorseless eyes of the boss serpent as it had shot out those rays of dark light. The little bit of power he had gained from his understanding of the laws, in front of such an attack, was nothing but a joke. What to do? It saved my life. Linley looked at the blood violet sword in his hands. This was truly a divine artifact. Although the adamantine heavy sword was very tough, it still couldn't be described as a divine artifact. Thus, in the last moment, Linley had chosen to use Blood Violet to block that ray of dark light. Blood Violet hadn't disappointed Linley. When that ray of dark blue light had struck Blood Violet, it only made Blood Violet tremble once, it didn't damage Blood Violet at all. The ray of dark blue light didn't possess any impact force. What it only had was a strange devouring force. Linley stared carefully at Blood Violet. It was the same as it had always been. Linley knew that Blood Violet was no ordinary weapon, because from that day when he had first activated its baleful aura, Linley had discovered those large amounts of corpses, many of which emanated an aura that surpassed that of living saint-level magical beasts. This was the weapon of a deity. As to whether Blood Violet's former owner was a demigod, a full god, or a high god, Linley had no idea. But Linley believed that for this divine artifact shouldn't be damaged so easily by the god-level boss serpent's attack. Linley had bet his life on it, and he had bet correctly. He had survived. But Barker, Linley looked back at the nearby entrance. Below the entrance was the third floor, and Barker was still there. Linley, however, wasn't able to do anything. In front of the boss serpent, he had no ability to resist whatsoever. I didn't expect that you would survive as well. A cold voice rang out from nearby. Linley turned to look. Olivier was currently sitting on the snowy ground, his twin leg stumps surrounded by an aura of white light. At the same time, they were quickly regrowing. By now, they had already regenerated to the knees. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 11, Chapter 14, The World of Snow. Book 11, Necropolis of the Gods, Chapter 14, The World of Snow. Olivier's face was currently very pale. Just then, he had used all the power available to him, but the price of tripling his speed was not a low one. And with the loss of both his legs, Olivier was currently in very bad shape. Why aren't you leaving? Olivier raised his head, staring at Linley. Linley just stood there, in no hurry to leave. He could tell that at present, Olivier's strength had dropped dramatically. With his legs gone, Olivier's movement ability in any battle with enemies would drop greatly as well. Although he could fly, flying while lacking 2 legs would make one's agility drop by half. Thank you. After a long silence, Olivier said these 2 words. And then, he focused on healing his wounds. Linley's heart was in great pain right now. He turned back to look at the 3rd floor. Barker, if Barker truly died, then if in the future, his wife Lena, their 2 kids, Gates, and the other brothers asked me, Linley felt helpless. In front of the divine beast, a serpent, he had been lucky to even stay alive. There was no way Linley could have saved Barker at all. I hope that Barker's luck was as good as mine. Perhaps he will enter the 4th floor, or flee back to the 2nd floor. Linley stood there without moving, partially to help Olivier protect against any creatures from attacking him, and partially because he wanted to wait. Wait to see if Barker would come out into the 4th floor as well. After a long while. I'm done. Olivier stood up and glanced at Linley, not saying anything else. He immediately transformed into a blur as he flew high into the sky. Linley stood there for another half hour. In the end, he finally let out a long sigh before flying into the air as well. The frozen ground was blanketed with white snow, and it was also dotted with many large, proudly standing trees. The snow covered these trees with a layer of silver decoration. After flying for a while, Linley saw a familiar face. It was Clay, who had sparred with him at War God Mountain. Linley. Clay laughed as he flew over. I thought that you had already, below. I just entered the 4th floor. The person after you let out a scream of pain, and the boss serpent woke up. Linley shook his head. I was only lucky, but my good friend Barker. Clay said consolingly, don't be too sad. Soon after I entered the 4th floor, I discovered Olivier with his legs severed. From him, I learned that the boss serpent had woken up. I thought that all of you had been killed by the boss serpent. It's already very lucky that you survived. Your friend would feel happy for you as well. Linley nodded. The 2 flew side by side, and Clay cautioned, stop thinking about your friend. This 4th floor is extremely dangerous as well. If you are distracted and die as a result of it, that would be a terrible waste. Linley suddenly came to himself. Taking a deep breath, he shook his head a few times. Got it. Fane told me that in the past, they had retreated to the 5th floor. This necropolis of the gods has 18 floors in total. In the top 11 floors, every 5 floors represents 1 layer. The first 4 floors aren't too dangerous, while the 5th floor is actually the least dangerous of the entire layer. Clay explained. Clay had been alive for much longer than Linley. He knew many more things as well. Oh? The 5th floor is the safest of the first 5 floors? Linley was surprised. Right. From what Fane told me, according to the war god, every 5 floors is a layer. The danger from the 1st to the 5th floor is fairly average, while the 6th to the 10th floors are extremely dangerous. Even Fane could die at any time. Clay reminded. Linley nodded. In the future, he would be extremely careful. The 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th layers are all extremely dangerous. Compared to these 4 floors, the 10th floor is actually less dangerous by comparison. Clay laughed. Linley memorized these words. This was all information which Fane had no doubt received from the war god. The war god had definitely passed through the first 10 floors. Naturally, he knew the situation in these floors. 5 floors a layer, with the 5th floor being the safest floor of the first layer, while the 10th floor is the safest floor of the second layer. Linley suddenly had a strange feeling. It seems as though the safe level is to allow everyone some time to prepare. Clearly, the 6th floor would suddenly rise greatly in difficulty and danger. The 11th floor was a place where there were corpses of deities and divine sparks. As long as one wasn't a fool, one would understand, the 11th floor was most likely far more dangerous than the earlier floors. While flying past the snowy landscape, Clay laughed, only in the first 5 floors can we rely on our personal strength to fight through those various life forms. Once we reach the 6th floor, we will have to rely on our intelligence, our strength, and our luck, all combined. Linley nodded. In the past, Desri and Fane had been so frightened that they didn't dare to enter the 6th floor. They had hidden in the 5th floor until the 10 years were up. Whoosh! There was a pile of snow below. Suddenly, a creature erupted from beneath the snow, flashing at Clay like a white flash of lightning. Clay's body instantly turned metallic, then with a furious roar, his right fist directly down towards that attacking creature. Bang! The fist slammed directly against a furry palm. Clay was sent flying backwards at high speed, while that furry creature also landed hard against the ground. Such enormous power. Clay inwardly sighed in amazement. Lindley looked down with surprise as well at that furry creature. Lindley had sparred with Clay before, and he knew how physically powerful Clay was. Clay is 10 times as powerful as Hadeson was, and his defense is comparable to Barker's. But he was only on par with this creature. The creature below suddenly stood up like a human would. A bear? Lindley stared with shock at the creature below and spoke out. That seemingly bear-like magical beast was covered with white fur, but he had a black ring of fur lining his eyes, as though someone had punched his eyes and made them swell. Actually, that made this furry magical beast seem very adorable. I'm not a stupid bear. I'm a snowy panda cat. That furry magical beast rebuked. Swoosh! At this moment, the snowy panda cat suddenly rose up again, this time charging straight at Lindley. Like a flash of white light, the snowy panda cat arrived in front of Lindley. Lindley couldn't help but be shocked by its speed. Whap! Lindley's draconic tail, glittering with metallic light, struck against the snowy panda cat. The sudden attack by the draconic tail was extremely fast, not giving the snowy panda cat any chance to respond at all. Bang! The snowy panda cat slammed into the snowy ground again, while at the same time, a hint of blood appeared atop its pure white fur over its chest. The snowy bear stared at Lindley, then at Clay, before finally bending over on all fours, then scampering away. He had fled. Lindley and Clay both couldn't help but laugh. This snowy panda cat is really amusing. After a simple exchange of blows, he immediately fled. But Lindley was shocked by the power of the snowy panda cat. Its strength wasn't one whit inferior to the world bear, but its speed was far greater. No wonder why it was called the snowy panda cat, and had the word cat in its name. Ha, if I had to fight this snowy panda cat by myself, it would really be troublesome. The snowy panda cat's speed seems to be faster than mine. Clay chuckled bitterly. Lindley, I have the feeling that at most, I'll be able to rest on the 5th floor. The 6th floor, I probably won't be able to break through. Enough. Let's first find the tunnel. Lindley flew alongside Clay, searching for the tunnel. The snowy panda cats on this 4th floor were very strange. Aside from a few of the snowy panda cats that would suddenly attack, most of the snowy panda cats didn't attack them at all. Instead, most of them were just rolled up into a ball and sleeping on the snow. At first, Lindley and Clay had been worried, but afterwards, they felt more relaxed. Listen up, the two of you. Suddenly, an ancient voice rang out. Lindley and Clay, in mid-flight, started, then immediately turning to look at location from which the voice rang out from. Beneath them was a snowy panda cat that was only 1 meter tall that was staring calmly at Lindley and Clay. Although the snowy panda cats were much smaller than world bears, they were usually 2 or 3 meters tall at their full height. But this snowy panda cat was only a meter tall. This snowy panda cat is extremely dangerous. Lindley immediately became guarded. This snowy panda cat, although physically small, gave Lindley a sense of danger, not too far from the feeling which the war god and the others gave him. The ancient voice of the snowy panda cat rang out again. I am the clan leader of this clan of snowy panda cats. Lindley and Clay exchanged glances. Snowy panda cats had clan leaders? Remember. On this 4th floor, as long as my children do not attack you, you are not to attack them either. If you kill any of them, then don't blame me for acting viciously against you. With a flip of the snowy panda cat's hand, a bamboo flute suddenly appeared. Right. A bamboo flute. Is he going to play the flute? Lindley had never seen someone who was able to injure someone else by playing the flute. But Lindley and Clay both felt that this old fellow in front of them posed an enormous threat. They didn't dare to say anything, and so Clay hurriedly said, "Don't worry." Just then, when that snowy panda cat attacked us, we didn't go full force against it either. As long as your citizens don't attack us, we definitely won't attack your children either. The passageway to the 5th level is over there, next to that giant tree. The passageway is inside the giant tree. The leader of the snowy panda cats pointed towards the distant tree. Lindley and Clay immediately began to fly in that direction. Seeing Lindley and Clay leave, the leader of the snowy panda cats let out a long sigh. His clan of snowy panda cats had been placed here on the 4th floor of the necropolis of the gods, which was like being placed in a prison. As the leader of this clan of snowy panda cats, he wasn't able to do anything about that. Given his current level of strength, it wouldn't be too hard for him to kill many outsiders and then exchange their corpses for the divine spark of a demigod. But he didn't want to do this. The reason was, only he had the power to threaten and frighten experts on Linley's level. If I become a deity and leave, then these children will die soon afterwards as well. The snowy pandacat leader let out a long sigh. He, too, was a prime saint, only a single step away from becoming a deity. But the power of this leader of the snowy pandacats was greater than that of the 5 prime saints. This was because the profound truths he had gained insight into were different from that of others. It was much like how Linley, trained in the throbbing pulse of the world. In terms of attack power, it surpassed the insights which most others had gained. The profound truths this leader of the snowy pandacats had gained insight into was one of the rarest types of profound truths of the elemental laws of the wind. The 5th floor. The world of fire. Linley and Clay, immediately upon arriving in this floor, felt themselves being attacked by waves of heat. This center of this 5th floor was a volcano, while the surrounding area was filled with desolate lava flows. It was an empty land, one could see off into the distance easily. But the temperature of the lava flows here was very high. Boss. A black shadow suddenly flew over at high speed. BB. Linley could clearly feel that it was BB who was flying over. BB leaped directly into Linley's arms, his eyes turning misty. Boss, I arrived at the 5th floor long ago. I've been waiting for you here the entire time. Desiree and the others said that you encountered the boss serpent on the 3rd floor. I've been worried about you the entire time, boss. Linley couldn't help but think back to what happened on the 3rd floor, his heart once more filled with fear. Fortunately, nothing happened. Wonderful. BB's face was all smiles. BB's experience had been much easier than Linley's. He hadn't encountered the boss serpent, and the attacks of the undead and the other creatures simply didn't pose any threat to BB at all. Hey, boss, where's Barker? Isn't Barker with you? BB suddenly wondered. Linley's face froze. The look on his face couldn't help but become somewhat ugly, and his eyes had a hint of pain in them. BB was intelligent. Seeing Linley's reaction, BB was able to guess what happened. Boss, Barker, could it be on the 3rd floor? Linley let out a sigh. Right. On the 3rd floor, the boss serpent woke up. We didn't have the ability to fight back at all. I was lucky and managed to rely on Blood Violet to flee to the 4th floor. As for Barker. Linley's voice grew low, and in the end, he wasn't able to continue. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 11, Chapter 15, 8 Years in the Necropolis. Book 11, Necropolis of the Gods, Chapter 15, 8 Years in the Necropolis. Waves of heat permeated the 5th floor. It was hard to even see people in the distance, due to the distorted air. Linley, hurry on over. A familiar voice rang out from afar. Linley couldn't help but turn to look towards the voice. The distant figure was very blurry, but Linley was still able to tell that the person standing in the distance was the senior apprentice of the War Gods College, Fane. Although Linley was very dispirited, his will was still very firm. In a place like the Necropolis of the Gods, unless you chose to give up, your only choice was to harden your faith in yourself and continue, one step at a time. BB, let's head on over. Linley said calmly, and BB immediately jumped onto Linley's shoulders. Transforming into a blur, Linley quickly arrived at the place where the many experts had gathered. Not only Fane was there. Desiree, Rosari, Tullali, and Rutherford were there as well. All 5 of the Prime Saints were together. Aside from the 5 of them, there were 3 of the 6-eyed golden Lions as well. Now that the 2 of you are here, everyone is present. Desiree said with a calm laugh. Linley couldn't help but feel puzzled. What did that mean? Everyone was now present? Linley, come, sit. Fane gestured. I heard that in the lower floors, the boss serpent woke up. That truly is a calamity. Fortunately, you survived. Now, let's discuss the matter of ascending to the 6th floor. Linley came to a rest, sitting down cross-legged. To Linley's scales, the waves of blazing heat coming from below didn't pose much of a threat. You aren't going to discuss things with those people? BB pointed in confusion to another group of men and magical beasts off in the distance. Over 30 experts had survived and made it to the 5th floor. Amongst them were over 10 magical beasts, with a similar number in men. Originally, there had been 60 human experts of the 80-plus experts present, but 30 or so had died on the 3rd floor, and several had most likely died on the 1st and 2nd floor as well. The 10 or so remaining people were probably hiding on the second floor, not daring to enter the third floor again. Them? The severe-looking Tullily said calmly, if they get involved, they'll only disturb us. Linley immediately understood. Glancing at the distant Olivier and Hayward, he thought to himself, Tullily's intentions are very clear. Only these 10 experts are the cream of the crop. BB and I aren't any weaker than them. As for those 3 six-eyed golden eye lions, their power is also unfathomable. As for Olivier, Hayward, the disciples of the War Gods College, and the various magical beast experts, they are at least a level lower in power. In a place like this, the top-tier experts naturally would form a unit. Those 20-plus slightly weaker experts formed into a second unit. Although the second unit contained people like Desri's good friends, Hayward and Higginson, along with several fellow disciples of Fane's, and 2 of Tullily's apprentices, there was nothing that could be done. Linley, BB, Cleo, Kaleo, and your 2 brothers, you 5 probably aren't that familiar with the 6th floor of the Necropolis of the Gods. Let me explain. Desri said solemnly. BB, you saw just a while ago that the only creatures here on the 5th floor are a few magma demons. In terms of power, they are only comparable to the likes of Hayward. Magma demons? Linley was puzzled. He had never seen any magma demons. Desri looked at Linley. Linley, you didn't come in time. Those magma demons are formed from lava, and are roughly comparable to a human in size and shape. They are extremely strong and possess great defense, but they are a bit slow. Their power is most likely comparable to your good friend Barker, although their defense is perhaps a bit weaker than Barker's. Linley now had a clear understanding of these creatures. The 5th floor is the weakest floor of the first 5. Those magma demons have already been destroyed by us. Desri continued. This 5th floor is a floor for us to prepare and rest. But soon, we will be entering the 6th floor. Linley, BB, and the 3 six-eyed golden eye lions were listening carefully. On the 6th floor, the danger level would rise dramatically, far beyond that of the 5th floor. The 6th floor is a world filled with lava and rocks. There is a powerful creature there, the Flame Tyrant. Flame Tyrant? To be precise, this Flame Tyrant is hundreds of meters tall, and his body is composed of countless tough boulders. His strength is boundless, and his defense has also reached a terrifying level. Desri's face was solemn. Most importantly of all, he wields a bloodlust great axe. If any of us are hit by that great axe, we will most likely die. Linley's heart twitched. As long as one was hit, one would die. That was too terrifying. And that's not all. Aside from the Flame Tyrant, the 6th floor also has hundreds of magma demons. Desri's face grew even more solemn. 1 or 2 magma demons aren't a problem, but hundreds of magma demons are extremely dangerous. Linley felt himself at a loss for words. Hundreds of magma demons. Isn't that equivalent to hundreds of undying warriors? Linley was inwardly shocked. Although these magma demons have slightly weaker defense than an undying warrior, there are hundreds of them. That is simply terrifying. Desri continued, these large numbers of magma demons all obey the orders of the Flame Tyrant. Actually, I have a feeling that the Flame Tyrant is an evolved form of the magma demons. Think about it. They are all formed from lava rocks, except the Flame Tyrant is as massive as a mountain, while magma demons are the size of a human. The nearby Rutherford laughed coldly. A Flame Tyrant is essentially a magma demon magnified hundreds of times over. Its strength and attack power is also hundreds of times that of a magma demon. Linley and BB looked at each other. Boss, those magma demons really were strong, on par with Barker. If the Flame Tyrant's power is hundreds of times greater than the magma demons, BB's voice rang out in Linley's mind. Linley maintained his silence. Linley now had a clear understanding of what the 6th floor was like. The 6th floor's adversary was a Flame Tyrant who commanded hundreds of magma demons. The Flame Tyrant itself was like a mountain, and had the power to smash a mountain to dust with a single punch. Nobody could withstand that sort of power. Desri was silent for a long time. After Linley and the others had fully absorbed this news, Desri continued, none of us are a match for the Flame Tyrant by ourselves. Only if we join forces and work together will we be able to charge into the 6th floor. Linley nodded slightly. 3,000 years ago, we did battle against the Flame Tyrant. Desri said. The eyes of Linley, BB, and the 3 six-eyed golden eye lions lit up. Only with experience could one form a good strategy on how to deal with the Flame Tyrant. In truth, last time, it was Fane and Tullily who attacked the Flame Tyrant. As for the rest of us, we were sent fleeing by a swarm of magma demons. Desri added. 3,000 years ago, he hadn't even had the chance to touch the Flame Tyrant. Fane spoke. Of the 5 of us, Tolali possesses the strongest attack. No one disputed this. Linley couldn't help but look at this person, the #1 expert of the Great Plains of the Far East, the man known as the War Saint, Tolali. Tolali said calmly, "The defense of the Flame Tyrant is the most terrifying defense I have ever seen. But 3,000 years ago, our power was weaker than it is right now." The others all nodded. After 3,000 years, the 5 of them had become Prime Saints. Their power had improved dramatically compared to 3,000 years ago. "Once we enter the 6th floor, the 7 of you need to help me, Rutherford, and Rosari clear a path. The 3 of us, joining forces, should be able to deal with that Flame Tyrant," Tolali said. Rutherford and Rosari both nodded. Desri explained to Linley, Bibi, and the 3 six-eyed golden Eni lions, "This is a powerful attack which the 3 of them have developed together after researching for a long time. Most likely, this is the most powerful attack we are capable of." "All right. I'll help clear a path." Linley nodded. Since Tolali was publicly acknowledged as the Prime Saint with the greatest attack, and had 2 others helping him, the power of their combined attack definitely would not be weak. "Now, what we need to do is," Desri laughed calmly, "train here and prepare on the 5th floor." Fane laughed as well. "We'll first train for 8 years, then head off to the 6th floor." "What?" Linley was somewhat astonished. They only had 10 years in the Necropolis of the Gods, but they were going to spend 8 of them here on the 5th floor? But Linley quickly understood. He had learned from Clay that the 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th floors were extremely dangerous. In these 4 floors, they probably wouldn't even have the chance to rest. To go past these 4 floors, if they were successful, most likely they would only need 10 days or half a month. Prepare well. Each of the following floors, if we aren't careful, will be the death of us. If you are afraid, you can also stay here on the 5th floor and wait for the 10 years to be up. Tolali stood up as he spoke calmly, and then flew by himself off into the distance to begin his meditations. Not just Linley and the other 9 experts. Even Olivier, Hayward, and the other 20 experts knew how terrifying the 6th floor was, and so nobody was in a hurry to enter. All of them focused on seizing every available moment to train. Perhaps in this short period of time, they might make some breakthrough. Waves of heat distorted the air. Embers could be seen everywhere. The experts in the 5th floor of the Necropolis of the Gods began to train and meditate. Linley stared at the distant figures, all made blurry by the waves of heat. Olivier, the human experts, the magical beast experts, these 30-plus people were the most elite group of experts in the Yulon continent. Right now, all of them were training quietly. Linley and Bibi glanced at each other, their minds linked. The man and his magical beast began to train. Thrum. 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 The throbbing pulse of the world was omnipresent. Even though Linley was in the Necropolis of the Gods, Linley could still clearly feel that mysterious, profound throbbing pulse of the world. Every single pulse contained extremely profound mysteries. Linley began to meditate and attune himself to it, while at the same time, quickly mentally experimenting the profound truths of the earth over and over. 1 year. 2 years. 3 years. Many of the experts would train for a year or half a year, and then get up and test out the attacks they had developed or improved. Just like that, time continued to move forward. In the past, Linley had needed only a year to condense the 256 waves of the throbbing pulse of the world into 128 waves, but he needed 5 full years to make it a bit past halfway on his attempt to further condense the 128 waves into 64 waves. This was all as Linley had predicted. The throbbing pulse of the world became harder and harder to fuse in the later stages. In the blink of an eye, 8 years had passed. The 5th floor of the Necropolis of the Gods was as it had been in the past, with waves of heat distorting the air. Many experts had finished their training long ago. After all, many of them had been training for thousands of years. A few years now was only enough to further perfect some of their existing attacks and condition themselves. Why is Linley still training? We're waiting on him now. Rutherford couldn't help but frown as he stared at the distant Linley, still in the meditative position. By now, the 5 Prime Saints, the 3 six-eyed golden Eni lions, and Bibi had stopped training. Bibi had actually reached the level of transforming into 8 doppelgangers using the shadow-shaped doppelganger technique. In their unit, the only one left was Linley, who was still totally immersed in his training. Don't be impatient. My boss has already reached the critical juncture point. Once he makes this breakthrough, his power will multiply several times over. Bibi stood next to Linley, staring coldly at the people in front of him as he spoke. A breakthrough that will allow him to increase his power several times over? Desri, Tolali, and the other experts couldn't help but feel astonished. They had already reached the level of being prime saints, and had reached the end of the path of training they had chosen. Unless they made the true, final breakthrough and reached the demigod level, it was very hard for them to improve at all. At their current levels of insight, it was impossible for their power to multiple by several times over, unless they truly became a deity. Phew! Linley let out a long breath, then opened his eyes, a smile on his face. After spending 8 years, Linley had finally, fully mastered the 64 layered waves of the throbbing pulse of the world, and the attack of his profound truths of the earth had once again multiplied several times over. Linley looked at the people standing there, and he instantly understood. He couldn't help but let out a calm laugh, then said, "Apologies. I've made you wait for a long time. Shall we head out now? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Book 11, Chapter 16, The Flame Tyrant. Book 11, Necropolis of the Gods, Chapter 16, The Flame Tyrant. The 30-plus experts came together in front of the corridor from the 5th floor to the 6th floor of the Necropolis of the Gods. Linley could tell that Olivier's aura seemed to have changed. In his heart, he couldn't help but feel astonished. This Olivier, could it be that he has made another breakthrough? As the prodigy sword saint, Olivier had needed only 12 years to reach a level where even Hatesun was no match for him, rising to the level of being just beneath the 5 prime saints. This rate of improvement was very terrifying. Now that another 8 years had passed, it would be strange if Olivier hadn't improved, actually. Desri looked at Hayward and the 20 other experts, then said loudly, "You should know the situation on the 6th floor. The 10 of us will be responsible for dealing with the Flame Tyrant. As for the rest of you, your responsibilities will be lighter. As long as you can stay alive, go search for the exit to the 7th floor." The other 20 experts nodded. Their task was far easier. Even if Desri hadn't instructed them to do so, they would have still gone in search of the exit. "Enough. Let's head out," Desri said in a bright voice. And then, Desri and the rest of the 5 prime saints, Linley, Bibi, Cleo and his siblings Six-Eyed Golden and Eyelions, took the lead, stepping into the stairway and heading out towards the 6th floor. Behind them, the 20 remaining experts followed closely. Linley and Bibi exchanged glances. They were both very confident. Compared to 8 years ago, Linley not only had improved in his profound truths of the earth, his spiritual energy had improved as well. In fact, Linley had the feeling that he was about to make a breakthrough and reach the rank of Grand Magus Saint. Battle Chi refining, after all, only needed a bit of spiritual energy to control it. But 8 years of training had caused Linley's Battle Chi to reach the maximum possible amount a saint-level Dragonblood warrior could reach. Whoosh! Whoosh! The 10 most powerful saints of the Yulan continent transformed into shadowy flashes. In the blink of an eye, they simultaneously entered the 6th floor, the world of the Flame Tyrant. Hot! As soon as he entered the 6th floor, Linley felt greater heat than he had ever felt before. Right now, Linley and the other 9 experts were standing atop glowing red rocks. This entire 6th floor was colored red by lava and molten rock. Drip, drip, scarlet flows of lava streamed like rivers throughout the 6th floor, occasionally releasing bubbles of gas. In the area around the lava rivers were glowing red rocks. Normal creatures would not be able to survive in a place like this. The other 20 experts entered the 6th floor as well. "Quick, search for the exit," Desri instructed mentally. The 20-plus experts didn't say anything, immediately flying away. Desri glanced at Linley, Tolali, and the others. Without needing to speak, all of them began to fly together. Tolali, Rosari, and Rutherford flew in the center, while the other 7 experts surrounded them. Tolali and the others were already beginning their preparations. They might encounter the Flame Tyrant at any time. If we can avoid even meeting the Flame Tyrant before we enter the 7th floor, that would be good. Linley secretly thought to himself, while at the same time he carefully inspected his surroundings, searching for the passageway that would lead them to the 7th floor. Suddenly, within one of the rivers of lava, a stone popped out. The strange thing was, this stone had eyes and a mouth. The stone suddenly flew out from within the magma river. It was actually the head of one of the magma demons. That magma demon roared, "Humans! Not good!" The faces of Linley and the others instantly changed. Swish! 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 From within the river of lava, suddenly one magma demon after another appeared. The bodies of the magma demons were pure scarlet, and wrapped by faint wreaths of flame. They were roughly 2.5 meters tall, and wielded stone axes, warhammers, and other heavy weapons. In the blink of an eye, Linley saw 300 magma demons appear within the area of their group. The 6th floor is extremely large. If all the magma demons in the nearby areas are as numerous as they are here, then there are definitely over 1,000 of them. Linley thought inwardly, while at the same time, the experts began to fly at high speed while maintain high alert, ready to attack at any moment.
Oh, humans have come?
A rumbling, thunderous voice rang out within the 6th floor. The rocky ground of the 6th floor began to shake, and even the lava flows began to bubble and rise up in waves, as a massive figure arose from within the middle of a lava river. It was simply enormous. As it stood up, even the level of the lava river itself dropped dramatically.
It really is like a mountain.
Linley saw that distant, enormous creature, the Flame Tyrant. The Flame Tyrant's entire body was formed from tough, unyielding boulders, with fire surrounding its entire body.
With such an enormous body, its physical strength alone was no doubt at a terrifying level. Everyone, be careful.
The faces of the 10 experts were solemn. The Flame Tyrant glanced at them with a contemptuous look, then laughed wildly.
The likes of you would dream about entering the 7th floor? In your dreams. Today, all of you will die. Children, come kill these outsiders along with me.
The Flame Tyrant's voice was extraordinarily loud, and his words echoed like the thunder in every part of this world. As the Flame Tyrant spoke, he suddenly summoned a dark red great axe into his hand. The axe head of this great axe alone was over 100 meters wide. In the hands of the Flame Tyrant, however, this bloodlust great axe was nothing more than a small hatchet, and he twirled it with grace and ease.
Kill. Having received the order, the large amount of magma demons hovering in midair simultaneously let out howls of rage as they charged towards Linley's group. Even Olivier and the other 20-plus saints came under attack from the magma demons as well. Charge through them. Tololi ordered.
The 10 major experts didn't hesitate at all, charging straight towards the Flame Tyrant. Halfway there, over 100 magma demons surrounded them. Earlier on the 5th floor, it was Desri, Bibi, and a group of experts killing several magma demons. But now, it was over 100 magma demons attacking them.
Have to block them. The outer layer of 7 experts knew this very well. Facing the attacking magma demons, Linley fought empty-handed. F***ck off. Linley directly punched towards one of them.
Ha! The magma demon laughed loudly as it sent a fist smashing towards Linley. Linley used his draconic scales and the outer layer of pulse guard defense to accept this punch, taking the heavy blow of the magma demon's stony fist head-on.
Linley's body trembled slightly, but the magma demon's body trembled, then exploded into shards of rock.
What terrifying strength!
Linley was inwardly shocked.
If he were to take those blows at full strength, he wouldn't have been able to repel it so lightly.
Just then, he had primarily used his pulse guard defense to ameliorate 90% of the power of the enemy's attack. How could the 10%, upon encountering Linley's draconic scales, possibly harm Linley?
Against the magma demons, Linley only utilized the 256 layered waves of the throbbing pulse of the world.
Boom!
Every single magma demon which attempted to attack Fane were smashed flying away by Fane's lightning-fast fists.
Fane's speed was simply too fast. Those magma demons couldn't touch him at all.
But magma demons were extremely durable, and Fane's attacks were only able to heavily injure them. It wasn't that Fane wasn't powerful, it was that Fane didn't dare to use his full force. He had to conserve his energy. Each of the magma demons which attacked Desri, upon drawing near him, suddenly toppled down from the skies for seemingly no reason at all. Desri was originally a Grand Magus Saint of Lightstyle magic. He was currently a Prime Saint, and his spiritual attacks were at a terrifying level.
Although these magma demons possessed tremendous physical attack and defense, Desri's spiritual attack just so happened to strike at their weakness. Slash! The 3 six-eyed golden antlions very forthrightly smashed the magma demons with their dancing paws, sending rocks everywhere and heavily injuring those magma demons, with many dying.
At times, when the six-eyed golden antlions wished, they would suddenly open their mouths and directly swallow the magma demons into their stomachs. But Bibi was terrifying. His speed was comparable to Fane's, and those magma demons weren't able to touch Bibi at all. But even the most casual claw swipe from Bibi would heavily injure the magma demons.
Boss, these magma demons are really tough to deal with. Their bodies are too hard.
Bibi's voice rang out in Linley's mind. Of course they are hard.
Linley understood.
He had once tried to be like Bibi, and to use his speed to dodge the enemy's attack, and then use pure force to strike against the bodies of the magma demons.
But the defense of the magma demons was simply too great. Linley's pure strength-based attacks were only able to injure the magma demons. Bang! Yet another fist from Linley shook yet another magma demon in front of him into powder. Different profound truths clearly result in different levels of power for attacks. Linley couldn't help but sigh inwardly.
My profound truths of the earth, despite not having reached the limit, in terms of power, is far more powerful than the profound truths of the wind. Even prime saints could have fairly large differences in power. For example, that leader of the snowy panda cats, who had mastered an extremely powerful and profound truth of the elemental laws of the wind.
As for Desri and Fane, the profound truths they had gained insight into could only be considered ones with fairly low attack power amongst the manifold elemental laws. Boom! Boom! Every single one of the magma demons attacking Linley was reduced to powder.
This sight caused many of the other saints to feel astonished. Based just on pure physical attacks, at most they might be able to break the magma demons into small pieces of rocks, but they couldn't possibly reduce them into powder.
The flame tyrant is here. Desri called out softly. You little rascal. You'll be the first to die.
The flame tyrant stared angrily at Linley. Then, like a thunderbolt, it leapt off the rocky ground, making the rocky ground tremble and crack as it delivered a mighty chop with the bloodlust great axe in its hands.
Clearly, Linley's military exploits had been seen by the flame tyrant. Sorry. Tolali growled.
Sorry, Tolali, and Rutherford, who had been prepared this entire time, finally unleashed their attack. Suddenly, countless amounts of ice and frost descended in an area of many kilometers, and even the rivers of lava were chilled to become rocks. The fires covering the body of the flame tyrant were extinguished, and the scarlet-red stones on his body turned a much dimmer red as well, as countless amounts of frost and ice covered his body. The flame tyrant's attacking motion suddenly came to a halt, as though he had been frozen.
Water-style forbidden level spell, Absolute Zero.
Under the attack of this Absolute Zero spell, generally speaking, when it was used, that terrifying drop in temperature alone would cause the opponent to freeze, then shatter into countless pieces. Even the opponent's soul would be frozen, then shatter. But the target of this spell was the flame tyrant. This forbidden level spell, Absolute Zero, was only capable of affecting his soul and making him temporarily dizzied. In addition, encased in countless amounts of ice, his weakness, his power dropped as well.
Swish! Immediately afterwards, Rutherford transformed into a ray of light, charging straight towards the flame tyrant.
Rutherford, the #1 saint of the Arctic ice caps, who had been training there for thousands of years, had reached a level of perfection in terms of utilizing the forces of glacial ice.
Rutherford's palms suddenly glowed with a faint blue light, and he smashed them hard against the body of the flame tyrant. The strange thing was,
the countless amounts of ice and frost that had been layering the body of the flame tyrant suddenly sank deep into the flame tyrant's body.
Crunch!
The enormous body of the flame tyrant actually began to be covered with countless tiny cracks. The body of the flame tyrant was extremely hot, but after being covered by the opposite element spell, Absolute Zero, and then with Rutherford forcing that energy deep into its body, the incomparably tough rocky body of the flame tyrant began to crack on a wide scale from the sudden change in temperature.
Bastard!
The flame tyrant finally recovered from his state of dizziness.
Realizing the situation he was in, he couldn't help but roar in anger. Die! Tolali had already reached the flame tyrant's body.
Dark black light surrounded Tolali's fists, and the entire area around them was filled with countless cracks in spacetime. Tolali's fists seemed to carry the strength of the heavens themselves, as he smashed viciously against the body of the flame tyrant.
The already cracked body, suddenly. Boom! Countless rocks were sent flying everywhere by that terrifyingly powerful explosion. The flame tyrant had exploded into countless rocky fragments. Success!
Tolali, Rosari, and Rutherford all let out a long sigh. This was the ultimate attack of the three of them. First they pooled their energy together to cause the flame tyrant's soul to be attacked, while at the same time counteracting the heat of the flame tyrant's body with the Absolute Zero spell. Then, Rutherford would control the frost and the ice to make it go deep into the flame tyrant's body. Fire and ice were polar opposites, and the sudden clash between them would cause the rocks which made up its body to crack. This caused the defensive power of the flame tyrant to drop by 90%. With only 10% of its defense remaining, it had naturally shattered when facing Tolali's most powerful attack. If they didn't work together, that terrifying defensive power of the flame tyrant probably would allow it to take Tolali's full power attack without much impact. Linley said to himself. Now that the flame tyrant was dead, everyone naturally felt much more relaxed.
It would be fairly easy to deal with the remaining magma demons. Let's hurry up and find the exit, Desri said. Everyone nodded, feeling much more relaxed. However, what nobody noticed was that during that wild explosion earlier, when countless rocks had been blasted in every direction, there was a seemingly translucent, fist-sized rock that had also been shot out far away. This translucent rock, in the distance, began to spin. Rumble! The entire rocky ground was beginning to shake. What is going on? Tolali, Rutherford, Linley, and the others felt shocked. Crunch! Large amounts of cracks appeared in the ground of the 6th floor, and then one enormous rock after another flew up, as well as a large amount of the rocks in the lava rivers. Over billions of enormous boulders flew up. Linley and the others watched with gaping mouths and stunned gazes. Not good. Everyone had the sense that something bad was happening. However, nobody knew what the problem was. All 10 experts were on guard, carefully inspecting their surroundings. But on the 6th floor, one rock after another continued to rise into the air. Whoosh! 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 All of the giant rocks, as though listening to some command, shot out to one location at the same time. With a terrifying series of sonic booms, trillions of boulders instantly clustered around one location, and that location was the place where the translucent rock was floating. Countless boulders surrounded that translucent rock. In the blink of an eye, yet another flame tyrant appeared. The faces of the 10 experts changed dramatically. That translucent rock. The 10 experts seemed to see, just then, those countless boulders clustering around the nucleus. Desri's face sank down. That was the core of the flame tyrant. Without destroying that translucent rock, we can't kill the flame tyrant. He can just make himself be reborn. You have truly made me angry. The mountain-like flame tyrant's body was once again wreathed in flames, and his eyes were filled with fiery rage as well. Wielding its bloodlust great axe, he bellowed with fury, "You detestable humans want to enter the 7th floor? In your dreams. All of you will die." The mighty bellow of the flame tyrant echoed throughout the 6th floor. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 11, Chapter 17, The Tunnel's Location. Book 11, Necropolis of the Gods, Chapter 17, The Tunnel's Location. On the 6th floor of the Necropolis of the Gods, the mountain-like flame tyrant strode forward on the rocky terrain, wielding that bloodlust great axe in his hand, twin eyes blazing with rage while also howling furiously. Instantly, all of the lava flows in the 6th floor began to bubble and rise up. Linley and the rest of the 10 major experts, hovering in mid-air, had a bad feeling. What should we do? Rosari asked quietly. The others were all silent. We lost the best opportunity that we had. To kill the flame tyrant a second time will be very difficult. Tulili's gaze was totally focused on the distant flame tyrant. Rutherford, Rosari, all we can do is to try again and see if we can succeed. Rutherford and Rosari all nodded slightly. Children! The flame tyrant roared furiously. All of you, attack. Kill them alongside me. As he spoke, the flame tyrant transformed into a fiery blur, carrying a terrifying howling sound with him as he charged forward. Although the flame tyrant was physically large, his speed was also extremely fast. The 10 major experts reacted in perfect unison. First, retreat backwards. By Rosari and the others sometime. Desri's voice rang out in the minds of the other 9 experts. Forbidden level spells, especially large-scale ones, needed a good period of time. The 10 major experts flew backwards at high speed like 10 meteors. All of them were extremely fast, not slower than the flame tyrant at all. HRMPH. The flame tyrant's furious snort could be heard. Gruel, a thickly dense crowd of magma demons began to surround them, coming from all corners. Can't allow ourselves to get corralled by these magma demons. Once our speed drops and the flame tyrant catches up, we'll be in terrible shape. Fane's voice rang out in the minds of the various experts. All of the experts present understood this logic. Instantly, the 7 major experts on the outside perimeter began to utilize their special skills. They had to protect the 3 inside their perimeter and make sure they weren't affected. Strange. Linley flew at high speed, but found out that not a single one of the magma demons dared approach him. The magma demons are all afraid to go near Linley. Desri, Fane, and the others, upon seeing this, didn't know whether to laugh or to cry. All they could do was to work hard to force each of the magma demons back. Against the other magical beast experts, or against the likes of Fane and Desri, the magma demons would at most be heavily injured. All the magma demons needed to do was rest and heal for a while, and they would be fine. But against Linley, as long as Linley's fist hit them, those magma demons' bodies would transform into powder, and they would become deader than dead. Linley, protect Rosari. Desri's voice rang out in Linley's mind. Understood. Linley flew closer towards Rosari. Instantly, none of the magma demons dared to attack Rosari either. Any that did attempt to attack Rosari, Linley would suddenly flash next to and swing a fist at. Linley's fist was death to any magma demons it touched. Kill that human female. The flame tyrant roared frantically. The Flame Tyrant knew how powerful Rosari was. The Flame Tyrant was a fire-type creature, while Rosari just so happened to be his nemesis. Although Desri was also a Grand Master Saint, to the likes of the Flame Tyrant, the threat he posed was far weaker than that of Rosari. Roar! 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 Instantly, a large number of the magma demons ground their teeth and, no longer paying Linley any more mind, roared with fury as they all charged towards Rosari. Wonderful, they are coming. Linley let out a loud laugh, sweeping his dark golden gaze across the many magma demons, and then he transformed into a gust of wind. Not only did his twin fists dance about, even his two legs whirled about in a dance of death like blades. Anything struck by Linley's legs were also instantly reduced to powder. Rumble! The temperature suddenly dropped precipitously. The previously boiling lava rivers suddenly congealed, transforming into flat rock. Even the scarlet-red coloration of the rocks turned to a dark black color. Countless amounts of frost and ice descended down from the heavens within an area of several kilometers around the Flame Tyrant. Water-style forbidden level magic, absolute zero. Rohair! The Flame Tyrant's entire body was covered with frost and ice as well, but then, letting out a loud bellow, its body, which had already turned a dark gray rocky color, suddenly once more slowly began to turn red. As for that layer of ice and frost covering it, it slowly began to thaw and melt. Seeing this, everyone had a bad feeling. His soul wasn't affected. Rosari's face changed. The forbidden level magic, absolute zero, also had a secondary soul-affecting attacking. Earlier, the first time they used it, the Flame Tyrant had felt dizzy due to the attack on his soul. But this time, the Flame Tyrant wasn't impacted at all. Whoosh! An invisible burst of energy erupted from Desri, striking towards the Flame Tyrant at astonishing speed. Instantly, it entered the Flame Tyrant's body. The Lightstyle Grand Magus Saint, Desri, was highly skilled at spiritual attacks. The bellows of the Flame Tyrant halted. Good. The eyes of Fane, Tololi, and the other experts lit up. Rutherford. Tololi growled. A lightning-quick flash. Rutherford's face was rather fierce, and his palms were completely covered with blue light. Anyone near Rutherford wouldn't be able to sense a hint of cold at all, because Rutherford had already reached an extremely high level of control over the freezing power of the elemental laws of water. But at this moment, below the Flame Tyrant, dozens of magma demons suddenly appeared, which simultaneously charged towards Rutherford, attempting to block him. Like a flash of blue lightning, Rutherford dodged past more than half the magma demons, and then landed successive blows with his palms against two of them. Those two magma demons instantly charged into blocks of ice, and with a crunch sound, the two magma demons instantly shattered into icy flakes. Die! Rutherford had already reached the Flame Tyrant, and he was about to strike down with his twin palms. Whoosh! The motionless Flame Tyrant's enormous body suddenly retreated at high speed, while at the same time, the Bloodlust great axe in his hand, gleaming with bloody aura, cast a dazzling, devilish flash of light as it chopped down towards Rutherford's head. The speed of this chop was extremely fast, and had reached a simply astonishing speed. Although the flying speed of the Flame Tyrant was lower than Rutherford's, the speed at which he wielded the Bloodlust great axe was terrifyingly fast. Careful! Linley, Desri, Fane, and the others grew worried. Ah! Rutherford raised his head and saw the freezing light of that 100-meter-long axe head chop down at him. He was terrified, his heart shaking. He didn't have the chance to run or flee, so all he could do was let out a furious roar, slamming his blue, glowing hands upwards in an attempt to block. Using his palms against the Bloodlust great axe. The two were simply incomparable. Clang! A metallic sound could be heard, and Rutherford's body was sent flying backwards like a meteor. But this time, the Flame Tyrant wasn't in a hurry to continue charging after him. He just stood there, laughing loudly. Rutherford! Tololi and the others immediately went forward to catch him. Rutherford's face was extremely pale. His arms were gone beneath the elbows, but the strange thing was, they weren't just cut off, they had completely disappeared. His shoulders and his clothes were torn and stained with blood. Don't touch that axe. That axe is very strange and very frightening. Rutherford said, his entire body still trembling. Desri immediately stretched out his hands and shot out a glittering, starlight-like ray of light, covering Rutherford's entire body. Rutherford's wounds began to regenerate at an astonishing speed, and even those two disappeared arms began to rapidly regrow. Haha, amusing, amusing. The Flame Tyrant actually began to laugh loudly. The Flame Tyrant is toying with us. Desri frowned. Linley glanced at the Flame Tyrant as well. The Flame Tyrant truly was toying with them. Perhaps just then, its earlier rage was just an act. In particular, Linley was certain of one thing: just then, when the Flame Tyrant was struck by Desri's spiritual attack,
it should have been faking its reaction. Otherwise, it would be too much of a coincidence for him to have suddenly recovered and attacked Rutherford at the critical moment. He wouldn't have been to seize the opportunity so perfectly, preventing Rutherford from even being able to flee. Ha! The Flame Tyrant's thunderous sound shook the world of the 5th floor. Amusing. Truly amusing. Are you very surprised? Indeed, the first time you attacked me, you had the chance to kill me. However, that was me being overconfident. The Flame Tyrant stared at the distant group of humans hovering in midair. Spiritual attacks? In terms of spirits, mine is incomparably powerful. In addition, I have bloodlust. The Flame Tyrant looked at the great axe in his hand. This is a true divine artifact. By relying on bloodlust, I can enter a bloodlust state. In this state, your spiritual attacks cannot harm me at all. Desri and Linley exchanged a glance. Terrible. Everyone felt the situation was grim. Originally, I could have perhaps spared 1 or 2 of you. But now, the Flame Tyrant's body began to faintly emit a bloodthirsty red light. All of you will die. As he finished speaking, the Flame Tyrant's body began to emit a crunch-crunch series of sounds. The Flame Tyrant's body was shrinking. The originally hundreds of meters tall Flame Tyrant, wreathed by flames and red light, soon transformed from being hundreds of meters in size to only a few dozen meters tall. Currently, the Flame Tyrant's body was completely covered with a layer of red light, and its aura had become even more terrifying. It has been a long time since I have been in my battle form. The Flame Tyrant's bloodlust great axe shrank by more than half as well. It truly was a divine artifact. Everyone, be careful. The 10 experts all felt that this matter had just become very dangerous. For now, they weren't sure how to deal with this Flame Tyrant. Swish! The Flame Tyrant's body flickered, transforming into a devilish, bloody red streak of light which cut through the air, so fast that he was comparable to Fane. In terms of speed, Fane, Bibi, and Desri had the fastest speed amongst the 10, while the others were a level lower in speed. The devilish red light surged towards Tullali. Tullali couldn't dodge in time. Break! Tullali's face was extremely ferocious. He let out an angry roar, smashing out with his twin fists. Clang! Tullali's twin arms immediately exploded apart, and he himself was smashed backwards like a meteor. Blood splattered everywhere from that vicious collision. Tullali, the prime saint with the greatest attack power of the 5, was knocked by a single blow into a state where his life or death was unknown. At this time, Linley and the rest of the 9 remaining experts fled to a distant location. Desri's body had transformed into a beam of light. He moved extremely fast and discovered Higginson and the others. Have you discovered the exit yet? Higginson and the other 20+ experts had been searching for the exit to the 7th floor this entire time. Can't find it. Higginson was both frantic and helpless. The exit? Ha! A great axe flashed past Desri's group, and Desri immediately grabbed Higginson and dodged in a flash. Blood flew everywhere, and a magical beast as well as 2 human saints were instantly bisected. Their corpses fell from the skies. The corpse of the magical beast fell onto the rocky ground, while the other 2 corpses fell directly into the river of lava. The distant Fane's face changed. 6th brother. You won't be able to find the tunnel. The Flame Tyrant, hovering in midair and wrapped by that red light, was laughing loudly. The exit to the 7th floor is actually in the center of the 6th floor, but I have over 1,000 of my children protecting it, and they have already fully blocked it off. If you want to enter the 7th floor, you have to kill over 1,000 of my children. Linley and the other experts felt their hearts tremble. Over 1,000. Linley and Bibi exchanged glances. Boss, even if I were the one to charge over, at most I'd be able to kill 10 before the Flame Tyrant reached the exit again. Bibi also realized how bad the situation was. This Flame Tyrant's speed was comparable to Bibi and Fane, but his attack, even the most powerful of them, Tullali, was far from being his match. If they kept fighting like this, not a single one of the experts present would survive. How can there be so many magma demons? Linley glanced at Desri. From what Desri had said, in total, there should only be 1,000 magma demons here on the 6th floor. Desri glanced at Linley. Linley, 3,000 years ago, we were beaten back as soon as we entered the 6th floor. 1,000 was just our estimate. Linley was speechless. Desri, give me a hand. Linley suddenly took a deep breath and said softly to the nearby Desri. HRM? Desri looked at Linley with surprise. This is my most powerful attack. If it doesn't work, then let's try to come up with a way to flee from the 6th floor. With a flip of his hands, Linley retrieved his adamantine heavy sword.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 11, Chapter 18, The Fate-Determining Strike. Book 11, Necropolis of the Gods, Chapter 18, The Fate-Determining Strike. Most powerful attack? Desri's eyes lit up, and he mentally said, "How confident are you?" "Right now, 70% confident." Linley said. "The prerequisite being I have to get near him." Linley stared at the distant Flame Tyrant. The Flame Tyrant, upon entering his battle form, had shrunk dramatically in size, and even the rocks making up his body had changed. One could imagine how dramatically the power of the Flame Tyrant's defense and speed had risen. Right now, the Flame Tyrant truly was terrifying, but to Linley, this sort of rocky defense was useless against him. If the Flame Tyrant didn't shrink in size and was still hundreds of meters tall, then the rocks making up his body alone would be nearly 100 meters thick. My profound truths of the earth, after traveling 100 meters, would probably have dropped in power to a fairly low level. It would be hard to destroy the gemstone core. But now, Linley was quite confident in his heart. Now that it is only a few dozen meters tall, the translucent rock should be fairly close to the outside layer of its stone body, perhaps not even 10 meters away. The closer the distance was, the less weakened the waves of the profound truths of the earth would be. At such a close distance, Linley was quite confident in himself. If I can't even kill him in a situation like this, then that Flame Tyrant should be a deity-level creature. Desri glanced at Linley, his eyes filled with surprise and delight. But right at that moment, the Flame Tyrant, which had been chatting with them just now, charged at them once again. He bellowed wildly, "Ha, puny humans, none of you will survive. All of you will die." As he spoke, he chopped out with his axe yet again. An expert who hadn't managed to dodge in time was chopped directly into two halves. Clay. Linley's face changed. Clay was a very open and valiant man, with extremely powerful defense. His weakness was his speed, but no matter how tough his defense was, it still couldn't withstand a single blow from the Flame Tyrant. "Hurry!" Desri, Fane, Rutherford, and Linley all retreated at high speed alongside the other major experts, pulling away from the murdering, bellowing Flame Tyrant. As they flew, Desri hurriedly spoke mentally to the others. "Rosari, Rutherford, Fane, Bibi, Cleo, and brothers. The three of you, listen up. Linley has 70% confidence in being able to kill that Flame Tyrant, but of course, he first has to be able to get close to its body." Desri's voice rang out in the minds of all the other experts. While flying at high speed, Rosari, Rutherford, and Fane all immediately looked at Linley. Linley nodded. "Good. I have the energy to just barely be able to force myself to cast one more absolute zero, but..." Rosari spoke back mentally as well. Rosari was also a Grand Magus Saint. Generally speaking, a Grand Magus Saint would only be able to cast a single wide effect forbidden level spell, and even if they had some sort of precious treasure, they would at most be able to cast 2. But Rosari was capable of casting 3, even in an environment such as the 6th floor. And clearly, the power of her spells had been modified and improved. First of all, the area of that absolute zero spell had been reduced greatly. It wasn't like how the books had written about it, with an area of dozens of square kilometers. But in terms of single target damage, it clearly was far more powerful as well. "We three brothers will defend Linley as he heads over towards the Flame Tyrant's body," one of the 3 six-eyed golden Anilions said. Linley and Fane stared in surprise at the 3 six-eyed golden Anilions. "You'll be able to take one of his hits?" The experts present were all a bit worried. The eldest of the 3 six-eyed golden Anilion, Cleo, snorted. "Don't worry. In the past, we 3 brothers, alongside with our father, encountered even more dangerous situations when we were in the Gabetos prison. Although the 3 of us haven't gained insight into other things, we have gained quite a bit of insight into life-saving measures. In the Gabetos planar prison, the 3 six-eyed golden Anilions had continuously struggled to stay alive. For them to be able to survive in that sort of environment was partially due to the protection of their father, Dylan, but their own power was one of the main reasons as well. I can also cast one more forbidden level spell. I hope it will be able to affect the Flame Tyrant," Desri said. "Boss." Bibi was frantic. "Bibi, no need." Linley knew Bibi's situation very well. Bibi's defense was extremely tough, but whether or not Bibi would be able to take a hit from the Flame Tyrant was something Linley wasn't certain about. After all, Bibi hadn't been alive for long enough. Although God-Eater rats had their own amazing powers, he hadn't gained insight into most of them yet. While flying at high speed, Desri was occasionally looking back and keeping an eye on the Flame Tyrant. But suddenly, Desri's face changed, and he let out a fierce, grief-stricken cry. "Hayward! A devilish blood-red hatchet cut a swathing blur through the air, and the fleeing fire-style Grand Magus Saint, Hayward, was chopped directly into two, with the chopped section disappearing into nothingness. Hayward's two chopped halves fell down from the air, collapsing into the lava river. No fun. The flame tyrant turned to stare at Lindley and the others. It's more interesting dealing with you people. You sure can run. The flame tyrant's body, dozens of meters high, transformed into a red blur, charging straight towards Lindley's group. As the flame tyrant charged towards them, it laughed loudly and wildly. Ha, no matter how you run, you'll still die. Ha ha. Only 11 or 12 of the experts in the group of 20-plus experts which Olivier and Hayward had been in were still alive. In a short period of time, more than 10 had perished. Phew. Olivier was hiding next to a boulder, and he secretly let out a relieved sigh. This flame tyrant, Olivier stared at that distant, terrifying red blur, and he couldn't help but shake his head toward himself. He was famous for his powerful attacks, but this flame tyrant was his bane. And right now, the flame tyrant was currently chasing after Lindley's group. Ha, fleeing as usual. The flame tyrant was laughing loudly, but he only finished half his words. Suddenly, Rosari turned around. Her long jade hair fluttering, she stared coldly at the distant flame tyrant as she extended her hands and pointed towards it. Countless amounts of snow and frost began to descend from nowhere. The extremely hot environment instantly transformed into a world of ice and snow, and the lava once again congealed. The flames around the flame tyrant's body were extinguished, and a layer of ice and frost covered it. Only, the flame tyrant's body continued to be covered by that layer of red light. Water style, forbidden level magic, absolute 0. This technique yet again. The flame tyrant bellowed angrily. This technique is useless against me. Although this spell wasn't very effective, the flame tyrant truly hated it. As a fire-type creature, the flame tyrant truly hated ice and snow. What he liked best was sleeping in the middle of hot lava. The 9 major experts halted in mid-air, with Rosari and Desri in the center. After Rosari finished casting her spell, Desri, who had been mumbling a spell this entire time, pointed one hand at the distant flame tyrant, and a holy aura suddenly descended. The sound of holy chanting could be heard, and dreamlike dots of white light suddenly surrounded the flame tyrant. An angel that was dozens of meters tall suddenly appeared out of nowhere, but its body was hazy and indistinct, as though it were an illusion. Behind the angel were 3 sets of wings. The sudden appearance of this massive angel caused the flame tyrant to be even more enraged. Lightstyle forbidden level magic, angelic descent. This angel wasn't a true angel, rather, it was a manifestation of lightstyle energy, much like the earthstyle forbidden level spell, World Protector. It wasn't a true life form. This sort of creature was very hard to deal with, because it was formed from pure energy. It didn't have any true vital points. The only thing that could be done was to cause it to use up all of its energy. F***CK off. The flame tyrant swung his great axe straight at it. This one blow from the great axe caused the illusionary 6-winged angel's body to shudder, and a good amount of its energy disappeared. What a ferocious axe. Desri's face changed, and with a sudden thought. The illusory 6-winged angel suddenly charged down, not giving the flame tyrant any chance to dodge. All 6 of its wings were spread, and it suddenly clutched tightly around the flame tyrant, preventing the flame tyrant from moving while its 6 wings wrapped around the flame tyrant as well. Explode. Desri softly spat out this single word. Bang! Even the rocky ground of the 6th floor shuddered, and a storm of energy blasted in every direction, breaking apart large amounts of stone. But right in the middle of that energy storm. Let's go! Lindley and the 3 6-eyed golden eye lions transformed into 4 blurs, charging forward. Lindley, let us deal with the attack of the flame tyrant. All you need to worry about is taking and killing him. The 3 6-eyed golden eye lions seemed very reliable and confident. Don't worry. Lindley held Blood Violet in one hand and the adamantine heavy sword in the other. The flame tyrant's body wasn't too badly damaged, but suffering 2 forbidden level spell attacks in a row had made the flame tyrant very angry. Bellowing madly, he charged forward once again, but as he did, the flame tyrant suddenly discovered that 4 blurs were already by his side. Detestable. The furious flame tyrant brandished his axe, chopping down. The bloodlust great axe glowed with that blood-red light as it descended, but the 3 6-eyed golden eye lions' bodies suddenly emitted a black substance, like some sort of form-fitting armor. The strangest part of it was, atop the black armor, there was a layer of dim, multicolored barrier. Bang! The 3 6-eyed golden eye lions didn't dodge at all, receiving the attack of that bloodlust great axe head-on as one unit. The translucent, multicolored barrier around their bodies caved downwards as the 3 brothers received the blow of the bloodlust great axe, while Lindley transformed into a black rainbow as he charged next to the flame tyrant.
While charging, Linley struck out with the adamantine heavy sword in his hand.
HRMPH, the Flame Tyrant didn't fear Linley's attack in the slightest.
In his battle form, his defense was several times greater than it had been originally.
He didn't fear any saint-level human experts at all. What he did care about was these 3 six-eyed golden lions.
The adamantine heavy sword moved with grace, but it was as fast as lightning, and it struck directly against the chest of the Flame Tyrant.
Clink.
A very gentle, soft sound. The previously confident Flame Tyrant suddenly froze. A strange vibration seemed to completely ignore the defense of his rocky body, and in fact actually caused the countless stones which made up its body to begin to vibrate, as it made its way to his inner core. When the vibrational waves reached the translucent gemstone which was his core,
the power of Linley's full-force strike suddenly exploded.
The fierce, profound power of the Earth's vibrational waves caused the translucent gemstone to instantly begin to crack, and then,
boom!
The translucent stone completely shattered into countless fragments. Profound truths of the Earth, throbbing pulse of the world, 64 layered waves. Linley's most powerful attack. Rumble, the Flame Tyrant stared at Linley in disbelief. The fire that had been wrapped around his body was extinguished, and the fire that lit his eyes grew dim as well. His enormous body transformed into countless boulders which began to fall from the sky. With the translucent stone shattered, the Flame Tyrant's body itself began to crumble.
Success!
Desri called out, wildly overjoyed.
Ah, boss, success!
Even Bibi began to shout in joy. As for the extremely ashen-faced Rosari, even she revealed a hint of excitement as she smiled. Rutherford and Fane also stared at the distant Linley, hovering in midair. It was Linley who had finally killed the Flame Tyrant and rescued everyone.
The king is dead. The dozens of nearby magma demons, seeing this, were completely stupefied.
The king whom they all felt to be invincible had been trampling these humans just a few moments ago, but now, he was dead.
This axe is so strange. One of the 3 six-eyed golden lions flew directly downwards.
The Bloodlust Great Axe had already shrunk to the size of a human palm, and it had fallen by the side of a lava river. The 6-eyed golden lion grabbed the axe, then flew back up.
Linley, this divine artifact is yours. The 6-eyed golden lion offered the dark red hatchet to Linley.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Book 11, Chapter 19, 3 Divine Artifacts.
Book 11, Necropolis of the Gods, Chapter 19, 3 Divine Artifacts. Linley looked at the dark red hatchet. Not long ago, this hatchet was over 100 meters long, but now, it is so tiny. Linley, in his heart, valued this axe very highly. Most importantly, that Flame Tyrant was only a Prime Saint-level expert, and yet in his hands, this axe was capable of such tremendous power. Linley thought of his own Blood Violet sword. Both of them are divine artifacts, but in my hands, Blood Violet is only capable of unleashing a portion of its power, but... Linley understood that his own Blood Violet was perhaps an even more terrifying weapon, but at the Saint level, he simply wasn't capable of fully unleashing the power of Blood Violet. It was much the same with the Coiling Dragon Ring.
The current Linley couldn't actively utilize the Coiling Dragon Ring at all.
The more powerful an artifact was, the greater the requirements were for activating it. However, this divine artifact axe was something which even saints could use.
To a saint, this axe was a better weapon. Linley, take it. You made the greatest contributions in killing the Flame Tyrant. Desri flew over as well. Linley suddenly thought of Barker and said, then I won't hesitate.
At the same time, Linley accepted the dark red hatchet, storing it into his interspatial ring. I hope Barker survived. If he truly, well, I'll gift this axe to Gates and the others. Linley still felt guilt in his heart towards Barker.
The Flame Tyrant is finally dead.
But Hayward and the others, Desri felt extremely miserable right now.
Higginson, Olivier, and the rest of the 12 remaining experts flew over from afar. There had originally been over 20 of them. But now, only a few were left.
Big brother. Higginson was in great pain as well. Desri and Higginson looked at each other, agony in their eyes. But they understood, ever since they chose to come to the necropolis of the gods, they set on a path where they could not blame others if they died. Actually, Hayward had already lived for thousands of years.
Dying now wasn't a big deal.
After all, these people had already experienced many things in life. Olivier looked at Linley, a hint of a resigned smile on his lips.
This Linley saved me yet again. Olivier was a very arrogant person and he hated owing others. But Linley had saved him twice now. Linley, your attack is very unique. Rutherford sighed in amazement.
That flame tyrant had incredible defense, but your attack seemed to completely ignore it.
Linley didn't try to hide anything.
This is an attack which I have gained insight into which can ignore the target's defense. What a bizarre, shocking attack.
Fane sighed in amazement as well. The nearby experts all felt their heart shudder. Linley was a Dragonblood warrior, and thus his natural talent was at the absolute peak of what humans could reach.
But now, Linley's understanding of the laws had reached such a terrifying level as well.
Linley was more powerful than others in both aspects.
With those aspects combined, it could be said that his attack power was the greatest amongst the saints of the Yulan continent.
The number one saint-level expert of the Yulan continent, that is you. Desri sighed approvingly as he looked at Linley.
I only possess powerful offense and decent defense.
In terms of speed, I cannot compare to you and Fane, Desri. Linley replied honestly.
The understandings he had gained in the elemental laws of the wind were still very far from the level of mastery.
Right. How is Tulali?
Rosari, looking much better now, suddenly said.
Let's go see if he is still alive. Right. Fane and Desri nodded as well.
Tulali was the prime saint with the most powerful attack of the group, after all. If they wanted to make it further into the necropolis of the gods, they couldn't lack someone like him. Linley and the others immediately flew towards the place where Tulali's body had collapsed and landed next to him.
Moments later.
Next to the boiling hot river of lava, his body covered with blood, Tulali was currently seated cross-legged on a stone. His arms were completely shattered, and even one of his legs had been partially torn off. There was a large amount of fresh blood on his chest.
Tulali. Desri flew over. You are lucky to be alive. Tulali, seeing Desri fly over, revealed a bitter smile on his face. I was almost finished just then. Desri, give me a hand, your powers in utilizing healing energy is the best amongst all saints.
Desri immediately stretched his hand out and immediately released healing magic. At Desri's level, he was capable of instacasting light-style magic of the 9th rank. But Olivier, despite also training in the laws of light, was a warrior, after all. His healing abilities were far inferior to Desri's.
Rosari, Rutherford, and Fane all landed as well.
Tulali looked at the four of them, then said in surprise, Desri, how can you all be so leisurely?
Can it be that you killed the flame tyrant? What method did you use to kill him? Tulali was extremely surprised.
He had personally witnessed the terrible might of the flame tyrant.
It was Linley who killed him.
Rosari said, while pointing at the distant Linley, who was still in mid-air.
Tulali raised his head and glanced at Linley. Linley? Right.
All by himself, he landed one sword against the body of the flame tyrant, and then the flame tyrant died.
Desri sighed in praise.
In terms of attack power, Linley has to now be ranked number 1 amongst the saints of the Yulan continent.
Soon, Tulali's injuries were completely healed. That exit to the 7th floor is in the center, where the magma demons are clustering.
The most powerful group of saints in the Yulan continent flew directly towards the center of the 6th floor. Indeed, there were a large number of magma demons clustering here.
That draconian is coming. Flee, quick. Seeing Linley, the many magma demons were so terrified that they immediately fled. Yet again, they call me a draconian. Linley shook his head and sighed, while BB snickered, Boss, those fellows have no experience. They don't know what a Dragonblood warrior is.
They only know about the relatively common draconian race which lives in the other realms.
Compared to your Dragonblood warrior lineage, Boss, those draconians are far weaker. As they spoke, the many experts landed.
There was no need to fight.
Linley's prestige from being the slayer of the flame tyrant had caused the many magma demons scurrying everywhere in terror. The exit.
The experts immediately saw the nearby stairway. They were now in the heart of the volcano, and the stairways here emanated with a black aura. This was the exit to the 7th floor.
Hey, what's that? BB flew over.
Next to stairway, there were 2 weapons there. One of the 2 weapons was a blood-red scimitar, while the other one was a magistaff. The magistaff was topped with a large gemstone, and the powerful energy coursing through it filled Linley with awe.
2 divine artifacts.
Desri said in astonishment, and Fane and Tulali were both shocked and delighted as well.
2 divine artifacts?
Linley was somewhat surprised.
But then, Linley instantly understood.
Lord Beirut had previously said that only on the 11th floor of the necropolis of the gods would divine sparks appear, and that the first 10 floors wouldn't have any divine sparks.
However, the first 10 floors might have divine artifacts.
This is the necropolis of the gods.
Many deities have died here. It is normal that they left behind some divine artifacts. Linley knew very well that divine artifacts weren't nearly as valuable as divine sparks. The 6th floor was so hard to defeat that for there to be a total of 3 divine artifacts here wasn't too strange, actually. There are 2 more divine artifacts here. How should we divide them? BB stood next to the divine artifacts and said in a loud voice. This. Everyone was silent. Many people turned to look at Linley. On the 6th floor, the person who had truly rendered the greatest merit was Linley. But of course, Rosari and the 6-eyed golden Anilions had contributed as well. In terms of dividing up the divine artifacts, only people who had contributed should be awarded the divine artifacts. Linley didn't say anything. He had already taken one of them. If he took too many, others would feel unhappy as well. Everyone, let me take this scimitar. I won't take any of the other divine artifacts that appear in the higher floors. In addition, consider this as me, Tolali, owing all of you a favor. Tolali said with sincerity. This scimitar truly is the type of weapon which I like the most. Scimitar. The warriors of the Great Plains to the Far East commonly used scimitars, and Tolali himself had reached an extremely high level of skill in using them. Only, at Tolali's level, ordinary good weapons weren't as effective as Tolali's fists. However, divine artifacts were different. Divine artifacts were usually wielded by deities, and from this, one could imagine how powerful they were. Linley, what do you say? Fane and Desri looked at Linley. Tolali also looked hopefully towards Linley. Truthfully speaking, Tolali rarely was so nervous, but he truly was worried right now that Linley would refuse. If Linley didn't agree, there was nothing he could do. After all, on the 6th floor, Linley had essentially saved his life. I have no objections. Linley smiled as he spoke. Although Tolali was at a very high level of enlightenment, he still felt a strong surge of excitement in his heart. Linley, thank you. Tolali said solemnly towards Linley. Tolali wasn't a very good talker, but these 2 words, thank you, included boundless gratitude. With Linley having no objection, Rosari naturally had no objection either. As for the others, none of them were qualified to object. Tolali immediately grabbed the blood scimitar. With this scimitar, my power will multiply several times over. Tolali was boundlessly excited. Alright, the scimitar has been distributed. The Magistaff? BB pointed at the Magistaff. Boss, Delia needs a Magistaff, right? BB said. Rosari, a Grand Magus Saint, had wanted to claim this divine artifact of a Magistaff for herself, but hearing BB's words, she no longer could speak. Linley was paying attention to the look on Rosari's face. There will be divine artifacts on the 7th and the 8th floors as well. And it's hard to say whether Delia will need a divine artifact or not. Linley said mentally to BB. He wasn't a person who couldn't see the big picture. He immediately laughed and said, it is better if we make immediate use of this divine artifact. That way, we have a better chance of surviving in the higher floors. Linley looked at Rosari and Desri. Rosari, Desri, the 2 of you are Grand Magus Saints. You 2 decide who this divine artifact will go to. Rosari, you take it, Desri immediately said. On the 6th floor, the various experts would prepare for roughly a month, and Rosari and Tolali grew accustomed to their new divine artifacts as well. The first group of 10 major experts all remained here on the 6th floor, while only 3 of the experts in the second group remained. The others had all given up and returned to the 5th floor. One of the 3 experts remaining in the second group was Olivier. Higginson had given up. Clearly, Hayward's death had negatively impacted him quite a bit. After all, the upcoming 7th, 8th, and 9th floors would not be any less dangerous than the 6th floor. A month passed in the blink of an eye. Next to the flowing river of lava, Desri spoke out. Let's go. Linley, Tolali, Rosari, Fane, Rutherford, Olivier, and the others all rose to their feet. Everyone had reached their peak condition over the course of this month. Including Olivier's group of 3, the 13 experts continued up into the stairway to the next floor. Necropolis of the Gods, Floor 7. Phew! As soon as the 13 experts of the Yulan continent entered the 7th floor, they felt a breeze. How comfortable. Linley's lips had a hint of a smile about them. Compared to the scorching hot environment of the 6th floor, the environment of the 7th floor was much better. The 7th floor was a desert world, but Linley and the others had entered an oasis amongst the desert. This oasis was extremely large, at least 10 square kilometers in size. The 13 experts carefully inspected their surroundings, all of them on their guard. There's water in the distance. BB saw the lake in the middle of the oasis, and couldn't help but feel excited. Hey! What's going on with the plants in this place? Why is the grass here so sharp? Desri frowned as he spoke. Suddenly, the oasis suddenly moved, and tens of thousands of tendrils of vegetation rose into the sky, as this oasis of 10 square kilometers in size suddenly enveloped all of the experts within. Linley, as well, was suddenly trapped in this prison of countless blades of grass and leaves. Not good. Linley's face changed dramatically, and a devilish flash of violet light suddenly flashed out in his hand. Ah! A miserable scream split the air from afar. In the blink of an eye, another expert had been heavily injured or killed. Who knew which of the 13 it was? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 11, Chapter 20, The Magical Beasts in Action. Book 11, Necropolis of the Gods, Chapter 20, The Magical Beasts in Action. The thick, dense grass had completely surrounded Linley in an airtight seal, and the surrounding grass and leaves were gurgling. The grass tendrils were wildly squeezing down, and in the blink of an eye, the pressure was so great that Linley's face began to change color. The strength of this pressure alone would instantly crush most saints into meat pulp. Linley said to himself. This plant lifeform is dozens of times more formidable than the plant lifeform on the second floor. Linley didn't dare to waste any time. Break! Blood violet in his hands flashed. Wherever blood violet passed by, spacetime froze and then folded over itself, and a spatial blade appeared at the blade of the weapon. Although the grass tendrils were tens of times more durable than the vines of the plant lifeform of the second floor, in front of blood violet, they were still chopped open as easily as pieces of cloth. Bang! Dot! The shattered pieces of grass and tendrils exploded everywhere, and Linley shot out of the prison of dense grass like an arrow. Boss, I'm fine. A tunnel suddenly appeared in another distant ball of grass, and then BB, his entire body covered with black light, flew out at high speed. BB, what technique is this? Linley felt joy in his heart. I'm a deity-level magical beast, the God-Eater Rat. BB raised his little head proudly, but then BB noticed the scene not too far away. A large amount of grass had formed a massive ball, clearly surrounding a person, and within that massive ball of grass, a faint hint of white light could be seen. Boss, Desri's not looking so good. BB instantly recognized that it was Desri who was radiating that white light. Linley had noticed as well. Without hesitating at all, he immediately flew over there while sending out his spiritual energy to scout the situation inside. He clearly saw that inside, Desri's body was covered with a faintly glowing armor of light that was protecting his entire body, while many white arrows of light were attacking the grass surrounding him wildly. Unfortunately, the grass tendrils were simply too durable. Swish! Blood violet flew out and multiple rays of violet light flashed past the grass, chopping them apart. Desri escaped from his prison. Upon seeing it was Linley, he immediately said, "Thanks. That grass monster really was tough. Even my instacast spells of the 9th rank weren't able to break through it. Without your help, it really would have been problematic." A red light suddenly flashed by, and grass flew everywhere. Tullali, wielding that divine artifact, the blood-red scimitar, flew out and into the skies. With this scimitar, Tullali was like a tiger who had been given wings. Tullali even roared angrily, "Who is it? Don't skulk around. If you have any ability, come and fight us openly." Bang! Yet another ball of grass exploded, and Rutherford, his entire body covered with blue light, escaped from his imprisonment as well. One expert after another escaped. However, at present, Olivier's situation was quite dire. Just now, surrounded and crushed by those countless tendrils of grass, Olivier didn't have the chance to react at all. And he suddenly discovered. All of the blades of grass crushing him suddenly began to grind against him at high speed. These grass tendrils all had extremely sharp edges, and this constant high-speed grinding made these grass tendrils constantly slice against his body like sharp fangs, or a sawtooth which a farmer might use to plow the earth. In the blink of an eye, Olivier's body was sliced open. HRMPH! Olivier's eyes turned cold. Swish! A brilliant light flashed, and shattered bits of grass flew everywhere. His long, flowing hair colored both black and white, and with that black icy sword in his hands, Olivier flew into the air. Only, Olivier's body had a hint of blood on it. Olivier was secretly shocked. What a fierce saw! The 13 experts floated there in mid-air. Desri looked around him, then let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, no one died. Olivier glanced at a nearby saint. This human saint's waist already had a huge wound around the waist. Karasa, Kalu-OSA, that really was quite dangerous. You almost lost your life. That man named Karasa let out an exhausted breath as well. Very nearly. That creature's teeth were simply too fierce. If I had been slightly slower in reacting, those grass tendrils probably would have plunged into my body.
Plunged into your body? Linley and Fane, upon hearing this, couldn't help but feel shocked.
If the grass tendrils were to enter one's body, most likely they would ravage the internal organs almost instantly.
Don't move. Desri flew to one of the human experts, executing healing magic on him. This Karasa was one of the 3 experts in the second group.
The 3 experts in that second group consisted of 2 humans, Karasa and Olivier, and 1 magical beast, a black-scale scorpion king. Black-scale scorpions were generally beasts of the 9th rank, but this black-scale scorpion king had trained to the peak saint level, which was quite incredible and rare.
I hate encountering these plant life forms. Linley lowered his head, studying the area around him.
The area below was covered in sand. The previous oasis had already completely disappeared, leaving behind only some tendrils of shattered grass. Linley had earlier witnessed with his own eyes those undamaged tendrils of grass sink down into the sand and disappear.
Let's go, Desri said.
If that plant creature doesn't bother us again, let's not waste the time to deal with it either.
The most important thing right now is to find the entrance to the 8th floor. Let's go. Linley and the others all nodded.
The 13 experts didn't pay any more attention to that plant creature, quickly flying away and beginning their search in the boundless desert.
Yet another oasis up ahead.
Fane frowned and shouted loudly.
Linley took a close look.
Indeed, in the distance, there was a hazy hint of green. Upon flying a bit closer to it, everyone could clearly see that it was indeed a massive oasis. After the previous experience, however, nobody would be incautious again.
Let's not get too close. Rosari shook her head. Let's stay farther away from it. That monster is very hard to deal with.
Everyone agreed, and the group intentionally made their way around the oasis. But after Linley's group flew away in another direction, that green oasis actually sank down into the sand, while the sand itself began to tremble slightly. The direction the vibrations in the sand were heading, at high speed, was, quite coincidentally, the direction in which Linley's group were flying.
HRM?
The black-scale scorpion king, at the very back of the line, glanced downwards and then immediately shouted in warning, "Everyone, be careful. That monster is currently hurrying towards us at high speed from below the sand."
In the mountain range of magical beasts would often launch ambushes from below. As a saint-level magical beast, the black-scale scorpion was quite familiar with this type of attack. That really does seem to be the case.
Linley, Fane, Tullali, and the others all halted in mid-air, staring below. If one looked carefully, one would be able to see that on the surface of the sand, there were 1 or 2 barely noticeable tendrils of grass. This sort of plant creature could use all of the grass as its eyes. Wherever the grass could see, it could see as well. What should we do? Linley, Desri, and the others looked at each other. To kill this plant creature was very troublesome, but how could they just allow it to follow in such a sinister manner? Swoosh! Swoosh! Like 2 sharp arrows, 2 long tendrils of green grass suddenly shot out from beneath the sand, wrapping themselves around Desri's legs in almost the same instant. These 2 tendrils of grass were as thick as a man's arm, and there were a large number of smaller blades of grass on top of them as well.
In an instant, they surrounded Desri.
Swish! They suddenly pulled downwards, hard. The 2 tendrils of grass had shot out at simply too fast a pace.
Shooting out, wrapping around, pulling down.
In the blink of an eye, Desri was pulled down. Desri let out a furious roar, while at the same time, sending a wild mindstorm towards the below area.
Not good.
The faces of Linley and the others changed, and they immediately chased downwards as well. Thud, Desri was pulled directly into the sand, and in the blink of an eye, he disappeared from everyone's field of vision. The surface of the sand looked so ordinary, as though nothing had happened.
Go down! Bibi shouted loudly. Bibi, the 3 six-eyed golden lions, the black-scale scorpion didn't hesitate at all. The 5 magical beasts shrank in size rapidly while charging down into the desert.
It was very troublesome to dig when one was physically large.
Compared to magical beasts, human experts definitely weren't as fast when they tunneled through the ground.
Fane, Rosari, Tullali, and the rest of the 7 waited there in midair, not knowing what to do. Right now, we can only place our hopes on Bibi and the others. Hopefully, they'll be able to rescue Desri.
Linley himself wasn't able to do anything.
If he entered the sand, first of all, his digging speed would be lowered by half, and he simply wouldn't be able to chase down the plant creature.
That grass monster's tendrils are simply too fast. They move like an expert wielding a sword. Tullali was frowning.
In a flash, they wrapped around Desri's legs. In addition, just then, Desri utilized a spiritual attack, but it seemed to not have any effect.
It's impossible for it to have any effect.
Linley shook his head.
That monster's body was as large as the oasis itself, 10 square kilometers. Just now, only its tendrils were revealed. Its main body is most likely many kilometers away from us.
Desri wasn't certain where the monster's body was.
For him to just wildly cast his spiritual energy without knowing where to aim, it would be impressive if he was able to harm it at all.
Olivier let out a cold sneer. That Desri was looking to be killed.
Why would you say such a thing?
Fane and the others looked unhappily at Olivier.
Olivier glanced at them, then said calmly, "The necropolis of the gods has countless creatures here, and the techniques one would use against humans aren't necessarily suitable.
This Desri is just a grand mega saint.
When faced with a sudden attack, at most he would be able to instacast a spell.
But how powerful could the spells he is capable of instacasting be? Against these sorts of monsters, those spells don't pose a threat at all.
And yet, he still came to the necropolis of the gods.
Isn't that looking to be killed? What sort of talk is this?" Rosari was somewhat unhappy.
Grand Magus Saints are poor at close combat, but upon reaching the deity level and upon gaining their divine body, they will naturally have their deficiencies in close combat addressed.
Fane said.
But Linley actually felt that Olivier's words made some sense.
Grand Magus Saints were indeed weak when facing sudden attacks.
So? Olivier said calmly, after becoming a deity, one will indeed be transformed and gain a divine body.
Divine bodies are extremely powerful and suited for close combat. Olivier laughed mockingly, but then, why wait until becoming a deity?
Can't a Grand Magus Saint, upon reaching the saint level, spend a little bit of time and effort on his close combat skills? To the likes of Desri, a few hundred years is nothing much.
To have a Grand Magus Saint become a warrior saint as well? Do you think it's as easy as that?
Fane frowned as he spoke.
Enough. Linley said. Enough talk.
Everyone has their own opinions.
Linley's face suddenly had a look of delight on it.
Excellent, that creature has been dragged out.
Dragged out?
Everyone was surprised and delighted, immediately looking downwards. The sand below began to rumble, and then rose up. Finally, with a boom sound, sand exploded everywhere, and the first one to fly out was Desri. Desri's body was covered with bloodstains, and his face was rather pale. Upon seeing Linley and the others, he still let out a chuckle.
That was really dangerous. Boss, we're coming. Bibi's voice rang out.
And then, Bibi also emerged from the sands, while in Bibi's claws there was a thick tendril of grass, the thickness of a man's arm. Using the thick tendril of grass, he actually dragged out the monster from below, and an enormous creature appeared in front of everyone. This was a creature at least 10 stories high, and its entire body was covered by thick, earthen yellow tendrils of grass roots, at least the size of a house. The grass roots surrounding the monster's body were only 100 meters long at most. Clearly, all of the longer grass tendrils had already been broken off.
Bibi dragged the monster up, while below came the 3 six-eyed golden lions and the black scale scorpion. This fellow still wants to flee?
Geez, Bibi, holding the tendril in his hands, easily spun the massive creature a few times in midair, as though it were a giant windmill.
Boss, I thought it would be very powerful, but I didn't expect it to be as soft as a persimmon. Boss, how do you want to deal with this monster? Your call. The black scale scorpion flew over as well. This fellow really was nothing special.
It only knew those 2 or 3 attacks.
When we drew near it, it was finished.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 11, Chapter 21, The Queen Mother, Lakapal. Book 11, Necropolis of the Gods, Chapter 21, The Queen Mother, Lakapal.
Don't kill me.
A gravelly, terrified voice rang out. The monster, which had been spun around like a windmill, suddenly came to a halt.
Bibi dangled it there by one of its tendrils and shouted at it, "What, are you afraid now?" Too late. Boss, we're going to kill this monster anyhow. Let me just take care of it now. Linley nodded slightly, and Desri and the others didn't say anything. Just then, this monster clearly wanted to kill Desri. How would they so easily spare it? Halt!
The huge maw of the monster howled fiercely.
Bibi chortled twice, looking at the monster. Halt? Are you afraid to die? Bibi, stop wasting your breath on it. Linley spoke. You can't kill me. If you kill me, you will all die. The monster roared in its gravelly voice.
Linley, Desri, Fane, and the others all looked at each other, and then glanced with amusement at this already captured plant lifeform.
Fane laughed loudly. If we kill you, we'll all die? Go on and tell us, how will you kill us? Only now did the monster let out a sigh of relief.
Seeing the attitude of these people, it came to a decision, and it sounded out with its hoarse voice, if you kill me, I myself will not be able to seek revenge.
But, you need to understand that in the 7th floor of the necropolis of the gods, I'm not the only one of my kind here, right? Linley frowned.
On the 6th floor, they had encountered the Flame Tyrant, and many people had died there.
Killing the Flame Tyrant had been an extremely dangerous task. The danger of this 7th floor shouldn't be lower than that of the 6th.
It wouldn't be as simple as just disposing of this plant creature.
Speak.
Thane frowned as he barked at it.
The experts all looked at the monster.
On the 7th floor of the necropolis of the gods, I am only an ordinary creature. The truly powerful creature here is the Queen Mother.
The monster's voice had a hint of arrogance in it. I urge you to let me go.
If you kill me, the Queen Mother will definitely slaughter you all.
The Queen Mother? Linley frowned in puzzlement.
One of the six-eyed golden lions explained to the other people present, in the other planes, there are some special life forms that are divided into a mother component and child components. Those child components are given birth to by the mother component, and the power of the mother is hundreds of times that of the children.
Actually, the hornet-type magical beasts are a good example of this.
Each clan has just one queen mother, and the other magical beasts are all her children.
Mother component? Child component? Queen Mother? Linley and the others were all secretly surprised.
If this was the case, then the power of the Queen Mother would be far greater than that of its children.
Right.
The relationship between myself and the Queen Mother is the relationship between a mother component and a child component.
The monster immediately said.
You had best release me. If you kill me, the Queen Mother will definitely sense it, and at that time, you will have incurred the Queen Mother's wrath.
You will definitely die.
The monster seemed very self-confident. The power of the Queen Mother wasn't something which it, a child component, could compare with.
What should we do? Desri looked at Linley and asked him.
Amongst this group, Linley's status had slowly risen, especially after his performance in the 6th floor. After all, his power was clearly greater than that of everyone else.
In addition, Tullali and the others had been assisted by Linley. To kill, or not to kill? Linley hesitated a bit as well.
He couldn't tell if this creature was telling the truth or not.
Whoosh!
A sudden gust of wind. One of the six-eyed golden lions charged at the monster, while at the same time, its body dramatically increased to the size of a titanic dragon. Its scaly, gold fur-covered sharp claws also reached several meters in thickness, and its thick, massive claws ripped viciously down at the creature.
The monster couldn't help but want to let out a scream of terror.
The six-eyed golden lion's 6 eyes simultaneously sent out rays of black light, and as soon as the 6 rays of light enveloped the monster was no longer able to move.
Bang!
The sharp claws, carrying a faint, space-ripping power, slashed down on the monster's body, pausing only slightly while cutting through it. And then, like a vase being shattered into pieces, the monster's body exploded into 4 or 5 fragments, with green liquid flowing forth. Although describing it took some time, in truth, this happened in the blink of an eye.
The six-eyed golden lion had killed the monster in a twinkling. Why did you kill him?
Rosari's eyes, flashing with a faint green light, stared at the six-eyed golden lion.
She asked coldly, aren't you afraid of drawing the attention of the Queen Mother? If you don't want to be killed by the Queen Mother, then follow me. The six-eyed golden lion didn't explain anything, immediately flying towards a certain direction. The other 2 six-eyed golden lions immediately followed.
Linley, Desri, and the others were puzzled, but they still followed and flew behind them. After flying for roughly 100 kilometers, the 3 six-eyed golden lions came to a stop.
What is going on? Linley asked.
We killed him, so the Queen Mother would probably chase after us. Rutherford said with a frown.
The leader of the six-eyed golden lions laughed, revealing its fangs as it grinned. You people are really stupid. That monster said a few words, and you really believed it? Just 1 or 2 words made you afraid to kill it? The other 2 six-eyed golden lions had laughter in their eyes as well.
The 3 six-eyed golden lions had been alongside Dylan for countless years, and the amount of experience they had, the likes of Linley and the others could not possibly match.
What? Can it be that what the monster was saying about it being a child component and there being a Queen Mother on the 7th floor was a lie? Thane asked. No, that part should be true. The six-eyed golden lion nodded its great head. That sort of plant life form, we 3 brothers have encountered before in the Gabados planar prison.
Plant-type creatures generally do have queen mothers, and the power of the Queen Mother is indeed hundreds of times greater than that of its children.
And yet you still killed it? Karasa frowned. Linley was puzzled as well. The six-eyed golden anilion snorted. You don't even understand this?
This Queen Mother can give birth to hundreds on thousands of child components. To the Queen Mother, its children are nothing more than little soldiers.
Have you ever seen an emperor who immediately went to seek revenge for the sake of the death of a single soldier? The black-scale scorpion also rumbled. Amongst the hornet-type magical beasts, the deaths of ordinary soldiers is indeed paid little attention to by the Queen Mothers.
That's just the first reason. The second reason is, it would be good if the Queen Mother chases after us.
The six-eyed golden anilion said. HRM?
Everyone was puzzled.
Why was it good for the Queen Mother to chase after them?
The other six-eyed golden anilion said,
Remember the sixth floor? At first, the flame tyrant was next to the corridor, but after leaving, it ordered the 1,000+ magma demons to block up the tunnel. Same logic. Their responsibility is to prevent us from leaving.
I expect that the Queen Mother should be next to the exit to the 8th floor.
Right. Fane nodded.
This logic was very simple.
Only, the experts present hadn't thought of it. Would killing one of her child components make the Queen Mother leave the tunnel? What a joke. If she truly left, we would actually be able to seize the opportunity to find the tunnel and immediately enter the 8th floor. The six-eyed golden anilion licked its lips. Let's keep looking for the tunnel.
However, while searching for the tunnel, it's best to be careful. You cannot compare the child monster to its Queen Mother.
All of them knew this to be true, and they immediately went to look for the monster.
None of them dared to be rash. After all, the Queen Mother was here, somewhere. The creator of this necropolis of the gods has really spent quite a bit of effort. Linley, while flying in search of the tunnel, had to sigh inwardly with praise. Linley had never seen the likes of the flame tyrant or these plant creatures. But if it truly was developed by a sovereign, then perhaps he would only need to have his subordinates go search for these strange, unique races and bring them here.
Linley sighed in his heart. They continued searching. This desert world was extremely vast, and each time, before flying too far, they would see some oases from afar. They weren't afraid, and they would immediately fly over to see if there were any tunnels near the oases. If the oases transformed into a monster to attack them, then, the 5 magical beasts would immediately go kill the monster. After a long time,
the wind blew across the desert world, whirling the sand high in the air, some dunes rising while other places sinking down. Along with the gust of wind, rustle, rustle, a large amount of sand rolled about, revealing a black rocky wall.
Look! That seems to be the exit.
Fane pointed excitedly off into the distance, and everyone saw it as well. Everyone here had excellent vision. That black rock wall, in the yellow desert, stood out very much.
That is definitely the tunnel. Linley and the others immediately flew over.
Whoosh! Linley summoned a gust of wild wind which immediately landed against the stone wall, blowing the sand on it off into the distance, instantly revealing the full edifice that had been covered by the sand. This was a black, pyramid-like structure. Beneath the black pyramid, there was a 10-meter-tall set of stairs, and the faint black glow let everyone here know that they had found the right place. This sort of black glowing stairway was the symbol of the exit. Rumble, suddenly, countless vines and tendrils of grass erupted from around the tunnel beneath the black pyramid. In virtually the blink of an eye, the entire black pyramid was covered by countless rattans and grass tendrils, and even the exit tunnel was completely sealed off airtight. With the black pyramid at the center, within an area of 100 square kilometers, countless rattans and grass vines rose up towards the sky. Linley and the others felt their hearts tremble, and they immediately flew back and flew higher. Ha! A clear voice rang out from below, and then from within the countless vines and grass tendrils, an enormous green light charged upwards into the sky, then came to a halt in midair. The green female creature stood there in midair. She was fully 10 meters tall, but her body was covered with countless intersecting vines and tendrils of grass. At the same time, in the area around her body, there were countless vines and roots that were nearly 1,000 meters long. Her tendrils and vines were clearly different from those of the child components. This was because the countless tendrils and vines around her were so green that they seemed nearly translucent. It was as though they weren't plants, but were a type of soft, translucent gem-like material. It was an extremely strange thing. It's been so long since an outsider has come. The green female laughed as she spoke. This period of time has been so boring. Humans. Oh, what beautiful bodies. I like human bodies. Oh. Before that, let me introduce myself first. The green female creature swept everyone with her gaze. I am La Chapelle. You can address me as the Queen Mother. As we thought. Lindley and the others grew still more cautious. Lindley and the others carefully inspected this La Chapelle. La Chapelle's tendrils were a soft green color, like a gemstone's. Just from appearance alone, they were far larger than the tendrils of the child components as well.
La Chapelle. One of the six-eyed golden lions said in its loud voice.
I trust you have encountered other outsiders here before as well, and won't necessarily want to make trouble for us. I hope you can allow us into the tunnel, as otherwise, if we fight all out against you, I think you won't have a good time of it either. The Queen Mother, La Chapelle, stared at the three six-eyed golden lions.
Oh, threatening me. How intriguing. Then let me see if you have that level of ability.
While she was still speaking, suddenly. Swish! The Queen Mother, La Chapelle, suddenly charged into the sky, shortening the distance between her and Lindley.
Retreat! Lindley and the others immediately retreated back at high speed, not hesitating at all.
But the countless rattans and tendrils of the Queen Mother, La Chapelle, shot out like sharp arrows at the same time. As Lindley was retreating, he hadn't paid attention to his back, but he suddenly realized that the thousands of tendrils and rattans which Queen Mother La Chapelle had shot out weren't attacking in a wild, unorganized way. These rattans were actually attacking in accordance with some sort of strange profoundness.
Spatial freezing?
Lindley discovered, to his astonishment, that it was as though space had suddenly frozen. But of course, it hadn't truly frozen, only Lindley and the others felt as though they had fallen into a pit of mud, and even flying became extremely arduous. Swish! Suddenly, the countless tendrils instantly surrounded Rutherford and Carassa. Rutherford and Carassa were a bit slower in terms of flying speed compared to the others, and thus were directly surrounded by the countless vines. The countless vines and rattans immediately began to contract. Squelch! Countless amounts of blood leaked out from the cracks between the constricting rattans and vines, and then they were quickly absorbed into the rattans and vines.
Rutherford and Carassa are dead. The faces of the fleeing Lindley and the other fleeing experts changed dramatically.
Even someone as powerful as Rutherford, one of the 5 Prime Saints, had instantly been killed after being surrounded, without even being able to resist. The countless constricting vines and rattans once more began to dance, but not even the bones of Rutherford and Carassa remained.
MMM. So tasty.
The dark green eyes of the Queen Mother, La Chapelle, still stared at the distant, hurriedly fleeing Lindley and the others. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Book 11, Chapter 22, Regrowth.
Book 11, Necropolis of the Gods, Chapter 22, Regrowth. The Queen Mother, La Chapelle, had the face of an angel, but her actions were that of a devil's. Children, keep a tight watch on this exit.
As long as a single one of you remains alive, you cannot permit them to enter.
The voice of the Queen Mother, La Chapelle, shook the heavens, and instantly, a large number of noises could be heard in the ground below the sand. Countless tendrils and vines erupted forth from beneath the sand, and the black pyramid structure was covered by 3 layers on the inside and 3 layers on the outside by the tendrils. La Chapelle's lips curved upward slightly, and then with a swish, the air around her suddenly began to tremble. The Queen Mother, La Chapelle, transformed into a streak of green light, chasing after Lindley's group at high speed. It had to be said that La Chapelle's speed was simply too fast. In but a short while, Lindley's group discovered that La Chapelle was behind them in hot pursuit. Quick, quick! Each person in Lindley's group were exerting themselves to fly at their utmost speeds. Rutherford and Carassa, 2 powerful experts, were killed and devoured in the blink of an eye.
The power of this Queen Mother is simply terrifying.
Lindley felt his heart clench as well. Before, when BB had captured that child component plant, although it had also been able to surround everyone, not a single person had died. In particular, the likes of Lindley and Fane hadn't even been injured. The difference between the child and the mother was simply too great. Boss, be careful. BB's voice suddenly rang out in Lindley's consciousness, and Lindley immediately looked backwards. He saw a green, semi-translucent tendril the thickness of an arm shoot towards him through space at high speed like a sharp arrow.
Lindley's speed was only considered below average amongst the 11 remaining experts.
Break! Lindley delivered a backhanded chop with Blood Violet, and Blood Violet carried with it its devilish violet flashes of light, causing space to suddenly distort as it chopped down against the semi-translucent tendrils. Profound Truths of the Wind, Tempos of the Wind, Level 2. Lindley had a feeling, much like how, when he was young, he had tried to use a hatchet to chop down a tree. Bang! Blood Violet sank into the tendril, but Lindley's full-strength blow had only been able to cut 80% of the way through this arm-thick tendril. At the same time, Lindley suddenly sensed a tightness around his waist. That tendril had already wrapped itself around Lindley.
It didn't break? Lindley was amazed.
Linley knew exactly how powerful this full-force sword attack of his was. But a single tendril of this Queen Mother, La Chapelle, had reached such a terrifying level. Linley didn't think anything else, and immediately the blood-violet flexible sword in his hand began to tremble. Profound truths of the wind, rippling wind. In almost an instant, the blood-violet sword that had already sank into the tendril trembled more than 10,000 times, sawing straight through the remaining 20% of the tendril. But as Linley was chopping off this first tendril, his speed was impacted, and instantly, hundreds of tendrils swept towards Linley, seeking to surround him. Linley's face instantly turned absolutely pale. A single tendril was already so hard to break, but hundreds. Those hundreds of tendrils surrounded around Linley in the blink of an eye, and those people who were fleeing ahead of them felt their hearts tremble. This had happened once already, not too long ago. Rutherford and Carassa had been surrounded by these tendrils, and the result was, not even their bones were left. Linley was the expert with the most powerful attack in this group. If even Linley were to die, what could the rest of them do? Boss! BB called out in terror, and at the same time, ignoring the danger, he immediately turned and charged back towards Linley. Swish! BB transformed into a black ray of light as he flew at high speed. In the same instant those hundreds of tendrils surrounded him. In Linley's other hand suddenly appeared the adamantine heavy sword. Linley now had the adamantine heavy sword in his right hand and blood-violet in his left. The adamantine heavy sword floated down with seeming grace, but in truth, it had shot out as fast as lightning. Profound truths of the earth, throbbing pulse of the world, 64 layered waves. The time had come for him to go all out. Break for me! Linley's face was extremely ferocious. Linley was entirely surrounded by tendrils, and in the space in front of him alone, there were dozens of tendrils blocking him from going forward, trapping him within their net. The dozens of tendrils struck by the adamantine heavy sword all shuddered, but the soft, pliable, yet tough tendrils were extremely resilient against vibrational forces. Despite Linley attacking at full strength with his throbbing pulse of the world, 64 layered waves, only 10 or so tendrils in the path of the adamantine heavy sword transformed into splinters, while the other 10 tendrils remained. Swish! A devilish violet light chopped out, and the dozens of tendrils in front, almost as though they had become brittle, were chopped through by blood violet. Swoosh! Linley immediately seized the opportunity to fly out from the hole he had created. Boss! BB immediately flew over. Quick, onto my back. BB had transformed his size to become larger, and without hesitating at all, Linley directly leapt onto BB's back, and BB's speed immediately increased dramatically. BB, Desri, and Fane were the fastest in the group, and now that BB was moving at maximum speed, he quickly escaped the tendrils behind them. Phew! Only now did Linley let out a long sigh. Just then, the feeling of being surrounded by hundreds of tendrils really was akin to the feeling of the end coming. For the sake of chasing after Linley, the Queen Mother, La Chapelle, had lost ground on the others. In addition, after witnessing Linley's dangerous situation, the others had learned to be smarter. Quick, Olivier, onto my back. A six-eyed golden Anilion shouted, while the other six-eyed golden Anilion barked the same to the nearby Rosari. Amongst these experts, the fastest were BB, Fane, and Desri, and after them were the three six-eyed golden Anilion, Tulali, and the black-scale scorpion. As for Linley, Olivier, and Rosari, they were slightly slower. Both Olivier, who trained in the elemental laws of light, and Linley, who trained in the elemental laws of the wind, were all extremely fast. In addition, Olivier combined both darkness and light, while Linley was a Dragonblood warrior, but compared to the likes of BB, Fane, Tulali, and the six-eyed golden Anilions, the two were still slower. This black-scale scorpion is really fast as well. One of the six-eyed golden Anilions said casually while flying. The black-scale scorpion was of a race that normally was of the 9th rank. It was already quite incredible for this black-scale scorpion to reach the peak saint stage. For his speed to be so fast as well, truly was amazing. The 11 experts fled at high speed, and in the end, the Queen Mother, La Chapelle, finally gave up. Just now, that human youngster's sword was quite strange. The Queen Mother La Chapelle stared as Linley's group disappeared beyond the horizons. With but a single sword, he broke over 10 of my tendrils, but the most amazing thing is, although the other dozens of tendrils his sword passed by didn't shatter, they were damaged so severely that they only had a tenth of their usual strength. Phew! Let's take a rest, Desri said. The 11 experts didn't dare land on the desert, and so they halted in mid-air. Clearly, that La Chapelle had truly terrified this group of people. This Queen Mother is simply too much of a monster, Fane said with a frown. Even Rutherford and Carassa were killed in an instant, and just then, when she chased after us, I felt extremely nervous. Everyone was resting right now. When they were fleeing earlier, they hadn't dared to be the slightest bit incautious. Linley, I saw that Queen Mother attack you.
What do you think? Tololi looked at Linley. Linley's face was rather ugly to look at. That scene earlier had been way too dangerous. Linley shook his head and said solemnly, "This Queen Mother is far more dangerous than the Flame Tyrant. When I attacked it with Blood Violet just now, my full force blow wasn't able to break through that tendril. This, you must understand, there were thousands on thousands of these tendrils. It didn't break under your full force blow?" The faces of all the experts changed. Everyone knew how strong the Dragonblood warriors were. Despite combining that with the profound truths of the wind, Linley still hadn't been able to break through the tendril with a single blow. One could imagine how tough that tendril was. Afterwards, when the tendrils surrounded you, Linley, we were all very worried. How did you manage to break out? Given the toughness of those tendrils, it must have been extremely difficult. Desri asked, and all the nearby experts looked at Linley. Right now, experience was very important. Rutherford and Karasa, who had also been surrounded by the Queen Mother's tendrils, were both dead. Only Linley had escaped. My escape was an extremely risky one. Linley admitted it openly. A large number of tendrils had surrounded me, and in that sort of situation, I had to go all out. Linley's face had a hint of bitter laughter on it. So I immediately used the Adamantine Heavy Sword, combining both swords in my attack. I first used the Adamantine Heavy Sword to utilize the profound truths of the earth, the same blow which killed the Flame Tyrant. Linley shook his head. My most powerful sword blow was only enough to destroy 10 or so tendrils. But the strange thing was, when I followed it up with Blood Violet, I was instantly able to easily break through dozens of tendrils, and then I seized the opportunity to charge out. Linley said. Earlier, when Linley had first used only Blood Violet to chop at that tendril, he hadn't been able to break through it despite striking with full force. But this time, he was able to chop through dozens. How is that possible? The others were puzzled as well. Linley hadn't had any time to consider this question while they were fleeing, but now, Linley suddenly understood after thinking about it. Right. The profound truths of the earth rely on vibrational waves to attack the enemy. The 10 or so tendrils in front of me were directly vibrated into little pieces. Most likely, the dozens of tendrils behind them, although not completely destroyed, should have been badly damaged internally. With its internal components damaged, the tendrils naturally were no longer very tough. Following with another full-strength blow from Blood Violet, it wasn't too difficult to break through those dozens of damaged tendrils. Enough about that. What we need to think about is how we should deal with the Queen Mother. If we don't eliminate the Queen Mother, it most likely won't permit us to enter the exit and go to the 8th floor. Desri said with a frown. The experts all nodded. What should we do? All of them frowned in thought. One of the 3 six-eyed golden Anilions spoke. Based on what I know, once the tendrils or vines of a plant creature are destroyed, it will be very hard for them to regrow them. The higher class the plant creature is, the tougher and more resilient their tendrils will be, but similarly, the tougher it will be to regrow them. Therefore, what we can do is to divide into multiple attacks, eliminating a few tendrils with each attack. In the end, once the Queen Mother no longer has any tendrils left, won't we be able to slaughter it as we please? Hearing the words of the 6-eyed golden Anilion, Linley, Fane, and the others all nodded. If everyone joined forces and used forbidden-level spells and their ultimate attacks at the same time, they should be able to destroy a few tendrils. Once the Queen Mother, La Chapelle, chased after them, they would flee. But then they would attack her, again and again. To reduce the number of tendrils the Queen Mother have was something they were capable of. Slowly, one step at a time, they would still have a chance of success. Can't be done. Bibi shook his head. The entire group of experts looked at Bibi, confused. Bibi shook his head and said, earlier, when I went to rescue the boss, I saw exactly what happened. After the boss broke through those tendrils and fled onto my back, those tendrils were regrown, and the speed of the regrowth was very fast. In a short period of time, they were completely recovered. How is that possible? The 3 six-eyed golden Anilions couldn't believe it. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. A 6-eyed golden Anilion shook his head. But this is what I, Bibi, personally witnessed. How can it be false? Bibi rebutted. In addition, how could I possibly lie about something like this? The 3 six-eyed golden Anilions fell silent. They all believed that in a critical moment such as this, Bibi wouldn't possibly lie. But the 3 brothers had encountered this sort of plant creature in the past, and they knew some things about this type of creature. No matter what the reason is, the fact of the matter is that this Queen Mother's tendrils have the ability to regrow. Desri said solemnly. We need to come up with a method on how to kill the Queen Mother. Everyone stayed silent. The tendrils were so tough that even Linley's full force blow with Blood Violet couldn't break through. The worst part was, this Queen Mother's tendrils could regrow themselves. What to do? The deaths of Rutherford and Karasa were still fresh in the minds of every single expert. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 11, Chapter 23. Fast, Slow? Book 11, Necropolis of the Gods, Chapter 23. Fast, Slow? The Queen Mother, La Chapelle, possessed tremendous power. In the air above the boundless desert of the 7th floor of the Necropolis of the Gods, the wind blew the sand as Desiree, Linley, Fane, and the other human experts, along with BB and the other magical beast experts, stood there in midair. All of them were seriously pondering their next steps. If we don't have any hope at all, I recommend giving up. Desiree forced the words out. The other experts all looked towards Desiree. Give up, just like that? Fane's eyes had a hint of unwillingness. They had waited 1,000 years for this opportunity, and they had even passed the 6th floor. He was indeed rather unwilling to give up this opportunity now. We have no hope at all. Desiree shook his head. A single tendril of Queen Mother La Chapelle's is already so durable, and she has thousands on thousands of them. More importantly, even if you break those tendrils, they'll naturally regrow. Desiree looked around him. Everyone, you tell me, must we insist on going to our deaths? Linley and BB exchanged glances. Boss, let's give up. BB said mentally to Linley. There's no rush for us. At worst, in another 100 years, when the two of us have become stronger, I'll ask my grandpa Beirut to just open another tunnel to the Necropolis of the Gods, just for us. BB felt it was hopeless as well. Linley couldn't help but think back to the terrifying scene of those countless, densely packed tendrils surrounding him, especially the feeling of him being surrounded by them. That sort of dangerous feeling truly was heart-shaking. But just at that moment, those 3 six-eyed golden lions glanced at each other, and one of the 6-eyed golden lions said solemnly, "No, we aren't entirely hopeless. We still have a bit of hope." Oh? The levitating experts all stared in surprise towards those 6-eyed golden lions. We still have hope? You say we still have hope? What hope? Fane immediately asked. That 6-eyed golden lion nodded. We 3 brothers have an ultimate attack. Through our 6 eyes, we can emit 6 rays of light to cover our opponent. It will paralyze the opponent and completely prevent them from moving. Paralyze them? Prevent them from moving? Linley was greatly shocked. This ultimate attack was simply too monstrous. Didn't it essentially mean that it would force the opponent to just stand there and be beaten? Everyone present, even the perpetually silent Olivier and the black-scale scorpion, had their eyes filled with amazement. Right. I remember, now. Rosari said with surprised joy. I remember that when we first arrived at the 7th floor and BB and the others entered the sands and seized the child monster, it was one of you 3 brothers who killed the monster. When you killed it, your 6 eyes emanated a ray of black light that surrounded the monster, paralyzing it and forcing it to allow you to kill it. Linley and the others remembered that as well. If that's the case, then we'll win for sure. The black-scale scorpion rumbled. Let that Queen Mother, La Chapelle, be paralyzed, and then destroy her soul. Once her soul is destroyed, the Queen Mother will definitely die. It isn't as easy as that. The leader of the 6-eyed golden lions shook his head. Our technique isn't undefeatable. The way you are interpreting it, we would be able to immediately freeze any opponent we encounter and then kill them. Wouldn't that make us invincible? This technique depends on the power of the opponent. Linley and the others nodded. Right. If the 6-eyed golden lions used this technique against a deity, most likely the deity would just kill them with a flip of the hand. This technique of ours is naturally highly effective against the child monster, of course. The 6-eyed golden lion said seriously. But the power of the Queen Mother, La Chapelle, is hundreds of times stronger than her children. When she lets loose, her power is astonishingly great. To paralyze her will be very hard. The other 2 6-eyed golden lions nodded as well. Linley and the others all understood this. It was like a giant metal cage. It could be used to imprison a horse or a cow, but if you used the same metal cage, could you possibly use it to trap an enormous dragon that was thousands of times stronger than the horse or the cow? However, although the Queen Mother La Chapelle is strong, she isn't at the deity level. If we 3 brothers join forces and use this technique together, most likely, we would be able to paralyze Queen Mother La Chapelle for around a second. The leader of the 6-eyed golden lions said. Linley and the others felt joy in their hearts. A second? Although it seemed like a short period of time, to experts such as Linley, a second was enough to allow one to exchange tens or hundreds of blows. But of course, that's just an estimate. After all, without having actually fought her, we don't know how long we can paralyze her for either. The six-eyed golden Lion said. Everyone understood, but they also knew that these three six-eyed golden Lion, working together, would definitely be able to cause the Queen Mother to be paralyzed for a moment. Everyone, who amongst us feels confident in being able to kill the Queen Mother in an instant? Desri immediately looked at the others. The three six-eyed golden Lions would be able to let them one of the experts have a single instant of an opportunity. Now, the question was who had the best chance of success. Sadly, we don't have a Windstyle Grand Mega Saint. Rosari shook her head and sighed. In terms of the most powerful single target attack, the title had to go to Windstyle Grand Mega Saints. Once the dimensional edge came out, even space itself would be cut through. It would have definitely been capable of cutting the Queen Mother into two parts. All the experts present were silent. Linley, how about you? Fane looked at Linley. Linley maintained his silence. The Queen Mother, Lakapal, was surrounded by a dense cluster of tendrils. How long the six-eyed golden Lions would be able to paralyze her for was unknown. If, as soon as he drew near the Queen Mother's body, she escaped from the paralysis, then he would definitely be surrounded by countless tendrils again. He wouldn't even have a chance to run. After all, even the adamant heavy sword and blood violet combined could only break through roughly 100 tendrils each time. Boss. Bibi shook his head towards Linley. The chance of success was too low. Whoever kills the Queen Mother shall be the one to take possession of the divine artifact of the 7th floor, if there is one. I think no one here will object. Desri looked at everyone. Everyone nodded. We still have 2 years before the 10-year time limit. Linley said solemnly. There's no need for us to rush. Let's spend some time to think about it. All the experts nodded. Unless they had at least some degree of confidence, they wouldn't choose to throw their lives away. The boundless desert. Linley hovered there in midair, his eyes shut as he attuned himself to the blowing of the wind. With regards to the elemental laws of the wind, Linley had already gained some new insights into both the fast aspect and the slow aspect. At this moment, he was attuning to himself to the elemental laws, and so he naturally was attuned to these two aspects as well. His mind became one with the wind elemental essences. HRM? Linley's consciousness suddenly had an image appear within it. When the Queen Mother, Lakapal, had attacked the first time, those tens of thousands of tendrils had suddenly shot out at high speed. At that time, Linley and the other experts had all sensed that the surrounding space had suddenly frozen, and felt as though they were wallowing in cement or through a pool. At that time, the Queen Mother's tendrils were moving in accordance to a strange, profound mystery. It somehow achieved the effect of causing space to freeze. Linley's mind suddenly had a thought. Spatial freezing was in truth a fairly high-level interpretation of the slow aspect. Linley still had some distance to go from his current level of slowing space to truly freezing space. The Queen Mother's tendrils were all extremely fast. Even Rutherford wasn't able to flee. Linley was puzzled. But when those tendrils shot out, they were so fast that space itself became blurred. It should be this spatial folding interpretation of the fast aspect. But why was it that all of those tendrils combined were able to create the effect of spatial freezing? Linley was puzzled. At the same time, Linley unconsciously began to replay the sight of those countless tendrils shooting out, carefully searching for the profound mysteries within. After a long time, Linley, still standing in midair, opened his eyes. With a flip of his hand, he retrieved blood violet. His hand thrust it outwards, and instantly thousands of blood violets appeared in front of Linley, and the sword blurs caused space itself to begin to blur. This attack was the combination of Linley's understanding of spatial folding and rippling wind attacks, with the rippling wind capable of producing 10 million sword attacks. Not right. Linley frowned. If I want every single sword attack to be like those tendrils, those 10 million sword blurs used simultaneously should be able to create the special effect of spatial freezing, but Linley once again struck out with blood violet. Right. Right now, Linley was currently trying to utilize the rippling wind technique to instantly create 10 million swords, imitating the attack of Queen Mother Lakapal. Again. Swish. Blood violet once again transformed into 10 million swords in the air, and the several meters covered by violet sword flashes suddenly began to congeal. The 10 million sword attacks were all like the countless surrounding tendrils, and then, at the same time, they all converged on one point. A sound could be heard. Bang! A tear in space appeared. Linley's eyes lit up. Right. Spatial freezing. Linley's face finally revealed a hint of excitement. Finally. Success.
Fortunately, Blood Violet was capable of twisting and curving.
That was the only reason why he could test the attacks time and time again and completely learn and imitate the attack of Queen Mother Lakapal.
Only, the attack Queen Mother Lakapal utilized had the thousands of tendrils surround the opponent. But with Linley's attacks, the 10 million swords came together at one point, converging all of their attacks. In the past, the rippling wind attack could continuously send out many attacking swords, but once it transformed into 10 million swords, because of wind friction, the countless swords couldn't converge on one spot simultaneously. Linley had been frustrated over this in the past. When his sword struck out, it naturally had to follow the flows of the wind in order to suddenly produce 10 million swords. But to have the 10 million swords converge on one spot required the swords to go against the natural force of the wind. As the saying goes, a millimeter of difference, 1,000 kilometers of distance. To go against the natural force of the wind meant that one simply couldn't instantly create 10 million swords. But by using this unique cadence when creating all those swords, I can do it. Linley was very surprised. Those 10 million swords came out at once, but they didn't do so wildly and randomly, just following the wind wherever it went. They seemed to travel through a circular arc, creating a strange centrifugal force as all of the swords converged on a single point. How unique! Linley couldn't help but inwardly sigh with amazement. But Linley was also extremely happy. Although each individual sword of those 10 million swords aren't very powerful, when all those swords combine into one, the power of the attack would be thousands of times greater. Linley was extremely excited. When 10 million swords combined into one, the sharpness and the speed of Blood Violet would come into full play. Profound truths of the wind, myriad swords converge. This was yet another breakthrough in the profound truths of the wind. In terms of attack power, it was even much more powerful than the tempos of the wind. Only, this is a single target attack, only useful against one target. Linley knew very well that when those countless swords combined, wherever the sword passed, all obstacles would be chopped to dust. There was no need to wonder about it. The combined strength of those 10 million swords combining would definitely cause the power of this attack to reach an awesome height. In addition, this attack also contained the strange spatial freezing effect. Why is it that the fast aspect can produce the spatial freezing effect of the slow aspect? Although Linley had successfully developed this attack, he still was puzzled. The fast and slow aspects of the elemental laws of the wind were two totally opposite aspects. But it seemed that they were somehow linked together as well. If I can't figure it out, then I won't think about it. Linley was in an extremely jubilant mood. The most powerful attack of the profound truths of the wind is totally capable of destroying all obstructions. With this attack, there's no need to fear the obstruction of any tendrils. Linley's heart was filled with confidence. 3 days later. Having already engraved this most powerful attack of the profound truths of the wind into his heart, Linley immediately headed off with the other experts towards the Queen Mother, Lakapal. This time, the others would all support him with their own attacks, while Linley himself would deliver the final attack. After flying for quite a while. That vast oasis is up ahead. It should be the location of where the many children components of Queen Mother Lakapal have gathered. Desri pointed off into the distance. The place where the Black Pyramid had been was now surrounded by an extremely green sea, formed by those many oases. Ha, and here I thought all of you were so frightened, you had fled to the 6th floor. I didn't expect you would dare to return. The clear voice shook the air above the green sea, and in the air above that green sea, a green, glowing human-formed aberration surrounded by thousands of tendrils was hovering. It was the Queen Mother, Lakapal. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 11, Chapter 24, Myriad Swords Converge, The Pearl of Life. Book 11, Necropolis of the Gods, Chapter 24, Myriad Swords Converge, The Pearl of Life. The Queen Mother, La Chapelle, hovered there in midair like a queen, the thousands of nearly translucent green tendrils swiveling around her devilish body. Meanwhile, below her, countless tendrils and vines rose up into the air, waving wildly. Rumbling growls could be heard from beneath the sands. A large number of children components under the control of Queen Mother La Chapelle were covering the Black Pyramid, completely blocking it off. Linley glanced at the nearby Rosari and Desri. These two Grand Magus Saints had already begun to mumble the words to their spells, and were about to complete them. Rosari's long, jade-green hair suddenly rose upwards as a wild surge of water-type elemental essence blasted forth from her. Countless amounts of frost and ice descended, and the temperature suddenly reached an extremely low point. Even the countless waving tendrils and vines below them were suddenly frozen. Water-style forbidden level magic, absolute zero. At the same instant, a surge of invisible, ripple-like energy blasted out from Desri, shooting directly towards the mid-air Queen Mother Lakapal. The Queen Mother Lakapal's body only trembled slightly, and she wasn't much affected.
Crunch! Bang! Many tendrils shattered from the cold.
The body of Queen Mother Lakapal was covered with a layer of frost as well.
This is the attack you have planned? Queen Mother Lakapal laughed wildly. In terms of spiritual energy, how can the likes of you compare to me? As for water-style magic, that's even more laughable.
I, Lakapal, am a practitioner of the elemental laws of water and wind.
So powerful.
Linley's group sighed in their hearts. Plant-type creatures which had large bodies generally also had enormously powerful souls to match. The Queen Mother's real body was actually even more terrifyingly enormous, but as she trained, she had naturally begun to shrink it in size, but her soul had only grown more and more powerful. Both sides were peak saints. But human saints were far inferior to this sort of terrifying plant creature. The Queen Mother Lakapal's words had just come out.
Pew!
18 rays of black light shot out from the eyes of the three siblings, the six-eyed golden lions.
Those 18 rays of light instantly covered Queen Mother Lakapal.
It was as though her enormous body and tendrils had suddenly been covered with a layer of black skin. The eyes of Queen Mother Lakapal instantly widened, and her delicate face instantly changed and contorted.
She couldn't move. Swoosh!
Working in perfect concert, as those 18 rays of light had shot out, Linley had already flown straight to the Queen Mother at high speed.
Gruel! Kill him!
Countless child components from beneath the sand roared deafeningly, wanting to watch as their Queen Mother annihilated these humans.
But in that moment, none of them had noticed that their Queen Mother could no longer move.
Blood violet in one hand, and the adamant heavy sword in the other, the dragon-formed Linley stared straight at the distant Queen Mother Lakapal with his dark gold eyes. At his highest speed, he charged towards her. Linley had already entered the range of the countless tendrils and vines of Queen Mother Lakapal. Linley's lips quirked upwards. The wild wind howled as Linley instantly crossed hundreds of meters, reaching a distance of less than 100 meters away from Lakapal. To Linley, 100 meters was but the blink of an eye, but when experts fought, that blink of an eye was what determined victory. Roar! A furious roar escaped the lips of Queen Mother Lakapal. Countless tendrils, and those vines surrounding the Queen Mother's body, shot directly towards Linley. The Queen Mother's eyes were filled with boundless rage, and she swore to herself that she was going to kill all of the humans in front of her, starting with the one closest. The Queen Mother had broken free of the paralysis. Not good. The faces of Desri, Rosari, and the others all changed. Bibi's beady little eyes suddenly had a red light flash through them, while at the same time his body became covered with a layer of pitch-black light. Bibi transformed into a black ray of light, ignoring the deadly danger as he charged over.
Boss! Bibi was extremely worried.
An enormous number of tendrils snaked towards him. Linley himself was very calm. He had prepared for this eventuality long ago. Blood violet, in his hand, suddenly transformed into 10 million devilish flashes of violet light. Everywhere the flashes appeared, blurry folds in space could be seen, while at the same time, the violet flashes of light all bizarrely coiled and snaked their way forward in a very peculiar pattern as they stabbed towards one spot.
Spatial freezing.
The large number of tendrils charging towards him suddenly dropped dramatically in speed, as though they were traveling through mud.
As for Linley's 10 million sword flashes, they actually converged on one spot, uniting into one indistinct, heart-stopping violet light.
This violet light was like a comet charging straight ahead, utterly unblockable.
Bang!
The violet sword light charged forwards, and those tough, half-translucent tendrils instantly crumbled and shattered, with countless tendril parts sent flying everywhere. Profound truths of the wind, myriad swords converge. The most powerful sword attack which Linley could muster through using the profound truths of the wind. Linley instantly scurried out from the space that had been shattered by his myriad swords converge attack, while the Queen Mother, Lakapal, stared in astonishment.
How is that possible?
Her tendrils were far more powerful than those of the child components. So many tendrils had surrounded the human, but the human had instantly broken through.
Die!
Having breached the cage of tendrils, Linley had already reached the air above Queen Mother Lakapal's head, and the adamant heavy sword in Linley's hand came chopping down.
Lakapal immediately dove down at high speed. But how could her body's movement speed compare with a weapon's?
Queen Mother Lakapal also controlled her tendrils to block, but it was too late.
Bang!
Linley's adamant heavy sword collided with Lakapal's head. The adamant heavy sword only lightly touched Lakapal's head, and Lakapal's massive body suddenly began to tremble, and then a green liquid began to flow out from her mouth and her eyes. Those wildly waving tendrils had already begun to droop down lifelessly.
Linley's other hand didn't just rest, he once again utilized the myriad swords converge attack. The devilish flash of 10 million swords, moving in that strange cadence, once more appeared, and space once more froze. Those 10 million swords converged on a single location, forming a blurry, violet sword flash, which pierced directly towards Queen Mother Lakapal's head. Bang! Starting from the head, the Queen Mother's entire body collapsed and transformed into green-colored debris. Only after her body burst apart did Linley realize that actually, her internals had already been shaken by the profound truths of the earth into something as soft as mud. But when the Queen Mother's body fully collapsed, Linley found to his surprise that within the body of this Queen Mother, there was a very small, yet glittering, green-glowing translucent pearl. With a flip of his hand, Linley grabbed the translucent pearl. As for Queen Mother Lakapal, the remaining half of her body and a large number of tendrils collapsed lifelessly from mid-air, falling downwards and smashing into the countless vines below. The wildly waving tendrils of the green sea below suddenly halted. None of these plant creatures could dare believe it. Their mighty Queen Mother had been killed in mid-air by this warrior who looked like a draconian. Their invincible Queen Mother had died. Listen up! Linley shouted coldly towards the people below. All of you better scram. Otherwise, I'll kill all of you, just like how I just killed your Queen Mother. Linley swept the ground coldly with his gaze. Rustle, rustle, dot. Countless tendrils and vines frantically sank into the sand, and the green sea that had occupied an extremely wide expanse of space suddenly transformed into desert again. As for those plant creatures, they all fled at high speed in terror. Even their Queen Mother, who was hundreds of times more powerful than them, had died. How could they, mere child components, compete? The Black Pyramid, which had been covered by countless vines and rattans, now revealed its true appearance once again. Boss, you scared me to death. Bibi was now by Linley's side, and he had reabsorbed that layer of black light back into his body. Linley couldn't help but hug Bibi. Although Bibi was emotionally immature, sometimes naughty and mischievous, while at other times as bloodthirsty as any magical beast, he was willing to give up his life for Linley's sake. The two had grown up together, and their lives were like one. Their affection for each other was so deep that with their souls interlinked, they could physically sense it. I'm fine. Without a degree of certainty, would I, your boss, dare act in such a way? Linley snickered. At this time, Desri and the others flew over as well. After the sudden reversal in fortune they had just witnessed, they now all had incandescent smiles on their faces. Linley, when you demonstrated that attack of yours in front of us earlier, I didn't have much confidence. Fane laughed. But after seeing it just now, I now know how powerful that sword of yours is. No matter how powerful one's defense is, one still won't be able to take that sword of yours. When Linley had demonstrated it, he was only demonstrating it into the air. How could Fane and the others clearly see how powerful it was? Everyone, let's hurry up and see if can find if there are any divine artifacts here on the 7th floor. Desri said to everyone. We agreed early on that the person to kill the Queen Mother would take possession of the divine artifacts, if there are any. Linley risked his life to kill her, and so he should get the divine artifact. Everyone, search carefully. Linley hurriedly said, no need to go to so much trouble. You just stay here. We'll help you look. One of the six-eyed golden Anilions said. They had underestimated the strength and power of the Queen Mother. Even when the three brothers had joined forces and executed their forbidden technique, they had only been able to paralyze the Queen Mother for an instant. Linley had made the greatest contribution to killing the Queen Mother. Everyone hurriedly began to help search for the divine artifact, and even Olivier voluntarily flew down to the ground. All of the experts began to carefully search. As for Linley, he flew to the exit platform next to the Black Pyramid. This was because last time, on the 6th floor, this was where the divine artifacts had been placed. But this time, it was different. Nothing there? Linley shook his head. He had searched for quite some time by the stairs, but he hadn't found anything. The experts searched carefully in a circle with an area of a square kilometer. In the end, they all returned to the Black Pyramid. Did you find anything? Desri asked. The others all shook their heads. Desri frowned. Strange. On the 6th floor, including the hatchet the Flame Tyrant had, there were a total of 3 divine artifacts. The Queen Mother Lakapal of the 7th floor was at a higher level of power than the Flame Tyrant. But we weren't even able to find a single divine artifact. Linley was puzzled as well. This shouldn't be the case. Fane was confused as well. Where is that divine artifact? Oh, right. Rosarie's eyes lit up. On the 6th floor, the Flame Tyrant himself was wielding that great axe. Were there any divine artifacts on Lakapal's body? Linley, did you see anything? On her body? Linley started.
And then, Linley instantly thought of the round pearl he had already absorbed into his interspatial ring. He immediately retrieved it with a flip of his hand.
Right.
When I killed the Queen Mother and her body collapsed, I found a seemingly unusual pearl inside her body, and so I grabbed it.
Take a look. What is this? Linley didn't think that this round pearl was a divine artifact. As he saw it, it should be something similar to a magical beast's magicite core, the essence of the Queen Mother. Pearl of Life. Upon seeing the round pearl in Linley's hand, the 3 six-eyed golden lions let out simultaneous cries of shock. Linley, Desiree, and the others all stared at the 3 six-eyed golden lions in puzzlement.
One of them immediately explained, "This pearl of life is a type of spiritual pearl treasure which we once saw in the past when we were with Father. Now we understand why that Queen Mother Lakapal was able to instantly regrow her damaged tendrils. If the pearl of life enters one's body, then the boundless life energy contained within the pearl of life will be provided to the user. Even if one's body is chopped into 8 pieces, it will return to normal in a flash, needing just 1 or 2 seconds. In other words, as long as your soul isn't destroyed, then you will never die." The 6-eyed golden lion said excitedly, to saint-level experts, "This pearl of life is more precious than any divine artifact. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Book 11, Chapter 25, Entering the 8th Floor. Book 11, Necropolis of the Gods, Chapter 25, Entering the 8th Floor. Even after one's body was chopped into 7 or 8 pieces, it would still recover in 1 or 2 seconds. Such a regenerative ability made the eyes of the surrounding experts all light up. To saints, this sort of treasure was incomparably valuable. But it's only of use to saints. To deities, toys like this are totally worthless. The 6-eyed golden lion laughed. Desiree nodded as well. Deities possess a divine spark, and their divine bodies are formed from divine energy. Even if they are badly wounded, as long as their souls aren't destroyed, their body can be reborn even if reduced to nothingness. The difference between saints and deities was enormous. Linley and the others couldn't help but sigh deep in their hearts. The deity level. Even someone as powerful as Linley, in front of a deity, wouldn't be able to fight back at all. A single step, but one which blocked countless saints. Big brother. The other 6-eyed golden lion said, "Even if a person puts this pearl of life into their body, and their soul is undamaged, they can still be killed." "Have you forgotten what Father said?" The leader of the 6-eyed golden lions nodded. "Oh, you are talking about the body being entirely destroyed?" Linley, Desiree, Fane, and the others all looked at the 6-eyed golden lion in confusion. The leading 6-eyed golden lion explained to Linley and the others, "The energy of this pearl of life can regenerate the body. In other words, you have to at least have a small part of the body left. Only then can the rest of your body be reborn from that part. If your entire body is destroyed, then you will die, of course." "Oh, so that's what you mean." Linley and the others now understood. But Linley, the 6-eyed golden lion looked at Linley. "With the pearl of life, don't end up being too arrogant. In the countless planes, there are many techniques that can use to utterly destroy an opponent's body. Opponents who train in elemental laws of fire and the elemental laws of water all can accomplish such a thing." "I know, Dot." Linley laughed calmly. "The elemental laws are as vast as the ocean. I only know 1 or 2 drops of water in that ocean. Your body is very tough, and you have a pearl of life. What you need to do is to focus your time improving your spiritual attacks and spiritual defenses." The 6-eyed golden lion seemed to take great interest in Linley's well-being. "There's all sorts of spiritual type attacks, and they number beyond counting. If you are incautious just a single time, then you'll be done for." Linley nodded. The soul was indeed a profound, abstruse thing. For example, the Grand Magus Necromancer, Sassler, could easily command the undead, and even question the souls of others. For example, Beirut, who was at such a level that even saints such as Rudy and Dylan had their memories scanned, without them knowing a thing. A technique like this was absolutely astonishing and unheard of. For experts such as him, directly controlling saints would probably be extremely easy. In the past, when the Holy Emperor Haydns used his oracular magic to attack me, my soul's defense nearly collapsed. In the future, I need to be careful of this." Linley said to himself. Haydns, if placed amongst the countless ranks of saints in the myriad other planes, was nothing more than average. There were far too many saints who were more talented than him in spiritual attacks. Linley's spiritual defensive power was actually inferior to even the likes of saints such as Rosari and Desiree. As least experts like Desiree, when facing Haydns, wouldn't have been nearly trounced so easily. Soul-based attacks include charms, hypnotism, paralysis, destruction, and all sorts of other techniques.
There are forceful ones, and there are soft ones. Desri sighed.
The more one studies this, the more one realizes how boundless and deep it is. In the past, the war god had said that the high priest, with but a glance, could let us sink into an illusion, and if in the illusion we think that we have died, in real life, we really will have died and our soul will dissipate.
Oh? Linley was greatly shocked. The high priest was this terrifying?
Rosari chortled, what can you do?
After becoming a deity, the weakest aspect one has is the spirit.
Demigods, gods, high gods, all of them will spend their effort on studying the profound mysteries contained within the soul.
After all, they don't want to die. Fane laughed.
Linley, you had best bind this pearl of life with blood. Otherwise, we'll all grow covetous as we stare at it.
Chuckling, Linley immediately bloodbound it.
Immediately, this translucent pearl of life, glowing with a hazy green light, entered Linley's body. Linley could clearly sense that his heart, his muscles, and his bones were all filled with boundless life force. Even if part of his body was severed, he would still quickly be able to heal. Linley's group was in no rush to go to the 8th floor. They first rested and made preparations here on the 7th floor. After all, once they entered the 8th floor, who knows what sort of terrifying creatures they would find there. Off in the distance, Tulali was constantly training with using his scimitar. It hadn't been long since he had this blood shadow scimitar, and so he was now constantly testing how to best utilize its power. As for Olivier, Desri, and the others, they all sat off to the side, meditating quietly. I've been at the rank of Archmagus of the 9th rank for so long, yet I still haven't made a breakthrough. Seated in the meditative posture on the sand, Linley sighed to himself. But he understood that something like this couldn't be rushed. The more you tried to rush it, the harder it would be to break through. Bibi was curled up on Linley's leg, sleeping comfortably. Bibi. Linley spoke. Wharton was his little brother. And Bibi was also his little brother. Towards his family, Linley always had a protective instinct. Yeah, boss? Bibi raised his little head to stare at Linley. Linley said softly, Bibi, each layer of the necropolis of the gods grows more and more dangerous. I can no longer imagine what we will encounter when we go to the 8th floor, or what will happen. But Bibi, it's best if you don't go to the 8th floor. Boss? Bibi's eyes instantly turned round. Bibi, is your defense stronger than the flame tyrants? Is your attack superior to his? Bibi, you are still growing. There's no need for you to risk yourself like this. Linley himself wasn't afraid, but he was somewhat worried for Bibi. Boss, if you go, I go. Bibi was very stubborn. Linley shook his head. That isn't it. I have the pearl of life. It's much safer for me. More importantly, I feel as though there is something in this necropolis of the gods which is waiting for me, which is calling to me. Especially after actually entering the necropolis of the gods, Linley could even more clearly sense that calling sensation. It was a call which set his soul a-strumming. Whether it was because of his desire to train himself, or because it had to do with discovering the profound secrets of the 4 supreme warriors, or because of the call to his soul, Linley didn't want to retreat. Boss, I'll go with you. Bibi stared at Linley with his little eyes. It's just a bit of danger. What are you afraid of, boss? In the past, when we were in the mountain range of magical beasts, we were so weak, but we even managed to survive the attack of the armored razorback WYRM. When the Radiant Church pursued and tried to kill us, we still made it through. Back then, we were very weak, but we still weren't afraid. Now that we are strong, are we going to start being afraid? You better understand that I, Bibi, am really badass now. Bibi stood up straight, intentionally puffing his little chest out. Linley couldn't help but laugh, but at the same time, he felt a surge of gratitude. In addition, Linley couldn't help but think back to his memories of his youth, when he and Bibi together ventured into the Foggy Gulch. Fine. Whether we live or we die, we'll do it all together. Linley laughed as he hugged Bibi, and Bibi laughed as well. They stayed at the 7th floor for 7 days. Linley's group came to the entrance to the 8th floor. The Grand Magus Saints, Desri and Rosalie, had already prepared defensive spells for themselves, while Linley had transformed into his Dragonblood warrior form. Everyone was ready now. Everyone, be careful. Now, let's head out. Desri said. Immediately, the 11 experts entered the tunnel into the Black Pyramid one by one. This tunnel was completely covered with black light. After walking for but a short while, Linley's group arrived at the 8th floor. It is so similar to the 3rd floor. Linley stared at his surroundings.
The 8th floor of the necropolis of the gods had an extremely thick layer of ice as its ground. This was a world of ice. From afar, there were enormous glaciers and icebergs which gleamed with dazzling light. Only the cold, desolate wind howled across the landscape, blowing a few pieces of ice here and there. Desri, Linley, Fane, Bibi, the 3 six-eyed golden lions, and the other experts all carefully inspected their surroundings. "Search for the exit," Desri said softly while flying up. The 11 experts began to fly together, beginning to stealthily search for the exit to the 9th floor. But of course, as they flew, they were very cautious, afraid of finding living creatures here on the 8th floor. But after flying for a long time, "Hey, this 8th floor is strange." Rosari was puzzled. "We've been searching for such a long time. Why haven't we seen a single living thing?" Indeed. In both the 6th and the 7th floor, as soon as they stepped in, they discovered living creatures, such as the magma demons of the 6th floor, or the child plants of the 7th floor. They were very easily discovered. But here on the 8th floor, Linley and the others had flown for at least 1,000 kilometers, but hadn't seen a single living thing. "This 8th floor is quite bizarre." Fane was staring at his surroundings as well. The 3 six-eyed golden lions were also on their guard, constantly scanning the area, hoping to find any hints or clues. Staring at the surrounding area, Linley lowered his voice to a whisper. "No matter what sort of creature this 8th floor has, it would be best if we could enter the 9th floor without disturbing it. Let's look for the exit first." The others all nodded in agreement. If they could avoid a battle, that would be for the best. Everyone continued to carefully search for the tunnel. Linley and the others were still worried that they might encounter the creatures of the 8th floor later, but... Whoosh! On the 8th floor, Linley and the group only heard the howling cold wind, and didn't see any living creature at all. After flying for nearly an hour, they finally discovered the stairways, covered with black light. This was the exit to the 9th floor. Linley, Desri, Olivier, Fane, and the other experts all exchanged glances, surprise and joy in their eyes. "We really are lucky this time. We didn't encounter a single creature before finding the exit." Rosari laughed softly. The others laughed and nodded as well. "Let's go. We're going to the 9th floor," Fane said, somewhat excited. He immediately moved towards it. But what none of the 11 experts had noticed was that on the slick, gleaming surface of a seemingly normal iceberg nearby the stairs, there was a black pattern. Suddenly, the black pattern exploded forth, revealing an eye that was at least 3 or 4 meters tall. A golden eye. Bang! The iceberg shattered apart with a boom, and from within it appeared a giant formed from ice. The only part of the giant that wasn't formed from ice was that single, glowing golden eye. "Humans, you killed Lakapal? That is truly excellent." This gigantic Iceman's voice seemed to shake the 8th floor like thunder. At the same time, Fane, who had just walked towards the exit, suddenly discovered that the tunnel to the 9th floor became sealed by ice out of nowhere. The layer of ice was many meters thick. Linley, Fane, Desri, and the others all simultaneously discovered this gigantic Iceman who had suddenly appeared, and they quickly flew back. "What sort of creature is this?" Linley looked at the place on the face of the gigantic Iceman where its eyes should be, but unlike humans who had 2 eyes, this creature only had that single, golden glowing eye. Linley only cast a single glance towards the gold eye, but as he did, he felt as though his soul had suddenly suffered a powerful blow, and he instantly felt dizzy. "You killed Lakapal. I'm very happy about that. As your reward, I will only kill 6 of the 11 of you. The other 5 will be permitted to return to the 7th floor with your lives." The gigantic Iceman's voice was very gentle, as though he were a kindly old man. Linley, Fane, Desri, and the others felt their hearts tremble. "A beholder? Careful, don't look at its eye." A 6-eyed golden lion growled. Linley had recovered to his normal mental state by now. "Beholder?" The gigantic Iceman laughed. "No. You shouldn't refer to me as a beholder. To be more precise, I am the ruler of the race of beholders from the Bintalan, Bingtilan, plain. You can refer to me as the Beholder King," the gigantic Iceman said brightly. And then, its glowing golden eye stared down at the group of people below. "So I'm going to kill 6 of you. I'll start with you 2 humans first." As he spoke, the golden eye suddenly emitted 2 rays of nearly translucent gray light. The 2 rays of light were simply too fast, and the worst part of it was, neither Linley nor Olivier had dared to look at its golden eye. They only realized what had happened when the gray light had almost reached them. It was too late. Pew! Pew! The 2 rays of gray light sank into the bodies of Linley and Olivier.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.